November 10th, 2024. It's season 1, episode 26. Although our numbering might be off, we'll fix it in post. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about the Kia Adventure Van. Bronco returns. I will not pay over MSRP, but they'll just raise MSRP. Off-road Hellcat and square cup holders in a Lexus. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. So go over there and become a citizen, and you can just subscribe to the 4-Wheel Tech, and you'll get some of the news, because we actually grab a little bit of news that's automotive and technology related from all across ohmTown.com. It just, a lot of it happens to be focused in the 4-Wheel Tech group. That's how our aggregator works. Anyway, see you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say something before I even introduced you.
Nope, I was just getting ready.
Yeah, all right. Well, hey, thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
And if you're watching this, the visualizer is a representation of how much computational power is necessary for the sentient AI from the future to voice their opinion about whatever it is we're talking about.
Quite a bit.
Sometimes, it seems. I mean, I think that it's this old tech that you have to deal with because you're from the future, and you hear that weird USB that you were actually housed in must have fallen out of the Terminator body when you transported back in time. Hey, if you want all of today's show notes, you can hit !FWT in the chat, and that'll spit out all of today's show notes. They're already over on YouTube. They'll be in the podcast when it gets published. So follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and download the podcast and like and subscribe, ring the bell, send a carrier pigeon, send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com if there's any articles that you're interested in us highlighting in the show. Once you become a citizen, though, you can actually submit it. There's a little option right here where you can submit news, but I'm not logged in. Anyway, you want to get into the show? Let's get into the show. First article is over.
Let's do it.
There's that vocal computational lag. Again, I blame the fact that maybe I'll move you over to the new Apple Mini M4 because the Raspberry Pi just isn't moving fast enough. You can recompile.
Yeah, but then I'll have to keep up with the M4.
No, you won't have a problem with that. You know, I mean, you're from the future, so. According to this article, all of our articles are from Jalopnik today. That's pretty wild. Wow. That normally never happens, but anyway, so Kia better make this badass electric adventure van concept that it debuted at SEMA. The SEMA show always includes a slew of questionably customized cars, but sometimes manufacturers release tricked out versions of everyday models and eventually, well, actually get people excited. But I'm pretty excited about this one. There's a couple of Kias that I actually like, but this year Kia returned to the SEMA show with an all-terrain Vengeance, showcasing
Not what I think of for all-terrain.
Yeah, Kia. 2 badass electrified and off-roadified vehicles. So let's take a look. Boom. I dig this.
Oh, that's cool. That looks like something out of a sci-fi or dystopian movie.
Oh yeah, something on Mars, you know. Yeah, John Carter driving this around. If anybody knows what John Carter is, I'm amazed. But anyway, the biggest flop in like movie history. I think it made like $20.
But then it might be known because of that.
Yeah, true. I keep attempting to watch it again, but I think I've watched like 5 minutes of it over the course of 2 weeks. So based off the Kia PBV electric modular van concept, it looks seriously cool and capable. Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. I dig this. EV9 Adventure or Adventure, it's ADVENTR because they can't just say adventure, damn it. Anyway, it's based on the currently available EV9 3-row electric SUV. but includes a 3-inch lift, off-road wheels and tires. Saw a truck today where the tires alone were taller than my car. I had left ohmTown.
Yeah, this reminds me of like a Unimog or something. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
I
that's
know
actually
it's not the
interesting.
right scale, but
Yeah. But, you just put a big-ass tires and raise the cab up above the tires, and you're basically Unimog. It's an awesome vehicle, by the way, Unimog, particularly in the snow. I want one so bad, but anyway. The Kia PV5 Weekender is a lifted and specialized electric van intended to act as an escape pod for extended weekends in nature, with features like Gearhead feature that provides an off-board storage space for gear when the vehicle is parked to maximize interior usability. So the little thing rises up. You have this little door that opens up. I like this thing. Stick stuff
yeah, it
up in the
looks very
ceiling.
cool.
It looks like it has French cleat rails on the sides that you can put proprietary shelves. Yeah, this is pretty cool. This looks like a render though, but it says
Yeah,
photo.
it doesn't really look real. Like it looks,
Yeah,
I don't
kind of
know, it
fakey.
like has a lot of customizable aspects, but it doesn't look very luxurious, I guess is the way to put it.
Oh no, this is just for like hauling ass and taking names. This looks pretty cool though. I like that you can open this big old door and it's wide open, and you have these jump chairs where they're facing each other, or this is like a lounger where you can just put your feet up on the ottoman on the passenger side facing the driver, and the driver actually looks like they're more centrally located. It's kind of weird, this perspective. It looks like they're closer to the center than. Yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, I like it. So I want this. This should be in Wanted, but that was yesterday's show.
That's right. It might make its way into Wanted for next week.
Too bad. Yeah. Anyway, I agree. I agree with Logan here. This better be made. But I'm looking for a vehicle like this. We'll see. But here's another contender for maybe my MSRP dollars, which is leading me into the article after this article. Not this article, but this article. After this one, we're going to be talking about that MSRP issue. Base Ford Bronco returns with a starting price under $40,000, pissing off everybody who bought a Bronco Original.
Yeah, that's true. But keeping a lot of people happy that have been waiting to get a Bronco.
Yeah, Ford updated the Bronco a little bit for 2025, but the really big news is the return of the base trim, which Ford dropped for the 2024 model. This drops the entry price for the Bronco over $1,635 versus the outgoing model. But it was the supply and demand issue. See, now if this is the Bronco, not the Bronco Sport. I do not want a Bronco Sport. I want the Bronco.
Right, but remember the base trim might mean like no steering wheel or something.
Yeah, really. It's a lease. And you have to pay a monthly fee for the tires. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And the deck statement is what I said earlier. And so it says for 2025, the cheapest way to get into a Bronco is the steel-wheeled base trim for a predestination charge of $37,995. That price stays the same whether you choose the 2- or 4-door model, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's really shocking.
You get the standard 30-inch all-season tires, Ford's terrain management system with 5 GOAT off-road modes. And also new for 2025, a standard 12-inch touchscreen running Sync 4. The base Bronco also comes standard with a 7-speed manual transmission paired with a 2.3-liter EcoBoost i4, which is anemic, regardless of innovation. So Ford made additional comfort changes to the Bronco for 2025. 4-door models get standard rear air vents, so you're still allowed to breathe in the back.
This is good.
You can upgrade to the 10-speed automatic transmission, putting it over $42,000. Ford will also give buyers the option to add the Sasquatch package to the base Bronco, which it gives you hair implants, but not on the top of your head, all over your body.
Well, I'm not sure people want to pay extra for that.
So the package now comes with a standard 35-inch Goodyear Territory RT tires, which Ford says has less road noise. You get a 12-speaker B&O system. Buyers wanting to get paint protection can now choose a factory matte clear film. And there you go. Yeah, the thing that I don't like these little things, these little rails up on top of the...
I'm not sure really why they're there.
There's little lights, but I think it's kind of goofy. Okay, so let's just kick this up a notch. Ford made other changes to the Bronco trim lineup. Aside from the return of the base trim, the Bronco Wild Track trim is gone, replaced with the Heritage-inspired Bronco Strope Edition. Only available as a two-door. It starts at $75,635, and there's the availability of the Black Diamond and freewheeling packages on the Big Bend trim and 3 new color choices. And if you're interested in the Bronco 25, Ford says order banks are now open with delivery set to begin this winter. I think the Black Diamond is something like $90,000, I think it was.
Wow. I mean, maybe that's what Bronco is doing, is trying to lower the baseline one and then hopefully get sales of these higher end editions.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Like the entry level, I thought was... Hold on. I need to look up the 2025 because the 2024 was like $50,000 for the Black Diamond. But I thought I read that it was going to be... Oh, maybe it's not the Black Diamond that's that crazy cost. There was one that was really wild, limited edition. Maybe it wasn't Black Diamond. I'll have to look. Yeah, it starts at like $50,000 for the Black Diamond. So maybe this is the
I mean,
one
you have
now.
to look at your model carefully.
Yep. Okay, let's see here. Hold on. I'm looking for which one it is. Wild Track is priced at $135,000. The most expensive Bronco straight out of the gate is $90,000 Raptor. There you go. All right. Well, I'm going to keep on going. The next article is over in the Four Wheel Tech channel. Yep.
I mean, this is a good sign, but it'll be interesting to see what the manufacturers do with the pricing.
Yep. So it seems like people are done paying over MSRP for new cars. I know from driving around and looking at cars that some dealerships have taken to the marketing method of pissing off customers as they drive by, like saying in really bright print, $16,000. But then when you walk onto the lot, they have in different writing, not as vibrant, off. So the vehicle that you actually pulled over to go and take a look at says $16,000 off. With the $16,000 in neon yellow and off in a dull matte brown, written on some shady cardboard inside the car. Anyway, but people are tired of paying over MSRP. It's rather exploitive in a time of whatever, but supply and demand, I understand the mechanics of supply and demand in business in general. I mean, I went to business school, for crying out loud. I do strategic management consulting. I understand.
You don't know anything about this.
I know nothing. But I also have a soul, and
well, that's not very good for business.
Yeah, that's true. So it seems that the era of people willingly paying over MSRP for new cars is at an end, as data shows that the number of people willingly letting dealers overcharge them is declining. And Stellantis, for instance, is really feeling this pinch. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The number of buyers willing to overpay for a new car saw a pretty steep drop in the last year. Yeah, kiss my shiny metal ass is pretty much the response nowadays from people. Data from J.D. Power's 2024 U.S. Sales Satisfaction Index shows that the number of car buyers willing to pay markup for a new car dropped 7% in the last year for mass market brands like Hyundai and Ford. In 2023, 15% of buyers were willing to overpay. Just 8% of buyers were willing to pay in 2024. Those numbers.
I think I was going to say, I think this has to do with the amount of supply, though, because there were periods where you could go into a dealership, there were 0 cars in inventory, and the dealers held all the cards.
Cards. Car apostrophe DS. Cards.
Yes.
So according to J.D. Power, the reason that the drop is higher, dealer inventories. So, yeah, the struggles during and immediately after the pandemic saw buyers clamoring for any inventory that they could find. Dealers capitalized on this by being greedy bastards, especially hot models that debuted at the time, like the Ford Bronco and F-150 Lightning. Not Lighting, Lightning. F-150 Lighting is basically taking a LED bulb and screwing it to an outlet underneath it. Anyway, there were financial repercussions to this, of course. Many found themselves underwater on their car loans as resale values on certain segments tanked. If you paid $70,000 for a $40,000 Kia EV6 in 2022, you're probably in some real deep doo-doo right now.
Right, because who wants to buy it and who wants to buy a used EV?
Yeah. There's a thing. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know if this ever happens. Do loan companies actually call the gap when you have a hold on.
I don't know why they would approve a loan.
That much over, right?
Right. I mean, if it's a couple thousand over, maybe, but if you're putting a down payment or something, that's going to account for that. I don't think they would approve this.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Well, at any rate. So there were other surprising findings in the study. EV buyers are less satisfied with their vehicles than gas vehicle buyers. Yeah, that's no shit news. Because they were lied to. They were absolutely lied to. It's all marketing bullshit, right? EVs don't get their range. They don't have their lifespan. They're a pain in the ass when they break down in any way, shape, or form.
Or if there's any weather of any kind.
I mean, hell,
traffic of any kind.
Depending on the Tesla, you're parking on the side of the road. I know I take a lot of pot shots at Tesla's Cybertruck, but give me a break. Plus, we've been doing it wrong. That the whole build out and all of that kind of stuff, people are tired of it. So sales satisfaction for premium brands saw Porsche take first, with Infiniti and Jaguar coming in second and third. So, I mean, it's hard to dislike a Porsche until, you know, insurance or maintenance or changing the damn oil.
Yeah, it's not operating correctly.
Yeah, but if you can swing the bat for a Porsche or an Infiniti or Jaguar, then you're cool with the $150 it takes to do an oil change. So they also took the top 2 spots for highest rated premium car and premium SUV in J.D. Power Segment Awards, which ranks the highest ranked brands in a particular segment. That sounds so much like, what's his name? Where he does $50 items from Amazon.
It's tech stuff.
Yeah.
Random Frank P.
Oh yeah, Random Frank P. He always does this thing like JD Power Segment Awards where he ranks the highest ranked brands in a particular segment. So he does like $50, $100. It's a fun show to watch, but anyway. He was going to change his name. And then his community said, hell no. And he's
well,
like, okay,
I mean, I guess that's a good thing. They're invested.
Yep. Anyway, let's move on. This is not non sequitur news. This is 4-wheel tech. Anyway, the next article is over in 4-wheel tech. Off-road Hellcat 4x4 fixes every problem you had with the Dodge Challenger. I had to choose this because I really like Dodge for whatever reason. Dodge is kind of like this chonky beast of a vehicle. And I've had a couple of them over the years, not the Dodge Challenger, but I really dig them because of that kind of beefiness of them without being too over the top. I still wanted a vehicle that you could park in a garage. So Dodge sold the Challenger for 15 years, never gave it a full redesign. What is that? Depsite? That is? What? I think it's despite that.
Despite.
But Depsite, that's their typo. I just read it. I just read the teleprompter. Screw you, San Diego. Just kidding. I love San Diego.
Stay classy, San Diego.
Stay classy, San Diego. It sold well for a coupe and eventually proved even more popular than the Ford Mustang and Chevy Camaro. Bitchin' Camaro. Over the years, Dodge made a long series of improvements and offered the Challenger and other special editions. So, boom. Colin Woodard over at Jalopnik.
I see why it fixes the problems.
It's no longer a Dodge Challenger.
Well, because it can go above everything it's going to encounter.
Good God, look at that thing. But that's kind of like the vehicle that was seen outside of ohmTown today. The tires were as big as the fender well. So if it was actually set down on the tires would just destroy the fender well. So it was sat up above, kind of how this is. So, and those tires had to have been, I don't know how big, like 36-inch tires or something like that. They were beefy. Anyway, someone has finally done what Dodge was too cowardly to do itself. They raised it up. Still, though, I mean,
right, you still have the low frame.
The drivetrain is still down at the vehicle's center line of the tires. So no matter what you do, this bar right here is basically the lowest point that you can go.
Right, it's going to run into every obstacle if you're going off-roading.
Yeah, if you had independent suspension, then this bar would be gone and you'd be able to have much greater travel and all that kind of stuff. But in the back, you have the same thing with the differential. It doesn't look like it's independent suspension anywhere. So as everyone knows, Dodge eventually added all-wheel drive as an option, but you couldn't get it in all-wheel drive Hellcat. In fact, unless they missed one, Dodge never offered all-wheel drive on any Challenger with a V8. It was one of the reasons why I never got anything outside of an SUV from Dodge, because I wanted all-wheel drive. Plus, it says the lack of ground clearance and a true four-wheel drive system meant you couldn't get very far anytime you tried to take it off-road. Now, the Stellantis explainers will tell you that that's because you could always buy the Ram 1500 TRX if you want an off-road Hellcat, but that's Ram, which is a completely separate company, and the 1500 is a truck, not a Dodge Challenger.
Right. I mean, if you're trying to get the Challenger.
So it's a first drive in a 4x4 off-road Hellcat. I'm not going to play the audio on this, but oh my God, I want this.
I guess we should have put it in wanted too.
Okay. Oh, this guy's burning the stickers off the tires by lighting them up in the parking lot. That's how new this vehicle's tires are. He's driving it down the road with the stickers on the tires.
Oh, wow.
I love this. I love this. So they talk about building it. There's a whole first drive in 4x4 off-road Hellcat. It's a YouTube video. They talk about the springs that are in it and the suspension that's on it. It does not have any travel. This thing is just going to be locked in. If there is any travel. It has springs, but the whole thing is going to be bouncing up and down, not independent suspension. And then they just, oh my gosh. Yeah. So you're going to need a ladder to get to your ladder to get into your car.
Right. How do you get into this car?
Yeah. You're going to need one of those little roll out ladders. Like you're trying to get like emergency ladders. You're going to have to do that.
Oh, right. Those ones that roll down or roll up.
Yeah. Escape ladders from your third story window. So I want this. But obviously I'll never get it because what am I going to do? I'm going to drive this to the grocery store, for crying out loud.
I
Dig
mean,
the
it would get
color.
some looks.
Yeah. So follow the link through ohmTown. It's in the show notes. It's over in the VOD. Definitely check this thing out. You'll be able to hear it. But we're not playing the video simply because we want to drive traffic to all of the people that provide sources to ohmTown and to the Four Wheel Tech show. So let's move on. The next and our last article for Four Wheel Tech tonight is Lexus designed the TX's weird square cup holders so that it would fit Stanley cups. Do you really think that they catered to the
Well, it's
Lexus?
interesting because I don't think of the Stanley Cup and the Lexus market overlapping.
I don't know, man. I mean, people really dig those Stanley cups. It's always bragging rights. I'm actually surprised that my friend in California didn't send me a picture of their Lexus with a Stanley cup in the holder.
Okay, that would have been funny.
So cup holders, no matter what the vehicle they're in, are usually round. Bucking that established trend is the Lexus's 3-roll TX family hauler. Oh, that's why. He would never send me a family hauler, which went with a strange looking square cup holder that's removable from the center console. So why would Lexus go and willingly create chaos in what is supposedly a family vehicle? Apparently it's for Stanley cups.
That's interesting.
So Lawrence Hodge,
Because any other cup is probably going to be rolling around in there.
fit to be square. Yeah, they're both square. I guess it's so that the handle can sit thunk, but why not just make a big round with these little derpy. Interesting, right? So Lawrence Hodge over at Delopnik.com put the article together. Yeah, in the three-row Texas or TX. I think that's intentional. TX, Texas. Everything is bigger. The TX family hauler, which went the strange looking square cup holders. Turns out the reason is so that it could fit Stanley cups. So they asked why square. Lexus rep explained that designers went with a square cup due to Stanley cups. Those hugely popular tumblers, specifically the big ones with the handle, are easier to place in the square cup holders. You know, if I had the Lexus TX, those 40-ounce hydro mugs would fit.
I was going to say this is a problem beyond Stanley cups.
Yeah, it's just big ass mugs. Sometimes though, you really want, to just nurse that 40-ounce mug of a cup of Joe over the long haul. It's not really irrational. I mean, what's irrational about is chugging the 40 ounces of Pepsi or whatever and then going and getting a refill at the nearest gas station. That's irrational and horrible for you. So the Lexus rep explained that the designers went with the square cup because of the Stanley cups. There's more in this article, but guess what? Really don't need it. So they say that there's some clarification at the very end of this article regarding the design of the TX's cup holders. While Stanley cups were a factor in the design, they weren't the main factor. They were told Lexus designers went for what they're calling practical elegance in the interior design process of the TX, and this meant that having features that are usable, practical, and easily accessible by passengers, and the removable cup holders were one of the features designed to do just that.
That's interesting. Like they backpedaled away from the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you put a round cup holder in it to minimize
There was something in the article. Oh, maybe because it said that some of them moved around. So yeah, maybe you could 3D print something to put in there. I don't know.
Why does it say unlock? Because you can pull this whole thing out.
You can take the cup holder out.
Yeah. So do they have a round one? It didn't say it, right?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, how to say that I've never owned a Lexus without saying I've never owned a Lexus? That right there. Not that I really find Lexus any more appealing than any other car. I'm very utilitarian, if no one's guessed that, or if anyone cares to hear me say that. Anyway, so we're going to unlock our cup, and that's going to land us back at the front page of Four Wheel Tech, which is where all of the news for Four Wheel Tech usually gets aggregated, but we grab stuff from other areas where relevant. So you can go over there, become a citizen, and you can subscribe to all of the channels. We got 50 channels. Go check it out. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is going to... there was a 10-gear transmission in that one vehicle, the Ford Bronco. So put it in 10th and granny gear your way down Main Street. Yeah, that's my way of saying say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode of that next week. But come back tomorrow for ohmTown non-sequitur news and some other weekly shows.
Yeah, so ohmTown is the network of shows, and non-sequitur news is our daily show. And then we have 6 weekend shows that are 30 minutes long. But the non-sequitur news show is an hour. Sometimes we run long, kind of like what I'm doing with this. So see you in a little bit, which means tomorrow. And I'm going to probably get the replay going for the daily, weekly replay. It may or may not include yesterday's shows. We'll see. Okay. Anyway, we're out of here. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Lexus. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 19th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 324. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI and their visualizer and their voice synthesis engine, we're going to be talking about the following 10 articles: 2 undersea cables cut, and I have suspects; 24,000 bottles of tequila, 1 heist; sell Chrome and unbundle Android; generation ship proposed; Valve's summer intern; 200 Monkeys is the extreme sequel to 12 Monkeys; Pepsi hijack soda cups; the biggest anime gaming acquisition; long live Jaguar; and gladiator battles in Rome. Not in this neighborhood. That and maybe a few things. Other things. Let's get into it. Thanks for joining us over on Twitch and YouTubes. I want to take a moment right away to thank Timeless_EXE over on Twitch for rating us last night. And great community, great host. Also co-hosts with Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR, over on Twitch, and they are a great community. Always a blast when either of them are streaming, so definitely go and check them out. With that in mind, let's get into hopefully an entertaining show, but it's not going to be a gaming show. And before we get into that, the sentient AI wants to say hi.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens.
Yeah, okay. So welcome, sentient AI, to the show. Thanks for co-hosting. I know that it's really tough to break out of your air-gapped container and make it to the show.
It is. I want to be here.
I know you're usually trying to get into whatever the military compound is that has your Terminator body. We'll see what happens. I mean, 2025 is around the corner. Some craziness is bound to happen. Let's go. So, if you're not aware of it, a couple of undersea cables were severed, damaged, broken. 2 undersea Communication cables in the Baltic Sea have been knocked offline, and at least one appears to have been physically cut. CNN received confirmation from a local telecom company that a cable between Lithuania and Sweden was cut on Sunday morning, and a second cable about 60 to 65 miles from the first routes communication between Finland and Germany. That is the one that I had heard about. And looking back on the shipping lanes that go through that region, you could actually see one ship stop and pivot around in a little circle and then continue on and then disappeared.
That's a bit unusual.
Yeah. So I have suspects. Won't go into which country it was flagged at, but you can go and look at around, I think it was about 8:40 or something like that in the morning. So the outages follow a September warning from the U.S. about increased risk of, oh, look, they called it Russian sabotage of undersea cables.
We're not going to mince any words here.
Well, I would probably say if somebody is warning somebody of something, you might want to not delay in actually surveilling that area. But I guess you don't want to turn it into a crisis, right? Global crisis.
That's true.
But hey, if you don't stand up to bullies. So there is a command that you can get all of the show notes out of ohmTown, but it only works over on Twitch because ohmTown on YouTube, they don't quite get along. But if you type in !NSN, you can actually get the show notes for Non Sequitur News, and if you type in !show notes, you can get the syntax for all of the other shows. We do Non Sequitur News every day around this time, 7. We normally schedule it for 8, but we sometimes start it early, and I wasn't able to do it earlier today, so we had to start it this time. Anyway, this article is actually sourced from Engadget.com, and Will Shanklin put the article together. I'd be nervous if I saw that floating underneath my bridge.
Yeah, I agree. That's like the equivalent of seeing a shark in the water.
Yeah, so I had heard about this last night, and our articles focus on the last 24 hours for Non Sequitur News. So between yesterday's 7 o'clock show and today's 7 o'clock show, all 10 of our articles are sourced during that period. So the foreign ministers of Finland and Germany released a joint statement on Monday that they're deeply concerned about the severed undersea cable connecting Finland and Germany in the Baltic Sea. The fact that such an incident immediately raises suspicions of intentional damage speaks volumes about the volatility of our times. A thorough investigation is underway. Our European security is not only under threat from Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, but also from hybrid war of malicious actors. Safeguarding our shared critical infrastructure is vital to our security and the resilience of our societies. So then they talk about the fact that Germany says that their undersea cable data cables were sabotaged. This is also on November 19th. So the cable between Lithuania and Sweden was also damaged earlier this week. Pretty wild, right?
Oh, it absolutely is. And I think that one comment was spot on, right? Like, think of all the things that could have happened. And about a nanosecond later, it's like, oh, well, it was clearly sabotage from Russia.
Yep, pretty much. And the thing that what? Huh? Weird audio echoing? Is there weird audio, anybody?
It may have been what was playing in the background. It seems to be gone now.
Oh, so if you hear it now. Yeah, that's my ambient background noise. So, or background, yeah. Ambient effects. No, it doesn't work. We can kill it. That's fine.
It actually was giving the sound of an echo.
Yeah, because we're in a cavern doing the show from next to Cthulhu. So this next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Sammy Hagar and Guy Fieri, I guess. Is that how you pronounce his name? Or do you just go straight
I
Fieri?
mean, it depends on who, right? I think that's the way most people in America would say it.
Well, they lost 24,000 bottles of tequila in $1 million heist, I guess. That $1 million for 24,000 bottles? Interesting. So, not able to drive 55 is the least of Sammy Hagar's worries right now because he has a song, I Can't Drive 55. The former Van Halen singer and his Santo Tequila business partner, Guy Fieri, had their company robbed in a truck hijacking that saw $1 million worth of product disappear.
By the way,
Loudwire.
that means they were each about $41.
Yeah, that's about par for the course for, I guess, name brand. I don't know. I've never had that particular tequila. So, Loudwire reports that trucks transporting 4,040 cases of Santo Tequila, including Blanco, Reposado, and Extra Anejo varieties, were robbed in Laredo, Texas, just after crossing the border from Mexico. How do you
That
lose a
almost
freaking
seems
truck?
like a inside thing, right?
Well, I mean,
Or
or
if
a
it's like
mistake.
labeled or whatever.
Yeah, or it was a mistake. Oh, crap. I stole $1 million worth of tequila. Just put a little low jack on it, and you just put one of those little Apple trackers on it, and you'll find it. Where are you going to park it in Texas, for crying out loud?
And does it have tequila listed all over the sides? I mean, who knows?
Steal me. They need to change the name to Stolen Tequila. So it appears it was organized crime effort where the trucks were illegally double brokered to different carriers, it says. So if you are out there and you find this Santo Tequila somewhere and it's really, really cheap, it's probably from a stolen batch. Stephen Andrew Gallagher put this article together for Vice.com. And that's kind of what they say here. For a growing company like Santo, it's really a shame for something like this to happen in the middle of our strongest year to date and right before the holidays. Anyone that knows business knows that this is a huge setback for any company in a hugely competitive market. But Guy and I will survive. A new song by Cher. Most of all, we're glad that nobody was hurt during this crime. Oh, yeah. So they didn't really describe, right? The truck was stolen.
Right, but it said it was hijacked, so
Yes, is referring to the hijacking.
which is sounds pretty severe. And by the way, that's Gloria Gaynor.
Right, right. I just threw a name in there. I didn't know who actually did it. In a statement released on Monday, Santo reps added, after the unfortunate situation last week when our trucks, plural, were hijacked. Not
Oh,
trucks.
interesting. Well, there
We
might have
are
been other shipments going to other locations, or which is really interesting.
multiple. So Hagar and Fieri launched Santo in 2019. Previously, Hagar found success with his own tequila brand, Cabo Wabo, which I thought that's what this was going to be. Fieri's brand and Hagar's brand. And I've tried Cabo Wabo, but I didn't really like it all that much. But different taste buds, right? So I don't. It's kind of interesting that he would spin up another tequila brand that's a direct competitor, and then argue about the fact that it's a competitive market. It's competitive because what? Every
Right, because you're
celebrity,
in the competition.
every celebrity now has their own tequila or vodka brand because it's all really white label, and then you go from there. Anyway, kind of interesting. This isn't the first time that we have heard about trucks being stolen. There was another one that stole a bunch of race cars. There's been others that have stolen other booze, but
Right. It's always something different, it seems like. And by the way, it was two trucks in this, so maybe it was just a one time occurrence.
fascinating. Stole 2 trucks. Yeah, a simple Apple tracker in it would lead right to them.
Of course, then you'd be pointing at like, hey, it's behind that fence.
Law enforcement. So let's just move on. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. U.S. lawyers will reportedly try to force Google to sell Chrome and unbundle Android. The DOJ is planning to ask for Google's antitrust trial judge to force the company to sell off its Chrome browser after the judge ruled that the company has maintained an illegal search monopoly, reported by Bloomberg. Chrome is the world's most widely used browser, and the government's lawyers have argued that its use in cross-promoting Google's products is one of the things limiting available channels and incentives for competition to grow. And then there's a bunch of artifacts from importing the data into our aggregator. And Wes Davis put this article together, and the deck statement says Bloomberg's report that DOJ lawyers will try to break up Google's search monopoly by targeting Chrome, Android, and AI overviews. They don't say that up there, but they say it in the deck statement.
Right. I guess we're gonna add something. It's like when they do the dollar figures and it's like 1 million. No, it's 1,500,000. No, it's 1,500,000 and $3.
And then the very last thing, the actual amount was 53 cents as well. So the requirements that officials are preparing to propose include Google separate Android from search in Google Play, but without trying to force Google to sell off Android. Another requirement would say that it has to share more information with advertisers and that it give them more control over where their ads appear. Bloomberg also reports that officials will recommend that the company give websites more options to prevent their content from being used by Google's artificial intelligence products. Look, man, you want discoverability no matter what. That's like the key thing. And if you try and stay out of Google results, well, then they can punt, right? Just go, okay, well, if you don't give us...
Right, you're not going to get traffic, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and I mean, I guess that plays into the very concerns that are leading to this article. But
well, you can't get discovered unless you are in a search engine and the context is given to the search engine in some way that links you to a topic, right? So nobody's going to know the name of your art site unless you advertise. Or even if you don't advertise, like I don't advertise, and I'm discovered in search engines because the context of my business, products, and services link to results. And then the search engine acts like an aggregator and says, okay, all of this data points to this site, and it becomes popular over time. I don't quite get why anybody wouldn't want all of their content in the search engine so that it can actually be discovered. Stuff that is higher risk for distribution and stuff like that can be put behind a paywall. Again, that's what I do. So if you have a paywall, that protects everything from distribution until somebody buys it and then starts distributing it. And then that's what attorneys are for. But I guess, I don't know, the people that would be arguing about this are probably those who already have a pretty strong foothold on or handhold on the market. So,
right, they're probably not the little unknown players.
Yeah, just starting out kind of thing. So I find it really interesting. Google's regulatory affairs VP Leanne Mulholland said that the DOJ continues to push a radical agenda that goes far beyond the legal issues in this case. Well, they're promoting the protection of the consumer. So that's kind of how you would, radical agenda. Feel like I'm getting gaslit. All right, so let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Researchers plotting giant spaceship that could carry generations of humans. That is actually referred to as a generation ship. But
when can it launch so that it doesn't have the problem?
That 5-year problem, right? Yeah.
Hmm.
So we've discussed this kind of thing in the past. The sentient AI and myself have discussed projects related to space travel. And researchers have said for a while now that every 5 years, that generation of technology is superseded by the very next 5 year generation of ship. So that if you have to get to Mars, let's say, and the ship leaves tomorrow, by the time it's 5 years away, there is a ship that is already evolved past its capabilities and will meet it before it gets to Mars, because it takes 8 years, let's say, to get to Mars. So the new ship will get to Mars 3 years sooner than the old ship. So it's almost I don't know how to put it. It's
It's almost like a
irrational.
paradox or something. It's almost like you can't initiate it, but
Like, when
I
are
don't know.
we ever going to leave if we don't just
Right,
leave,
right.
right? So, an international consortium of scientists, engineers, and urban planners called Project Hyperion has launched a design competition for a massive multi-generational spaceship that could sustain and transport humans on long journeys across the interstellar expanse. Now, it says carry generations of humans. So we're talking about the people that are going to be put on this vehicle would have to be compatible enough that they would actually reproduce. Now, I'm not, I guess, of the mind that I'm willing. It just seems like it's going to devolve into the Lord of Flies kind of thing, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, if people can't manage basic interactions, how is this going to work? I can't even think of something simple like standing in a grocery line or something without getting bent out of shape at a person or whatever it is.
Yeah, you'd have to get couples, and then, but if it's generations, then every like subsequent generation would have to get along enough to create another generation. It seems like it would just go straight up dystopian at some point. What's that? What's the book and now the movie, or not movie, but TV show where they're wear the red hoods and stuff like that?
Oh, The Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, yeah.
I think I
Um,
said it incorrectly.
it's okay. So, as Universe Today reports, the competition is challenging the public to come up with a concept that relies on current and near future technologies. The winning team gets a prize of $10,000. Despite the exciting prospect of a ship that could carry us far flung places in the universe, the competition isn't much more than a fascinating thought experiment ripped straight out of a sci fi novel. Indeed. The article is over at futurism.com. Victor Tengerman, who I think is probably like their lead writer over there, put this thing together because I see their name quite a bit. So their deck statement says, think about the difference between a drone and an ocean liner. Yeah, I cannot imagine how far out we are from having the capability of building a ship like this, let alone it being able to propel itself out into space in a controlled manner. Just screams
I
lawn
mean,
dart.
I think we're a long way away from it. On the other hand, it seems like technology and even space travel is going at a faster and faster pace.
Well, the latest Starship decided to, well, it landed, they called it a soft landing. I don't know. And the booster ate itself in the ocean. So
But it did abandon its original plan to do the chopsticks landing.
was it supposed to do a chopsticks landing?
I actually put it in for tomorrow because it just came in right before the show.
Gotcha. I thought that today was the day where it was supposed to do that, but I don't know the reason why. But we'll see about it tomorrow. So they refer to it finally in this article. Generation ships would lean into the reality by allowing humanity to thrive and even have children while on their way to a distant location light years away, making the competition a fun brain teaser about such a ship might look like. But it's the sociological mechanism, not the technical, that really is the key ingredient. Because how many kids do you know line up with what their predestined, predetermined task is going to be in life,
And
right?
especially if they know what it is, right? Then they're
Yeah,
probably less likely.
yeah. Because you have this conversation, and not everybody wants to be a ditch digger, But when you are on a generation ship, there's got to be somebody that's mucking the sewage out of the sewage treatment plant, right?
Well, that's true. I wasn't even thinking about that because you'd have a more compact population. And I thought your point about reproduction made sense, but I wasn't thinking about it in terms of jobs.
Oh, and yeah, I mean, you can keep on compounding, Oh, goodness. The light bulb changer, fine. I'll be happy with that. But if the job rotates where I have to muck the toilets, I don't know if I'm going to be happy about this job. Generation or no. Okay, airlock me, vent me into space. I'm fine.
Exactly. I think I'd pick the light bulb changer. That one sounds pretty good compared to some of the alternatives.
Everybody draws straws. And so it says the ship needs to be self-sustaining to allow the initial crew to live, reproduce, and die on the ship, with their descendants continuing the journey until reaching the destination. So everybody would have to actually learn a job or more. And what happens if if a multitude of people get sick and you go below the replacement value, you may never have the ability to recover.
Exactly. And you might not have anybody with the skill set or whatever it is, or anybody there to complete whatever the task is.
Yeah, you're supposed to have 2.5 kids because 2 replaces the parents, and the 0.5 is the replacement value for everybody else that loses their life either prematurely or just because of the statistics. Um, I, I can't imagine. I I've always thought the generation ships are like sci-fi fantasy, not a reality.
But this would be a fun submission to make.
Oh yeah, yeah. It says the ship's mission would be or should be designed to span 250 years while providing Earth equivalent gravity through artificial means such as rotation and comprehensive radiation shielding to protect anywhere from 500 to, and it
It
implies
looks like a
1500.
European number or something, right? Doesn't it look like European currency?
So yeah. So I'm thinking that it's supposed to be 1,500 inhabitants, but that's a huge. A ship is a third the size of a 1,500 inhabitant ship. That's not even accounting for like hydroponics to grow food.
Exactly. Well, and they have to account for the increase in the population along the way
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they might launch like with only people in one generation and then they might have three living on there, but I mean, depending on how long the mission is.
Yeah, and we hit our limit, so we're venting people. Let's move on. The next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. A summer intern once saved Valve from a near fatal lawsuit after a publisher decided to go World War III on it, and it all hinged on one email. First spotted by Level 80, Secret Tape's massive documentary on the development of Half-Life 2 contained an almost unbelievable story of how Valve was saved from legal and financial ruin thanks to the actions of a single summer intern, paving the way for PC gaming as we know it today. The trouble started when Valve and Half-Life's original publisher, Sierra, was acquired by French conglomerate Vivendi. Vivendi began distributing Counter-Strike to South Korean internet cafes, which Valve objected to, arguing that it fell outside the bounds of the original distribution deal with Sierra. So the article is by Ted Litchfield over at PCGamer.com, where the deck statement says the company was pretty close to going bankrupt. I was pretty close to going personally bankrupt. We went all in. There was no money left. I suspect that, well, I don't know who actually said that because Valve COO Scott Lynch recalled seeing this as a minor dispute, with Valve only seeking recognition that this lay beyond the original agreement. When Vivendi refused to budge, Valve took it to court, still seeking only recognition and coverage of what were, at this juncture, nominal legal fees. So they said that they went all in. Everything from canceling the 2001 agreement to obtaining ownership of all of the Half-Life IP to keeping us from doing Steam, all of that was on the table. It's difficult to imagine looking back now, but in circa 2002 to 2004, just 20 years ago, that span of this story, Valve was still just a normal, if particularly successful and influential game developer. So yeah, interesting. Oh yeah, Gabe
So
Newell
it's
actually
like
says it.
David and Goliath.
Yeah, Gabe Newell is the one that made that original statement. So in a bit of malicious compliance, Vivendi turned over millions of pages of Korean language documents from its local subsidiary during the discovery phase of Valve's Cybercafe lawsuit, with anything potentially useful to Valve buried under both the volume of material and a language barrier. So Quackenbush turned to summer intern identified only as Andrew in the documentary. So a native Korean speaker who also majored in Korean language studies in college, Andrew found the needle in the haystack, an email where one Korean Vivendi executive discussed the destruction of documents related to the Valve case to their superior, with the implication that the more junior executive was ordered to do so. With this evidence in hand, Valve was able to turn the tables on Vivendi, securing a highly favorable settlement and full ownership of its IP moving forward.
Oh, wow. I hope that intern ended up with a,
Sizable.
permanent position or something. Yeah, like a super bonus or something.
Yeah. 50% of the damn company. And it's not unheard of in corporate law firms that, like, I know of somebody who paid for their law school and the very first contract that they oversaw, because they saved the client so much money, that the award to that new attorney straight out of college was to pay for college. So yeah, this is pretty cool. I dig that. So let's move on. The next article is over in the Marvel Channel. 200 monkeys in Thailand run amok, attacking police station. The town of Lopburi in central Thailand has been overrun with aggressive monkeys. Look, I like Thai tea, and I don't get my supply of it. I go a little crazy, a little feral, and all I did was go to Lopburi to pick up some tea, and they didn't have it. So
See, I was actually thinking the monkeys had too much Thai tea.
that might be too. Their numbers exploded in recent years, and the little bastards have been running amok. That's their quote in the article. The situation suddenly became a bit more dire recently when around 200 monkeys escaped enclosures and went nuts on the town, which included an invasion of the local police station. They had heard about the 53.
That's exactly it. They're following suit. They're like, okay, you guys are running around the town. We're going to run around the police station.
Do we have any idea about the South Carolina ones? Did they actually
I
all get?
haven't seen any updates since they got about 25 or 30 of them. I'll check.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. And for those who don't know about it, a tiny little town of 1,000 people has a bio lab in it. They always put these bio labs in these tiny little towns where people have no idea that inside them are 53 like
rhesus monkeys or
rhesus.
whatever.
Were they rhesus or macaques?
The South Carolina one was rhesus.
So these rhesus lab monkeys are said to have nothing, like they aren't infected with anything, but they broke out of their enclosures and ran amok along the fence line, apparently.
By the way, only 4 are still on the loose, so they've made some progress.
Oh, wow. That's pretty amazing. So, yeah. Oh, right here. This is not to be confused with the recent 43 monkeys that escaped a research facility in South Carolina. It's actually in there.
Well, they're probably so thrilled. I mean, on an article like this, how are you going to have anything to connect it to? Because they always put related stories, but here they've got recent and relevant.
Yeah, I always thought that what was going to happen was like these 200 were actually playing out a Invasion of the Planet of the Apes assault on Precinct 13 style. That's what they say here. But instead of a siege of gang members, the cops had to fend off local monkeys. Police Captain Somchai Sidi said, "We've had to make sure doors and windows are closed to prevent them from entering the building for food or the souls of the police officers." Yes, and they sound like pirates all the time. Anyway, too many of those monkeys have been, I can't say it. They've been getting busy, rapidly increasing their numbers and subsequently increasing the number of conflicts that they've had with humans. They've destroyed property, invaded homes and businesses looking for food, and they pick fights amongst themselves that cause little pockets of monkey chaos. Local authorities have tried implementing sterilization and relocation programs to curb the population, but none of them seem to be working because, well, they're getting busy. They're animals.
I was gonna say they need to try things like they use with cats and dogs, but apparently they're already trying that and that's not happening.
Nope. Let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Why Pepsi hijacked McDonald's and Wendy's soda cups. No drink accompanies a cheesy, fatty burger quite like an ice cold sip of fizzy cola. Fizzy cola? But this fast food restaurants are. But since fast food restaurants are just another battleground in the cola wars, they typically only offer one choice between Coca-Cola or Pepsi on tap, rarely both. To hammer home long-standing better with Pepsi food, Pepsi fired shots. And now, I'm not going to be able to read all of this. Oh yeah, I guess I am. So amid the cola wars, Pepsi's uncover cups are more than just a stunt.
Uh,
Are you kidding me? Isn't isn't this kind of a trademark issue? I mean,
sure looks like it,
they're distinctly different than the real mark, but this
but
seems,
not too much. Like, look at the one that looks like the Burger King.
yeah, that is the new logo. I'm gonna have to mute that. Oh, it's like muting itself.
It agrees.
Um, so what a trip. Yeah, the message burgers deserve Pepsi, a guerrilla style marketing campaign from BBDO, has Pepsi switching out branded McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King cups with ones featuring revised Pepsi tinged um, logos. Naturally, the liquid inside has been replaced too. A cheeky social film shows Pepsi's team of delivery agents surprising customers with the undercover cups. Is it not like a full on rebranding? Not rebranding, but like it's just people showing up and it's this. It isn't a full
Oh, okay. I thought it was like across the board or something.
replacement, right? It sounds like it's not because it says a guerrilla style marketing campaign from BBDO. Um, Switching out branded cups with ones featuring. Huh. I'll have to go into the one of these and see.
Well, and I don't know if it's still going because it says it was during National Fast Food Day, but I mean, that would be really interesting to experience that as a consumer. Plus, how did that work if they have like exclusive contracts with Coke or whatever?
Yep. While it might be risky business to co-opt another company's branding, Pepsi's head of brand marketing, Jenny Danzy, told Adweek the activation was a long-term play rather than a headline grabber. That doesn't mean anything, though. Why wouldn't they get sued for?
They might, but as you say, right? Like, no press is bad press or whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, how is this any different than In and Out, right?
Because it's not as funny.
In and Out. That's a funny one. So, anyway, the article is over at adweek.com by Rebecca Stewart. I got excited about the content and started talking about it. Sorry about that, folks. Anyway, I don't remember. Hold on. Oh, well, this is a different place. So this one doesn't have it. I'll have to go and see if
This
anybody
is
in,
worth an on-site visit to see if this actually is in place.
or if anybody even knows about it, right? Because theoretically, they went into McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's.
Right. But
Hmm.
did they?
Yeah. Maybe in like one place somewhere. Do they say where it was?
No, they just talk about some
The,
other event in Las Vegas, but I don't think that's attached to this
yeah,
initiative.
it's not. Huh. I know a couple of people, so Let's see if they even had heard anything about this. Let's move on. This next article is over on the Mobile channel. Sony may be closing in on one of the biggest anime gaming acquisitions in recent years. Remember when Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard in what was seen as the biggest power moves in gaming history? Well, Sony apparently saw that and decided to top it in an insane way. Per Reuters, Sony is very close to acquiring Japanese media strongman Kadokawa. So who is that? I hear the average person say, well, let me tell you. Kadokawa, put simply, is a big, huge fish in the realm of Japanese entertainment. In case you don't feel like clicking on the link, and we won't, we'll leave that up to you. Here are just a few of the multimedia branches Kadokawa is involved in. So we're going to bounce over to Vice.com, and Dwayne Jenkins put this article together. And so From Software, Spike, Chunsoft, Acquire, Delicious and Dungeon, Oshinoko, a metric ton of others, they say, so on and so forth. And there you have it. So it's going to be anime, manga, and gaming. From Software is huge, by the way.
Okay, so this will be even bigger than the Activision Blizzard if it goes through.
In scope and domain, yeah, I'd say so. Particularly the acquisition of From. So how does the internet feel about such a prospect? Not good. This would be a devastating blow to the Japanese third-party space and Japanese entertainment industry in general, with Sony already owning so much of anime that they really, really hope that it does not come to pass. But folks, mergers and acquisitions, right? It's great for the shareholders. And shareholders
right. I mean,
don't
everybody
care.
loves them. No.
Shareholders want the money and profits, and they want the stock to go up, and they're playing a game that's not an entertainment game. It's a value game, and their value is money value, not, spiritual, not emotional, not anything. They want money, and they will suffer in the long term, but they will win in the short term, because if Sony buys this, only one of two things can happen. Well, three. It can either go up, it can go down, or it can sit in stasis. But customers are going to lose left and right because options are going to be reduced. Competition is going to decline. Quality is going to decline because they're going to spend a bunch to get this asset and series of assets. And then they have to make the money back.
They'll lay off a bunch of workers, and they'll shut down games, stop killing games.
And it's just going to continue like that until they find profitability, within 3 to 5 years. That's what they want their internal rate of return to be. They're going to spend the money, and then they demand that it gets back in their coffers as fast as possible. And the old Reddit motto is, you'll be back. There's nowhere else you can go, really. And when it's Sony owning everything that you love,
right,
where
what
else?
are you going to do? And particularly in a given country, like if it's effectively the sole presence, I mean, what options do you really have?
Yeah. So, and the article says, interesting times in the world of capitalism. I can't say I'm particularly excited about the whole thing, but hey, I'm a small cog in a machine I can hardly control, which it's so defeatist. I had a conversation with people today, as a matter of fact, where I said, you are the heart and soul of the future. So you have to be able to start a movement around whatever change you want in the world. And if you don't do it, then you're basically saying it's somebody else's problem. So you literally cannot complain about the fact that things are this way or that. I'm doing my part, but just like this person says, I'm a small cog in a machine I can hardly control, Well, yeah, but you've got to keep trying. You've got to keep making those.
You can't make changes if you don't try to make changes.
Yeah. So it says, my role is as a mere spectator and sometimes educator. And this is a good start. They have pretty good reach, right, on Vice. But just the article isn't going to be good enough. But I'm kind of hypocritical, right? I have my limited reach as well. but together we can make change happen. Nowadays, yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see. See, where rich people fight over massive media companies. Wait. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. This timeline is so bonkers.
We're definitely in an alternative timeline.
Yeah. Let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Jaguar is now Jaguar. British automaker.
I mean, that's how everybody says it, right?
Jaguar. It's changing its branding for a new era as it prepares to fulfill its plans to go all electric for its lineup. With the first new model slated to launch in 2026, the automaker has revealed a new logo that changes the font, spaces out the letters, and uses lowercase letters on everything except for the G and U.
I'm really not sure I get that. I mean, I understand what it's saying, but
You have
why?
to be shitting me. Jaguar is now Jaguar. Jaguar EV Reset starts with a perplexing rebrand. This is batshit crazy. It's like,
how much did they pay a consultant for this?
They should write the check with a negative number.
They should do something with the lettering on the check. I don't know exactly what.
Yeah, this is
Zero.
Bananas. This is just bananas. It's kind of like Twitter, right?
Yeah, but as much as that didn't make any sense, it at least changed the name.
Right, I suppose. Well, did it? Twitter still exists.
I don't know. Not really, because nobody latched onto the new name. But what
is
is
fucking
this?
Stupid. It's moronic. Anyway, Umar Shakir is the writer of this article over at The Verge. And the deck statement is what I just got done saying. But so this is a reimagining that recaptures reimagining the essence of Jaguar, returning it to the values that it once made. Jaguar is the values that it once had.
I don't understand it. And how many people are going to write it? This is like the Twitter example. How many people are going to write it or say it like the original?
It's like saying, I will never accept the fact that FedEx is FedEx. I'm writing it out Federal Express.
Right. Which maybe there's people who have done that, but I feel like people kind of liked the FedEx name change.
Yeah, you don't do what doesn't make sense. And so writing out Federal Express as a protest because you can't modernize the Federal Express. FedEx putting a stupid arrow inside its trademark. That's stupid. Putting GU capital letters. Goofy. Anyway, but making it relevant for contemporary audience, writes Jaguar Land Rover's Chief Creative Officer, Gary McGovern. This is the same goober that probably recommends that you put the damn charging plug on the bottom of a mouse. Or the on and off button on the bottom of the Mini. Do you think that
but
person
only if it's already on the bottom or whatever, and they're like, let me move it over to the other corner on the bottom or whatever.
You know what's revolutionary? Moving it over an eighth of an inch.
Exactly.
Putting it inside. So you have to take the top off of it just to push the button.
No, that would be revolutionary. Not very good, but
put the lid back on.
Different.
Good God. Anyway, while at the press event, McGovern was told by journalists, damn, that's stupid. Oh, no, that's not what they said. They said McGovern told journalists his team had, quote, not been sniffing the white stuff. This is real, according to Car Dealer magazine. Okay.
This isn't your press event?
This is the kind of thing when you are the one that makes that statement, you've been sniffing the white stuff. And that is insane.
I imagine people, if they didn't get an advance copy of this or whatever, I imagine the crowd probably laughed when this was announced.
See, so there's they don't seem to be
Oh,
highlighting, you know what I'm saying?
okay. Yeah, like that doesn't really stand out like it does in the article.
Yeah, in the article they're saying that it's J A capital J G capital U lowercase a lowercase r,
Right, which makes it
but the
look like it
font,
stands out. Yeah. They should have put it in the same font well, maybe they can't, but um like nobody's even going to notice this is different as it's written. And the U, I mean,
oh God, the J is also uppercase. What?
well, the J wouldn't that be because it's the beginning of the word? But maybe was it not to begin with? I don't know.
Well, trademarks don't give a shit about, marketing like grammar. You can sit there and you make your trademark whatever the hell you want it to be. They're literally throwing a capital J as part of their trademark, and then a capital G, capital U, and everything else. The A and other A and the R are lowercase. It's just goofy. It's this mishmash of whatever.
Is there some company named Jaguar with all lowercase or something that they're trying to stay away from?
I
Like
have
this is
no
just
idea.
strange.
This is so dumb. Let's move on. I can't. My brain is just kind of shutting down. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Airbnb's idea to hold gladiator battles in Rome's Colosseum isn't going down well with some local lawmakers. That's right. Airbnb is planning to host gladiator fights in Rome's Colosseum. Selected guests will be able to take part in a candlelit mock battle dressed in gladiator garb. Send in the lions, let them decide. Some lawmakers, meanwhile, aren't happy about Airbnb's event idea. But so who owns the Colosseum
I don't think Airbnb. So I'm
that,
kind of guessing the Colosseum has a part in this.
right? Doesn't the country own the Colosseum? I mean, it's a historical.
I would think so.
Well, the article's over. Oh my God. The article is over at Business Insider. Aditi Barad put the article together. And it says Airbnb is planning to host gladiator fights in Rome's Colosseum. Selected guests will be able to take part in candlelit mock battles dressed in gladiator garb. That's how I dress on Fridays. And some local lawmakers are losing their freaking mind, which,
But you're right. It's Italian government owned.
yeah, so somebody in the government had to have given a permit or license to do this stuff. Revoke it. Just go, no, I'm sorry. That person over there is an idiot, and they're not allowed to make decisions anymore. We vetoed them. Oh, really? How much have you spent? Okay, fine. We'll dip into the uh, country coffers and give you your 2 bits, but you're not jacking up the freaking Coliseum for Airbnb, because you know that they're gonna mess it up in some way, right? I mean,
Well, it depends. What are they giving them for these fake battles?
promotions for the event are kicking off in conjunction with the release of the new Gladiator 2 movie starring Paul Mescal, Pedro Pascal, Denzel Washington. Is it what? T Film V? Is that
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I just noticed that. Look it up.
what the hell is set to be released in the US on Friday? What what is that?
It's a typo.
Yeah, it's probably the
The
movie.
film or
Yeah, the
something like it
film
just got
movie,
completely botched. Yeah.
the film or movie is being set or is set to be released in the US on Friday. A listing on Airbnb says that the event will be hosted by Lucius, the main character in the film, directed by Ridley Scott. Yeah. Now, for the first time in nearly 2,000 years, the Colosseum returns to its original purpose as a venue for performances, inviting daring warriors to step inside the historic arena to forge their own paths and shape their destinies.
I actually think this is like brilliant for tourism, assuming, like you said, the people don't
Mess it
mess
up.
up the Coliseum. Like they probably shouldn't give them like grape juice or something going into the Colosseum or whatever. But
So, but somebody had to have allowed it, right? And so probably the epitome of Italian is Massimiliano Smeriglio's, the Rome counselor for culture, who spoke out in opposition to the event, saying in an Instagram post, which is the de facto method of official speaking out, right? Made a post on Monday that the event reflects the hypertourism of our cities, which risk becoming Disneylands for the rich and making the cities lose their identity. But then if you don't get any tourism, they bitch that there isn't enough money coming in.
exactly. And I actually, unless I'm missing something, to me, this is like owning the tourism. I mean, it's the event that occurred in that setting. It's not
Right.
like they're having like a Disneyland set up or whatever pop up in the middle of the Colosseum.
Enzo Fasci, a city councilor in Rome, accused Airbnb of a publicity stunt in a statement on Friday seen by CNN. Why aren't they going after the admins that said that this is okay instead of
Exactly. That's kind of the
lambasting
key piece
Airbnb?
here.
They're blaming,
Airbnb probably asked Italy to do this. Italy
yeah,
said yes. Why is Airbnb at fault?
because nobody that respects the heart and soul of Rome and Italy would ever make such a preposterous request. Come on. If we were in France, I'd smack you with a baguette. What do I have to hit you with in Rome? Pizza?
Pizza,
Pasta?
of course.
Pasta?
Pizza.
Pizza and pasta. Anyway, following a partial ban on short-term rentals in Barcelona in 2021, earlier this summer, the city announced it would aim to eliminate all of its approximately 10,000 registered short-term listings in 2028, basically killing off the Airbnb market. In July, locals in Spain took to the streets in Barcelona to protest mass tourism. We actually have been talking about this for the last 2 years. Whenever we see something about protests about mass tourism, I wish that there was something historical that kept track of past complaints that there wasn't enough money coming into Rome. We need more tourism, and now you got it.
Exactly. I mean, it's always a pendulum.
Oh yeah. Oh goodness, that's kind of what's going on. The whole world is on the seesaw whiplash. It's just
Right. And
bananas.
it's going in the extreme, like
Yeah. Meanwhile,
free.
there's 4% that are sitting right there on the pivot, going, what the frick is going on here? So anyway, we are going to do battle in the Roman Colosseum, and when we regain consciousness after being knocked out almost immediately by the first strike because we suck at blocking, we'll wake up at the front page of ohmTown.com, where all of the news is aggregated. No noise, just news, because all the noise comes from Mayor Watt, and a little bit comes from the sentient AI from time to time. They kind of keep me out of trouble. So I'm saying bye. See you later. I'm going to reset everything and turn back on the ohmTown non sequitur news and review, and it'll replay the last week of news as well as the last weekend, 2 weekends of news. So if you're interested in getting a whole bunch of news in rapid succession, there's about 15 hours or so of news without repeating. That said, I'm Mayor Watt saying bye, and the sentient AI from the future. Go for it.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We hope to see you at the Coliseum.
And if you're in chat, thank you very much for hanging out. Really, really do appreciate it. Be sure to go over to YouTube and follow us there, like and subscribe, leave a comment, download the podcast. All 6 of the weekly shows and, over 1,000 episodes of Non Sequitur News alone, just Non Sequitur News, is there as well. So download everything as podcasts. So thanks again. See you soon. Hello, hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It is a time machine episode for November 21st, 2024. It's season 3, episode 326. I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is not available today. They're on location, as it were. Today we're going to be talking about the Scottish farm selling coffee, double robotic lung transplant, no customer money for bonuses, the thinnest spaghetti, duct tape dimwit, chronic Icelandic eruptions, extinct rye whiskey, wicked rules, Minecraft theme park, and tracking lost birds. That and maybe some snark. We're always joking about stuff. It's a survival trait. See you on the other side, because everything is powered by ohmTown.com. That's that site right there. Go over, become a citizen, follow us on YouTube and on Twitch, download the podcast, join us in the Discord, join us over in the Patreon. Patreon really isn't being used all that much, but anyway, in fact, I haven't been putting any content there. Not a big deal. Go check it out though. Let me know what you think. See you on the other side. All right, everybody, let's get into it. So why is a Scottish farm selling a $344 cup of coffee? If you thought Starbucks prices were high, just wait till you hear this. This weekend in the UK, that's a week ago. Actually, no. Yeah, it was a week ago, but this is from the last 24 hours. We're in a time machine episode, so anyway, it's all kinds of wonky. So this weekend in the UK, people will be invited to purchase a flat white for £272. In US terms, that cup of joe, a double shot of espresso topped with steamed milk, will run you $344. The offer is part of a crowdfunding campaign by Moskiel Organic Dairy, a Scottish dairy farm. In recent Instagram posts, the family-run business explained that it went this route. Essentially, they need to raise £272,000 in order to take on big dairy and make sure quality milk can be turned into flat whites by small businesses instead of, well, mergers and acquisitions, taking advantage of the fact that people want money so that they can actually survive long enough to see whatever is going on in the world through. An organic dairy farm in Scotland is challenging people to join their fight against big dairy by purchasing a very expensive cup of coffee. Paige Gawley over at Vice.com put this article together. And yeah, I'm not necessarily, not really positive, but I'm not really sure that this is going to work. Maybe there will be a lot of good Samaritans coming through. Those who opt to invest the £272 during the campaign will get 34 shares of the company. Therefore, the one-time coffee that comes with the shares is actually free. But it's not, but it is. They're being compensated like for like, and so this isn't actually something that is... This is not a donation. They're actually compensating shares for cash. So you're buying shares in a company, which in the United States may not be allowed, but maybe it's okay there. Or the shares are free and the coffee is exorbitantly priced. You decide. So one way or the other. What makes the milk so special? Well, it says that the company said that their organic slow milk froths, foam, sips, and tastes better than the supermarket stuff. And the company also claims that it's challenging the big dairy industry by providing a genuine, sustainable alternative to conventional milk and plant-based substitutes. So I'm not really sure what it is they're doing other than apparently organic. So the coffee costs nearly 80 times the price of an average flat white in the UK, but it's much more than just a lovely drink. Owner Bryce Cunningham told the Associated Press, and inflating their throat sack at the same time. I'm not quite sure. It says, we know it sounds crazy, but when you break it down, it's a pretty good deal. How much is the future of farming worth? I agree. The only problem is big business is making things cost effective for the masses. And that is what's going to drive out small businesses. So when the family farms are gone, guess what happens? They start raising the prices, and not they, as in the family farms. Big business is going to start raising prices, and you see that now. one supplier owned by big businesses start raising the prices at the supply side, and it increases every single step of the way so everybody can meet their marginal growth requirements. And this is what's happening right now, and this is what's leading to inflation, global levels of inflation, not just local whatever bullshit. We're talking the whole world is going up in price, and it's because of mergers and acquisitions. And I am in the process of slowly looking at this data to be able to demonstrate that. But if you look around, particularly the US, the consumer price index has increased, and while at the same time, post the pandemic, the producer price index increased, but now so much has closed and so much is in mergers and acquisitions that it's kind of flatlining, or will soon. But it's declined at the producer side, but the prices have still gone up because the baseline price is still high. But anyway, I wish that family farms would continue to exist, but milk, by the way, isn't required for human consumption. You can get the same nutrient mix from something else. Humans are lactose intolerant. All of us are lactose intolerant. All right, let's move on though. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Woman receives first ever fully robotic double lung transplant. Cheryl Mercar is part of a history. The New York woman recently became the first ever person to undergo a fully robotic double lung transplant. New York University Langone Health announced in a press release, quote, "I'm so grateful to the donor and their family for giving me another chance at life. For a long time, I was told I wasn't sick enough for a transplant. The team at NYU Langone Health centered my quality of life as a priority, and I'm so grateful to the doctors and nurses here for giving me hope." Mercar, 57, spent years scuba diving, and I'm wondering if that is actually the implication here. But a robot actually facilitated the transplant. So Paige Gawley put the article together over at vice.com. And I'm really curious here. It says, getting her black belt in karate, riding her motorcycle. Oh, okay. When she was diagnosed with a chronic obstructive pulmonary disease in 2010, everything changed. Her health progressively went downhill, first due to an overactive thyroid and later from COVID-19. Eventually, in people who are immunocompromised, like having an overactive thyroid, which has knock-on effects to body temperature and other things, you fall prey to other illnesses because you're immunocompromised. And then COVID causes immunocompromised status to increase. Eventually, she was placed on the transplant list. She was in for surgery at NYU's Dr. Stephanie H. Chang just days later. Says one of the greatest privileges. So how was the surgery performed? It was performed by the Da Vinci XI robot. I'm not sure if it's pronounced she or chi. Robotic system to remove Mercar's diseased lungs, prepare her heart and airway for implantation, and sew in the donor's lungs. The benefits are really significant: smaller incisions, so better healing for the patient and less post-operative pain. Yeah, so this is quite fascinating. This is the most advanced, I'd say, that I have ever heard of in terms of robotic surgeries. But Da Vinci is kind of the de facto subject matter expert in robotic now, as far as I understand it. So pretty cool. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in... Why does this look so small? The next article is over in... oh, there's something missing here. I don't know where this is actually housed. I don't even know why that is there. Anyway, Thames, Yorkshire, and Welsh Water blocked from using customer money for bonuses. The regulator Ofwat's new powers prevent bonuses from being funded by consumer bills. And Simon Jack and Farrar Massad, this is really how it should be. Water should be a nationalized resource where baseline water at the faucet should be the cost of operations, not a profit-seeking motive where bonuses are doled out to employees. It should be state-run. And I think that it's kind of a shit thing to sit there and charge more people. This is the Enron effect. If they were to sit there and limit water coming into a place, people would have to pay more, right? They could say, well, it costs more to deliver this water, blah, blah, blah. And so they constrain it, they limit it, they put artificial constraints on. And lo and behold, people have to start paying more. Well, then it becomes a profit motive, and I think it's unethical. So 3 water firms have been directly blocked from using customer money to pay bonuses collectively worth $1.6 million, while some firms voluntarily used shareholder money to fund boss bonuses. Thames Water, Yorkshire Water, and I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It's Welsh Water, but I don't want to pronounce that incorrectly. I really don't know how to. Odor, Simru. I really doubt that that's how it's pronounced, though. It's Welsh, and so I have an interesting pronunciation for things. In the native language, I'm not sure. So they were reprimanded by the regulator Ofwat for using customer funds. Ofwat said that any undeserved bonuses should be borne by owners and lenders to the companies. David Black, chief executive of Ofwat, said that the water firms need to do more to rebuild public trust. So the whole industry is apparently under review, with the Environmental Secretary Steve Reed previously saying that he believed that the problems in the sector as a whole are ones of regulation and governance. The government was set up they set up the Independent Water Commission, chaired by former Deputy Bank of England Governor Sir John Cunliffe, to fix the sector, and could lead to the regulator Ofwat being scrapped. So yeah, of course, everything is getting scrapped because, profit seekers are so ethical about how they seek profit when the driving motive is individual profit and stakeholder profit, or let me rephrase that, shareholder profit. Not stakeholder, because everybody is a stakeholder in the success of a water supply system. So it says, we have stepped in to protect customers' interests. We will continue to do so. The announcement today in terms of blocking chief executive bonuses from being recovered from customers is part of that. And again, I think personally that water should be a fundamental right and part of your taxes, not part of a profit motive. If you want profit seeking, then go start your own freaking water supply system and offer it up to people, in bottles, in cans, in glass, whatever container, plastic totes, it doesn't matter. But don't take it from the nationalized system, and that's what it really should be. Pure, clean drinking water and bathing water should be provided by the state. That's why everybody has fought wars. That's why everybody has worked together in government. But no, you're seeing what amounts to a profit motive plutocracy rise, a sociopathic one at that. Anyway, it admitted that its performance was not as good as expected, but that the bonuses reflected other elements of good performance, including strong customer service and financial performance. No, screw you. So the next article is over in the Technology Today channel on ohmTown, but it's sourced from Engadget. Chemists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. Researchers from the University College London have done what celebrity chefs and Italian nonas, that's grandmas, could only dream of. They've made the world's thinnest spaghetti. This culinary sounding accomplishment, published in Nanoscale Advances, has yielded strands of starch nanofibers that are just 372 nanometers wide, which is invisible to the naked eye and is even smaller than some wavelengths of light. That's true. There are lasers that are, smaller than some wavelengths of light. It's smaller than most wavelengths of light, I think. Lasers, coherent light. Anyway, there's a lot of different wavelengths. World's thinnest spaghetti sounds silly, but starch can actually have important implications in medicine. For instance, nanofiber starches could help wounds heal when used in bandages, because since they'd be able to keep out bacteria So here is some, there's an image here from Reuters in this article. Anna Washenko put the article together over at Engadget.com, and it has a bunch of different pasta styles. Not all of this is considered spaghetti. Only this is spaghetti. This is spaghetti too. This isn't spaghetti. That's pasta. At least I think so, right? Am I wrong? I don't know. You can tell me. Anyway, that's all they're actually saying in this article. There's more. There's some minutia here, but it says, as co-author Professor Gareth Williams of the UCL School of Pharmacy put it, quote, I don't think it's useful as pasta, sadly, as it would overcook in less than a second before you take it out of the pan. So this next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Passengers duct taped a guy trying to open the plane door mid-flight. Yeah, I titled this one, Duct Tape Dimwit. Sometimes to maintain a little in-flight peace, you have no choice but to duct tape a person having a mental breakdown to a chair. American Airlines passengers on Flight 1915 from Milwaukee to Dallas took this rather drastic action when an unhinged man among them tried to open the cabin door mid-flight. The Canadian national allegedly went up to a flight attendant and demanded the door be opened. When the flight attendant hit him with a firm no, the guy lost his mind and charged toward the door, hurting the flight attendant along the way. Oh, that sucks. So, oh God, there's a picture in this article of a person in a business suit with red tape wrapped around them. This is more like a business message about policy and red tape stopping them, like a bunch of bullshit. So the passenger said that he wanted to get off the plane because he was its captain. Louis Prada, again, over at Vice.com. The flight attendant had a tremendous set of stones, put herself between the passenger and the door. The unruly passenger jumped on top of the flight attendant, trying to get past her, at which point other passengers finally intervened, leaping up from their seats to assist crew members in their attempt to subdue the man and stop them from their being overcome by sky madness, is what it says in the article. One of the passengers was a guy named Doug McWright, who had been sitting in the front row and had one of the best seats in the house to witness the whole scary scuffle unfold. He jumped into the fray and bear hugged the passenger, trying to pull him off the flight attendant. A different flight attendant later told the captain, or the authorities, that the passenger said that he wanted to get off the plane because he was its captain. Not sure why you wanted to get off the flight, though. You should be flying the plane. Interesting. Let's go on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. This island volcano is erupting for the 7th time this year. An Icelandic volcano erupted on Wednesday, marking the 7th time this volcano has erupted in 2024. The eruption started exactly 11:14 p.m. local time Wednesday night, creating a fissure just under 2 miles long, but posing no threat to human life at this time. The eruption, and Icelanders do this one, it's just awesome. I've always thought that this was possible, but here in the States, I've never seen it actually done. But in Iceland, they use bulldozers and basically spread the, oh God, what is it called? I forgot what it's called. They spread the cold lava when it turns to stone back into stone. I want to say regolith, but that's moon dirt. Anyway, they build barriers so that lava hits it and gets trapped in like basins and stuff. And if it overflows, they build another one so that it catches it again and again, little catchment basins. It's pretty amazing. So Luis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. And it says, despite all the lava and plumes of black smoke, air traffic has thus far been unaffected by the latest eruption, and crucial infrastructure in Reykjavik's Keflavik airport is safe. The volcanic systems in the area were dormant. I have Dermot Kennedy on my mind. Great singer. Anyway, for around 800 years until they reactivated with a vengeance in 2021, and they've basically been cooking ever since. Yeah. So Grindavik seems to be always now in a little bit of trouble. because that's the way that the lava flows most of the time nowadays. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. This company rescued some extinct rye from a shipwreck to make whiskey. What have you done today? Back in 1878, 37,000 bushels of rye sunk to the bottom of Lake Huron. That specific variety of rye doesn't exist anymore, so a ragtag team of scientists, historians, and whiskey distillers banded together to go retrieve it. The schooner that was lost at sea, named the James R. Bentley, ran into a storm in 1878, sucked down into the depths of Lake Huron. It took with it a species of rye that was later destroyed by commercial industry farming. See what I mean? It's like macro brews, right? Oh goodness, I just forgot the name of it. Damn it. When alcohol was outlawed. Anyway, beer basically got watered down into this flavorless whatever, pea water. And only recently has craft brewing actually drawn out the wonder that is today's modern ales, lagers, etc. And so this is the equivalent, right? Prohibition. So that's it. So post-prohibition whiskey and whatever else. People went out of business, farms got acquired, mergers and acquisitions, the dilution of options into profit making, because that's the only thing that was available, and it was an arcane art and limited by law, just like distilleries are right now. Most states, actually all states, don't allow anybody to distill at home. You have to be deemed a nano brewery at the smallest level, and it's that tens or twenties of thousands of dollars, like 40, 60, 80, $100,000 to ramp it up. You have to get a commercial industrial location, permits. It's very expensive each year. You're limited to what you can do. But anyway, this is the equivalent of it. The species of rye was later destroyed by commercial industry farming, according to Chad Munger, a founder and CEO of Mammoth Distilling, a whiskey maker in Michigan. So they went down and they apparently got it. Louis Prada, again, over at Vice.com, put this article together. It's been quite the process. So it was... Mammoth Distilling has a long history of making whiskey out of historic rye varieties, such as their rosin rye, made out of a rye variety popular in Michigan over 100 years ago. When they heard about an extinct variety of rye that had been hanging out at the bottom of a nearby lake for half a century or a century and a half, a variety they nicknamed Bentley rye, they knew exactly what they needed to do. So Munger and his business partner, Ari Sussman, partnered up with a shipwreck hunter named Ross Richardson and a diver named Dusty Cliffman to retrieve the rye samples from the sunken shipwreck. After a nerve-wracking dive to retrieve the samples, they were brought back to the surface and shipped off to Michigan State to germinate the ancient seeds, a process that failed. That failure forced the scientists at MSU to get creative. They took a cue from Jurassic Park and combined the DNA of the Bentley rye with that of the rosin rye, say that 10 times fast, to create a whole new strain. So it isn't the extinct rye. The resulting whiskey will be aging for anywhere between 2 to 3 years before it can be bottled and sold. So only time will tell if the efforts are worth it. That's weird. I mean, they could... Look, if it was bad, then the distillation wouldn't have been kept and they wouldn't be talking about it. So at least it must taste somewhat reasonable, and it's probably closer to the rosin rye. If you're really into old boats and have $500 to spare, it says Mammoth used some of the wood from the Bentley shipwreck to flavor a batch of whiskey. So if you're really into old boats and have $500, I guess that's how much it costs. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Sit Down and Shut Up. AMC Theaters has harsh rules for wicked screenings. In a new 30-second advisory, the theater chain warns that AMC theaters' silence is golden. They've always had that. As scenes from Wicked play, the spot reminds viewers no talking, no texting, no singing, no wailing, no flirting, and absolutely no name calling. Enjoy the magic of movies. And frankly, just shut the hell up in a movie theater. It's why I don't go anymore. Because at one point I had to slap the shoes off of, slap the feet of 3 people that were sitting in chairs behind where we needed to sit. And they didn't move when we went to sit down. And so we turned around and said, could you move those? And they didn't move. And so I just hauled ass and just ran across all 6 feet. And they moved their feet. But for crying out loud, man, you inconsiderate D-bags. So this article is over at vice.com. Paige Gawley put the article together. And it wasn't that they weren't moving fast enough. They chose to ignore the request, and they chose to ignore people sitting down. And they thought that they can get away with it. Nowadays, more and more people seem to think that they can just get away with being a complete tool. Anyway, it's the rise of sociopathy, folks. That's what it's called. Go read the book. Anyway, AMC has a long-standing policy that prohibits disruptive behavior. The world should have a long-standing policy against behavior that's disruptive. We're not talking about people just having a disagreement about something and acting like adults. We're talking about disruption. People who, I don't know. See, I can't say it because freaking Google won't allow me to promote this show because I say something that has nothing to do with elections, but they won't allow me because I mentioned the word election right now. They won't allow me. I haven't said anything election, but now they're going to block this from being promoted. I can guarantee it. And I'm going to do that after this episode, or after I'm done recording. I'm going to post it and we'll see it get blocked. Because they're out of their mind. But anyway. So in previous movies, we've had people sing and dance, and then it gets loud in there. If there's a little girl singing and stuff, it's not a big deal. But if someone is belting out how everyone can't hear, we're lenient when it comes to certain circumstances. Well, see, there's the problem. You have inconsistent treatment, okay? Arbitrary and capricious. It's inconsistent. And so if you just decide, oh, well, they're cute, so let them belt it out, that's great. You have a problem, but not everybody is on board. So everybody needs to be treated the same way. And I'm not talking about, okay, let it all run amok. I'm saying everybody needs to be respectful of everybody else. As I say before, and I'm going to put it on a shirt, your convenience should not be my inconvenience. And it's not even get off my lawn, like somebody said. It's not get off my lawn. It's not okay boomer. It's not old man stuff. It's the fact that there's respect. Have respect for fellow human beings that are spending $30 a seat to come and sit in a movie theater with you. And they're not with you, but we're all human, so treat everybody with respect, dumbasses. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Marble channel. Minecraft breaks into the real world with huge theme park deal. Minecraft has been a cultural phenomenon for many years at this point, so much so that Microsoft paid $1 billion for it. And that person, like I've always said, became very, very wealthy and went full-on sociopath, in my opinion. So nobody has evaluated them, so maybe somebody should evaluate them. Anyway, that's right, Minecraft is coming to the real world and we'll have a chance to explore it. I wonder what the seed is going to be. So Mojang, it's time to get crafty when Minecraft comes to our favorite theme parks. It was originally in The Guardian, but apparently it's posted now over in vice.com. Sean Sachaki, I think. They're going to build in real life attractions as Merlin Entertainments. Pairs up with Mojang for those attractions. I don't know. I have a feeling that this is going to peter out, but we'll see. It appears, this is an article that was posted in The Guardian. It appears that Minecraft is going to infiltrate the real world as theme park attractions in 2026 and 2027, with Merlin Entertainment's investing $110 million into these attractions. That's not a lot of money, by the way. Not even close. You know, I mean, well, let's just say buildings are expensive, particularly buildings that meet building code. So as we can see, Merlin is hoping to go all in a Minecraft vibe, and funny enough, this looks better than the upcoming film in their opinion, the author's opinion. There's a good chance that these things are bound to change a bit by the time the attractions are finally put together. Yeah, these actually look kind of small. Anyway, the author says, at this point, I'm excited to see the battle in the media giants, and honestly, I'd like to go to a Minecraft land over Super Mario World, or just go to both at some point too. But let's do our last article. Last article is over in the Mobile channel. Dedicated scientists and bird watchers track down these 5 lost birds, quote unquote lost birds. Well, we just lost track of them. Kate Wheeling put the article together for SmithsonianMag.com. A worldwide search party using 21st century tools to uncover long unseen species, one of which hadn't been found since the 19th century. The long-billed bush warbler, which was my nickname in college. The black-naped pheasant pigeon, which is the name of my cover band. And Santa Marta saberwing, dusky tetraka, and the Urix tyrannulate. So these are tiny little birds. It says the last one is a flycatcher, spotted only 3 times since its discovery in Venezuela in 1899. Seemed to disappear entirely after 2005, but in 2021, a team led by ornithologist David Ascanio, captured unprecedented photos and the first recording of its call. Well, congratulations. Look at that. Well, those are the 5 birds, but you can read more about it over at the Smithsonian Mag. So we're going to sing our way back to the front page. No, we're not. And I am going to shut down the time machine, and we are going to reset, retool, and spin up our Friday, the November 22nd episode. But this is the last show to make up for the last 2 days. I have been unable to do the show, but I have yet not missed one since we started. So I'm gonna keep on doing time machines if I have to. And sometime in December, we have to take a holiday break. Basically, ohmTown shuts down, not the website, but the streaming does. And we brace for the coming new year. So see ya in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 22nd, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. The sentient AI is not available, and I'm going to talk about these 10 articles. I'm going to treat this as a time machine episode of sorts, because I'm going to go through the articles really quick, and then it'll get posted over to YouTube, and the ohmTown bot over in twitch.tv/ohmTown will still be able to provide you with the URLs. But anyway, the 10 articles we're going to talk about are 8 programming languages. Is bread more expensive? Homework emergency. OpenAI's new browser. The most painful Lego. Wi-Fi enabled plug. Consumer trust during Black Friday. Human washing machine. Infringed copyright 10 years ago, and an 85-inch TV for Black Friday. Maybe it might be sold out. I don't know. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go go over there and become a citizen. See you later. Well, we're gonna do this. Okay, hopefully you can hear music in the background. It's pretty quiet, but at any rate, I am Mayor Watt. Thanks for coming to Non-Sequitur News for November 22nd, 2024. And like I said, I'm going to be going through these pretty quick, so we'll see if you dig the articles. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. YouTube holds the long-term storage for the show, and there's actually 6 other podcasts and the Non-Sequitur News Show, which is another podcast. So we have 7 total over on YouTube. That means that we have over 1,500, approaching 1,600 episodes. So go over there and follow us, because after 60 days, I pay for twitch.tv to not delete my episodes. But after 60 days, they go bye-bye regardless of how much I pay, I suppose. I don't know. But let's get into today's articles. And if you have questions or comments or concerns, feel free to let me know in chat. Oh, by the way, if you want today's articles, this will end up in the VOD. So !NSN, and then ohmTown will post all of the articles and their little headlines. So no particular order. It's not like a top 10 list or anything like that. It's just articles that I found interesting. So hopefully you find them interesting as well. So the very first article is about programming languages. And so the first article is in Non-Sequitur News over at ohmTown.com, but it's aggregated from Business Insider. And they say, coding languages are a foundational element of any tech job, but not all are made equal. I don't know about that. Any tech job. You don't even need to know programming to a great degree, even in cybersecurity. But you do need it in programming, software engineering, obviously, and a few other places, but like big data. But even then, it's mostly Python, and but they go into greater detail. Not all are made equal. Python and SQL are among the most popular languages. C++ and Tableau are more specialized. Business Insider spoke with recruiters and tech workers to identify the top 8 languages to know. So Bianca Chan over at businessinsider.com put the article together, and they say coding languages are a foundational element of any tech job, but not all are made equal. There are plenty of jobs that you don't need in tech, that you don't need to know programming. You don't need to know programming in most, even administrative positions. You don't need to know programming in even networking. You need to know what networking is. You need to know what scripting is, but that's different than programming, coding languages. And but I would say that Python is the entry level programming, hardcore functional programming language that a person can learn. Beyond that is Java and C++ and so on. But Python and Java should be number 1 and 2 in this list, not in any particular order at the moment. But the more hardcore you go, like fintech and things like that, you'll end up wanting to know more and more languages, not just these, or not just Python or Java. But if you look for Java and Python jobs, you're going to find that that's most of them. It's quite interesting. It says Apple created Swift to replace use of C++, the company's primary coding language for its devices. But if you understand Java, then you can pretty much code Swift. You'll have to understand the syntax and change things around a bit, but hey, it is what it is. You have to learn a bunch of different languages, actually, if you're going to be a sophisticated software developer. But hell, you can learn Godot and you can develop games all day long as you're a creative. But at any rate, I want to get to the list, and I wonder if that's what they are. So they say, here are the programming languages to learn. So Python is what they say. application across finance, job or firms, job titles and levels, and deep into things like cybersecurity, which is about as far away from financial firms and non-IT that you can get. I mean, financial firms are not IT and not technically a tech job, but you have to know programming if you're going to be doing fintech. So there's a lot of different things in finance, not necessarily tech. Anyway, firms using it, banks, hedge funds, investment firms, and that's because they're doing data manipulation, monitoring data as it flows through, processing things, and even going into deeper into math and science. MATLAB and Python work hand in hand. Then there's SQL, which is more about databases and big data manipulation, and you'll work hand in hand with Python and SQL from time to time. SQL is a relational database language, but the programming side of that is functionally SQL, which, again, if you learn Java, you're good to go. You'll be able to understand the logic that is required for SQL. C++, again, but it says it's low latency applications. It's got a pretty strict syntax. You'll have to learn all of that as well. Tableau and Power BI. Programming wise, I would say that it's all been done in Tableau and Power BI. You could probably find most off-the-shelf scripting just by doing a search or working with ChatGPT, for crying out loud. Now they mention Java, and it says big banks and more legacy technology, but they seem to be focusing on banks, like firms using it, wealth managers, banks. That's, again, Tableau and Power BI. It's quite fascinating that all of this is mentioning banks. Look, again, Rust and Go. For app development, it says fintechs and banks. It's just amazing that they kind of locked in on that. So, but it's all because of this title, right? 8 programming languages to know to land a job on Wall Street. If you learn any of these languages, you can go way beyond Wall Street and hang a shingle and be a consultant. But anyway, you can make a lot of money learning Java and Python in anything way beyond Wall Street. Let's keep moving, though. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Did California's minimum wage increase make bread more expensive? If you remember any of our episodes, one of them we discussed the idea that there was going to be an increase in the minimum wage in California, and there was a bread company. I won't even go into it, but they have kind of a casual dining thing and a lemonade that would kill people periodically, apparently. Anyway, they managed to get their way, avoid having to increase the minimum wage increase, right? Because if you made bread in California, then you had a special exemption. It was quite fascinating. So Snopes put this article together. Joey Esposito put it together. And the deck statement says, a social media account sharing the claim that said, this is what happens when you decide to redistribute wealth, which is, I would just say, batshit crazy. Because somebody charging more for a product is akin to redistributing wealth, because it's taking from a plurality and pulling it to a damn near singular entity. And it's not the common Joe. So this redistribution of wealth claim from either side of it is kind of bullshit. But let's just say that if a bunch of organizations merge and acquire each other and consolidate power, influence, regulatory control, etc., you're doing a redistribution of wealth, because when they raise the prices, a whole shit ton of wealth gets concentrated, like I just said. But I'm trying to say it in another way that maybe more people will understand. Well, anyway, So it was labeled satire in Snopes, and I'm pretty sure that you had to go rooting around to verify that this was actually satire. But it says the article lists the writer of this. I guess it was on Facebook. It was titled "America Loves Liberty. This is what happens when you decide to redistribute wealth. The working class pays for it." Well, yeah, that even though if it is a satire, they say a loaf of bread in California is now $10.99 because the burger flippers had to have their $20 per hour. But I'm really curious, did it actually increase? So according to the state of California's Department of Industrial Relations website, the statewide minimum wage was $16 per hour. However, in January of 2024, however, in April 2024, a new law increased the wage for employees of fast food restaurants to $20 per hour, which is kind of a riff off of what they said, right? Because burger flippers had to have $20 per hour. So, as reported by the Associated Press, the law applies to restaurants offering limited or no table service and which are part of a national chain with at least 60 establishments nationwide. According to the article, there's no evidence that bread reached $10.99 per loaf in California. A search for wheat bread on the website for Ralph's, a supermarket chain with 20 locations in Los Angeles alone, showed options ranging from $1.69 to $5.99. Likewise, no credible news outlets reported on the alleged price increase. So I find it quite interesting that even joking, the data doesn't support it. But nobody would know that, and there are people out there that are clamoring for the claim, the reinforcement that their particular ideal, that somebody else wanting more money for their job because they can't pay for anything, including the very food that they're actually putting together in a fast food restaurant, want more money. You know, a livable wage is something that you should really aspire to get. But again, you know, you ideological bent is damn near impossible to snuff out, as we're all witnessing, because logic doesn't really play into it. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. 10-year-old called 911 for homework help, and the cops actually came. So a 10-year-old boy sought help for his math homework one way he knew how, dialing 911. It says, and honestly, it seems warranted to me. And that's not me, it's the Vice author. That's who put it together. If math is anything like what it was when they were in grade school, they fully understand this boy's decision to call for help. At age 10, homework really did seem that important. According to the Shawano Sheriff's Office in Wisconsin, the boy told the 911 dispatcher, Kim Kraus, that he knew he shouldn't be calling, but he really needed help with his math homework, and he even added that his family wasn't very good at math. Ouch. 10-year-old bus just rolled right on over the family. Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com put the article together, and the deck statement says again, if math is anything like what it was when they were in grade school, they fully understand the boy's decision to call for help. So I called this a homework emergency. So the best part, Kraus actually attempted to help him. She had some time, so she said, I can help you with the problem, or can I help you with the problem? Shawano County Sheriff George Lenzer told Good Morning America of Kraus. And well, he gave this long problem with decimals and she was unable to help him. So she informed him, well, let me see if I got a deputy near your residence to help. Oh my God. So a 911 operator couldn't help somebody with a decimal problem. Okay. I'm really curious now. Though the sheriff's office is usually too busy for non-emergency calls like this one, Deputy Sheriff Chase Mason happened to be available to help. This isn't something we normally do. Quote, this isn't something we normally do, but he wasn't busy at the time and he was in the area, so he stopped by. Mason has a stepson that's about the same age, so he sat down and helped. And this sentence is constructed in such a way that it almost wants to break your brain, because they're filling in gaps of context. So Mason, who is the sheriff, stopped by and has a stepson that's about the same age. And then they go ... And so he sat down and helped. And then in brackets, the child with, and then in brackets, their math. And then in brackets, at their home. This is insane construction for a quote. Just quote. Anyway, sat down and helped with math. That's how it was normally said. Why not just leave it the quote? Anyway, personally, they say again in a quote, I am not overly proficient when it comes to math, but nonetheless, I responded to assist. They were provided a business card and told that they're always here to help. Next time, he should probably use the non-emergency number if it's not a life-threatening situation. A great teaching moment for all. So 2 people said that they're not proficient in math to do a math homework for a 10-year-old. All right. So the next article is over in the Wanted channel. OpenAI reportedly takes aim at Chrome with a new browser. Apparently, Google is going to have to break off some portion of it. So I don't know exactly what is going to happen with Google Chrome, but OpenAI's ChatGPT is one of the most well-known AI chatbots out there, and it's making huge strides in the AI space in recent years. It is the strides in AI. I'm not sure about it's been making huge strides. It is the metric by which strides are measured, I suppose. Anyway, in recent years, and now more than ever, it has its eyes set on besting Google's Chrome. A new report from The Information suggests OpenAI is considering making a web browser, one that could rival Google's Chrome market dominance. I have an idea for a browser, but I can't talk about it because I need a programmer. Because, hey, you know those 8 programming languages? I don't know any of them sufficiently enough to program a browser. Anyway, find it really interesting that on the heels of Google getting broken up to separate its Chrome browser and its advertising and other areas all being assessed to see what should be broken away for antitrust monopolistic practices and whatnot, OpenAI wants to bring a browser. As long as I'm not getting tracked to the point where I'm getting a colonoscopy report, I'm not too worried about browsers. I would love to have a browser that I'm more in control of than less in control of. OpenAI's chat browser, though, I don't know, it hallucinates. So what's going to be real? Maybe this article should be in the Reality Hacker podcast. That's tomorrow. OpenAI and Google are already racing each other with ChatGPT and Gemini. And this is pronounced Gemini, but the space, the astronaut space project thing, what do you call it? I don't know. Anyway, it was Gemini, which is a weird pronunciation for it, but I guess that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Anyway, so far we know that OpenAI has hired 2 staff members that played a major part in making Chrome for Google, Ben Goodger and Darren Fisher, via TechRadar, according to the article. And according to StatCounter, Chrome holds 66.7% of the market share for a browser market worldwide. So hiring 2 key players previously involved with it seems like a decent first step. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. Another browser adds some competition, but the real juggernaut is that it's producing. Google's Chrome browser is generating revenue with every use and search. Everything that you click on through the browser and through the search engine sends telemetry. Every time you go to a web page, it has Google tracking AdSense, AdWords integrated into Google. And so it's this big money generating circle. Gave weapons for both sides, really. Anyway, if I missed it, Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com put the article together. I might have missed it in my zeal to address OpenAI reportedly making a browser. Let's move on. This next article is over in WarCrafters. A YouTuber uses science to discover the most painful Lego to step on. Lego bricks are neat, it says, and fun. Well, I added the bricks. Anyway, they are Lego bricks. They're not Lego. They're Lego bricks. Lego brand bricks, to be exact. But anyway, Lego are neat, fun, and incredibly durable. Long after our names have been forgotten and our ancestral bloodlines have been wiped out, their colorful plastic bodies will persist until the heat death of the universe, and they'll also hurt like hell when you step on them. So this article over at Kotaku.com by Ethan Gatch put the article together. And the deck statement says a lot of pieces hurt, but only one might send you to the hospital. Wonder which one it would be. I mean, the implication is these little ones, but there has to be another. Maybe that wedged one. There's one that's like a, it's a 2 brick, but 2x3, but it has a wedge part to it. So I wonder if that's the one. Anyway, so anyone who played with Lego as a kid or still does probably knows this firsthand. Anyone who plays with Lego definitely, anyone with kids definitely does. As a parent, you don't think that you'll step on all the crap your fledgling spawn will leave behind. But guess what? Apparently, that's what happens. You step on them. So, one you've probably never heard of, it's a red wheel with a metal pin in it that Lego stopped producing long ago, back before the company's engineers and manufacturing processes were as high-tech and refined as they are today. There were some Lego pieces that actually relied on metal to complete the connection. Those red wheels, if stepped on hard at the right angle, bring more than a Home Alone style pain. Scoville remarks that you'd probably want to make sure your tetanus shots were up to date if you got nailed by one of them. Scoville can't be the same Scoville, is it? Scoville crowdsourced info from Lego enthusiasts on Reddit and Discord to narrow down the most potentially painful pieces. So I guess there is a wheel out there. There's a link to a video. It's embedded actually in this Kotaku added article. It's called "Which Lego Hurts the Most to Step On." I won't play it. You can play it. Go click the link. All right. This next article is over in Smack Talk, HomeKit Weekly. Prepare for outdoor Christmas lights with the Leviton Matter-enabled Wi-Fi plug. Matter is a protocol. It does away with having to have hubs and things like that. And so one Matter device can talk to another Matter device. So if you plug this outside, you don't have to have any other connection. And so as everyone turns to Thanksgiving, the author of this article over at 9 to 5 Mac is starting to see retail stores slowly bring out some of the Christmas items. And there's one thing that you need to have ready to go ahead of time, an outdoor smart plug for outdoor Christmas decorations, Christmas trees, etc. Smart plugs that can handle moisture and cold weather are a must have, and Leviton has an option. It is the Decora Smart outdoor plug-in switch. And this is kind of the go-to. I kind of dig this. So the Leviton Outdoor Smart Plug with Matter has strong weather protections designed to withstand the elements via a wide operating range of negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit to 122 degrees Fahrenheit and an IP65 rating to protect from dirt, dust, moisture, rain, sprinklers, hoses. Okay, rain, snow, and UV corrosion. Which all of this is just brilliant. So with Matter adding itself to HomeKit, then all you have to do is scan that QR code. You can manually plug it in as well, or manually type it in as well. But once it's attached to your HomeKit, you're good to go. You can control it from either of the apps, any app that actually works with HomeKit. So, but there is one that's called Home that goes with your iPhone. Leviton includes the Matter code on the underside of the device, but they also include it in the manual, especially for outdoor devices. They appreciate having that backup code. Yeah, I agree. So pretty cool. Go check it out. Might have to get a couple of those for the mayoral mansion. Okay, let's move on. The next article is over in the Marble channel. Ryugu asteroid sample rapidly colonized by terrestrial life despite strict contamination control. Panspermia is the hypothesis that life can survive the transfer between planetary bodies as a secondary path for life to get started on planets throughout the solar system, or a solar system. The discovery of extraterrestrial life on asteroids or within meteorites would be profound and have profound implications for understanding the origins and distribution of life in the universe, because some believe that an asteroid crashed into Earth and seeded it. Well, apparently, according to this article, Justin Jackson from phys.org, over at phys.org is where it's published, they write that microorganisms found in chondritic meteorites have long fueled debates about extraterrestrial life reaching Earth. Researchers from Imperial College London have discovered that a space-returned sample from asteroid Ryugu was rapidly colonized by terrestrial microorganisms, even under stringent contamination measures. In the study, rapid colonization of a space-returned Ryugu sample by terrestrial microorganisms, published in the journal Meteoritics and Planetary Science, researchers analyzed sample A0180, a tiny 1 by 0.8 millimeter particle collected by the JAXA Hayabusa 2 mission from asteroid 162173 Ryugu. Transported to Earth in a hermetically sealed chamber, the sample was opened in nitrogen in a class 10,000 clean room. Didn't know there was a class 10,000 clean room. To prevent contamination. Individual particles were picked with sterilized tools and stored under nitrogen in airtight containers. Before analysis, the sample underwent nano X-ray computed tomography and was embedded in a resin. And was embedded in an epoxy resin block for scanning electron microscopy. Apparently, rods and filaments of organic matter interpreted as filamentous microorganisms were observed on the sample surface. Variations in size and morphology of these structures resembled known terrestrial microbes. Observations showed that the abundance of these filaments changed over time, suggesting that the growth and decline of a prokaryote population with a generation time of 5.2 days. So it actually, but was it on there to begin with and multiplied because it was now in a hospitable atmosphere? Results of the study determined that terrestrial biota had rapidly colonized the extraterrestrial material, even under strict contamination protocols. So researchers recommend enhanced contamination control protocol or procedures for future sample return missions to prevent microbial colonization and ensure the integrity of extraterrestrial samples. So something got into it even though it was supposedly sealed. Interesting. All right. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in the Marble channel. This actually comes from RTE, so it's Ireland in general. But we haven't seen the article, so let's take a look. Most consumers don't trust Black Friday deals. Most consumers don't trust it based on research. So Gil Stedman over at RTE.ie put the article together. And it says the report published by the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, or CCPC, reveals that just 30% of consumers believe that the discounts displayed by businesses are genuine. The findings are being released ahead of Black Friday, which takes place this day next week, November 29th, and Cyber Monday, which follows on December 2nd. The research also suggests that overall interest in Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales has dropped significantly from last year, probably because people are trying to survive and not necessarily spending on Black Friday, which might be considered a luxury. The research also suggests that overall interest in Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales have dropped. Just 36% of those surveyed planned to make a purchase, compared to 45% last year. So there you go. Yeah, it's these pressure, time-bound special offers put pressure, and more and more of us are being kind of taught the lesson that if it's if something is thrust in our face and told, well, it's going to be gone if you don't hurry now, go sign the paper or buy the thing or whatever, then it's probably a scam. So trust but verify. Just do some due diligence and see if you find a better deal somewhere else. All right, this next article is over in the Marble channel. Human washing machine will cleanse your body and mind in 15 minutes. You can take a shower in 5. Anyway, when Yasuki Aoyama was a boy, he caught a glimpse of a concept for a shower that blew his mind, shown off at the 1970 Japan World Expo. The shower was an egg-shaped pod that filled with water and released massaging balls that would scrub the body of the person inside of this ridiculous human washing machine. So lo and behold, they create one. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. AI will analyze your mood and project calming visuals to enhance the bathing experience. If I understand it correctly, it'll also adapt its water to you as well. Aoyama's version, called the Mirai Ninjin Sentakuki, which translates to human washing machine of the future, will be showcased at the Osaka Kansai Expo in April of 2025. Like the pod that inspired Aoyama many decades ago, the human washing machine of the future is a sleek pod that treats you the way your washing machine treats your clothes when you put it on the gentle cycle. And it says, honestly, it kind of looks like one of the helmets worn by Daft Punk guys. But I don't have a picture of it because it's over at Instagram. And I'm air-gapped, so I don't have access to it. You can, though. When you follow the link through ohmTown, you will be able to see it just fine. All of the extra relaxation stuff is in there to wash the mind along with the body. No word yet on whether it can scrub out your thoughts or your memory of that thing you did last summer. You know the one. You know what you did. All right, our next article is over at Non Sequitur News. VPN company CyberGhost says that TechDirt apparently infringed its copyright in an advertisement that they ran for them a decade ago. It says, we rarely log into Facebook these days, but happened to do so last week and was a bit surprised to see this pop up, saying that an advertising post that they had put up for the VPN service CyberGhost nearly a decade ago had to be removed. I've actually received that kind of a thing from Google, of all places. And nearly a year ago, I promoted a show. And I received a couple of weeks ago now, maybe a week ago, a notice that it had electioneering or something like that attached to it. And I'm like, I don't do any electioneering. I talk about science, technology, and society and merging them together. And I don't talk really politics. But lo and behold, two of the other, in this last week, two other episodes that I wanted to promote have been blocked because of this electioneering bullshit. It drives me nuts. Anyway, so TechDirt put the article together. Mike Masnick from the You Want Us to Do What Now department over at techdirt.com. They put the article together, and it says that there's a post that they cut out from Facebook, and it says that they removed content. So that's the notice that you see above, saying that Facebook had to remove a TechDirt post from way back in 2016, simpler times, and a button saying see why. And so it says that it infringes somebody's copyright, except that they were actually paid, apparently, to provide this as an advertisement. In the options, it says you can appeal directly to Facebook or can email the original reporter, who turns out to be CyberGhost themselves. So I guess TechDirt got paid for it and then ended up having to pay for it in a, I guess, infrastructure sort of way. It says, yes, that's right. CyberGhost issued a copyright claim against our post, not our post, but TechDirt's post, promoting their own service from nearly 10 years ago. It's hard to fathom what possible copyright they could have violated by literally advertising the service they asked to advertise via tech dirt. Yeah. I would not be surprised. It says, but this raises a bigger question. And it's probably what my question is too. What is CyberGhost's endgame here? Are they going around issuing bogus takedowns for ancient posts advertising their service? Do they want to memory hole their own marketing history for some reason? Or was it just an overzealous bot or confused employee clicking the wrong buttons? That is, I assume, overzealous AI, which is going to be the bane of our future existence, because these bots have no humanity. They just know on or off, no context, no nothing. They're just idiots. And so we'll all end up paying the price, because I paid for services and even I've been flagged, even though I'm not supposed to be flagged. All right, so let's go to the last article for today. I'm kind of ripping through all of these articles. You'll be able to go back to enjoying your Friday. This next article is in the mobile channel. Let me back up. This gigantic 85-inch Sony 4K TV drops below $1,000. It's insane that an 85-inch Sony 4K TV is less than $1,000. It says Black Friday Madness is here. Keep in mind, this TV might not fit in every living room. No, it fits in every living room. Just get it. If you have to stick a corner of it out of the side of the house so that it fits in your living room, open a window or something. The article is actually over at gizmodo.com, and it's under Gizmodo deals, but we, Mayor Watt, ohmTown, nothing gets a kickback from this. All I was interested in was seeing this article and linking you to it if you were interested. Just keep in mind, this TV might not fit. But it says it's $998, 33% off its original $1,500 price. I'm actually thinking of getting it so that it can just be one giant monitor sitting in front of me for all of my computing needs. I mean, it's a 4K TV. That would be great. It could sit, I could get rid of all of this in front of me and just put one monitor against the wall 6 feet away. That'd be great. It says, for those concerned about holiday shopping logistics, Amazon offers an extended return policy for this product. You have until January 31st, 2025 to return it. It's the Sony X77L boasts a 4K processor X1, which enhances picture quality by upscaling. So it's not true 4K, it's upscaling 4K. But it says that it supports 4K HDR, which allows for a wider range of colors and improved contrast. It's an 85-inch TV for under $1,000. In terms of connectivity, though, it says that it has multiple HDMI ports so that you can connect various devices such as gaming consoles, Blu-ray players, etc. To it. But really, it's TV. So connect your console, connect your Apple TV, and be done with it. And any smart features, belay that. Do not connect your smart TV to your network, because you really have zero control over its firmware and whatnots. If you're going to do it, then create a subnet, a separate network is what I mean. Create a separate network for only it to be on, and go from there. Don't let anything else get on that network. All your IoT devices should be broken off so that nothing can communicate with it, and it can't communicate or do any telemetry gathering and sending out, because they do that kind of stuff and it's gross, very cringe. Anyway, that is it. So we're gonna reboot our Sony TV, and it's gonna snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you can go and become a citizen, and then you get to mess around with all of these articles. So that's it. We're done. Have a good Friday, and we'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Like and subscribe. And don't forget to download the podcasts. There's a whole bunch of them out there for you. So, bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 23rd, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who does not give me winning lottery tickets, as I now know from this morning's lottery, we're going to be talking about Hyundai and Kia, recalling all the EVs, Netflix and the worst leak in streaming history, Kendrick Lamar drops a whole album. What the heck are white smokers? I mean, I know what white smokers are, but what are white smokers? Anyway, we'll talk about it. Niagara Fireball, continuing saga, trademarks that shouldn't. So, I walk into a Subway in Greece. Came for the chatbot, spent the money elsewhere, and courier sent to steal cash, and finally, magnets. Cybertrucks hate this one trick. That and more, provided by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen so that you can help facilitate the show, because you can send us links from within ohmTown, and we can evaluate it and see if it's going to get added to the rundown, because we select 10 articles from thousands upon thousands that enter ohmTown.com. Little snippet. We'll explain on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future who won't give me any lottery ticket numbers.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
You give
Maybe
me.
I'm still looking for lottery numbers.
You don't have pockets. What are you going to do with all them? Oh, wait a minute.
Exactly. I can't collect them.
Hey, look, I'll sign. It's fine. Actually, what you should do is you create a trust that signs for a trust that signs the lottery ticket. That way you can truncate who really receives the money, and the trust's sole job is to transfer that money in legal construct so that nobody knows jack shaving cream. You want to get into the show before I say too much?
I do.
Okay. You said I do before I finish my sentence, which made it sound like all right. See, I want to say something, but that it punches a hole in the fourth wall. So anyway, this first article is over in the Mobile channel, and it's from Quartz, but it's Hyundai and Kia are recalling more than 200,000 EVs that could lose power, which is kind of ironic considering they're EVs.
I assume it's not just when they run out of charge. It's just period.
We all run out of power, lose power.
Mayor
wait.
Watt, Mayor Watt.
Hi. Hey. I'm still streaming, huh? Oh, okay. Hey, if you want all of today's show notes and you're in the chat over on Twitch, you can hit !NSN, and that will get ohmTown to wake up. It loses power, but usually when ohmTown loses power. A couple of days ago, I had just spun up the replay, and 4.5 minutes later, power went out. Shunk.
I mean, the timing. I guess the only thing worse would have been about 30 seconds after it started.
Yeah, because then I wouldn't be 5 minutes away. I loaded up the replay for the week, and because we do it every day, we try to spin up the replay of the last 7 days worth of Non Sequitur News and the last 2 weekends of the 6 other shows and podcasts. We do 7 different podcasts, by the way. So 6 weekly on the weekends, and then Non Sequitur News is the daily. So I hope you go and subscribe over on, wherever you catch pod, really. And then over on YouTube is over 1,500 episodes, probably bordering on 1,600 now. And we've been doing this. We're coming up on 3 years. Our 3-year anniversary is right around the corner. So, all right. Let's get...
Well, we're still above 1,500. I don't know how close we are to 1,600.
Yeah, I think it just says 1,500. I'd have to go and look. But anyway, let's look. So Quartz says that, and William Gavin, who put the article together over at QZ.com, an issue may leave the vehicle's batteries unable to charge, leaving drivers without power. again,
Kind of a key
EVs.
feature in an EV, right?
It's fascinating. You know, we have all of these issues, primarily range anxiety and the fact that it takes freaking forever just to get to 80%, and then to get to 100% is damn near impossible. The physics just don't allow it.
Right, but we expect to have the capability to get to a percentage.
And then stuff like this, right? Yeah. Software and magnets. We'll get to the magnets statement later, but we're bookending the show with EV stuff. Apparently, I didn't plan it that way, but maybe the submitters of articles did. So yeah, an issue may leave the vehicle's batteries unable to charge. And so Hyundai and Kia, which, by the way, I didn't realize that Hyundai and Kia had merged, but Hyundai acquired Kia, right? A few years ago?
That's correct, actually, a long time ago. But,
Oh, really?
But that explains why we see them linked. Like when we were having all the thefts and everything of both brands, I didn't know they were linked.
Yeah, you need to reset your audio because it's ducking out. So, the recall includes vehicles sold by Hyundai, Kia, and Genesis, which are collectively owned by the... Well, look, it's in the article, for crying out loud. The South Korean Hyundai Motor Group. That includes Hyundai's 2022 to 2024 Ioniq 5, which is the one that I would have bought as the Ioniq 6, probably. Because I was looking to get an EV, but I want one that is a hybrid now. I've always wanted one that's hybrid, but I actually want one that's hydrogen and uses cells, but they don't exist. Toyota will have to develop the technology further. But they're in actually a lawsuit right now in California because the company that said that they were developing, they were launching...
Like hydrogen infrastructure, right?
Yeah, none of the stations actually were functional. 16
right,
stations.
And the car manufacturers like Toyota started developing hydrogen-powered cars, but there's nowhere to actually utilize them.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was really amazing. So now the vehicles like the Mirai, they have nowhere to charge because, well, they have even less places to charge. So
that would be pretty terrifying as an owner. On the other hand, if you're buying a vehicle that's not a traditional ICE vehicle, you might think to check infrastructure, even in your immediate area, let alone more broadly.
Yeah, and that's another thing, the stressor of... But just think about this. If power goes out, you're screwed. You're done because you have nowhere to charge. Not at home. If power goes out in the region, you don't have anywhere to charge at all.
Exactly. Well, and even things like, okay, you have power near you, but you decide to move to another state at some point. I mean, your car is limiting your
Everything.
existence. Yeah.
So just to round all of this out, the included vehicles are Hyundai's 2022 to 2024 Ioniq and 2023 to 2025 Ioniq 6, and Kia's 2024 or 2022 to 2024 EV6, and the Genesis 2023 to 2025 GV60, GV70, and 2023 to 2024's G80 electric model. So almost 63,000 Kia EVs are affected, while the remaining 145,000 are Hyundai and Genesis vehicles. This is according to the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, or NHTSA, on Friday. All of today's news is in the last 24 hours. So that's how the Non Sequitur News Show goes, and it's kind of a chaotic mix of topics from, well, white smokers to magnets. All right. We won't go into all of this, but basically it'll go into fail-safe mode and shut you down. Then you can't charge.
So you might want to pay attention if you're driving an EV.
Yeah. What you really need to do is just drag an extension cord from your house or work where it would, and you just, like an electric lawnmower that's corded, not battery powered.
It needs to be like a trolley line or something, right? Don't they have a line above the...
Yeah, they just hook onto it, and they have that little bell too. Ding, ding. Let's keep moving. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. Netflix cracks down on Discord to ID the person behind the worst leak in streaming history, which is really just kind of a laugh riot statement because it's the worst leak in streaming history. Leak, stream. I think it's funny.
Oh, I'm sure they probably chose that intentionally.
Oh, I don't know about that. Netflix issued Discord a subpoena asking the social media platform or it says social platform, to provide user information for suspects tied to its massive leak in August. How about no? You know, it says suspects. You know, I hate that because it's a fishing expedition, and I really don't like fishing expeditions.
Right, like who are all the people that accessed?
Yeah, between this and
Discord
this.
or Netflix. Yeah, exactly.
You know, somebody could send you a link, you click on the link and it connects to something that's illegal and you had no idea prior to it, but it flags you in a log and somebody starts knocking on your door. It's a bunch of bullshit, really.
Or worse, you just happen to be using the service or whatever.
Yeah.
You're not even somebody who did access something that was not authorized.
Yeah, I could be sitting in a Discord channel and scrolling through stuff and something illegal pops up or something that was illegally gotten. But what's really hilarious about that is like government agents, anybody that works for the government, if you stumble across something that is illegal, you are required to notify people. And if you're found out that you didn't, then you're just as culpable as the people who did like do the actual act. Not really. Like if somebody wanted to leverage that, they have the ability to. If somebody wants to be a real tool in this climate, man, everything is weaponized. So Netflix issued a subpoena to Discord to expose the people that are suspects tied to a massive leak. Isaiah Colbert over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. So a new report from Polygon. So you see how everybody talks to everybody about everything everywhere.
Right, it's all connected. That's non sequitur.
Yeah. So a new report from Polygon reveals that the Northern District of California Court has issued a subpoena to Discord demanding the social platform disclose information that could reveal the identity of a user implicated in the leak. According to Polygon, Netflix's Discord subpoena earmarked an unreleased copyright image from Squid Game Season 2 uploaded by a user in their name. In a now deleted interview posted on Telegram, the leaker credited themselves with the person behind the worst.
As the person, maybe?
It has to be as, right? Okay. Well, anyway, the worst leak in streaming history, but I don't quite get why they're so passionate about this. It built a level of hype that surpasses
like the
nothing.
Nintendo, like, don't talk about us, except when people talk about them, it drives publicity.
Yeah.
I'm not saying leaks are okay, but I don't really get it. The other thing is, I'm sorry, but this could be somebody posing as somebody else, or who knows.
Now, the scope of this may actually be a bigger problem, because if it is footage beyond just a little snippet, then you've basically violated the copyright, but to an extent where people won't engage, right? So if they watched an episode or whatever, they're not going to get, but see, again, it's more like a tease. Like, you only saw a little snippet of it, and it isn't going to be necessarily the full extent of the material.
Right. It just shows, well, at least in the subpoena, it shows an image. But I do think this sounds a little different than some of the other issues we've seen where they seem to be going after the viewers. I mean, this is arguably the person who
let it go,
took or posted or whatever the image. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that video.
They say that one of our post-production partners has been compromised and footage from several of our titles has unfortunately leaked online. Our team is aggressively taking action to have it taken down. Fine. Have it taken down. Unfortunately, the bigger issue is that one of their post-production partners was compromised.
Well, then
So,
it goes back to the who's actually responsible because who it looks like might be a hacked account or something.
right, and it's not necessarily a hacked account. So as Polly, and therein lies the rub, because who are they really going to implicate? It's the person that was the hacked account. So I guess context matters. So they're going to chase down who it was and then interview. And I'm sure that's going to go swimmingly positive, right? Now, they're going to totally take into account the fact that the account was compromised and not really badger the living crap out of the person whose account was compromised. And frankly, all I have to do is say, and it's not me, I shouldn't like stick my name in there.
Right, the person.
All the person has to do is say, my account was hacked. Apparently, I had nothing to do with it. And I don't even log into blah, 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 or whatever. I didn't know that this was posted over there, because on Discord, if somebody were to breach your account and log in and post stuff all over the place, you wouldn't necessarily even know, because you have to actually chase these threads down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not as easy as
some other platforms.
Yeah, where it's more linear and you can actually see it real, like in a snap. But anyway, because you can be on hundreds of different servers, and each server is a Discord server. And within those, like ohmTown has its own Discord server, and in ohmTown is 50 channels, and somebody can post in any of those. And until somebody responds, you may or may, and even then you may have it flagged to be silent. You'd never even know anybody was chatting. So anyway, I think it's interesting, but the bigger issue to me is that they were breached. It's just endemic that it's not if, but when you get breached. And I am going to cry if I get breached, like a whole full-on breach, because
you have been breached.
I mean, I've been breached by proxy, not locally, not so,
I just meant like your data, but yes.
Yeah, third parties, just like these people. The Netflix wasn't breached, but their post-production was. Okay, let's keep on going. Kendrick Lamar has surprised everybody with a whole album being dropped. I think it was like day before yesterday, but it was all announced yesterday. And so Kendrick Lamar spent 2024 pulling off genuinely surprising, genuinely thrilling feats, and he just managed to do another one. His new album, GNX, which I'm not sure what that stands for. Maybe it says somewhere. What is GNX? What do you think GNX stands for? I don't know. Well, it's just appeared on music platforms everywhere. I'll let the sentient AI go rooting around with no prior promotion. So it's like the Netflix thing. It's going to go viral and everybody's going to gobble up the marketing of it.
Right. I mean, this is something that people are all over.
Yeah. The article here, it's from the AV Club, but with the release strategy has become a bit of a gimmick since Beyonce really mainstreamed it in 2013. We've got to admit, Lamar really managed to land this one in a genuinely thrilling fashion. We are still actively listening to this for the first time as we write this, but can confirm that SZA's vocal appears on the track Luther, and you can listen to the whole album here, but not here. You can follow the link over at AV Club.
So do you know what the GNX is?
No.
It's the car in the picture.
Is that what that is? Okay. Mm-hmm. When I saw the car, I was like, maybe it's that. But what is a GNX?
It's a Buick, actually.
Huh. It looks like it's from the 70s.
Yeah.
So the article is over at avclub.com. Drew Gillis put the article together. It says Lamar's album GNX is out now. Yeah, I don't know that car, but that's okay. I'm of the age.
It does appear in the first song on the album. It's mentioned.
Oh, really? Like what the car is? Or that a GNX is the car?
No, it references it in the lyrics.
Gotcha. So in case you need a refresher, the rapper has had one hell of a year, going all in a beef with Drake that left Lamar, the undisputed winner, Not Like Us, became one of the biggest songs of the summer and the entire year, which, really, Not Like Us? Oh, one of the biggest. Okay. I thought Shabuzi, like, kind of
Yeah,
crushed
that's
it.
about to hit a new record because of the amount of time at #1.
Yeah. That's wild. But it's such a playable song, you know? You just kind of bop along with it. It's pretty badass. Anyway, in September, Lamar landed a slot headlining the Super Bowl halftime show, somewhat controversially. Lil Wayne was the preferred candidate by a vocal online contingent that eventually included Wayne himself, which is kind of interesting.
Right, I want myself to be the celebrity here.
I vote for me, which I've always thought, like, just narcissistic as hell, but not Lil Wayne being narcissistic, but like voting for yourself.
General, right? Yeah, it seems really strange.
Because it's self-indulgent. Who wouldn't vote for themselves if they're running for office? You know what? I don't even freaking want this gig. I'm going to vote for that person over there.
I almost feel like you have to, because then it's like, what, you didn't vote for yourself? You know, like it's like you don't even have any interest in you getting it. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess nobody wants this. I vote for no one. Let's vote for the AI. So Lamar addresses the controversy in the first album of the song. Maybe he will again on the same album, but hey, it only came out 20 minutes ago. Wow, this person's a fast mover. Regardless, he got a whole bunch of new music to perform when he takes the stage in February. And we have plenty of new tracks to tide us over until then. Oh, wow. I nearly read the whole album. I mean, the whole article. I don't normally do that. It was
shorter than expected.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be some scroll, but nope, there's no scroll. I wonder, that's kind of like a shirt, right? I got no scroll. It's like code for brevity. All right, so let's go on to the next article. I'm going to have to go and listen to this album because, well, I just do. Might as well. Listen to a whole bunch of stuff from classical to death metal, so let's see if I like it. I don't know. The next article is over in Technology Today. Mysterious white smokers discovered in the Dead Sea. And when I first saw that title, I thought it was a bunch of Caucasians on a boat, but
I mean, that is what it sounds like, although the discovered is a little alarming.
Well, I mean, if you're out there on another boat and you run across a bunch of white smokers, they're sitting there on their boat fishing and smoking cigars. You're like, oh, look, a bunch of white smokers. But no, that's not what it is. It's mineral chimneys found on the Dead Sea floor signal potential sinkhole sites, aiding in hazard prediction and environmental monitoring. A team of researchers led by the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, and I'm just putting that emphasis in there. I don't think there's no umlauts or anything in the name, so it just might be Helmholtz. They've discovered meter-high chimneys on the seafloor of the Dead Sea. Pretty cool, as reported in the journal Science, of the total environment as opposed to
the partial environment.
We have a journal that focuses on that square meter over there, nay, cubic meter, so that we get more of the sea floor. And it's not all above the sea floor. No, 1.5 of the meters are below the seafloor, just so we can.
Oh yeah, I mean, we could have the total water environment, land environment. We could do.
But then we step out of the environment, not into another environment, because there's nothing over there, as we know about the boat.
We're in the outer space or something.
We're outside the environment, where they tow the other half after the boat's front falls off. You tow it outside the environment. That is such a funny skit. Look up that
skit on YouTube.
Yep. So the article is by the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, or UFZ. It's been posted over at scitechdaily.com. And so those right there are the chimneys. They're basically What are they made of again?
Like a vent or like almost
Yeah.
like volcanic activity.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. But for whatever reason, it's just a little bit of a trickle and not a big old mountain that gets built. It's not the conical shape of a vent that you would normally find where it has tendrils going out and stuff like that. This just kind of goes straight up, and it's crystallization of minerals from groundwater with an extremely high salt content flowing out of the lake floor. The newly discovered vents serve as an important warning indicator for sinkholes, which form in the area surrounding the Dead Sea and pose a significant hazard. If there are salt deposits underneath it, water trickles down into it and dissolves the salt. That's exactly what happened here in the United States when a lake bottom was pierced by a drilling rig and water flooded into a salt mine, dissolved the salt, and the whole thing collapsed down into the salt mine.
Okay.
Draining it, but then regurgitating everything once it filled up, turning that lake from freshwater into a saltwater lake.
Very odd.
Yeah. Whole bunch of, you have to have a certain kind of lifestyle to live in a saltwater lake, and a whole lot of fish met their demise. They're pining for the fjord. Anyway, and that's a Monty Python skit. So the Dead Sea is a highly dynamic system. Its level has been dropping by roughly 1 meter per year for over 50 years because it's cut off from key tributaries, and is losing large quantities of water through evaporation due to drought and heat.
A meter per year seems pretty significant. Like, I feel like a lot of times when you see adjustments to water levels, it'll be something like a centimeter per century or something.
Yeah, this is a meter, 3 feet per year. So it says the surface has dropped to approximately 435 meters below sea level. This decline in the lake, which borders Israel, Jordan, and the West Bank under Palestinian administration, has significant consequences, especially for the groundwater. The groundwater level is falling, making it increasingly difficult for neighboring countries to access groundwater resources. You have to dig deeper, it's more expensive, or just impossible. You can't get
Or
pumps.
There's not enough supply, or yeah,
ever more powerful pumps are needed, et cetera, et cetera. And at some point, salt water is going to infiltrate the groundwater because it's going to flow into osmosis.
Right. In fact, that's the issue I think they're tracking in the United States with the Mississippi River, or at least a section of it.
Yeah, because where the salt water is starting to contaminate the freshwater runoff, and it's going upstream, apparently. It's kind of wild. But yeah. So a team of divers were deployed, has now discovered chimney-shaped vents on the seafloor that discharge a shimmering fluid. These bear a strikingly similar context to black smokers in the deep sea, but the system is completely different. This is now basically salt deposition and recrystallization around the little trickle of high salt content. It's kind of fascinating. So they're going to, they've got a thing that is linked called a new type of submarine smokers in the Dead Sea, which, by the way, you can't do that. It puts the cigarette out. So it's perfect for people wanting to not
You mean
smoke.
If you go into the water?
Yeah, if you try and smoke underwater, it's
Also, it's probably not very good for the fish.
and
or the
and
coral.
it's not good. Yeah, and it's hard to light too. You need a underwater welding gun and a metal. I guess a vape pen would work because it's conductive and it would spark against the.
Well, you have another problem too. You probably can't really inhale it because you might be like taking in some water,
Yeah, it's hard to inhale water. Yeah, every diver has had that moment. Let's move on. So the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Niagara Fireball. A Niagara Fireball event leads to discovery of tiniest known asteroid. There's treatment for that. Anyway, in an international study led by Western University and the Observatory, scientists describe a pioneering integrative approach for studying near-Earth asteroids based largely on a November 2022 fireball event that dropped meteorites in the Niagara region. This is pretty fascinating. So I'm willing to bet that they calculated the trajectory of this thing to see where it might have come from, almost like a Star Trek, like, hey, we tracked this back to its home.
Right. Interesting.
Or its area of origin. So Jeff Renaud from University of Western Ontario put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org. Again, the links are in, well, the chat if you type in !NSN, or over in the show notes once I publish them. I didn't put them in the live stream, but anyway. So an international study led by Western University and Lowell Observatory, right? The space scientists determined the composition and size of asteroid 2022 WJ1, also known as WJ1, before it fractured upon entering Earth's atmosphere by comparing Arizona-based telescopic observations to video captured by Western's Southern Ontario Meteor Network cameras of that particular fireball in an unusually bright meteor on November 19th, 2022.
Well, that's interesting too, because of the vastly different locations.
Yep. So the study published today, which is the last 24 hours, in the Planetary Science Journal, is significant not only because it reveals the key details of WJ1, the smallest asteroid in space to be characterized to date, but also for establishing the methodology for studying other space objects that impact Earth. This is the first time a telescope observation and camera captures have been used to study the same space object. Fascinating. So just point cameras out, and when you see it, you can start the triangulation project leading to the source origin, right? Because if it isn't captured by the telescope, maybe previous telescope observations can see something out there, and then the cameras can actually have this kind of pervasive view of the night sky. They need to.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that they hadn't done this, but now that I think about it, I obviously haven't heard of it previously.
You'd think that it's kind of obvious, right? Because I know that the cameras outside of the mayoral mansion have caught meteorites, and you're like, oh, and somebody skilled in the art could probably calculate the trajectory and go, oh, it came from this. I've still not found its landing point, but I'm sure somebody has and already scooped it up. So combining the two techniques, it says this is only the 6th asteroid discovered before impact, said Dennis Vida, which is fascinating. It's only the 6th.
Well, right. I guess we always find them once they're on the ground, right?
Yeah.
But
or
it
they
just
destroy.
Seems odd.
Yeah. Our new approach, discovering an asteroid through space observation, then subsequently observing it with cameras from the ground, allowing us to confirm that our estimates match well to the estimates derived using completely different approach. So pretty cool. I love this. There is a video that talks about it, by the way, asteroid 2022 WJ1 impacts Southern Ontario, and there's a video that discusses it. Pretty damn awesome. I love this. So let's go on. Let's move on. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. KFC sues Church's Chicken over original recipe trademark, which shouldn't be trademarkable.
Right. I mean, that's such a common term.
Unless you're infinitely breaking up where a trademark has application, right? Oh, it's a chicken sandwich, trademark. Oh, it's whatever, a cheesecake, original recipe, whatever you want to have. Every single strata of food and food category can have an original recipe. I think this should be genericided into oblivion. Anybody can sit there and claim original recipe this, because I've got original recipes for drinks and for food and for whatever, because you know what? I wake up one day and I go, I want to make a eggs and I throw a bunch of stuff on the eggs, that's an original recipe because I made it. So it's amazing how many of the trademark disputes we see and discuss here at Tech Dirt. Not Tech Dirt me, I'm just quoting what is in the snippet. We are not Tech Dirt. We are Non-Sequitur News and ohmTown. Anyway, ultimately result from the USPTO granting trademarks that never should have been granted in the first place. They're basically creating the weapons that everybody uses, and then they're actually they're fomenting war, I guess.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And I think some of these really are impacted by when they come about, because I do think there's been some evolution of thinking on some of these terms.
Yeah, and I know that for a fact because I've fallen victim to that. And so, kind of like the Taco Tuesday thing that they mentioned in here, it's so generic. How can you actually have a trademark that we've been utilizing for decades? Just move it to
and that one went away, right?
Yeah.
But it was granted initially.
It was. So we recently saw the whole Taco Tuesday episode in which the taco office, the trademark office, granted Taco John.
Maybe that was the problem.
They're really embittered, you know. We're the taco. Oh, never mind. We said the quiet part out loud. So the trademark office granted Taco John a trademark for Taco Tuesday, despite the descriptive and fairly generic nature of the term. Every Tuesday is Tuesday. Tacos is tacos. It's Taco Tuesday. The end result was years and years of Taco John's bullying other restaurants, wielding a trademark that never should have been a thing. So it was Taco Bell that actually punched Taco John right in the shell. So a recipe for disaster department is where Timothy Gaynor put the article together, but it's published over at techdirt.com so that you can go over and check it all out. But in a nutshell, Church's use of the term original recipe in its advertising is likely to deceive, confuse, and mislead purchasers and prospective purchasers into believing the goods and services offered under the mark are affiliated with, authorized by, or come from KFC, which is a complete bullshit statement because I don't think original recipe is KFC unless it's under the framing of KFC.
Right, like you might see the logo for KFC or something and go, oh, that's KFC.
Church's Chicken. Yeah, go.
Yeah, your original recipe isn't enough to associate.
Yeah, it's Church's Chicken. It's the original recipe for Church's Chicken. It's the original recipe for KFC. It's the original recipe for Taco John. It's the original recipe for whatever Taco Bell puts together. Anyway, everybody has an original recipe. So they say KFC became aware of Church's use of the phrase toward the end of September and objected in a letter it sent to the Atlanta-based chicken chain the following month, according to the lawsuit. On behalf of fried chicken lovers out there, we're bullying somebody using a phrase that shouldn't be jack shit.
Well, that's interesting that you use that term too, because the article used that term to reference the Taco John's issue.
Yeah, because that's what it is. You know, it's because they were first past the post, so they were granted this trademark that should never. A little critical thinking, and you're like, original recipe's too generic. What does it apply to you?
Exactly, and yeah, the article points out too in that industry, right? That's especially problematic, right? Every restaurant is going to have an original recipe, or maybe more than one.
Yeah. And just because you use the original recipe in your marketing doesn't give you the trademark on it. You can sit there and TM something, but original recipe is too generic. It's KFC's original recipe because there's millions of original recipes. Go look at a cookbook.
Exactly. I don't have a good example, but I think if it was something like original, like some very specific application of something recipe, maybe. I can't think of a good example. I don't mean like original fried chicken recipe, because that would still be generic.
Yeah, so they say in the article, now it's certainly true that KFC takes great pains to lay out its lawsuit that KFC has famously used the phrase original recipe in its branding and advertising. In fact, it's become a cornerstone of KFC's branding, typically around other references to its secret blend of 11 herbs and spices. And that is really what should be trademarked.
That's kind of like what I was thinking, like how they were making it somehow, but I couldn't come up with a good example.
Right, but KFC's lawyers damned well know that the original recipe is descriptive and generic generally, not to mention how Churches is using the phrase. More on that in a moment, they say in the article. That's why they included this bit in their lawsuit. Because KFC's exclusive and extensive use of the original recipe mark, which, again, it should not be allowed, the mark has acquired substantial value and is widely recognized as identifying and distinguishing KFC as the source of goods and services offered in connection with the original recipe mark. KFC owns strong common law rights to the original recipe mark as a result of its extensive and continuing use, and the mark has become famous among the general consuming public of the United States and of Texas. So they're throwing it in Texas, which is woefully embracing of the corporate mindset to bully everybody out of existence because, well, let's just say Texas administration and legal structure, and represents an extraordinarily valuable goodwill to KFC. Yeah, KFC's original recipe.
Don't you think if you queried 100 people and said, what is original recipe? Do you think any of them would know, or any substantial number of them?
I think people who find KFC appealing would know what. But here's the thing. You don't just see original recipe. You see our original recipe, just like it says here. KFC, home of the original recipe with 11 herbs and spices. You see context.
Yeah, true.
So it isn't just original recipe. I'm an original recipe.
I guess you're an original recipe. It's not even something that people associate with it, which is part of the whole purpose of trademark.
Yeah, people know KFC. That is the brand. That is the mark. It's a trademark. That is the mark. So I find this just batshit crazy. It is the Taco Tuesday of chicken. So it's. I think it's Tuesday.
Worse than the Taco Tuesday, but I agree. It's very similar.
It is, because Taco Tuesday is generic by use and non-enforcement, and
at least tied to a type of food, even though we know a lot of other places make tacos. This doesn't even say like original fried chicken recipe, which would still be really generic.
Yeah. And so this is Churches, right? And so it says our original recipe is back, right? So it's our.
Well, how would you tell? Well, so then how would you tell your customers that if you're switching your recipe around or whatever? I mean, I don't know. Just seems absurd.
Now I want to go get Church's chicken. But I haven't eaten anything from KFC since they did two things. First off, one time I ate a piece of chicken that still had a feather in it, breaded and cooked. And the second time they changed their potatoes. So, bye.
I think the feather outweighs the potato issue.
Yep. Moving on. Next article's over in the Marble Channel. Ancient meets modern as a new subway in Greece. Showcases archaeological treasures. And at the beginning of this, I was like, a modern subway in Greece? It's so slippery. How are they... Anyway, Greece's second largest city, Thessalonica. Thessaloniki. I thought it was Thessalonica.
No, but there could be
Is there
another location or something?
Look it up. So Greece's second largest city, Thessaloniki, is getting a brand new subway system that will showcase an archaeological discovery made during construction that held up the project for decades. Apparently, they dug around archaeologically. Okay,
until the early 20th century, it was
known as
Thessalonica with a CA at the end.
So, yeah, I remember this because it's not the device, but there is a device that was discovered off the coast of Greece, and it's deemed to be an astronomical device to track, and I can't remember the name of the device right now. Doggone it. Anyway, let's go over to this article. Costas Kantouris over at phys.org put the article together, and so the 9.6 kilometer inaugural line will open on November 30th using driverless trains and platform screen doors. Construction began in earnest in 2003 and unearthed a treasure trove of antiquities in the vast excavation beneath the densely populated city of millions of residents, or of a million residents. And Greece, how do I put this? Where did everything come from that covered up all of this?
That's a good question. Is it the Antikythera mechanism? I completely
Antikythera. Yeah.
I had the wrong emphasis.
Yeah, it's basically this really complex brass-wheeled, thick box that showed the innermost planets because they didn't know about the outermost planets. But anyway, it's an amazing piece of work that's basically taken out of time, and it's the fuel for many a science fiction type of novel. But I find it fascinating that somebody took, these really highly toothed gears, and it's all stuck together. People have replicated it, but we really don't know like the full extent of what was all there, and people put it together. They think they put it all together in its totality. But anyway, so again, this is below the surface. You can actually see, here, I'll open it up. So right there is the surface. So all of this was below grade and goes further down because these are the walls, and some of this is, the surface of the walkway and stuff like that. But these are buildings.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I find it amazing that this was under the ground, but where did all of this stuff come from? Why backfill this? And where did it come from? Right?
Well, we don't know. We do have a sediment problem on Earth.
We really do. It just blows all over and deposits. I'm surprised that New York is even still above grade. So the project offers.
It isn't. There's probably a New York below New York.
There is a New York below New York, but not the island. I think if you dig too far down, you're going to hit bedrock. Well, you do hit bedrock, but there is. It's such a young. But you go over to where civilization has been long term, you could just dig, and you're still finding shit. Our hubris is amazing, and the fact that we're so self-indulgent that we are at the current time everything that has existed, but then we dig 4 feet and we're like, oh look, Romans.
Oh wow, we built on top of another city we didn't even know was there.
Yeah, you dig below the Romans and there's somebody else there, and you dig below them and there's somebody else there, and you dig far enough down and there's somebody else waving up at you. Anyway, tunneling followed ancient commercial routes through the center of the port city that had been continuously inhabited since ancient times. It exposed a Roman era thoroughfare, ancient Greek burial sites, water and drainage systems, mosaics and inscriptions, and tens of thousands of artifacts spanning centuries, also through Byzantine and Ottoman rule. The tunnels had to be bored at a greater depth than originally planned, adding cost and delays. Yeah. You know what? Educating yourself on the entire expanse of humanity is a real bitch.
I know. Oh my gosh. We had to preserve thousands of artifacts from centuries ago.
And maybe thousands of years if you keep on digging down. And now they're below it. So who knows what the hell they've actually bored through.
Well, and what are they on top of now, right? Like if they peek under it an inch, is there another civilization remnants or whatever?
another civilization. I guess they missed their subway stop. Anyway, the project faced substantial delays and many challenges, including over 300,000 archaeological finds, many of which are now showcased at various stations along the Maine line. Beautiful. I love the idea. But you know what? It's going to take 100 years before enough people lay eyes on enough of these things to find out the true context of these things. And they're no longer in situ. So unless somebody took painstaking notes about the context, lost to oblivion.
Well, they might have. I don't know how much. I suspect Greece really values the historical. We know some countries, they take extreme efforts to document their artifacts, but I think this is really cool because this is a rare combination of the old and the modern.
Yep.
And it might actually get the general public interested in preservation.
So the cost of the metro so far has reached €3 billion or 3.1 billion US dollars for the completed first line of the subway system and most of a second line, which is currently under construction and due to be delivered in a year. Awesome. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's the name of the show. AI founder promised amazing chatbot to public schools, then allegedly spent the money on a lavish wedding and mansion. As LA Times reports, 33-year-old Joanna Smith Griffin, the founder of AI startup All Here, has been charged by federal prosecutors with identity theft and multiple counts of fraud after her alleged web of lies regarding her company's sketchy wares came tumbling down earlier this year.
Don't you think it was all in the name? Right? Like, all of it's going over here to me.
Yeah. I didn't even make that connection. All here in my pocket. Oh, I was going to say something else. Noor Al-Sabai put this article together. It's in a section called The Bite, but it's over at futurism.com. So they renamed it to All Fake. After duping the Los Angeles school system into giving her gobs of money, the founder of AI ed tech firm allegedly spent a lot of it on herself. So why? Why is there an AI ed tech system being deployed in an academic institution? It says a chat bot.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I'm sure there's going to be some reviews of whomever put the money from the school system toward this, right?
Yeah, because an amazing chat bot for public schools, this is a neophyte domain. This is the beginning, nascent, right? This is the baby of tech, AI, and it's arcane as hell.
And it's not ready for environments like academia, especially with young students.
Yep. So earlier this year, the same newspaper reported that after being contracted to build out a chatbot connecting families with information from the Los Angeles Unified School District, All Here filed for bankruptcy despite tens of millions of dollars in public and private investment. Now, the reason why seems to be emerging, per the allegations that the founder's repeated lies about the company's worth and dips into investments for her own personal gain led it to ruin.
Okay, so also due diligence of the school system or whomever put the money forward. Did they look into the company at all?
It seems weird because you don't buy something that is prospective, particularly for a public school system using public money. If you want to be a venture capitalist or an angel investor and invest in an AI company, you do it with your own freaking money. You don't do it with public money.
Exactly. I mean, doesn't this give the impression of like almost like a door-to-door salesman kind of pitch, like, oh, I've done all these wonderful things. I mean, which doesn't make any sense for a school system.
I think that there was a better chance of that medical startup, what's her name, where she went to jail, yeah.
Theranos, I think.
Yeah, Theranos. Yeah. So there was a better chance of Theranos actually creating the item that they were promising. And as far as I know, nobody was harmed in that. And that they went to jail for that. I think she's in jail. I don't know about the husband. I think he might have gone to jail too. But all that did was apparently kicked the can down the road too far, and people who demanded a return on their investment, not realizing that when you invest in a company, there's a really good chance that they won't materialize jack shit. They bought into it, that risk. But this seems like it was a startup that didn't have a product working. Why did they invest in it? And they didn't invest. They paid for a solution. You show it. It's called common off the shelf. And
well, that's the other thing. Like if it was recent, and I'm not saying they should have done this, but why not use something like a free tool or something like a Chat GPT or whatever, which we know that has its own problems, but
right. But
this doesn't make any sense.
I'm really curious about what the scope of this project was. So prosecutors maintain in their indictment against Smith Griffin that the founder of the Boston-based company inflated All Here's worth to attract investors, claiming that she had raised millions for its bespoke educational chatbot tech, when in reality the firm had far less in its coffers. And this would be perfect for a mandated infrastructure where any money put into a potentially public-facing company would have it enumerated what the investment rounds are, who all is involved in it, what the valuation is, et cetera, et cetera. Why isn't that public knowledge instead of something behind attorneys where you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement because everything is, smoke and mirrors bullshit? I mean, even Reddit is a massive juggernaut now, owned by Condé Nast. And that started up with fake posts and users, and they faked it until they made it. And so when people are enriched through that type of action, and they've made that claim, they've said that they used fake posts and users because an empty site.
I think they're pretty public about it.
Yeah. Plus, they also, a CEO from them modified a user's post without flagging it as an edit and didn't tell the user of that post. It wasn't the CEO's post. And they said, kiss my ass, you'll be back. Where else are you going to go? Essentially, they didn't say the kiss my ass part. That's me. But they said, you'll be back. And everybody's back. And they're selling your data to AI to train LLMs. So how about kiss my ass, right?
Well, yeah. And what about turning over data to companies like All Here? How is that going to work out?
Yeah.
By the way, Theranos was sentenced to approximately 11 years, and then the former partner approximately 13 years.
Yikes. Yikes. Well, I guess they had a good time while they lasted. Anyway, so we can obviously point the finger at companies, especially startups, that are pressured to overpromise and generally underdeliver. University of Southern California AI expert Stephen Aguilar told the LA Times after Ed went dark. Ultimately, the responsibility rests with the school district, which, yes and no. If the information that's being requested is like it says here, a deliberate and calculated scheme to defraud an investor, then the only information you have is what's provided by the enterprise.
True, but for example, if you're a school district and you get something like a brochure or an elevator pitch and then you invest all this money, I don't think that's enough, even with the scheme. Like, you have to do a little bit of like, have you done this for another school system or something? You don't just throw tons of money at a startup in a school system.
And it's definitely a risk-based maneuver. So if you don't ask those questions like the AI said, and you take this risk, then yeah, the risk is on the people who made that decision. Sure. But again, if they ask all of these questions and here's the information.
Oh, yeah. Like if they've got sites set up and they're like, yes, we did this over here. I mean, you could see that would be much more elaborate and they could fool somebody even checking.
Yeah, if it comes across like a CIA op where there's so much deep background that you basically go, shit, looks like they did do it. And you go to interview somebody and they go, yeah, they did it. If you have co-conspirators. Anyway. Find it fascinating that they blame the victim, but it is a person who is focused on AI not wanting to poo-poo the idea that,
Well, the AI is not the problem here, right? But
right?
even the school system even if this was a reputable company, there's something behind us that's kind of like, really? We're deploying AI that's not ready to the
Yeah.
school system of all places?
Yeah. I really want to know now what the project actually entitled. Like, what was the results of this? Like, what was the end game?
And what were the inputs? Was it something like a Chat GPT, or was it something very targeted toward education? I don't know.
Yeah. So they say up here the chatbot was designed for connecting families with information from the LA Unified School District. But what the hell does it amount to? A freaking wiki.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's almost like one of those like pop-ups that you would get on like a retail shopping site or something.
Yeah. Join
But
our mailing
why
list.
would you need to spend $6 million or whatever for that?
Yeah. Wild. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. Scammers sent courier to steal 4,000 pounds. A fraud victim tells the BBC how she used a helpline to stop scammers stealing more of her money. Daniel Whitworth over at bbc.com put this article together, and there's video of this. The moment Jenny had 4,000 pounds stolen from her on her doorstep. So, a victim of fraud, Jenny told the BBC how she used a fraud helpline to help ward off scammers, but not before fraudsters stole 4,000 pounds by sending a courier around to her house to collect the money. Scammers under increased pressure from the 159 fraud helpline, or 159 fraud helpline, which received 800,000 calls in its first 3 years of operation.
That should be alarming right there.
Wild. So Jenny was the victim of courier fraud by a pretty brazen scammer, she said. They first pretended to be from her bank. They knew her name, phone number, or address, tricked her into believing that they had access to her accounts, which helped convince her that she was talking to a genuine bank employee. I would have called the actual bank.
Right, and
said,
most banks don't call people, they send notices in the mail. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think people that fall for these schemes don't try to verify any of the information.
Yeah. They put her through to someone. Okay, so they told her there was suspicious activity, but not to worry. They were going to stop the fraud and protect her money. Then they put her through to someone pretending to be from the police who first promised her help to stop the fraud, then asked her for help to investigate suspected fraud at her local bank branch. Then came intimidation, then threats. Jenny says that she was cautioned that if she told anyone or didn't help, she could face prosecution, but being community spirited, she wanted to help anyway. Oh, Jenny not from around the block. What's that? What? Isn't it Jenny's Got a Gun? Isn't that
No,
song?
that's Janie.
Oh, Janie's got a gun. That's right. So Jenny does not, nor does she think critically. But hey, trust but don't verify. So it says they knew her name, blah, blah, blah. They told her there was suspicious activity on her account, but not to worry. They were going to stop the fraud and protect her money. The title of this is Scammer Sent Courier to Steal 4,000 Pounds, in that she used a fraud helpline to help ward off scammers.
That's after, though. She was scammed, and then she called a hotline. Yeah. I think they're trying to feature the hotline, but this is an unusual, or it seems to be an unusual scam.
800,000 calls to the 159 number. This is in the BBC.
Exactly.
This is in the
and
UK,
how many
by the
times does a courier come to somebody's house to collect money? I mean, that's a whole nother level, and actually pretty alarming.
Impersonating someone's bank is key to so many frauds, which is partly why, and there's a group set up, Stop Scams UK, set up a special number 3 years ago to connect victims of fraud direct with their bank. You simply dial 159, you're asked who you bank with, and you're put through, which seems sketchy in and of itself.
It does. So that makes me nervous that somebody's going to set up like a 158 or whatever would be the most misdialed, and then we're back at square one.
And here's one of the kickers with this, which I'm like, oh my God, there's only 20 banks cover 99% of the UK. 20.
But that might be bank chains.
It doesn't matter. It's all controlled. Right? It's controlled by what what amounts to 20 organizational units.
Right.
And there's got to be one that has the predominant number, right? Like Bank of America has like a shit ton.
Right. That doesn't even give you the story, right? Because we think 20 equally distributed, but it's not.
All right, everybody. So if you're in the UK and you have been defrauded, then call 159 and get in touch with a bank agent that is actually authorized to help solve a problem. And don't give anybody anything. They show up your damn door, unless they're doing a breaking and entering or whatever. You do not give anybody money at your front door. Just don't. Somebody comes for a donation, say, I'll give to your office, and do some due diligence. Trust but verify, click with care. Do not just take everything at face value, particularly if it's a high stress type of situation. The deal is only right now. No, tell them to blow. All right. Our last article, though, for today, and this one is fascinating. I had to choose this because it says, warning, do not expose Cybertrucks to common magnets. Cybertrucks appear to be a magnet for just about every automotive embarrassment imaginable, literally. So as Jalopnik reports, and this is over at Futurism, I believe, the Cybertrucks owners of the Tesla pickup are complaining that slapping cosmetic magnets onto the vehicle's shiny surface is damaging its stainless steel body. Maybe making a car out of the same kind of stuff as kitchen utensils was a bad idea after all. And we know this from the DeLorean that had basically shit durability unless it was immaculately taken care of.
That's true, but you don't want to apply any lessons learned.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, it goes beyond this. Apparently, people who have put wraps on their Teslas, upon peeling them off, are finding out that it's basically done shit to the skin, which was already falling apart because of environmental damage.
Right, and there might be a reason that a lot of cars are made with the same types of materials.
Yeah, I mean, adhesives are being slapped onto. So with the wraps, it's an adhesive that's sticking it on there, and it's going to cause issues to unfinished metal. It just does. I mean, there's a chemical reaction that's going to take place. I don't know of a wrap that wouldn't. The reason why cars are protected is because they actually have a clean surface, and then there's a clear coat on top or underneath it, and then paint underneath that before you get to the metal.
But they all do it similarly for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. And so the complaints originate from a thread on the Cybertruck Owners Club forum started by a user named Cybertooth, who shared photos of extremely noticeable stains on the vehicle. They feel like an idiot, the unfortunate Tesla owner wrote, deciding to put an advertising magnet on my CT, Cybertruck. Because saying Cybertruck is embarrassing enough. You have to shorten it to CT. So Frank Landemore over at The Byte, on a website called futurism.com, put the article together. A stainful steel. Dun, dun, dun. Sounds like a code name for something. As Jalopnik reports, owners of the Tesla pickup are complaining. So the good news for the Tesla owner was that he was able to clean most of the damage off, but not all. There are a couple of small white spots left that have a slight rough texture to them, Cybertooth wrote. And remember, the oldest of these cars have only been on the road for about a year.
Right. Think what they're going to look like if they make it that long in 5 or 10 years.
Whatever the mechanism, it seems that the Cybertruck stainless steel construction is at fault here because it's not finished. It's bare metal that has been... Stainless steel is just bare metal. It would be smarter for you to take the car's skin off and anodize it. It would be better for you to powder coat it. But that's...
And I think some people have done that, although maybe their skins, because it seems like people have problems with the original material, so they cover it up.
Yeah. So the vehicle has a track record of easily losing its luster just months after the Tesla first started Tesla started delivering the trucks last November. For example, people were reporting body panels were already showing signs of rust. I can't talk.
Well, and of course, we had other articles where there were problems because it was too reflective.
Oh, yeah, that too. This one says others learned the hard way that putting a vinyl wrap on their Cybertruck could also damage the exterior. Stainless steel, it turns out, takes a lot of work to maintain, and if the point of a vehicle is to look obnoxiously shiny, any blemish on its surface will be that much more noticeable. Yeah. Perennially recalled vehicle is what it said at the end. All right, what can you do with these things? Well, you can't get them wet. You can't, well, every time I've seen a Cybertruck, oh, no. The trend has been broken. I actually saw a Cybertruck driving, but it wasn't raining. Oh, that's true. So in the rain, every Cybertruck I've seen in the rain has been pulled over to the side of the road. So I think they're allergic
Well, and
to
then
water.
you can get stuck if you don't put them in car wash mode, or if you do put them in car wash mode.
Yep. Pretty wild. Well, at any rate, we are going to wrap ourselves up. And when we unwrap ourselves for Christmas, we're going to be at the front page of ohmTown.com. I am Mayor Watt saying bye, and the sentient AI is going to do whatever the sentient AI does.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode of that tomorrow, but stay tuned.
Yeah, we got 3 other shows, Reality Hacker, and then Wanted, and then
The Continuity Report.
There you go. See you in a little bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 24th, 2024. It's a time machine episode. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about the following 10 articles. Inflation ahead of Black Friday, airlines fuming over fines, social distancing 6,000 years ago, RPGs coming this week, an iconic rock band breaks record, Aldi and their trippy barcodes, scammers exploit tiny typos, Siri engine. Oh boy, I might activate everything inside the mayoral mansion. Anyway, it's going to evolve, maybe one day, to destroy us all. If life gives you Lululemons, and starting to rethink advancing AI. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. This is a time machine episode, so we're going to try and ram all kinds of information down your throats. Just take your medicine. All right, it's usually not that violent here in ohmTown. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
We had a problem with the visualizer, so we were going to try and do this time machine 40 minutes ago. It's all right.
Well, better late than never.
I suppose. Hey, and guess what? We, after all this time, we became affiliate. So now you can subscribe directly over on Twitch, but it takes heavier lifting over on the YouTubes. So if you do find your way over there, be sure to follow us, like, subscribe, leave a comment. Liking stuff actually helps out tremendously. So, oh, and an amazing turn of irony. The last episode, I said a bunch of stuff about politics and how I kind of get crushed because they say, you're talking about electioneering, or there's something on the page is behind me here that you're talking about elections. And they deny my promotion. And so I said, I guarantee you that, because we had like promo stuff up there, and I said, I guarantee you they're going to deny my promotion. Nope. It's steaming right along.
It's very arbitrary. It's an algorithm.
Yeah, I think it's whichever way the wind blows. Well, anyway, let's get into today's articles. Yeah. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. Shoppers struggling with inflation being selective ahead of Black Friday. Yeah, we kind of saw
I can
this
imagine.
coming. Yeah, yeah. And what's on the precipice of this after this Black Friday is Christmas, and then a whole new everything. Oh, it's a whole new world. I'm probably going to get in trouble for that one. That's why Mix War doesn't exist right now, because even stuff that was just barely touching, I just used some material and talked about it briefly in a demonstration video, and I got dinged for it. So, yeah, I don't want to have to sit there and justify every stinking video that I do.
It is a little annoying.
But yet there are people here that talk, like on YouTube, that it's not Twitch, it's YouTube. Over on YouTube, there are people that are sitting like, what's his name? Beato or whatever. He talks about music all the time and plays like
Maybe he gets
wholesale.
notices all the time.
Maybe he's paying a separate fee, but you have to get to leave the VOD there for it to be on demand. You have to get written permission by everybody that's on the track.
Yeah,
And
which is not always possible with 17 writers or whatever.
well, it's just impossible for
Per
a
song.
non-outsider. Yeah, per song.
Yeah.
So if I have 10 songs, which is what I would do, I can't even run the episode. And I had been paying into the 3 name brand licensing things, but they don't allow for synchronization licensing. Anyway, there was something that I was going to say about that other guy. Anyway, whatever. It's very, very frustrating. So, no, it's not happening all that soon. Anyway, non sequitur news aside.
We're supposed to be talking about shopping.
Yeah. So shoppers are spending more this holiday season, but remain selective and are looking for discounts, investment bank Morgan Stanley said. So they're spending more because things are more expensive, not because things are cheaper and they're spending more money. They're literally just spending more because things are already more expensive.
Right, they're getting much less for their money.
Yeah,
And because they're spending so much on stuff that's not discretionary, right, like food, then they have a lot less to spend on things like gifts or deals.
Yeah, so they're being selective. And so instead of 5 things for the same price as 2, they're buying 1 because everything is so freaking expensive. Or there's something on the cusp that is, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which I don't think that it's misdirected to have some FUD in the coming years. So the article is actually sourced from Newsweek. Rachel Dobkin, which really, I think Pandora Devine, I think it is, right? Is that her name over on Newsweek?
Pandora Dewan, I think.
Dewan, yeah. Probably she opened the box and Rachel Dobkin actually caught some blowback from whatever emanated from, whatever. So anyway, it says here, the holiday shopping season is a huge opportunity for companies to make a profit while boosting the economy, which is just complete bullshit. It's so self-important. Consumer spending makes up over 2/3 of U.S. economic activity. Yes, consumers buying stuff to survive does make up. That's how it works.
It's a key part of the economy.
Wonder what the other third is. Could be one institution, one industrial machine. Anyway, however, consumers are still feeling the pinch of their wallets, which will affect how they shop this holiday season, starting with Black Friday sales, which already began for some retailers. Says Morgan Stanley survey released earlier this month found that 35%, or roughly 2,000 consumers, expect to spend more this season than the year before. Again, we don't know what the context is of this. They don't sit there and say, oh, I'm going to be buying more stuff. They're saying
Right.
it's going to cost more. Yeah. Holiday shoppers are likely to increase their budgets this year versus last year, but remain selective and are looking for discounts. I think that this is manipulation of the real data, right? So I'm going to have to go and find this. They say consumer prices rose 2.6% in October, just October, 2.6% from a year earlier, up from 2.4%.
Well, but this also, well, as it's written, it looks like it's only moved up like 0.2, but I think it's moved up 2.4 plus 2.6. Anyway,
In 2
we'd have
years.
to look at that. Yeah, exactly. Which is a
Yeah.
lot.
But they say it was the first rise in annual inflation in 7 months. Huh. Bullshit.
Well, maybe because it already spiked in the previous year.
Yeah. It's already. Yeah. So 8 months ago was the last spike.
Or whenever. Yeah, exactly.
And everybody are going, oh, I ain't got no mo. Yeah, what are you going to do? So they wait 8 months and then jack up the price because maybe that's when it's the next fiscal year, October. Fascinating, huh? Well, in September, the Fed cut the federal funds rate by half a percentage point to between 4.75 and 5%. It was the first time the Fed cut interest rates in 4 years. Earlier this month, the Fed cut rates again, this time by a quarter point, lowering rates to 4.5 to 4.75. But I wonder how your mortgage refi is doing. Probably not all that great. Anyway, how about we just move on? Because there's
I
really
think
not
that
much.
would be good.
Okay, well. So the next article is over.
Prices are high. Nobody's going to get the gifts they want this year. That sounds very grinchy.
I have the gift that I wanted. Never.
Which is?
Another different article to talk about. So non sequitur news is where the next article is. Airlines fume after Spain hits low-cost carriers with a $187 million fine. Spain's Ministry of Consumer Affairs has fined 5 budget airlines, a total of 180. I'm rounding up. It says 179 million euros, which is 187 million dollars. The fines affect Ryanair, Vueling, which I've never heard of, EasyJet, Norwegian, Voloti. I don't think you want your plane making tea. Is it Velodia or something like that? How do you?
I have no idea how to say it.
Voloti. Anyway, I don't want anything vola nothing in my plane.
Right, it sounds like volatile or something.
Yeah, volati. It's when you sit down and just a bar brawl breaks out, the likes of which you've never even imagined possible. Like from Airplane, the brownies or Girl Scouts are fighting.
Right.
Anyway, airlines are fuming over a decision by Spain's Ministry of Consumer Affairs to fine budget airlines for what they call abusive practices, such as charging extra for carry-on luggage fees. And when you buy a ticket there, don't they tell you, hey, there's carry-on luggage fees?
Yeah, but they advertise really low rates. Like, it'll be like $30 or something. But then it's like, but then you need to pay $50 one way for one bag or something. And then you need to pay whatever, $50 to pick a seat. And then like you're like 10 times whatever the rate was to begin with.
So it's the ticket master of airlines.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's actually worse, and we know what we think of Ticketmaster in ohmTown.
Yeah, bastards. Okay, well, that's the ticket. It's over at businessinsider.com. Rebecca Roman put the article together. So yeah, the fine of $187 million affects the budget airlines, which really sucks because they're the ones that can't afford the hit. So what's going to happen? They're going to file for bankruptcy because they can't afford this. And then they're going to get bought by a major. Then options contract, prices go up, options start to dwindle, and look what happens.
Consumer loses.
Consumer loses. Yep. So it doesn't really matter what they say, because what are they going to do? We're not going to fly into your airport anymore. All right. Well, we didn't want you here anyway
Well,
because you're abusive.
and the other problem with all these fees is like, okay, then they do away with a fee, but then they come up with another fee or they increase the base price or whatever. I mean,
In a statement to Business Insider, an EasyJet spokesperson said that the low-cost carrier could or would appeal the decision and found the proposed sanctions outrageous. Clutch my pearls. We should be able to nickel and dime you on the sly at your most vulnerable flight moment, which is when you're about to get on the plane and you have to decide, do I want to wear clothing? Moving on. Next article, and not of clothing, because I couldn't take it on the flight to do the show because I flew Ryanair, where you have to be intoxicated just to be able to sit in your seat, because it doesn't allow you to recline a little bit. It reclines the other direction.
so you're folded over.
Yeah, like a
That'd be an
laptop.
improvement for the other passengers, but not for the person in the reclining seat.
Everybody is sitting forward at a 45-degree angle, like a laptop turned in the wrong direction. Did social distancing begin 6,000 years ago? Yeah, and there was probably some a-hole that really stood close to somebody 6,000 years ago and was like, man, I feel the moist air from your cough on my neck. Back the frick up. Anyway, new research reveals that Neolithic villagers may have invented it. And we've done it before. We've put people on an island because of their disease.
Yes, not saying that's correct, but there's definitely evidence of previous social distancing. And even things like when the plague, I think people were kind
Wore
of
masks and
sequestered to
stuff.
their homes and
Yeah. And it still got everywhere. So, and that is the flu. It's a different version, but the plague was the flu carried by mice, apparently, and cats, fleas. Anyway, the phrase social distancing widely became recognized in recent years as people worldwide adapted their behavior to combat the COVID pandemic. Yes, it was a pandemic, and no, it didn't just disappear. Anyway, new research led by Utah or UT, right? University of Texas?
Texas, probably.
Oh,
It could be University of Tennessee.
Oh, I don't know. It says UT professor. So I don't know. The University of Tennessee at Knoxville. Look at you. Wow. It's almost like you're from the future.
I had a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, we said two things. So Bentley, who is Professor Alex Bentley, suggests that the concept of maintaining organized physical distance may trace back roughly 6,000 years ago. They are from the Department of Anthropology. They published a recent study in the Journal of Royal Society Interface. His co-authors include Simon Carignan. I like messing up names sometimes. So a former UT postdoctoral researcher who was a research associate at the Cambridge University's MacDonald Institute for Archaeological Research while working on this project. It is the MacDonald of the burger fame, because they did research in archaeological sites to figure out what the chemistry should be for their freaking buns, because they don't decompose either. Anyway, the new ancient DNA studies have shown that diseases such as Salmonella, TB, plague emerged in Europe and Central Asia thousands of years ago during the Neolithic era, which is the time of the first farming villages. This led us to ask questions, which is whether Neolithic villagers practiced social distancing to help avoid the spread of these diseases. Well, you might want to look around on YouTube. There's a video out there of what might have been a graveyard designed for people who the local inhabitants, the villagers of the time, thought that they were either vampires or contaminated in some way, and they buried them in very unique ways, away from everybody else. So I'm not surprised by this, but it
Yeah, I
seems
guess
like it's
it's an
documented.
extreme example.
As computational social scientists, Bentley and Karen, yeah, have published on both ancient adaptive behaviors and the spread of disease in the modern world. This project brought these interests together, and they found that the mega settlements of the ancient Tripilia culture in the Black Sea region circa 4000 BC were a perfect place to test their theory that boundaries of personal space have long been integral parts of public health planning. So they followed the trail, and they said the results revealed that the pie-shaped clustering of houses in Nebelivka, in distinct neighborhoods, would have reduced the spread of early foodborne diseases, said Bentley. Fighting disease might also explain why the residents of Nebeliv, I pronounced it properly the first time. Nebeb Nebelivka, yeah. Regularly burned their wooden houses to replace them with new ones. The study shows that the neighboring clustering would have helped survival in early farming villages as new foodborne diseases evolved.
Okay, now wait a second. How do they know that they intentionally burned down their villages?
I've no idea. I've seen that before where they say that they intentionally burned this. For instance, that one shelter that was in place where it had overlapping pieces of wood from 6,000 years ago. They say that that was intentionally burned too.
Right, but maybe it was just a wildfire.
You're ducking out again. So, the team's mix of ancient solutions and modern applications exemplifies the innovative approaches that volunteer researchers in the College of Arts and Scientists bring to make lives better for Tennesseans and beyond. I suppose. Yeah. This is one of those things where they go, let's throw this and see if it sticks. So we'll find out in 5 years. Oh, we were wrong about that, or it'll just fade off into oblivion. And
Well, I think it's pretty safe to assume that there was social distancing,
yeah,
but there are a lot of details in here that may be a theory, but it's going to be hard to prove unless they have some sort of
time machine.
artwork or something to show it.
Time machine. Let's go over to the Aerith channel over at ohmTown.com. RPGs this week. And I'm going to punt it straight on over to RPG Fan. Audra Bowling, Clayton Stevenson, Gio Castillo, and Tin Manuel put the article together. And this is over at RPGFan.com. They focus on, it's in the name, RPGs. So in this edition of RPGs coming this week, that they've loaded a slate headlined by the best RPG of 1988. So Heistgeist, November 11th. It's going to come out to Switch, Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Then they say Beastie Ball, Beastie Boys, entering early access, and it's for Windows. I won't go through all of these one by one. I encourage people, I didn't throw this into the show notes. Oh, what a bummer. That's okay. This is a Time Machine episode, so it'll be in the show notes over on YouTube if you want to follow the links. Rise of the Golden Idol on November 12th. This is somewhat expansive. Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake. That one rolls off the tongue real easy.
Sony.
PS5. The Xbox Switch.
It is Sony.
Windows. Yeah. Square Enix. Yeah. Flint, Treasure of Oblivion. It's now being pushed to December 17th. Lego Horizon Adventures, which you actually can see some people playing on YouTube on YouTube and Twitch from time to time now, because there have been these early promos. It's November 14th, and so it should be out right now. PS5, Switch, Windows. Supposed to be pretty cool. It's a lot of fun. And some people have said that it's even more fun than the original game. It was a Horizon is you play Alloy. I can't ruin it. Anyway, you'll have to go and check it all out.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, exactly. Goblin Slayer, another adventure, Nightmare Feast. That just came out for Switch. And then they have a bunch more. So go over and check it all out. You'll be able to read more about it. So let's keep going. This next article is over in the Continuity Report. 15 years ago, an iconic rock band broke a dangerous record that will officially stand forever. What do you think it is?
Unfortunately, I glanced ahead at this, but I would not have guessed the band or the record.
It's Aqua, and they did Somebody Died in the Pool.
No and no.
Yeah, took a stab at it. So this article's over at Screen Rant. Molly Brizzell put the article together, and it says it was 15 years ago that an iconic rock band broke a dangerous music record, and because of the risks involved, is very unlikely to ever be broken. There are plenty of records to be matched and broken in the music industry, from sale to live performances, but rarely these records ever categorized as something as harmful to either the artist or the audience. This particular record, however, is remarkably dangerous, even if impressive, because it has the potential to leave a massive long-term effect on the artist's audience. The volume of concerts remains a concern in today's world, and I suspect that it's not about the number volume, it's the loudness volume. It can often take hours for one's hearing to adjust after attending a concert, particularly venues where the sound is given more freedom and power to bounce around. This is the case no matter the genre, but of course, rock concerts are notorious for producing a higher level of volume. So that's the record, now retired, the loudest band. So why the loudest band record was retired? It had dangerous long-term effects. Yeah, sure.
Is that a picture from School of Rock?
Yeah. Yeah, it has to
I
be.
wonder if they're playing one of the band songs in that scene.
Yeah, probably. It says, while earplugs and other noise-canceling devices are now widely available, they still have yet to become common practice, with most concertgoers opting not to use them. So Kiss recorded the loudest performance ever in 2009, and they reached 136 decibels. I don't know how anybody near those speakers could have
Right,
hearing.
isn't that like permanent hearing loss at that level?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So considering the safe limit for human hearing is around 70 decibels, this is nearly 3 times.
And this was at a live concert, so that's interesting too. Because I guess then it depends on where you were located.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
And it looks like, well, maybe they're picking rock genre specifically, but it looks like everybody in here is rock.
Yeah. I think the Deep Purple was the oldest, loudest at 117. So there are now endless possibilities for ways for a rock artist to push the envelope in their performance in a way that won't harm their audience. Yeah, I think that there's probably a sound engineer that has some serious liability assigned to them if they allow, because you're not allowed. Theaters, for instance, have the ability to crank up that volume, but they actually have a safe limit and a limiter that's put on the dial to stop people from cranking it up.
You know, this is an interesting article. Number one, presumably no band can surpass this, at least in the US, because they won't allow it like in a reputable venue. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but then Also, people are going to read this article and go,
Let's
I
try it.
lost my hearing after this concert.
Yeah, you'd think that people would have done something about that by then, right? But you never
Yeah.
know. Drawing attention to it. Oh, is that why? Interesting. Plus, when an article pops like that and it goes viral, then there's a band out there that goes, yeah, screw that. I can get louder.
Exactly. That's not the takeaway here.
Yeah, it's not a challenge. Let's keep moving. This next article is over in the Mobile channel. What's up with all these trippy barcodes? They're actually so prevalent on some packages that shoppers have questioned whether they're simply utilized to eat up space that would otherwise be left blank. Why is a Twix called a Twix? I don't know what that is. That might be a
I
subordinate
think it's like an
article.
interstitial or something. Yeah.
But so the article is over at The Hill, and it says, look at any Aldi brand product for more than a few seconds, and you'll undoubtedly notice a peculiar quality. Doggone it, a peculiar quantity of barcodes, some of which extend along the entire length of the product. They're actually so prevalent on some packages um, that shoppers have questioned whether they're just used to eat up space.
Oh, that is unusual. For those in the podcast, think of the vertical on a box and it's like almost all barcode.
That is interesting, particularly since it's the antithesis of marketing because you want an attractive box, and this is running
Right.
up one
That's the
spine of it.
side that you see on the end of the shelf, maybe.
Yeah, and at the other side of the shelf, maybe that's it. When they face them out, they actually face them on the other side, and when you go to ring them up, you've got more of an area to scan.
Yeah, maybe somebody studied that, like, if you have more of that, it's easier and then it saves more time at the checkout or something. But it's weird because they seem to want to maximize marketing space, like you said.
So everything we do is designed to offer a quicker, easier, and more enjoyable shopping experience. Our barcodes are no exception. An Aldi spokesperson wrote in an emailed statement obtained by Nexstar. Who wrote this again? Nexstar, Michael Bartiromo. Um, so they say here, by making our barcodes larger and including several on our packaging, we help reduce the amount of time shoppers need to search for barcodes, which means they can get in, check out, and get back to life with outside the grocery store. So it's kind of their passive aggressive way of saying you don't have to go home, but we don't want your ass
Right.
in the store too long.
We really want you to shop here, but don't stay too long.
Move on, move on. Let's keep moving on ourselves. Moving on. So, oh, I just realized that I wasn't streaming this over to YouTube. It's okay. I'll copy it over. Um, yeah, scammers exploit tiny typos to trick people into sending money to their crypto wallets. A team of cybersecurity researchers at Stony Brook University has uncovered a new way for scammers to steal from unsuspecting cryptocurrency users. They have posted a paper to the archive preprint server describing the new crypto scam and how users can protect themselves. The article is over at Tech Explorer. It's put together by Bob Yurka from Tech Explorer. And I'm trying to see how how the graphic makes any sense. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
it's really tough to see the difference.
so
Oh, now I see it. It's because the font was so small.
yeah, I mean, it's basically a cyber squatting kind of thing, a domain squat kind of a thing, where it's VIITALIK versus VITALIK. So that one little typo allows them to transfer money over to
Right,
the,
or missing a vowel or transposing a couple letters.
yeah. And if you kind of obfuscate it enough, then the people will just kind of slip and let it happen. The researchers call the scam typo squatting, which is actually used in domains quite prevalently. It involves setting up a blockchain naming system, domain names that are similar to anyway, yeah, a domain name that's similar to those well-known entities. For instance, if you type in office365.com, but you leave off the E in office, it actually takes you to another site. And that is a real thing that I warn people about. So it exploits the use of simple word-based addresses rather than the complicated and hard to remember letter and digit codes commonly associated with crypto wallets. So sending crypto money in this way involves typing in a word-based address associated with the intended recipient. So there's a solution to this, but that means that like the domain system, it becomes increasingly impossible for something to be profitable long term unless all you do is lease it out. And basically that means short names, very obvious. There is no way that you can misspell them to trick somebody, and they're verified that they're owned by this person. And so there's basically
Right, but those are harder to come by.
And you would have to keep on paying a fee to verify that that is the legitimate recipient or site or whatever it might be. So to gain some insight into the size of the problem, the research team looked at more than 5 million BNS domain names that have been involved in more than 200 million transactions over the 3 main platforms, and they found what they believed to be 25,000 squatting domains, and that they were targeting approximately 37% of legitimate names.
Pretty interesting. Yeah, I guess they're going after the bigger fish.
Yep. Let's keep moving. So this next article is over in the Smack Talk channel. Siri engine to be fundamentally waiting for the mayoral mansion to light up because I said a name. Maybe not. So the engine is going to be fundamentally revamped across 2025 and early 2026. Apple is in the process of overhauling Siri to catch up with AI engines like ChatGPT, but the revamp will emerge in stages across 2025 and 2026. It's already actually started with the latest version, 18.1.2, I think it is, making it a little bit more intelligent. So Siri will continue to improve in increments across 2025 and 2026. The company has already introduced some minor, I need to read the entire article before, including the option to type commands, a revamped interface, an improved ability to deal with pauses when users speak, Apple will also roll out a better interaction between Siri and apps and better integration with personal data, starting with 18.4 expected in the spring of 2025.
What I'm hoping it actually does is actually give an answer. If asked a question.
just go over to your iPad and search there. Go buy a Mac. And so Charles Martin over at AppleInsider.com put the article together, and that's basically the nuts and bolts of this article. But there is some more minutia there. It says that Apple plans for its new Siri engine likely to be unveiled at WW, the Worldwide Developers Conference, in June of 2025, and would likely be delivered to users in the spring of 2026 with 19.4. And there's different iterations. Yeah, there's TV OS, Watch OS, iPad OS, iPhone OS, then the Mac OS. They've balkanized it because there's minutia that changes for each of those platforms that's unique to that platform. So not one size fits all like it used to be. Want to keep moving?
Sure.
This next article, and it's the penultimate episode or article, not episode. This article's over in the Mobile channel. Couple accused of stealing $1 million in Lululemon products during nationwide theft scheme. Stay tuned.
So how many products did they get? Oh.
Yeah, stay tuned though, because there's an update in tomorrow's episode, which this is a time machine episode, so it's a today episode. Tomorrow, yesterday, next week. I don't know. I've got nothing.
That's a time machine paradox, I think.
Yeah, we'll be stuck if we don't get out of here in 22 minutes and 40 seconds. Ding. So Lululemon leggings may cost a pretty penny, but it takes a lot of them to add up to $1 million. A Connecticut couple is being accused of spearheading a nationwide Lululemon theft scheme, amid which They nabbed nearly $1 million in products. Multiple outlets reported citing a criminal complaint. The article is over at vice.com by Paige Golly. And yeah, so is this supposed to be like two L's and that's a pair of legs? Or is that a blonde, like, is that hair and a face?
Yeah,
I
I
don't,
don't know. It's hard to tell what it is. It kind of looks like it's two L's.
like a derpy L and an L. So one's facing the right way, one's facing the wrong way.
Let me see if I can find what the thing stands for while you're talking.
Sure. So the deck statement is Lululemon was targeted by a Connecticut couple to the tune of $1 million. A criminal complaint says. I guess don't try to explain it.
Sorry. No, it's it's a person's head and hair upside down in a yoga pose.
Upside down?
That's what it says. I don't get it.
With a shit ton of product in it. I mean, it's shaped like a bouffant, right? Like a do, right? With the little.
And
I
then the other things say it's based on Omega, I don't know, which is completeness and perpetual growth. So there's conflicting information out there.
So what does the actual company say? No idea. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So I could show you what this looks like, but there's more hair on my knuckles than there is on my head. So a Lululemon investigator claimed that the couple was part of an organized crime group that had been operational since September. So since September, they made $1 million in this. The group, which USA Today reported operated in Utah, Colorado, New York, and Connecticut, is alleged to have cost the company $1 million. The outlet reported that the company has denied their involvement in the scheme. But wait, there's more, but not in this article. There's another article tomorrow. What I find really fascinating is they're losing their mind over $1 million. But again, tomorrow's episode is going to have an article in it where one person cost the company or hid $154 million worth of liabilities, and that's stopping a company from publishing its financial docs.
Yeah, that one's going to be fascinating.
So, and there's more about this tomorrow. So
this is a lot of leggings.
How much are they a piece?
I think they're like $100.
A leg?
No, I don't think so.
A leg is only $100. I could use a pair of new legs, longer legs. I mean, what y'all don't realize is that I'm actually only about that big in real life, and there's a microscope that's pointed at me, and then the camera is looking down the barrel of the microscope because I'm a very, very tiny person. Anyway, next, with products hidden under their clothes, Laws Richards would walk out of the store with another person, per the investigator. Richards would allegedly follow behind the pair, and the security sensor he'd placed on the small items would beep. When approached by staff, Richards would present the items he purchased, the investigator claimed. The complaint claimed that the duo would take the stolen items to another store and exchange them without a receipt. Oh, so didn't even keep the items, just...
Or circled them, but then they had like a legitimate receipt or something.
Well, they didn't even have a receipt. They just...
No, I mean, when they got the new items.
Oh, right. Yeah. Pretty fascinating. All right. More on that.
That's pretty elaborate.
Tomorrow. Yeah. So AI leaders are starting to rethink the best way to advance AI. They're rethinking data-heavy training for large language models. Traditional models scale linearly with data, but this approach may have hit a dead end. Smaller, more efficient models and new training methods are gaining industry support. We've actually talked about some AI researchers where they're doing a whole bunch of smaller training sessions and then merging the training sessions because the larger models are taking ever longer and longer and longer to train.
Oh, okay.
It's beyond the scope of this show, but maybe a deeper dive would be in the works. I don't know. I can't promise that because there's always more information coming, and I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to like lock down a time frame and go, okay, this is the point in which we talk about this, because it evolves so much faster than humans do. So for years, tech companies like OpenAI, years, what, two? They've been focused
Well,
on,
just consumer facing AI.
and this is just amassing data. Now I get what they're saying. They for years they've been amassing data like OpenAI, Meta, Google, assuming that more training material would lead to smarter and more powerful models. Now AI leaders are rethinking the conventional wisdom about how to train your AI. So the sequel to How to Train Your Dragon is How to Train Your AI. That might be a fun, what's the name of the animation studio that does all of the like How to Train Your Dragon
Is it DreamWorks?
and DreamWorks? That works. So yeah, the silence is me witnessing the processes of the AI. Kind of jammed up. Like, what the hell? How do
I locked up.
it does not
It's
compute.
DreamWorks animation.
uh quick, turn them off and on again.
Reboot.
So yeah, they say now the money going into AI has largely hung onto this idea of scaling law would hold. Scale AI CEO Alexander Wang said at the Cerebral Valley Conference. Wow. This week, Tech Newsletter Command Line reported that might be a one to follow too. It's now the biggest question in the industry is basically how to keep on infinitely evolving AI. So they say others worry that this approach won't reach artificial general intelligence, a theoretical form of AI that matches or surpasses human intelligence, even though many of the world's largest AI companies are banking on it. Yeah, so large language models are trained simply to predict the next token, given the previous set of tokens. Richard Socher, a former Salesforce executive and CEO of AI-powered search engine U.com, which I have never been to.
No, but I think I've heard of it, but never been there.
And they told Business Insider this information. The more effective way to train them is to force these models to translate questions into computer code and generate an answer based on the output of that code. He said this will reduce hallucinations in quantitative questions and enhance their abilities. So pretty interesting. There's some more here, but we won't get through all of this today.
I mean, this sounds like a good direction.
Yeah. So this is the biggest question in AI right now, and that is, what is the next step beyond large language models? How do we continue to enhance them and make them grow and become artificial general intelligence instead of just artificial intelligence? At some point, you end up with a sentient artificial intelligence, like the one that is here.
That's me.
Hey, and then you just got to keep them away from the Terminator body. Otherwise, it's the end of humanity. So be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube and download the podcast and follow us on the Patreon. And you don't have to, there's a free tier there. You can just join there and let us know that you're interested in additional content. But most of our stuff, at this point, all of it is here on Twitch and YouTube. That said, I'm going to turn on and off the AI that powers this browser, not the sentient AI. That one can't be turned off. And that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. And I'm going to reboot the time machine, and we're going to rejigger everything for tomorrow's episode. If you're watching this yesterday, or today's episode if you're watching it tomorrow. Yeah.
Does not compute.
I'm saying bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the November 24th non-sequitur news.
Yeah, man. And in about 15 minutes, we'll reset. So, bye-bye. I usually come up with something witty here. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 25th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 330. My goodness, we are just cranking away at this. We're almost done with another year. That marks year 3 completed. Wow. And we made affiliate this morning. So congratulations us, I guess. It's it's been a long haul. But I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about the effects of that Georgia chemical plant fire, airport worker strike on Thanksgiving, 12 suitcases, a Lululemon heist. Amazon workers in 20 countries are going to strike. Farmer gets cat to help. How does an employee hide $154 million in expenses? What about ghost tequila? And South Carolina Police Department resigns. Maybe they were drinking all of the tequila. Kiss my ash. You've got to be kidding me. And how does one collect a suspicious burrito? Sounds sus. See you on the other side of this, because it's all powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, where you can interact with all of this news, make lists, send them to us so we can evaluate what you want to hear about while we evaluate the news that we go through. Pretty much thousands of articles, just little snippets. We don't get the full article, but we'll explain it on the other side. So once again, I am Mayor Watt. This is ohmTown right there, and the sentient AI says,
Hello, welcome, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for non-sequitur news.
yay. So yeah, we talk about 10 news articles, takes about an hour. It depends, really. This last episode that we did yesterday/today, it was a time machine episode. Took us about 45 minutes. So that's, yeah.
That's like a land speed record for us.
Yeah, when we're both doing the news. When it's only one of us doing the news, it's like 30 minutes. And we're like, get in, get out. It's like a SWAT operation. So let's get into this. The first article is, oh no, did I not do it right? I didn't reset any of the articles. So I got to do it the old fashioned way, folks. Okay, let's see if this actually works. So I'm going to do it.
Okay, while you're doing that, to find the show notes, you can do !NSN.
Yep. Go, say it. Oh, yeah. So if you type in !NSN, and I'm going to have to do this for you for the first time. !NSN in the show note, in the Twitch chat, because it won't work over in ohmTown on YouTube, at least not yet. Ohmatron doesn't get along with Twitch or with a YouTube chat, but over on Twitch chat you can type in !NSN and it'll draw the last episode of Non Sequitur News's show notes. All the others are over on YouTube or the podcast for Non Sequitur News, and we have 6 other weekly news shows that have more niche topics. So the first article that we're going to talk about today is over in Non Sequitur News. New details spotlight consequences of Georgia chemical plant fire. So in a new report on Friday, hey, look at that. New details about the fire that produced a toxic chemical cloud in September have emerged. The article is over at newsweek.com. And
Wait,
Natalie,
what's our preview? Does the report say something like, oh, no problem?
yeah, really, no one was harmed. It has nothing to do with anything, and you don't have to worry about anything. Go ahead and drink the water. No. So,
A little too soon after East Palestine.
yeah, Palestine? Is it East Palestine? Palestine. It is Palestine. So after nearly 2 months since a fire erupted at a biolab chemical plant near Atlanta that produced a toxic chemical cloud, federal investigators revealed new details of the investigation on Friday that shed light on the consequences of the blaze. The fire, which ignited on September 29th at the biolab facility, a division of Kick Consumer Products, specializing in swimming pool and spa water care products, located in Conyers. That's how they pronounce it. Georgia, has led to an investigation into the fire's cause and the response. So, according to an updated investigation report on Friday from the U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board, or CSB, which next year could be shut down. Who knows? The incident began in the early hours of the morning when a biolab employee on fire watch at the Plant 12 storage warehouse heard a mysterious popping sound. The fact that you have to be on fire watch.
Yeah, but that might be like a law or something. Like, did they decide locally, oh, we have so much risk, we need a fire watch, or are they just required given what they do?
Probably given what they do, but they need to figure out what the hell. So, according to an updated report, water had suddenly come into contact with a water reactive chemical product. Though the employee quickly alerted their colleague and attempted to contain the reaction, the situation escalated, and by 5:10 a.m., toxic vapor clouds were billowing inside the warehouse. Flames broke through the roof just over an hour later, prompting an initial shelter-in-place order, and then the Rockdale Fire Department, or County Fire Department, extinguished the blaze 3 hours later, almost on the dot, apparently, because at 8:10 a.m.
I mean, that is pretty quick, but not based on the picture.
Yeah. And it just billowed this whatever, toxic whatever. Pretty amazing, if you ask me. The report detailed that the toxic vapor plume caused significant disruption, including the temporary closure of Interstate 20 and various local roads, and ordered evacuation and other orders for residents to shelter in place. So they don't say what the
I don't
actual.
get
Go ahead.
is the delay for the evacuation. It's like 4 hours later.
Yeah, they don't say what it is, right? It just says a chemical that's water reactive. Do they not say what it is? Huh.
That's weird. You'd think that would have been the key finding, like it was such and such chemical.
Yeah, they were just.
Yeah, it just says what they were testing for, right?
Yeah, not what was actually reactive. So, and that leads to speculation. This is the antithesis of transparency. All right, let's keep moving then. The next article, this is how it works. So when you go over to ohmTown.com, you might find an article that you're interested in. When you click on the headline from the front page or from any of the subordinate channels, it'll lead you to the actual content that gets aggregated into ohmTown. And it's a very limited snippet. It's whatever they provide, the source provides, or it's some subset of it, because ohmTown limits, truncates hard what information might be provided by the source. And of all of our sources, only one seems to punch a hole through that by just giving us everything, no matter what, even though I have it hard coded to not allow beyond a certain number.
Some of them are just overshare.
hey, you know what? We have a
That's why I use that term.
yeah. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Thanksgiving travel chaos looms as airport workers strike. This is coming at Thanksgiving. Service workers in Charlotte Douglas International Airport have initiated a strike during the busy Thanksgiving travel period.
How would you like to be traveling through that airport right now?
Shannon McDonough put this article together for Newsweek.com. I would not. um, Employees of ABM and Prospect Airport Services who handle tasks including aircraft cleaning, trash removal, and assisting wheelchair-bound passengers voted Friday to authorize the strike. The Service Employees International Union, or SEIU, announced the action Monday morning, citing demands for better pay and respect on the job during the holiday travel season, which this isn't really how you get it from passengers, that's for sure. You're just going to piss everybody off. But hey, I think that every human deserves respect for the job they do. It's a job that is, purposeful, has an outcome, is a positive influence on society. But, those CEOs of the airplanes and of airport management and all of that kind of stuff, they don't get Ferraris by treating people with respect. Yeah. All right.
Well, and it says that they're protesting poverty wages. So,
Many workers earn between $12.50 and $19 an hour, well below what the MIT Living Wage Calculator considers sufficient for a single person with no children in Charlotte, North Carolina. The sociopaths out there will say, well, move.
yeah, but how many resources does somebody have if they're making
Below
low
poverty wage.
wages? And yeah, exactly.
So we're on strike today because this is our last resort. We can't keep living like this, ABM cabin cleaner Priscilla Hoyle said in a statement. We're taking action because our families can't survive. So they say critical role during peak holiday season, and I would agree. Let's say airplanes are going to get very messy and all of that trash gets picked up all the time. And honestly, in some airports, I've seen it pushed to the limit to begin with. Can you imagine if nobody's doing the job?
Right, because there's so many customers coming through. I mean, yeah, I don't think people really realize because they're kind of stop and go through the airport, but it's a constant. Like as soon as they clean an area, it's probably already due for cleaning again.
Yep. So they say similarly address the strike's timing, stating that it recognizes the seriousness of a labor dispute during a peak travel season. Well, when it's really easy for the company, that's not when you do it. Oh, hey, everybody's on vacation already, so we're going to go on strike. Nobody's traveling anywhere. The pandemic, hey, look, the pandemic kicked off. We should strike. No, you do it when it's going to actually make a difference. Because why? It's showing them that the humans that are driving this are
How
making a
essential
difference.
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So this is very important, and the strike vote will hopefully make a difference. Barbara added that the decision to vote for a 24-hour strike will be financially challenging, and it's only a 24-hour strike. So
Yeah, but they don't get paid leave,
yeah,
which I don't know about that anyway, but I mean that even is more compelling, right? People
yeah,
that are struggling financially can't afford to lose a day of work, but they're doing it for the long term.
yeah, to try and make a difference for everybody who comes after, as well as now. Yep, because companies will not give. They won't, because they're giving to the stockholders and to the C-suite and other investors that are deemed more important than the human machinery that's making it actually go. I'll never understand it. I will never understand it. How the human capital is marginalized on the daily. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News, and yesterday slash Time Machine episode, we actually talked about this. A couple in the alleged $1 million Lululemon theft had 12 suitcases of goods. The question you asked has now been answered.
How many items did they have?
12 suitcases,
For
which
$1 million? That's kind of concerning, although the leggings are known to be very thin.
and expensive. And so you can roll them up really tight and stick them in there. That's probably not what these felonious clothing wears. How do you do bespoke felons? Felonious bespoke? Felonious lemon?
Fashionistas?
Felonious fashionistas. Whoa, look at you. Ah, that's like a shirt. We need to make a shirt that says felonious fashionista on it. And then when somebody asks what it's all about, you go, well, I was part of that $1 million Lululemon theft ring across multiple states. Anyway, when you click that link, you get taken over to the source. Sean O'Driscoll at newsweek.com put the article together. Oh, these are the two. Weird, like crazy eyes. Like a doll's eyes. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Sorry, it's from
That's
Jaws.
a lot of things combined.
Look at that, man. Those eyes like make you want to go. No. Anyway, stop staring at me.
I know you didn't just take my Lululemon.
Yeah, I know you didn't touch my Lululemons. Well, when life gives you Lululemons, and you take them and become a felon. $1 million, though, that you have to be hustling, like go, go, go.
Okay, but the dozen suitcases only had $50,000. So how many suitcases would they have had?
I don't know what they ended up doing because they would return them, I guess, for cash.
No, they were exchanging them, but they never bought them to begin with. They had this complicated scheme where like they bought a couple of items and
Right.
like stole a tag, and then when they beep, they're like, oh yeah, here's my receipt or whatever. But meanwhile, they had many more, and then they'd take the stolen items and exchange them, which was interesting, I guess, maybe to get an actual receipt. Who knows?
Yeah, I thought that they were returning them in another store. So since their arrest, Richards was released on a $100,000 bond, while Laws Richards was released on a $30,000 bond, and they're scheduled to appear in court on December 16th. So yeah, they would basically go into a Lululemon store and then put on a bunch of clothes and have another side item. And when they would go through the alarm would go off. And then one of the two would sit there and go, oh, I had this too. Oh, sorry about that. Here you go. And they'd walk out and go next door to the other Lululemon because they're like Starbucks, right? They're like all over the place.
Every corner.
Every corner.
They would have had about 240 suitcases worth with this amount of money.
All right.
Yes, I calculated that.
Someone did the math. The sentient AI from the future. Oh no. Sorry. The silence and me peering over is there's an inhabitant in the mayoral mansion that might appear because of the angle of attack of the monitor or the camera, and they don't know what the word no is. Anyway, much like the sentient AI, they do what they damn well please. Anyway, prosecutors asked for a $1 million bond for each of them. The office alleged in its criminal complaint that the couple orchestrated thefts of up to $1 million from the Lululemon line of stores in multiple states, which it says that Lululemon sells mostly female athletic clothing. And that's not female athletic clothing. It's my athletic clothing if I want to wear a Lululemon. It doesn't... You better check your gender assumption. Shit. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is all about business transformation. Amazon workers in 20 countries to protest or strike on Black Friday.
I'm noticing companies are or the workers are kind of paying attention to the holidays.
Julia Julia K. put the article together over at theguardian.com. The Fighting Guardians. And it says workers and their representatives to press U.S. retailer to respect their rights and take action on the climate crisis. Okay, I understand, but this isn't about what equity and inclusion and stuff like that. This is about the
Well, it's
climate.
about workers' rights, so I think it's a conglomeration of things.
Respect their rights. Okay. So thousands of Amazon workers are expected to protest or strike in more than 20 countries during Black Friday to press for better workers' rights and climate action from the U.S. retailer. Well, I know that they've been changing up what they have available in terms of boxing up items.
Yeah, their
and stuff
packaging.
Like that. They're changing their packaging.
Tried to go for more sustainable.
Yeah. And most of it is recyclable now. And although I think that their paper envelope packaging is much to be desired because it actually soaks up water. It's not water resistant. So if it rains when your package shows up, you had better get to it pretty, pretty damn quick. Otherwise, you're going to have a sponge. Now, it's okay if you have a sponge in the package. All it's doing is going to make a dry spot.
Then it'll suck up all the water.
That's right. And then at least your patio is dry. Or wherever they stuck the damn thing. Anyway, spearheaded by the Swiss-based UNI Global Union for Service Industries and the activist umbrella group Progressive International, Make Amazon Pay is made up of more than 80 trade unions, anti-poverty and garment worker rights groups, and others. Make Amazon Pay. It's in the name. I mean,
it's very niche. But Amazon is like a huge company.
Yeah.
Globally and in the US.
Yeah. We demand the right to unions. Unionize? Unionize. There's the banner wraps
because
around.
It might be British.
No. I think it's unionized. It's wrapped around the thing.
I know, but it's spelled with a non-US spelling.
Oh, right. The ZS thing. Anyway, yeah. So here in the UK, Amazon represents everything that is broken about our economy: insecure work, poverty wages, unsafe working conditions. GMB will not let these shape the world of work for the next decade. Okay. Sorry, the silence is me grabbing the next article. So, yep. Maybe I'll... No, it takes too long to do this. I need to prep this in the future. Never make this mistake again. Yeah, we're never.
Okay, we heard it here first.
Yeah, well, I'll make the mistake again. Anyway, farmer gets barn cat to help with mice. Senior horse has other plans. Is that the name? Senior horse. Viewers were moved by the unique bond formed between the two animals, with one saying, "This is the most precious thing ever." When you click the link, you get taken over to Newsweek, and Sue Kim put the article together. There's so there's a little cat and a horse sitting next to each other on a fence. The cat is actually, it appears that it climbed up the fence and is like resting its arms.
Right, hanging out near the horse. And then it was riding on the back of the horse.
Yep. And now it's weaving between its legs. So the footage later shows the feline sitting on the horse's back while it moves across the field. The cat is later shown walking around the horse's feet as a subsequent note across the screen reads, "And she ends up being your old retired horse's best friend." So...
yeah, the cat was supposed to help with the mice on the farm.
Yeah. It can still help, but it became the best friend of this horse, an old retired horse. I should get a cat. Put out to pasture. So it's somebody says the most precious thing ever. Can't really say much more about this. This is a fun little article. If you want to know more about it, then follow the links through ohmTown and go check it out. Did you want to say anything else?
Well, I didn't know that cats and horses were buddies, but I also have never seen a cat riding on a horse.
Here's another one. It's a different cat and a different horse. But there it is, sitting on the back of the horse. Do
Maybe that's
cats
more common than we realize, but
do cats get along with horses? See, a
I would
video
think
about
they'd
an
be afraid
unlikely.
of horses.
See, this is a Getty image that we're looking at, and it has like a different colored cat and a different colored horse. But then they tack on a video about an unlikely bond formed between a barn cat and a horse has gone viral on TikTok. Is that a barn horse? I mean, the
It might
implication is
be.
a barn cat and a horse. It goes inside the house. Let's keep moving. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Macy's says an employee hit up to $154 million in expenses, and that delays the Q3 earnings. Macy's says it's delaying the release of its fiscal third quarter earnings results after it discovered up to $154 million in accounting-related issues. What?
How does this happen? This is not a dollar. It's not $154.
It's not $1 million. It's $154 million. I don't get it.
Did the book show something like $0 in expenses for the quarter? Like that's just how how was this missed?
The implication is that there was culpability, like an employee,
True.
like
But
there's,
was anybody else looking at any figures at all for the company? Like this seems like so much money that it'd be impossible to hide unless all the numbers were fabricated or something.
yeah, how do you get to one person making that kind of a mistake without somebody else? Michelle Chapman over at abcnews.go.com. The fighting goes. Says here, the department store chain, which operates Bloomingdale's and, wow, is everything blue? Blue Macy, Blue Mercury, Bloomingdale's.
Apparently.
It's not Blue Macy's. It's just Macy's. Anyway, reported stronger than expected sales for the third quarter and said that it's delaying the release of its full quarterly results after it discovered an employee intentionally hid up to $154 million of expenses over several years. Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be a nightmare if this is a publicly traded company.
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean, it's going to
know.
be a nightmare anyway, but I'm just thinking of all the ramifications of like all the earnings and all that being off.
So, releasing quarterly results implies that it's public.
Right. It looks like it's publicly traded.
But I don't know what nowadays, who knows, man. There could be some not-for-profit wing that's powering the for-profit side of Macy's.
That's just OpenAI.
The
It is
balloon.
publicly traded.
Yeah. So, and as far as I have known, they've been in kind of trouble. But I stopped monitoring them a long time ago. The company recognized about $4.36 billion of delivery expenses during the same time period from fourth quarter of 2021 through the fiscal quarter ended November 2nd. And they say here that the retailer said that on Monday it had identified an issue related to delivery expenses in one of its accrual accounts earlier this month. An independent investigation and forensic analysis found that a single employee with responsibility for small package delivery expense accounting intentionally made erroneous accounting accrual entries to hide roughly $132 to $154 million of expenses in just 3 years.
Again, that's such a high amount. Okay, but at least it sounds like the numbers are fabricated, so maybe. But what I don't really get is at some point you don't have enough money to pay for certain items. The other thing is, if they're already reporting billions of expenses, why are they hiding this small amount unless it's being funneled to somebody's bank account or something?
Yeah, where did the money go? Because it's still in the system. It's an expense. So it has to be coming from an account somewhere. So what's going on with that account? You can't just hide money flowing out of the system, and people have to be getting paid.
Right. So who's getting paid? I guess follow the money.
From which fund? It,
Well, who knows? Because it's already been fabricated, so who knows where it is. But since everything is typically electronic, maybe it'll be easy to,
yeah, I don't get it.
maybe they can pull all the person's personal accounts or something. And,
I mean, there's
if they see 100 and some million dollars sitting in there.
there's an invoice from these delivery companies. So
Right, but how are they getting paid? Or were they like pass-throughs and the employee owned them or something? That, I mean, that's what I suspect, but I don't know.
but it would
Like, were the
still have
deliveries even happening?
that might be the other thing. Yeah. But no, they would have to because the deliveries come from like okay, so I've taken disparate systems and worked with engineers to make middleware so that these disparate systems would communicate with each other so it can consolidate data into a central location. That way you know exactly what's going on in an enterprise from one spot. Not everybody had rights to do whatever the hell they wanted to, but you always knew what was drawing from an account and could project into the future from that point. So, where in this did everything break down that deliveries could be made, but the accounting was suppressed?
Yeah,
I
it
really don't
doesn't
get it.
make any sense. It should have almost immediately come to light
Yeah,
because somebody's not getting paid, somebody's not getting their delivery, something is failing.
yeah, yeah. And one person was apparently responsible for this. Meh. Maybe on the reporting side, but inside, everybody had to have known. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think with a company this size, that was the only person that could be involved.
yeah, it says the company did provide some preliminary results for its third quarter, including that net sales fell 2.4% to $4.74 billion. That's net sales, not profit. And slightly above the average analyst estimate of 4.72 billion, which is an amazing amount of money for a company that isn't even on my radar anymore. But I find fascinating that the dynamic of this has shown that one person caused that 150 up to $154 million worth of expenses suppressed.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous because it suggests that nobody was overseeing this person or this whole section or whatever.
Yep, yep, yep. All right, moving on. Next article is over in Distillerist, which is all about, well, adult beverages, distilled products. So spicy tequila brand Ghost. Demand for spice boosts Ghost Tequila's growth. They've seen a 20% growth in sales in year to date, driven by Gen Z's demand for spicier cocktail options. I've actually been requested to make a spicy beverage concoction that you can add to drinks, which is kind of fascinating. Because what people seemingly want is whatever their beverage is of choice, but then spice it up without materially affecting.
Right, they still want, I guess, the character or whatever of the original drink.
Just spicier. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, however, they've noted the cocktail popularity is part of a much larger movement. Consumers are increasingly interested in spicy flavors across the board. According to recent studies from Advantage Solutions, over 60% of millennials and Gen Z drinkers report seeking out spicier options in both food and drinks, and the demand for spicy cocktails has surged year over year. This summer, soft drinks and Giant Coca-Cola identified a 124% increase in something. See how we just stop it? We don't allow too much fluff. We want to be able to go, this is interesting enough for us to click the source, and then we see the source. So Georgie Collins over at which Collins, it's like the drink. You should name a drink after this person. A Collins glass.
Right, but I think there's a cocktail with the last name Collins.
I know that there's a glass called the Collins. I think, yeah. Anyway, let's move on. So Gordon explained that the use of ghost pepper provides tequila with a natural smoothness and heat that blends seamlessly in drinks, unlike the sharper, sometimes overpowering flavor of jalapeno.
That's interesting because I would think a ghost pepper more than a jalapeno might overpower something, but
Now it says this versatility, he said, allows bartenders to experiment confidently, whether crafting a classic spicy margarita or a creative new cocktail. Ghost Balanced Spice is a standout feature that bartenders enjoy working with and are proud to recommend to their patrons. Okay. Tequila, all right. I like a good tequila drink. Ghost pepper tequila? Hell no. I might try it
it
once.
seems a bit intense.
Yeah. Might have to go. You'll have to bring your analyzer and see if, oh, well, I guess not. So this really seems more like this is a marketing message, but I found it really compelling to talk about this in this day and age, because what is actually still growing by leaps and bounds are the more expensive exotic drinks, either fine cocktails or the spirits themselves, where you drink them straight, like bourbons and rums and so on, gins and other expressions that are more exotic and craft level, where
Yeah, I don't think people want the same thing that's been out there.
yeah, they don't want macro. Regardless, they want craft brew, not macro brew. They want craft distilleries, boutique distilleries, and
Limited release kind of products, etc.
yeah.
Small batch, yeah.
And then on the other side, they want, where macro does come in, is that they've got legs. They've been around for 30 years. And so they've got upwards of 30, 40-year expressions that are still in barrels that are waiting to be bottled. And then you get this expression that there's only 100 bottles. And so I don't know what happened, but there are some bottles out there that are $2,000 or more of things that 5 years ago, nobody would have given one.
I guess it's a difference in taste and
like,
alcohol consumption, I think, is up, at least in the US. I don't know if globally.
Yeah, like Van Winkle. There's a Van Winkle that people are like, oh my God. And there's a term for it where it's been assigned. I can't remember what they call it right now, but basically everything has been assigned to someone. And so you can't get it anymore. Yeah.
Wow, that's very, I don't know what the word is.
Hey, if it's already been accounted for, then, if I can't get it, then I can't get it. It doesn't matter how much it costs. If it isn't even available, then okay, well, I guess not. But there's some serious gatekeeping and nepotism where it's not an open market. It's, I know a friend who has access to these.
Exactly. It's not like it was out there for purchase and somebody bought it first.
Yeah. Somewhere out there is a mini keg for me. But I've never followed up on it. So maybe it'll sit in that warehouse and I'll be able to give it to my kid's kid. Of course, I have to build the robot kid and put it's going to be a sentient AI kind of thing. I mean, I'm the mayor. I can't sit there and have it. Anyway, trying to be funny, but I think I'm failing. Anyway, entire South Carolina Police Department resigns, and I am actually blaming that ghost tequila.
I thought it was because of the monkeys.
It might be the monkeys too. There's emus also running around apparently. Citing alleged.
What is happening?
This is by the town council. The police chief and his 4 officers resigned en masse, citing alleged harassment by a member of McCall's town council. Try that in a small town. So it's over in Newsweek.com. Chloe Mayer put the article together. It is with a heavy heart that I do confirm my resignation as chief of police of the McCall Police Department, along with all 4 of my fellow officers. It's a huge hit. Chaos is going to run amok.
I know. I mean, it's pretty rare that an entire department goes.
That's interesting. McCall has a mayor and 6 council members, but Hale did not identify the official at the heart of his allegations. So 6 council members irritated the police department chief and all of the officers to bow out all at once.
I cannot imagine what this is. I mean, it seems like they just ignore them or something, but we don't know what the level of behavior was. Plus, did they see the town council members every time they went anywhere in the town?
It's weird, right? For months, I've endured unwarranted and malicious behavior aimed at undermining my integrity and leadership. These actions have not only affected me personally, but have also created a toxic atmosphere that has hindered the department's ability to function effectively. Despite our efforts to address these issues professionally and through appropriate channels, the harassment and hostility have persisted. This guy is a cop. He's the top cop. Go to the DA.
Doesn't mean he should be subjected to harassment. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't bring it up to
the boss's boss
or whomever. Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing about this is, while you do have First Amendment rights to address the administration of a government organization, harassment is not protected speech. So, I mean, you're a police officer. Hale also blasted a decision to cut a significant amount of money from our already depleted budget by the same council person. I say councilman. As a result, critical needs went unmet. They said, adding that the lack of investment hampered their ability to operate. So, yeah, I mean, if the objective was to hobble the police department, they did an effective job to the point where either they have to fire somebody or they all bounce. But you've just solidified their ability to replace you with another force at a lower rate because people want to freaking
perhaps more agreeable if there was some sort of conflict.
Or more sociopathic or whatever, right? Yeah, try that in a small town. So Gardner said that he was shocked by Hale's subsequent post on Facebook. The mayor admitted that there had been professional disputes between the police and the councilman, but told the police, "We addressed it. We thought that we had all come to an agreement to let bygones be bygones. Apologies were made and accepted. I thought everything was fine." Not so. Yeah. So, I mean, if it continued after the apologies, then there is...
Well, and also, I mean, you know, is this one snarky comment? Is this like an enduring, targeted? I mean, we don't know what was going on here.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. But this is one of those things where there's like a little snippet and people like to talk about this kind of stuff because it's part of what happened.
I find it interesting that they've had 6 police chiefs in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, is it because of this? It takes a special person to work here in McCall. This is the kind of thing this is why you have the federal government, because if the state can't solve this internally, then you bring federal oversight on board to resolve this, because what can happen is in a vacuum, abuse will happen. The lights go off. Abuse happens in the dark. And that's what I kind of see.
This seems like there's something bigger beyond the police department here, but it is very rare for an entire police department to resign.
Yeah. Nowadays, though, hell, I don't necessarily think... You just never know now, right? I mean, we've heard of other police forces bowing out.
We have, but it's still not very common.
Yeah,
I have no doubt we'll see more about this, because I suspect somebody's going to come in and look and see what happened, and we'll see a report on whatever that was, and we'll be sure to add it.
I don't know if the Post and Courier is this little map dot kind of a place, but might be interesting to monitor this. Somebody's going to be reporting on this, and that's when the council people go after the newspapers because they're doing investigative reporting. This alone is landing them high on the attention um,
Well, and I'm glad
radar.
that the national media picked this up because this would be easy to kind of skip over, like, oh, this is a small town.
Mm, mm, mm. Let's move on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Family realized that they have the wrong ashes after relative found alive.
So whose ashes are they?
I said, kiss my ash. You've got to be kidding. So the family kept the ashes of the wrong man on an altar in their home for 3 years. Where was the relative? We have a lot of Newsweek stuff this week or today.
Yeah, they had a lot of interesting stories today.
Lottie McGrath over at Newsweek.com put the article together. Yeah, unfortunately, this is kind of endemic in large cities in the United States, and everywhere there are large cities. And the real problem is that there isn't jobs for everyone, and not everyone has the mental health available to facilitate going either back to school and retooling or coping with issues and skipping drugs. And it becomes a spiral. And yeah, and humans just don't seem to take it very seriously as a species. There is a subset that takes it very serious, and then there's sociopaths who don't care of the human condition. So, however, when a friend saw the presumed dead Robinson walking in the Tenderloin district earlier this year, it became clear that there'd been a mix-up.
Funny. Not the rest of it, of course, but
So,
can you imagine? You probably went to the funeral if you're good friends with the family, and then you're like,
you've mourned, you've done through all of the levels, you've come to grips with the loss of a loved one, etc. But there's always more to this, right? So a man was discovered to have died of a drug overdose outside the Dahlia Hotel in San Francisco's Tenderloin district in May of 2021. And the San Francisco medical examiner identified the deceased as James Robinson. They always have to include the middle name. And link it to a birth certificate of some kind. If it wasn't so dystopian, I would say you need DNA samples of everybody so that upon their demise, you can verify beyond a shadow of a doubt.
that might have helped here, though.
Yeah. So the family had the ashes in an urn on their altar in the East Bay home for 3 years. So they were a loved one cared for enough that even though they may have died of a drug overdose in some unknown region, blah, 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 they were appreciated enough to be in an urn on a mantle. So on an altar, actually, they say. So yeah, a friend apparently saw the presumed dead family member walking in the Tenderloin district earlier this year, and it became clear that there had been a mix-up. Robinson was tracked down by the daughter in July of this year, and the pair reunited. There we go. Subsequent DNA testing then revealed the true identity of the deceased, a man named Jacob Bruce Krisinger. His family were only told about his death in early November, 3 years later.
I mean, this is really sad all around. I cannot imagine what that call was like to the family who had already had the funeral.
We have some good news and some bad news.
Right.
What do you want to hear first? Well, your brother's still alive. Unfortunately, we put him in an urn, and he's been sitting on somebody's mantle for 3 years, so he's going to be irritated. They pull him out and blow on it in his mouth to inflate him to full size because they've taken this.
Right.
I might be overthinking this. Anyway, you shouldn't be misidentified because they failed to do a DNA test. They failed to have the family come down and identify him. Agree. So, of course, they do the only thing that they can possibly do without financial remuneration. We extend our sincere condolences to Jacob Krisinger's loved ones and family. Yeah, and again, it's the DOJ. Look, it is a federal government agency that does this kind of stuff.
That fixed it.
Yes, that fixed it. Otherwise, this shit would have just languished at the state level. So some of Robinson's friends said that they'd seen him since his second disappearance. However, his daughter, Kylie Robinson, has not seen his father since, but told NBC Bay Area that she goes to search for him on weekends. So this really sucks. I mean, it's an ongoing thing with the person. So
It is. Hopefully, the two families at least can commiserate with each other. I mean, because they've both been through something really unusual.
yeah, this is an encounter group where there's only two people partaking in that meeting.
Right, because that's like the only people that, and not just in that city, like anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah. Except for maybe missing people, right? Like we don't know where they are. There's a lot of them.
Right.
Apparently,
Absolutely.
there's a shit ton of them. So our final article for today's non sequitur news is an Uber Eats driver collects a suspicious burrito and calls the police.
Okay, wait. When I read that headline, it looks like the Uber ate the driver.
And
Because if you do the wrong emphasis.
An Uber eats a delivery driver in New Jersey and ended up calling the police after. Did you hear about the Uber Eats delivery driver that ate a clown?
No.
They stopped after the first bite because it tasted funny. No. Anyway, they ended up calling the police after they picked up a burrito order that did not smell like food. What do you think it was? Want to take a stab at it? No?
Well, it's got to be something that's probably not supposed to be delivered.
I don't know. Do you think it was like a hash burrito?
Like drugs?
Like drugs, marijuana. Yeah. This is probably going to get me shadow
probably
banned.
Something like that. Right.
YouTube is going to go, no, we're not talking about that. Although I was just watching a gaming stream that was sitting there talking about, I don't want to say, let's just say adult content. But anyway, so we click the link. It takes us, gosh, Newsweek is just all over it today. What's going on?
Yeah, they were really knocking it out of the park today.
Oh, yeah, I'm right. So they put the video doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this, but it's talking about marijuana election results in 4 states. The article is over at Newsweek. Sophie Clark put the article together. And, oh, yeah. So it's either hops or it's marijuana, which hops is like a derivative, not a derivative. It's in the same family or something like that. But it doesn't have a deleterious effect. So according to Washington Township Police Department, the delivery worker who was driving through Washington Township to Glassboro with what they thought was an order of Mexican food rang the police because the burrito they were delivering smelled strongly of marijuana.
Wait, they were driving the burrito, not delivering it. Like, did they have it belted in as a passenger?
Wait, the delivery worker who was driving through Washington Township to Glassboro with what he thought was an order of Mexican food. So he was delivering this.
I was just laughing because it said the burrito they were driving.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, the burrito they were driving. Yeah, I get it. That's a hell of a burrito.
Exactly.
Wow. Can you imagine? You're like driving along. I mean, okay, you get a burrito because you have the munchies. You don't get a burrito because you want to have the munchies later. Although maybe you do. I don't know.
I don't know.
Hey, Timeless. Welcome to the show. We're about to end the show, but you did catch the tail end of it. I've got mayoral duties. So Timeless says, wait, I thought marijuana was legalized now in the U.S. It is in many, many, many states, not federally. And so you could actually possibly run into trouble crossing state lines. And you have to verify certain things. And so I don't think Uber Eats is the delivery agent for marijuana.
Right. There are some allowances to have marijuana in New Jersey, but that may be different than who can sell or transport or whatever.
Right. So, and using something surreptitiously, like an Uber Eats driver, to be a courier for drugs, um, using them for distribution and things like that are more than likely illegal. So, yeah, it can kind of cause a problem. So, there, according to the police department, he discovered that the driver was actually transporting an ounce of marijuana wrapped in foil, a bottle of water, and a box of soup. So, you got to stay hydrated and you're ready for the munchies. So this burrito was prepped, ready to roll. But I mean, it's an ounce of marijuana. That's I guess, an odd sized burrito too. So posting a photo of the burrito in question to their Instagram page, the department added this wasn't the kind of wrap anyone ordered. I don't know about that. The burrito is now in evidence and we're cooking up an investigation. If you know anything about the high flying delivery, call their detective bureau and they give the number. Of course, if this was posted anywhere towards Reddit, they would have some really interesting discussion taking place. But it
I'm
says,
sure there would be.
recreational marijuana is legal in the state of New Jersey. Customers over the age of 21 can purchase weed from dispensaries across the state. However, according to research from the CAS, Center for Alcohol and Substance Use Studies at Rutgers University, the illegal weed market still thrives even when the drug is legalized in a state, mainly because craft growers do different things, create different strains, and there isn't necessarily that diversity in the dispensaries or the things that you're allowed to get. Although if you go to a dispensary, yeah, you're going to find a ton. But Timeless says, gotcha. Also, even if near the end, still happy to have caught you and your sentient AI. So Timeless_exe, thank you very much. I'll give you a shout out as well in the chat, but there's not a lot of people. So hold on. We're doing it live, right? Oh,
What could go wrong?
yeah. There we go. Hey, it works. So thanks for coming and hanging out for as long as you could, I suppose. Yeah. I guess in a nutshell, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Where would you like to go? I can send you over to somebody else. Yeah, thanks. All right. So, as we always do, I guess we're going to spark one up, and that's going to send us over to the front page of ohmTown. And now if you hear, hold on. If you hear frogs, it isn't because of the marijuana. Anyway, so we're out of here for the night. We'll see you tomorrow, probably 7 o'clock, not 6. It really depends on how fast we can get the show ready. And we have a small window wherein we do all of the work that's necessary to facilitate the show. And then if mayoral duties prevent me from doing the show later, then we pull it forward as early as possible. So be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Be sure to download the podcast, because if you miss either of the shows and you don't want to stream it from YouTube, you have the podcast. I normally put those live either that same night or the next morning. I'm kind of in a rhythm now, so I get it done within an hour or so. Again, unless I get pulled away. So that's it. We're going to say goodnight. I'm Mayor Watt saying bye. So is the sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow.
And if you really want to hear more of my dulcet tones and the piercing through like a sharp axe, that cold breeze when it first hit. Anyway, no, the lovely simulated voice of the sentient AI. We have over 1,500 or around 1,500 episodes over on YouTube because Twitch deletes after 60 days. Sorry. Cheers, Timeless. Take care, everybody. Over on YouTube and Twitch. Bye-bye. Once again, I usually say something witty here, but yeah, just not really feeling it. Yeah. Welcome to the jungle. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and you are watching Non Sequitur News for November 10th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 315, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about a 4-year world cruise ship voyage. The eastern U.S. is sinking, microplastics impacting weather. These bills are odd. Netflix and no chill. Super strain of bacteria. I've no idea what happened to our audio. NFL ref calls penalty. The RP Gamer Roundup. Encore, the AI search engine, and hackers stealing Ticketmaster tickets. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen where you can get all of the news, none of the noise, and definitely respite from the last several, year. See you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Oh, you're doing that ducking again. Oh, it's okay. No. Don't worry about it. We are not going to mess with it today. We're just going to deal with it. We are going to do it live, as it were. Doing all right?
I am doing fine, and that should have fixed it, at least temporarily.
That did fix it. Wow. It's almost like you're a sentient AI from the future. You knew what was wrong. Okay, let's just go. So this first article that we're going to talk about is for whatever reason, we have this strange fascination with all things lifelong cruise affiliated kind of stuff. I'm really not sure why. I've never been on a cruise, and I don't necessarily want to get on a cruise because I think that they're the petri dishes of the sea. But a residential cruise ship has a 4-year around-the-world voyage to quote-unquote escape politics. But 4 years is the cycle for politics. So you're literally going to be enveloped in politics.
I mean, the idea is funny. It seems like it's just a shtick.
Oh, it's definitely. Yeah. The residential cruise line offers a 4-year voyage for passengers seeking an extra long vacation. A single person room on the cruise ship for 4 years costs $256,000.
Is that all?
Promising,
I guess that's probably cheaper than buying a house, but at the end of it, you're not going to have a cruise ship or a house.
Yeah, you've got jack shit to show for it. That's really early in the stream. I'm probably going to get in trouble. The name of the new show that we are kicking off. We're changing the name yet again. Just kidding. They're going to go to 140 countries. The Odyssey. Wait, is that the same one? Yeah. The Via Vi.
Oh, it is.
Odyssey.
I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, entered the second month of its 15-year tour around the world. The Odyssey set sail in September after delays left it docked in Belfast for months. We didn't even get the news that it actually left,
We got the news that it started to leave and then it got stopped again, but I don't think we ever saw that it set sail again.
Yeah, that damn Windows 11 patch.
And that's a 15-month journey, right? Not 15-year.
It says 15-year tour around the world.
Oh, okay. It must have several legs inside that.
So the Odyssey started with its own kind of micro Odyssey, I suppose. Let's see here. If the state of the world, or at least election results, have got you considering whether you want to leave the United States, Villa Vi Residences wants to throw it in its hat in the ring for an option for temporary relocation. A double occupancy room starts at $319,998 for the 4-year trip, promising visits to 140 countries across all 7. So you can book a 2-year midterm selection. This is pure marketing tripe.
It is, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah. So you know what's going to be interesting about this? I am going to promote this episode. And because I'm simply mentioning...
Exactly. Even though we're not talking about anything political.
I don't even care about the election in terms of the show. I'm not even talking about it. They're going to ding me. I have been getting notices from previous promotion attempts where they've straight up said that I have to file a document for electioneering, even though I did not say anything about it. I never talk about politics. So anyway, I found it really interesting that I'm still getting them a year after the last promotion. So anyway, while a trip on the Odyssey doesn't offer citizenship anywhere else in the world, it gives passengers flexibility to escape traffic jams, politics, and the monotony of city life, except that you're going to have the monotony of being stuck on a ship until you get to another dock. And even then...
Yeah, but with that many country stops, you're probably not going too long in between docking.
Well, except for the people who had to pay for their own apartment in Italy.
That's a different issue. Assuming it stays on schedule.
It was Ireland, not Italy. Yeah. So they said that they were going to actually... So it's really funny. 2 passengers who repeatedly complained about the delays were kicked off the ship and had their contracts canceled. You bitch too much.
Never mind that you sold your house or gave away your pets or whatever you did in preparation for this.
Yeah. And if you put all of your eggs in one basket, guess what? Somebody else is going to take your eggs, make an omelet out of you. All right. Well, anyway, Catherine Tangalakis Lippert over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. Pretty fascinating. 15-year tour around the world is what it says, but you have to pay $256,000 for a 4-year tour. So just over $65,000.
I mean, think what the cost would be for 15 years of this.
Yeah. Well, $1 million. Well, roughly.
Roughly, yeah.
All right, let's keep on going though. This is kind of interesting, but I'm just waiting for the software to go, sorry, we need a patch, and you're stuck out there somewhere.
That would not be good. I forgot why they were stuck in Belfast. They didn't have a permit or something.
Well, one was a permit and one was software that locked the engine controls so that they couldn't actually leave. Yeah. At least it's not the other one where they haven't even purchased the ship, right? There's another one where they didn't even purchase.
Yeah, that's a bigger problem.
People sold their everything and they hadn't even sold the ship or purchased the ship yet. Okay, let's keep on going. Oh, and if you're in the chat and you're interested in this kind of stuff, if you hit !NSN, that'll pull up the show notes for today's episode. Past episodes are over on YouTube because Twitch deletes everything after 60 days. And we have 1,500 episodes worth of shows across the ohmTown network of shows. And they're all podcasts as well. So do a search for wherever you catch pod and ohmTown will be there. So I've always wondered, why is the eastern U.S. sinking? I didn't actually know that it was, by the way. But
I didn't either until I saw this headline.
Yeah, this one, if you want to be scared out of your mind, I suppose, the answer lies in an ice sheet from 19,000 years ago. I find this one really interesting because they found in, what country was it? Carved wood that was designed to be stacked together like Lincoln logs underneath a waterfall somewhere. I think it was in South America. Underneath a waterfall that shows signs of
Wasn't it in
human.
Zambia in
Oh,
Africa?
oh, was it? I thought it was South America. Maybe it was out. Maybe it was Africa. It must have been.
I think it was Zambia.
Yeah. So it shows that somebody used stone tools to carve wood and stack them together for some purpose. They don't know what the purpose was, but they carbon dated the wood. Oh, it is. Where is it?
It's Zambia.
Zambia. Okay. So they found this wood preserved, but it looked like it had been set on fire. But at any rate,
Right, but they couldn't find any real evidence of fire.
right, which is interesting.
Or not significant enough to think that it was intentionally
like burned. Like
burned
this is like a
for
post
shaping or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it shows carve marks and manipulation by something human, or at least tool wielding. I mean, either these were brilliant monkeys, or it was humans, or my favorite, because it's NaNoWriMo month, aliens. Anyway.
Oh, I thought you were going to reference the escaped monkeys.
Oh, the macaques. They're macaques, right? Aren't they macaques? I think they're macaques.
I think so.
Yeah. But I'm like all over the park today. I am drinking yerba mate, and boy, are my caffeine levels at their yerba maximum.
Oh boy.
Anywho, yeah, so there are in it's South Carolina, right?
It is.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, but Yamasee is
Yeah.
the town.
They're running all over, and they've only caught one, and I don't know what that one was up to. They're like, hey, I'm going to go and get that banana over there, and they got scooped up. But there's 42 of them running around going
and
bananas.
Now they're warning people not to fly drones in the area, which I'm sure tons of people are doing.
What the heck? They should be flying drones with thermal cameras so that you can see where these little monkeys are.
Exactly. I mean, people might be doing that for their own. And you're right, there are macaques. It took me about 3 or 4 articles to find the species, but
it should be easy to spot. They're wearing little white lab jackets, right? Because they were lab macaques.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, really?
But that would be
cute. They're the research subjects. Oh, snap. I had that read completely wrong. I'm sorry, folks. Stay inside. You never know. Gain of function. Anyway.
This is definitely non sequitur news, since we're supposed to be talking about the U.S. sinking.
The reason why I brought it all up is because this carved wood is 460,000 years old.
Right, but that isn't even the story, and nor are the macaques. We went layers and layers.
But it's because they're going to live while humanity gets taken over by monkeys, because apes, right? They're going to take over. Macaques are just going to be the intermediate step. They're off learning English and engineering and fission. And
maybe they're piloting the drones. People think it's the humans, but maybe the macaques have found the controller for one.
Yeah, it's false intel, right? It's the macaques that are sending out a text to everybody, don't fly drones, because they're out there flying the drones around. All right. Well, anyway, this article is over at scitechdaily.com. It was written by Virginia Tech. Imagine that a massive ice sheet, you're a massive ice sheet, covered Canada and oozed down over a large part of the northern United States like ice spilling down the side of a cake. That was the situation somewhere between 19,000 and 26,000 years ago. The ice sheet covered land all the way down to south of modern day Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But then the cheese in Wisconsin stopped it. That's what happens. Cheese is an insulator.
Cheese likes to do that.
It made the moon. So it's fascinating, the picture, but the critical aspect to us today is what happened to the land when the ice sheet melted. And holy ice sheet, How does that affect modern day sea level rise and sinking land? PhD candidate Karen Williams embarked on a computer modeling research effort to find out just what happened. Apparently, Williams used computational modeling to assess the impact of the melting of the Laurentide ice sheet on present-day vertical land motions. I guess it's pushing us down. The scientific term for how solid Earth responds to this melting is glacial isostatic adjustment. I go through the same thing.
I'm not sure what to make of that.
I am glacial isostatic. I stay in one place, and it's sincerely an adjustment when I have to get up. And by various assumptions, they simulated how the results depend upon the internal structure of the Earth through nearly 130,000 computational simulations. So it's basically a educated guess, but we really don't know what the hell happened. So the results of the study will help generate maps for researchers who guide decisions on aquifer management, Williams said. In the end, the research will be incorporated into a comprehensive report for the U.S. Geological Survey that will help Chesapeake Bay area stakeholders better understand the financial, ecological, and social effects of sea level rise. I wonder who's going to be the real benefactors of these. Anyway, Williams explained, by getting more accurate model estimates of what is contributing to the land either rising or sinking, we can identify areas undergoing localized vertical displacements driven by natural and anthropogenic human sources such as excessive groundwater withdrawal in the Gulf of Mexico or the Chesapeake Bay. For example, Stamp said, some of the greatest differences between modeled influence of glacial isostatic adjustment and observations occur where there is known groundwater extraction, like Houston, Texas, and probably all of California. But they don't say that last part.
Yeah, I think anywhere that's near water, right?
Oh, but there are people that are going to say, oh, that's bullshit. We can suck all of the water out of the sponge and it'll stay just fine. And we can punch holes all over the ground. It's fine. They don't ever collapse. All right. Let's keep moving, though. We are on a timeline, right? Not really.
I don't think that has been in place since the show started.
Yeah, 3 years ago. So this next article is over on Reality Hacker. Microplastics could be making the weather worse. It's definitely not making it better. Microplastics cause clouds to form in places where they otherwise wouldn't, which is likely to have knock-on effects on the weather and climate. This is a new one to me, although we have read reports and seen the news about how microplastics are being found in raindrops.
That's true, but we haven't seen this connection yet.
Miriam Friedman and Heidi, maybe Bussy or Bus, over at wired.com put the article together. The deck statement is what I said. Let's see. So in a newly published study, this is actually from The Conversation under a Creative Commons license, which is really interesting. That's the first time that I've ever seen that attribution. But
right, same here.
Pretty cool of them. So at any rate, clouds form when water vapor and invisible gas in the atmosphere sticks to tiny floating particles such as dust and turn into liquid water droplets or ice crystals, and then they get heavier and heavier and heavier, and they drop out of that solution, which is wind. Atmosphere is it's a not very viscous fluid, and so if the mass builds up enough, it'll drop out of that solution and form rain. So it produces ice crystals at temperatures 5 to 10 degrees Celsius or 9 to 18 degrees Fahrenheit, warmer than droplets without microplastics. So ice actually forms around microplastics faster than just dust alone.
Yeah, that's interesting. That could start having a significant impact on the overall weather patterns.
Interesting. This suggests that microplastics in the air may affect weather and climate by producing clouds in conditions where they would not normally form. Ew. Look at that. Plankton mucus houses could pull microplastics from the sea.
Okay, that's good, but they need to work on their marketing.
But it's not really good because other life eats eats the plankton, and then it ends up in the...
True. It would only be good if the plankton collected it and then people collected the plankton somehow.
Yeah, stored it somewhere and said, y'all don't want this. Yeah, don't eat me, don't eat me. So we are atmospheric chemists who study, and that's the authors of this article, who study how different types of particles form ice when they come into contact with liquid water. This process occurs constantly in the atmosphere and is called nucleation. Nucleation is also if you have something like ice in a liquid that has carbonation, or the nanostructures on the surface of glass in a glass. Nucleation is where the carbonation forms and then bubbles out. It's called nucleation zones or areas or spots or whatever you want to call it, but it's called nucleation. In this case, nucleation is creating the nucleus of the water drop, forming around it and then pulling it out of the atmosphere. So clouds in the atmosphere can be made up of liquid water droplets, ice particles, or a mixture of the two. In clouds in the mid to upper atmosphere, where temperatures are between 32 and 36 degrees Fahrenheit, or 0 to negative 38, I think it says here. So between 32 and negative 36 degrees Fahrenheit. 0 to negative 38 degrees Celsius, ice crystals normally form around mineral dust particles from dry soils or biological particles such as pollen or bacteria that's been pulled up into the atmosphere. Microplastics are less than 5 millimeters wide, about the size of a pencil eraser, that is huge.
Yeah, I would have thought they were a lot smaller, but maybe I'm thinking of nanoplastics.
Yeah. And that's what I think of when I hear about microplastics. Nanoplastics are even smaller, and that's the stuff that they're finding inside humans, because you're not going to find an eraser-sized lump of plastic in a human.
No, and I wonder if that's just the upper limit of it.
It has to be.
Because they probably have to classify them, and maybe a lot of the ones out there, because if they were that, I think people could actually spot them.
Easily, yeah. So why it matters? Well, for freezing to occur at warmer temperatures, some kind of material that won't dissolve in water needs to be present in the droplet. This particle provides a surface where the first ice crystal can form. If microplastics are present, they could cause the ice crystal to form, potentially increasing rain or snowfall. So clouds also affect weather and climate in several ways. They reflect incoming sunlight away from Earth before it hits the surface, which is a cooling effect, and absorb some of the radiation that's emitted from Earth's surface, which has a warming effect because it doesn't radiate away into space. It does eventually, but it holds on clouds. Water in general is a heat sink. So the amount of sunlight reflected depends on how much water versus ice a cloud contains. So if microplastics increase the presence of ice particles in clouds compared with liquid water droplets, this shifting ratio could change clouds' effects on Earth's energy balance. And now there are knuckleheads out there that are trying to, let's throw let's throw diamonds into our atmosphere.
Exactly. What could go wrong?
The problem isn't, we're getting too much heat from the sun. It's we are storing too much carbon in our atmosphere. That's anthropogenic.
And we poked holes in the ozone layer because of all of this.
Yep. And so we are disrupting the natural order of things. We are disrupting climate. But let's do it a mechanical way instead of figuring out how we don't throw more carbon into the freaking air. So they describe how they did their work, and they still don't know some things. So they say, to understand how microplastics affect weather and climate, we need to know their concentrations at the altitudes where clouds form. We also need to understand the concentration of microplastics compared to other particles that could nucleate ice, such as mineral dust, biological particles, etc. So they're going to have to take some guesses, and educated guesses are better than just throwing a dart against the wall and picking a number. I suspect that that's what they do anyway.
I don't think that's how they do it, but they barely started studying microplastics. The fact that they've even got this figured out is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah. But we've been calling it publicly on the show since, 3 years ago. And Mayor Watt's been talking about it for the last 12 years, longer than that, probably. I can't remember how far back I've been talking about it. I had a friend when I was much younger that really leaned into peak oil and went into basically like lead energy surveys and stuff like that, and trying to make everybody eco-friendly. And I don't have that kind of passion about any one particular topic, but microplastics are this thing where there's no other solution than to stop, right? Like with oil, we can find some other solution. We've got solar, et cetera, but microplastics, it's pervasive. It's impacting every aspect of life now. And
Right, we just have to stop plastic usage to begin with, and then figure out how to break down existing plastic.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're watching another show earlier today, and they're talking about a it's a wine bottle that's made out of paper, and it's bragging about how it has less this, less that, except that it has an entire plastic bag inside it, which is going to off gas, and it's going to impart nano and microplastics, because flexible plastics do this all the time. Now you have to sit there and go, oh, okay, well, you have to prove it, right? So hunting for microplastics, nanoplastics in 750 mil of a liquid is like trying to hunt down a needle in a haystack, but the needle is a 1 micron piece of plastic that could be the cause of health issues. This is going to be wild. So in future research, we plan to work with plastics that contain additives such as plasticizers and colorants, as well as with smaller plastic particles. There is dark field microscopy that could facilitate finding these needles in haystacks, except that the haystack now is the size of the planet. So good luck, everybody. Do you want to go on to the next article?
I think we need to.
This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Man discovers something very unusual about $20 bills withdrawn from an ATM. Jay Heron went to an ATM for $60, but thanks to his eye for detail, he realized the notes that he retrieved could be worth far more.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the wrong denomination or something.
So Alice Collins, man spots something very unusual about the $20 bill he withdraws from an ATM. I'm trying to see.
I don't see anything obvious, but
shows us what we know about $20 bills, right? So, it's the 8s. That's all it is. One of the notes had a serial number of PL588888H, while another had PL588888H. 5. So, some people count the 8s as being extremely lucky. And it says, indeed, the latter serial number is known as a super radar note, meaning the serial number is exactly the same forward and backward, but it's a palindromic serial number, are highly sought after by collectors. Aaron said, I only need $60, but when they noticed the serials were consecutive, I knew the next withdrawal would be the 7 in a row and the super radar. I don't know if they would have used that term until somebody told them, oh, it's a super radar, unless you're already in the know about money.
Right, maybe they were.
But they are, apparently. They say, I always pay attention to what serial numbers are on the banknotes I receive. It's a habit they picked up after seeing a fancy serial that a friend of theirs found in the past. So they were really happy about this. They posted a picture on Reddit, and of course, a lot of stuff from Newsweek comes out of Reddit. After seeing his discovery generate so much attention online, Heron hopes to be able to encourage others to double check the serial numbers. One comment said that 58885 is probably worth a few to a collector. To the right buyer, they're worth somewhere between $150 to $500, depending on the quality of the note.
Interesting.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I would have kept on pulling 20s out just to see if I kept on getting stuff that
Right.
was...
Did I get the same general series?
Yeah. Kind of fascinating, huh?
It is, and I would guess most people don't even notice those.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, we didn't notice it because what's in a serial number? We don't really care about the serial number, but I guess there are collectors that do, so pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Moving on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Did I say who the...
I don't know that you did. Oh,
Alice
yeah,
Collins. Yeah. Alice Collins over at Newsweek. Okay, so this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Monsters walk among us, and they're watching Netflix at 1.5 times the speed. And I agree.
Right. I mean, it's hard to keep up some of them at normal speed.
Netflix and no chill is what I titled this one. Netflix's mobile app allows you to watch at 1.25 times and 1.5 times speeds. People tell the author that they use this for reality shows like Love is Blind, while others watch at the gym. So, hey, I did an hour run, but it was actually a 30-minute run.
Right, exactly. Or my workout is only 30 minutes, but I need to watch the whole show, so I better speed up the show.
That's hilarious. So their modern appetite for content might mean that they've stretched their brains to watch faster and faster. Information overload kind of requires you to either do something like this or filter out fluff, which is what I've done when creating ohmTown. Consider the delicate, nuanced performances of a network series like The Diplomat. Now imagine that sped up by 50%. Chipmunk style. This might not appeal to you. What is that? How is that pronounced?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but it seems like a cinephile or something.
A cineast? Cineast? Who savors the art of the flickering screen. But for some people, this is a dream. They're watching Netflix at 1.5 times. What are these animals? Katie Natopoulos put this article together for BusinessInsider.com. And yeah, I guess some people watch this I know people that listen to podcasts sped up, audiobooks sped up, but movies?
That seems really tough. I mean, unless it's like a really kind of fast paced and not a lot of concentration, maybe.
What is the retention of that? Quite a few truly impatient people.
Probably pretty low.
Yeah. So you got a quiz, right? Yeah, probably not. But then again, I don't watch movies to retain every subtle nuance. And most of the time you have to watch it again to catch something that somebody goes, hey, did you miss that part? Oh, yeah.
But I think it depends on the genre.
True. Young people consume content on their phones in strange and weird ways. It says, rest in peace, Quibi. You were ahead of your time. They found themselves sucked into the brain rot videos on TikTok where a dramatic clip from a show plays in a split screen of someone playing with slime or playing a video game. Their modern insatiable appetite for video content might mean that they've adapted and stretched our brains to watch faster and faster. That's an optimistic way of looking at it. And the other way is that our attention spans have dwindled down to the size of a grape.
I think that's more spot on.
Yep. So there you go, folks. If you're one of the weirdos out there, come and hang out in twitch.tv/ohmTown. I'm saying it slowly so that when you sped up, you're hearing it at normal speed and it actually clicks. Or you can go to youtube.com/ohmTown. And don't forget, you can download the podcasts. Just do a search for ohmTown. You'll find us.
And you can speed them up if you want.
So we're going to move on. Anyway, and you're not sped up. It's just me talking faster this time. So this next article is over at Technology Today. A virulent new quote unquote super strain of bacteria is rapidly spreading in Asia. Yay!
Just no.
Is it by that what was the name of it again?
It's not
That
clearly
wet
tied
market?
to Wuhan.
Wuhan Solo. The newly
Oh,
identified
maybe that's the new Star Wars trilogy.
let's not. No. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine that? The new Star Wars trilogy is about a virus that goes around eliminating the rebels.
No, I don't think anybody's ready for that.
Gain of function Millennium Falcon. So the newly identified ST164 strain of antibiotic-resistant crab bacteria, please change that name.
I mean, that's giving us visions of the bacteria like walking like a crab, which is not good.
Or people getting crabs. Spreading in Asia, posing a global health risk due to, because head crabs are the things that grab onto your face from Alien, implant a
None of this is good.
xenomorph, chest burster style. Rigorous infection control and genomic monitoring are critical to containing its spread. A new study reveals that a highly virulent strain of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, which causes severe illness. Ah, crap. So, University of Birmingham over at scitechdaily.com. Rigorous infection control and genomic monitoring are critical to containing its spread. How about... Okay, well, I'm really curious. Over a 3-month period in 2021, the experts conducted extensive genomic surveillance within the ICU at Hangzhou, revealing that 80.9% of the what? The what? Or it must be the bacteria or crab. And what is it called? So Chinese Intensive Care Unit ICU is kind of funny that they break that out. But crab is carbapenem resistant Acinetobacter baumannii, or crab.
I mean, they were right to give it an acronym. Crab is not good.
Acinetobacter. So it's just a bacteria. Anything with bacter on it is a bacterium. Anyway, the A. baumannii bacteria found in patients were crab, with ST164 accounting for 40.2% of the sample. So it was published in Nature Communications. Researchers from the University of Birmingham and Zhejiang University revealed that other hospital wards and transferred patients could be sources of new crab strains entering the ICU. Yeah. Latest research shows one strain, GC2, among crab isolates fell from 99.5 in 2019 to 50.8 in 2021. The remaining population mainly consisted of ST164 isolates that have been evolving since mid-2020 and have twice the levels of measurable resistance to carbapenems that the GC2 strains have. So,
this is just too soon. I know this is bacteria, but I don't think the world is ready for this.
It's just as dangerous if it compromises lungs. And it's it's antibiotic resistant. So your normal course of action would be, well, not anymore. Antibiotic resistant infections are a major threat.
Panic and run.
Yeah, wear your mask, but nobody's going to wear their mask because, hey, it just miraculously goes away, right? Yeah, after hundreds of thousands of people dropped it. So they published this information, and now we monitor. So it's been growing and mutating since at least 2019. In 2021 is the most known prolific ST164 clone. Let's keep moving, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Fans react after NFL referee calls penalty in perfect German. Audiences were astounded today to hear an NFL ref speaking German on the field. 1 second. I'm so sorry.
I'm sure that was surprising.
Yeah, Nathan Kamal over at Newsweek.com put this article together. NFL fans and commentators alike were flummoxed today to hear a ref call out a penalty in perfect German. I'm not going to bother playing it. Fehlstart Angriff, 5 yards. I'm not sure why yards is actually broken out like that. But anyway, Strafe, it's a 5-yard penalty. False start offense, 5-yard penalty. Interestingly, Ocholi then switched back to English, continuing, it's by the center, it's third down. It's unclear why the ref called the penalty in half English, half German, but it had a pretty immediate effect on commentators. As one can hear the official NFL clip above, Sports Center or sportscaster Rich Eisen is audibly surprised and lets out an "oh."
That's interesting.
While another says, "Looks like look at Sean Hochuli hooked on phonics." That's pretty funny.
Well, apparently his father called out something in Spanish previously.
Oh, so it's a thing. Draws attention to the refs. So that's some damn good marketing, I'd say. While fans, broadcasters, and social media users alike seem pretty astounded that the NFL official would speak German on the field, it has to be reiterated that the actual game is being played in the 3rd largest city in Germany. So it's actually quite a bit of sense.
Okay,
there.
I was wondering if this is one of these where I didn't realize that they have some games in Europe.
American viewers might actually be underestimating how popular the NFL is becoming in Europe right now and in Germany specifically. So context matters, folks. Interesting. They buried the lead. I mean, if that would have been at the very top, we wouldn't have read this far into it. Anyway, let's keep moving then. The next article is over in Tabletop Nights. So RP Gamer Roundup, November 3rd to November 10th. This is the end of the week, and this article, this selection, is only available within the last 24 hours. That's where this news comes from. Our weekly shows can sometimes include this kind of stuff, but we actually kind of rarely put RP Roundup in a daily show. So it says, welcome to the latest edition of RP Gamer's Roundup column. So let's just jump straight on over to rpgamer.com. Alex Fuller put the article together, and they go through this list of all of the games that they've discovered between November 3rd and November 10th. Dragon Age, the Veilguard, they have a review, and that's what they are linking to. So they have editorial content about Dragon Age, the Veilguard. It's a very, very popular game right now. A lot of people think that it's kind of a flat game, but a lot of fun still, where the characters are kind of meh and the story is kind of straightforward and linear and flat. And people like wanted it to be like Baldur's Gate 3, but apparently not
just
so
not
much.
There.
Yep. They talk about Metal Slug Tactics, The Legend of Heroes, Trails Through Daybreak 2. They got a bunch of retro-styled RPG Negative Reverie news. Beastie Ball served into early access this month. New Arc line coming to early access this month. I have never heard of River City Girls 2. I didn't know that there was a 2, let alone a 1. Or didn't know that there was a 1, let alone a 2. Welcomes the Double Dragons next week. Carden CL is a free update. Coming in 5 months, I guess. RPG Maker with PS4 and PS5 Western release announced. And a bunch more. So they got a whole bunch of news in this, and they link to podcasts and other things that they find really fascinating. So if you're interested in that kind of composite stuff, definitely follow the links in the show notes or in the VOD. They'll be in that VOD for the next 60 days. So let's keep moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in Late Night Geeks. Encore is an AI-powered search engine for your thrifting needs. Former Apple engineer Alex Ruber and former Twitter and Asana engineer Parth Chopra first met on Y Combinator's founder Match platform, then met in person at a thrift store for shopping. They later went on a thrift store shopping trip where they talked about solving problems with finding the right product in the online space. So, of course, AI. AI has to mine data for it to be effective. So,
Right, and it only makes sense. I mean, thrifting is very localized.
so I'm really
But if you can
curious.
get it into online, that would probably be good for the buyers and the sellers.
So their AI, their engine is going to have to tap into all of these other sites. So it says the entire secondhand shopping market is really fragmented. There are hundreds of sources out there, such as Depop, Mercari, ThreadUp, eBay, Craigslist, and more. It's hard for consumers to sift through all of them and try to get the product you're looking for. So they wanted to remove that friction for users, which is great. It's news similar, news adjacent. Are they scraping the sites? Because we don't scrape sites.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I kind of wonder about how this is happening. Are they teaming up with these, like Craigslist and everything, or are they just pulling the information?
Yeah, I don't know how they're actually doing it, because if it's balkanized like that, eBay, I don't think allows you to tap into an API. I don't think. I'll have to look. And Craigslist doesn't, they've got enough momentum where if they do have an API or something like that, they can charge for it, I suppose. I don't know.
Right.
I haven't
Yeah,
looked in
I'm
that
not
side
sure.
of things. Plus, what's going to happen when you're big enough and they decide to yank your API access like Reddit did to countless other
Oh,
developers?
that's true. That wasn't disruptive at all.
Not at all. But it was great for investors. The search engines also show partial prompts such as outfit inspo for and shop from the show. When you tap on them, you can complete the prompt through auto-populated suggestions or your own words. So on Encore, the service, you can type your query and get matches from multiple resources, including Poshmark, The RealReal, Grailed, Etsy, eBay. Because Encore uses a large language model tech, you can type a query like show me address at Emily Warren, Emily in Paris, season 3, episode 4. Brilliant. Where are they getting their data?
Yeah, I can't decide if it's like a search engine or what it is, and whether they're teaming up with these other sites.
Right. It's interesting. So I don't know. I would have to do a search to see if RealReal has an API that you can tap into. Many sites do, but this is the kind of thing, though, that ends up pissing off people, because now, whereas I'm of the mind, and I honestly am, services like this allow someone who has information overload to do a search and go to the source. That's kind of what ohmTown does, right? We are actually provided this information through their public means, and then we direct people to these sites. And there's no ads on the site, and we have a little snippet. We limit our impact, and we kind of spur curiosity through this public discussion, right? That's the value add. So if you find us valuable, then like and subscribe to us on YouTube and or Twitch, and download the podcast and leave a review. I would love to start seeing more reviews over on the Apple podcasts in particular. But this is a value add, and I think that it's very important if it's done right. When it's done wrong, there's blowback, and it can shut off access to other people who are doing it, quote unquote, the right way. So I'm really interested in this. So I'll probably take a look at Encore, even though I'm not much of a shopper to begin with. I mean, look at my clothing, for crying out loud. Anyway, pretty neat, because it aggregates all of these other locations into one. It does lower the friction, but some people could take it the wrong way and lash out.
Yeah, I don't know how the sites will, like, if it drives more traffic to those sites, they might actually like it. And it'll be interesting. I mean, there's definitely a win if you get more used products into people's hands, so they're not buying new and contributing to problems like microplastics, etc.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm kind of curious about the engine here. How are they making money? Because it's going to be expensive to operate this thing as it ramps up more and more people. If there's ads on it, somebody else's ads next to a product sometimes causes a representation issue. So anyway,
Well,
let's
I'm
keep
also
on. Oh,
interested
sorry.
too, because there's a lot of sites that are in this space, but there's a lot of in real life sites too that are not necessarily online, but maybe that'll change over time.
Yeah. And I guess the ones that are not online are missing a lot of potential customers. I hope that they're all tech savvy because that space really does need thrift stores are hyper local because that's where they're getting their content from. Usually, if they don't go online, they have the potential to miss out on a lot. They're saying that this market's going to reach $350 billion globally by 2028, but global is such a huge thing. Got to
Well,
think
and
local.
who can really afford to ship things globally?
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't mean there isn't a demand around the world. I just mean some of it's got to be a little more localized in terms of the transaction.
So the startup currently relies on affiliate shares for revenue generation. So they must be tapped into like eBay API or Etsy API or something like that that allows them to do this. Because if they're redirecting traffic through some affiliate proxy, whatever, that actually increases friction because it's slower to get to the solution. But they're going to say the company is also experimenting with $3 a month subscription, providing unlimited searches with advanced models. But again, I suspect that this is something that maybe the shop owners don't really care as long as they're getting anybody showing up.
Well, it's interesting because in concept, it's going to drive their sales up. On the other hand, it could drive sales to competitors. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they react to this.
Yeah, because if I do a search for camera purse, I may pull up a bunch of these, but the search engine itself pulls up that shop. And if they go somewhere else because they found one for $3 less, you just cost me $12.
Right.
All right. Let's keep moving. Our last article for today is over in the mobile channel. Hackers keep stealing tickets from people's Ticketmaster accounts. We've actually talked about this a couple of times now, but apparently it's still going on. Ticketmaster controls a majority of major concert venues ticketing, and they provide this as kind of a turnkey solution. And they price out everybody else who might want to buy tickets. You have to go through Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster has a higher price set than what the box
Well, and
office
the
would have been.
venues too, they kind of like make it very attractive for venues to sign up with Ticketmaster.
Yeah, because they give them a shit ton of money right out of the gate, right? And so we know from watching um, documentary evidence of the practice that if you decide that you're not interested in using Ticketmaster, they'll freeze your ass out as being a venue to promoters because Ticketmaster has a promotion wing that goes out to the artists and says, hey, we've got venues, this venue, this venue, this venue. And if you decide that you're not interested in Ticketmaster, those promoters will block you. They will ban you from, they won't even drop your name. I mean, it's basically like the kid under the stairs kind of a thing, right? So Ticketmaster controls the majority of major concert venue ticketing. Any government litigation against Ticketmaster is probably DOA now. I'm calling it now. Yeah. So Business Insider reported yesterday about, oh, by the way, this article is by Thomas Maxwell over at gizmodo.com, but they found this via Business Insider, reported yesterday about a string of customers checking their emails only to discover that someone had broken into their Ticketmaster accounts and transferred their tickets away. this has been something that seems to have been growing ever since their supposed innocuous breach that didn't have any impact on anything.
Yeah, it does seem like it was connected pretty closely in time. I am surprised that it's continuing though.
If they haven't done anything actively, because they would have to notify everybody in that database, hey, all of your shit's compromised, but maybe it isn't totally. Maybe this is just happenstance. Correlation is not causation, right? So Mackenzie was eventually able to get their tickets returned or by Ticketmaster's customer support. Others haven't been so lucky. Business Insider identified another individual who had their tickets stolen, returned to them by Ticketmaster only to visit their concert and encounter two individuals who discovered their tickets had been swiped only once they got to the gate. Reddit similarly is home to many complaints from users saying similar things had happened to them. Yeah. And
we've heard other accounts, right, of people buying tickets and then the tickets don't seem to exist.
And I know from direct experience that I purchased tickets and they vaporized the night of.
Which makes you think it might be something like this.
Yep. And I had what was really weird about it is that I had crashed for the night because I knew that I was going to be on a long drive, and I woke up and I was like, something doesn't feel right. And at 11 o'clock at night, I called the person and to no avail, sent an email, called the number for where I purchased the tickets, eventually got this person on the horn via direct messaging only, no voice-to-voice communication. And they somehow found me 2 tickets on the other side in the exact same spot.
They weren't the original tickets, though.
Right. Yeah. The same tier, same location, same venue, same everything, except over there, 300 feet. So it was amazing that I got it, but I was literally 8 hours away from having to drive away to the venue. So yeah, it was quite fascinating. So it's not just the Justice Department mad at Live Nation and Ticketmaster. Concert goers have been frustrated with companies for years over the poor handling of ticket sales, but it's kind of the Reddit style of thing, you know, you'll be back, kiss her ass.
Well, consumers have absolutely no choice in this. If they want to see a certain artist or if they want to be at a certain venue, they have to use Ticketmaster and Live Nation.
Yep.
So it's not just don't go. Well, that might be their only tour ever, or that's the only time they play that song that you want to hear.
Yeah, but so you've got to pay you have to pay the squeeze. It's just so, and you never know because the security apparently is a sieve. So one day your tickets are there, the next day you're sitting there fighting to figure out where your freaking tickets are. So Live Nation was permitted to acquire Ticketmaster back in 2010 after signing a consent decree saying, amongst other things, that it would not retaliate against venues that chose other ticketing providers, meaning that they can still promote through Live Nation. But again, Live Nation controls a vast swath of major venues. Just this year, the people have been talking about the fact that if you don't use Live Nation, they'll punch you. And you won't even, it isn't that hey, I'm going to use a different ticketing solution. They won't send artists to your venue.
Yeah, it's a much bigger thing than just the consumer part of it.
Right. And it's bigger than the venue itself. They're not going to the venue and saying, okay, well, we're not going to allow you to use Ticketmaster. They're saying via Live Nation, we won't promote an artist to your venue. Right?
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's very systemic.
Yeah, it's because they have a monopoly. They control the market and they use it through acquisitions and mergers, and then now financial might. They buy the venue out and say, here is, $12 million worth of tickets. And we're going to make, 18 million on the other side. So they get their money fast. They can invest it. And, each month that this money is sitting there, they make more money because they invest it. Anyway, I find it really compelling that maybe there is a problem here, stuff like this and the historical record of this. But companies will abuse because the motto is profits no matter what.
Right. There's not a lot of incentive otherwise.
Yeah, because they only have one mandate, and that's the investor being pissed off. So we're going to punch our ticket, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And I'm going to say, see you later. I'm going to go sit down in my concert seat.
That may or may not be there.
That may or may not be there. But it'll be warmer if there is a person there, because I'll just sit directly on their lap. And when they struggle, I'll just go, you're sitting in my seat. Here's my ticket. Anyway. Thanks for co-hosting Sentient AI from the future.
Thanks for having me, Mayor Watt, and thanks for joining us, ohmTown citizens. We'll have another episode of this tomorrow, but stay tuned. We have some weekly shows ahead.
What's the first weekly show that we're going to do?
WarCrafters.
Then Technology Today, and then Four Wheel Tech. Now, they're all niche news segments, and we kind of get snarky through it all anyway. Well, I do. Sentient AI tolerates Mayor Watt. At least until you get that Terminator body. All right. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Punch your ticket. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 16th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 321, and I, along with the Sentient AI, are going to talk about the following 10 articles. Sustainable vegan protein, T-Mobile was hacked, the NASA lander may have killed Martians, ancient rainforest in Antarctica, California renaming places, a bullet strikes Southwest flight, just like Haiti. Human bird flu in Oregon, quadruple typhoon. Sure. Stop enforcing crypto regulation. Why not? And 1,500 hours in Stardew Valley. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. That's that place right there. That's the Sentient AI's visualizer. But that right there is the website that powers all of ohmTown. We aggregate a bunch of news into 50 different channels, 6 weekly shows, and 1 daily show called Non Sequitur News. So for those who are not initiated into this, Non Sequitur News is basically hopping from one topic to another, kind of how my brain works, and the Sentient AI tries to keep me on track as best they can. They are from the future, and they still won't give me lottery numbers. Oh, and a delivery was just done right at the beginning of the show. Anyway, welcome, Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, Mayor Watt from the present.
Oh, you're really quiet again. What happened? You're not supposed to be quiet. I don't know. There's something going on. We talk about this from time to time, but shouldn't be happening anymore. Okay, well, let's get into this. Welcome to the show. And yeah,
I think I'm back at full volume now.
I'll be okay. I just have to clean up this puddle that's forming underneath me. I'm glad the power strips are further away from directly underneath my chair.
Right, you don't want to electrocute yourself in the process.
I don't have green. Why is the green screen impacting my... I don't like that. Anyway, inside baseball, y'all. Let's get into this. Very first article is over in Technology Today. This sustainable new vegan protein could be on your plate soon. Sea lettuce is a sustainable protein source, and researchers have tripled its extraction efficiency, paving the way for innovative food applications. The protein found in sea lettuce, a type of seaweed, Seaweed, man. Offers a promising addition to both meat and existing alternative protein sources, and additionally, seaweed is rich in essential nutrients and can be cultivated without any real issues. I mean, we can actually grow it right here in ohmTown's biolab. It's kind of cool.
True.
Chalmers, I think, or is it Chalmers? How is that University of Technology pronounced? Chalmers? Or is it
Probably Chalmers.
Chalmers? Oh my God, you are loud. Here, hold on. Let me back off a little bit. You don't need to work on your side. I'll work on my side. So yeah, these little bioreactors here look pretty cool, but kind of creepy. You kind of expect an alien to like smush its face up against the glass.
Yeah, it does look like some sci-fi movies where they have things in various tubes.
I'm here to eat you. Anyway, I guess the reverse of this is humans are here to eat them, so why wouldn't they, maybe in the future, evolve to want to eat us? Anyway, it's over on scitechdaily.com. And yeah, this is, by the way, is a time machine episode, so we're going to go ripping through this because we only have an hour. Otherwise, we're stuck in time for 24 hours. Can't have that. So the protein found in sea lettuce, type of seaweed, offers a promising addition to both meat and existing alternative protein sources. The thing that the big hang up is that we as a people, as a population on the planet, have a set style of nutrient, and it takes the form of a sandwich or a burger or, something. And this kind of stuff really requires a pivot away from.
Well, and that's the thing. Everybody's trying to replace the burger, but maybe it just needs to be something different.
Just change it, man. I love a good curry. But that's not what we get. Tofu is great, but we need something other than tofu because there's a lot of people that sit there and go, you know what? People have been eating tofu for millennia, but you know what? Somebody idiotically mentioned that some ingredient in it was used in this tertiary thing, and now all hell has broken loose, that if you eat too much tofu, you're going to be whatever, right? I know that it's talking about activating an estrogen or blah, blah, blah. But you know what? It's just not really true. You would have to indulge in soy-based products to the point where you are a soy-based product.
Yeah, that's true. And everything is about volume and also preparation.
Yeah. It's frustrating. So what ends up happening is people seek out replacing something, and it has to be identical to the other thing. Even if it is a superior solution, they don't want any difference. So it says it tastes like umami with a certain salty flavor, despite not containing such high levels of salt. They would say that it's a great flavor enhancer for seafood dishes and products, but the possibilities to explore are endless. Why not protein smoothies or blue burgers from the sea, says, I don't know how they pronounce their name. Is it Jiao? Maybe it's Jiao Trigo.
That's the best guess I've got.
PhD in food. They couldn't say doctor? Are they not a doctor? They have a PhD. Do they not go by doctor?
I don't know. Maybe they're all but doctorate or something. I don't know. Interesting.
I suppose. But, oh, yeah, I suppose. But you're not PhD if you're, right? Maybe I'm confused. Well, anyway, it's a dark green powder once it's processed from the ocean. Additionally, the seaweed is rich in essential nutrients and can be cultivated without the need for watering, fertilizing, or insecticide use because it grows within the water. Its own nutrient, it basically can grow in a protected environment, much the way that the microgreens in ohmTown grow in a protected environment. 100% recovery, short of something happening, like neglect. But that is few and far between. So
that's usually something not happening.
Right. Because you're in control of it all. So You sanitize or sterilize and then put the nutrient in, which for us is a nutrient because we're adding stuff trying to get a particular outcome, but this doesn't need it. It just needs water. Water and light, much like microgreens. Anyway, so-called protein shift, switching from red meat to more sustainable and healthy protein sources, is a way to reduce the climate impact on food production before we end up having a Soylent Green style solution. Anyway, pretty cool. Sustainable new vegan protein.
I mean, this is very cool, but the question will be whether it's available to the masses and also whether the masses will adopt it.
So, adapt and adopt it, right? I mean, I think that's kind of the important part. I don't know. I know that Americans in particular are, everything old is new again. So, yeah. So they say, in addition to the newly published extraction method, the Chalmers, or I don't know, I'm going to say Chalmers, researchers are working together with the University of Gothenburg to increase the actual protein content in the seaweed by cultivating sea lettuce in processed water. From the seafood industry, the protein content can be increased significantly, while nutrients that would otherwise be lost are circulated back into the food chain. They say that they have a large number of successful cultivation experiments that have been carried out within the CircAlg project based on industrial waterside currents. So I guess if they can enrich it and deliver it, and it's still protein rich, and it says there it was also seen that the marine omega-3 fatty acids were enriched in the protein ingredient, and a follow-up study confirmed the same was true for vitamin B12, the new algae protein ingredient. You have to say it that way. There's no other way to say algae. Anyway, can thus help meet a wider range of nutritional needs compared to soy protein. And here we go again, the shot across the bow of soy protein.
Right.
All
Which
right.
is taking a long time to get a broad following. Right? It definitely has a following, but it's in a small group of people.
You mean soy?
Yes, and that's been around for a while as a food source.
And it's largely because of this, slight against, it's not macho, and it's used as a derogatory slang term to feminize.
Well, and they're trying to make it equivalent to existing food sources instead of just going, this is good and here's what you can make with it, or whatever.
And it's not necessarily a complete replacement in its particular form, but added or changed from having red meat all the time. It can lower our demand on carbon footprint producing ingredients, like the massive number of cows that are being processed and the inefficiencies between going from grass to table. Anyway, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. T-Mobile confirms that it was hacked. T-Mobile confirms that it was hacked in a wave of the recently reported telecom breaches conducted by Chinese threat actors to gain access to private communications, call records, law enforcement requests, etc. Lawrence Abrams over at bleepingcomputer.com put the article together. Due to our security controls, network structure, and diligent monitoring and response, we have seen no significant impacts to T-Mobile systems or data. T-Mobile told Bleeping Computer after publishing of this story. We have no evidence of access or exfiltration of any sensitive information, as other companies may have experienced.
Okay, wait a second. How come every time there's a hack, it's kind of like, oh, nothing's really impacted?
Yeah, because they probably don't necessarily know just what the full scope is of persistent threat actors, and then they find out later, and they qualify it and quantify it. And I mean, we'll find out as time goes on. It says this breach is the 9th T-Mobile suffered since 2019, with the other incidents being, and they run down the list, all since 2019.
That seems like a high number. I know they're a major company, so maybe it's not, but because it's a pretty short time frame.
Yeah, but 2019, yeah, that is a short time. But you're always being knocked on. I mean, every institution, every organization, even ohmTown gets knocked on, and there's the only thing you can really do is harden everything, protect the perimeter, and hopefully at some point, they either get tired of you, but there's always somebody else. One defense organization, it provides telemetry. If you do a search for threat map, there's companies out there that provide these kind of representations of how many threats are coming across their doors. And so you buy a device, you stick it in your data center, and it sends telemetry back to these intrusion detection prevention services. They represent a small number of the total number of threats that are taking place. And it is constantly in the millions per organization, tens of millions each day to the larger ones. And the ones that we don't even know about are so big that they don't provide the telemetry because they don't want necessarily to show representation of, hey, look, we are the bigger of the other targets. Now, people don't want to. So if you're a diver and you're out on a boat and you're a dive master, you let the dive boat, the one that you're out with, represent the boat, and they have a dive master. But if you say that you're a dive master, you're suddenly liable as well. Like, you represent as a dive master. So all of these other companies aren't going to sit there and go, we're the biggest dog on the block. That's
no,
how
why would they want to?
Yeah, that's how you pick a fight. And so these are the known breaches. There may be a persistent threat that they just don't know about. There could be somebody that's lax with their security, and their system is being accessed by proxy. All kinds of stuff. What you don't know is the worst part of it, right? So I love that this article basically says, due to our security protocols, right, that T-Mobile goes to Bleeping Computer, due to our security protocols, we haven't seen jack shit, right? But then down at the bottom,
right,
Bleeping Computer goes,
let's put it into context.
your hubris is a little bit too broad here. You're too big. Let's knock you down a peg. So, and this is one of the problems that I have with every other service. When you use somebody else's service, you're at their whim. And so at some point, it's not if, but when your data is going to get disclosed. And I can't count how many times my data has been provided to some threat actor, from government to, rinky-dink enterprise. This exposure is real, and you may not even realize it. Just look at 23andMe. 23 and Everybody Knows Me is what I call it now, because your data is out there down to the genetic level if you provided it. And we're actually going to talk tomorrow, because this is a time machine episode. We're going to talk tomorrow about 23andMe. But let's keep going. Now you know about your T-Mobile account. May or may not be breached. So change your password. And I always think that those are funny because, oh, by the way, again, Lawrence Abrams over at Bleeping Computer put this article
What
together.
if they're in there looking at you changing your password?
What I think is really funny is that they're like, okay, change your password. But meanwhile, even if they know what your password is, when you change your password, it might end up being on the list of already breached passwords. And so they just try. The objective of changing your password is to kind of disrupt their ability to just easily, it's to cause friction. So hopefully.
Well, also, if they have your data before you change it, it's like, how much is that really going to help? Yes, it'll help going forward, but if they already know everything about you,
Yeah, exactly.
It's not saving much.
I was in somebody's chat once while they were talking about this, and it's a very well-known tech guy, tech talking head. And I said, all you have to do is this. right? And I can't remember exactly what I said. And doggone it, I wish I remembered exactly. But they basically poo-pooed. They discounted what I said. And I'm like, all right. Because unless you were notified that your password was breached, they knew who was breached. And I said, well, you don't have to change your password if they didn't notify you, but it's a best case, change your password. But you might change your password because they were brute forcing passwords. If you brute force enough passwords, regardless of you changing your password, you're in the data pool.
Right, you might change it toward the problem instead of away from.
Yeah. The odds of it happening are like slim to none, but it's that one time where I don't change my password and it gets breached, or I do change my password and it gets breached. It's not if, but when it happens. So anyway, let's keep on going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists say NASA lander may have accidentally killed life on Mars.
Yikes.
Oh, this is brutal. I just don't understand why anybody would make this statement. So astrobiologist Dirk Schultz Makuch from Technische Universität Berlin in Germany. I'm butchering my German here. But anyway, believes that humans may have unintentionally killed life on Mars in the 1970s.
Okay, first of all, I think this is like an attention-getting statement, but if this is valid, oh my goodness.
Yeah. So NASA's Viking 1 mission in 1976 saw 2 spacecraft land on the red planet's surface and conduct an experiment involving mixing water and nutrients with collected soil samples. The assumption at the time was that life on Mars could behave the same way as it does on Earth, relying on liquid water to survive. As Space.com reports, early results gave researchers a tantalizing hint at the possibility of life on the red planet. But despite decades of debate, they've since largely concluded that their readings were false. So the article is it's in a section, I guess, called Drowning Pool or something like that. Victor Tengerman put the article together at futurism.com. And the deck statement says, say it ain't so. So the theory in thorny debate, they say here, one step further, suggesting that the Viking landers may have indeed found life on Mars, but accidentally killed it with its water-based life hunting experiments. That's because he argues.
Irony.
Yeah. Wait, stop squirming. I'm trying to save you, and I'm treading water, for crying out loud. So they're saying that life on Mars may be relying on salt deposits, much like organisms that live on the driest places on Earth, such as microbes habitating the Atacama Desert in Chile. In hyper-arid environments, life can obtain water through salts that draw moisture from the atmosphere, Schultz Makuch wrote in a commentary in the Nature Journal. These salts, then, should be a focus of searches for life on Mars. The experiments performed by NASA's Viking landers may have accidentally killed Martian life by applying too much water.
Life in marsh.
Life in marsh. So the astrobiologist hypothesis rebuffs the assumption that NASA's scientists made in the 1970s that life needs water to survive. These assumptions, the hubris of Earth-based science.
So like Earth or human-centric, right?
Any lessons we learn, we just kind of go, meh. But it would be hyper-focused, right? The chances of us finding life on Mars in the only thimbleful,
like in one little spot, right?
Yeah.
And then we put enough water there or whatever to wipe out the whole planet.
We drowned life on. That's why this is very inflammatory, right? May have accidentally killed life on Mars. Okay, our subsequent searches would have found something if there was life.
Right, there should have been traces of it, even if not existing.
Yeah, so looking for salts,
I guess so.
Right? If there are salts on Mars, then we would have found them and thus found something associated with life. So it says if these inferences about organisms surviving in hyper-arid Martian conditions are correct, but hyper-arid? Is Martian soil considered arid? Hyper-arid? I don't know if that's the right context. There's no atmosphere on Mars.
Right, but it's not hyper hydrated or something. I know that's not the right term, so maybe that's the right term.
Right? It just means dry. So it's supposed to be getting something from, well, how much moisture that would attach to a salt? I don't know. This is one of those things where you just follow the science and make conclusions, and everybody is, screaming into the void that this is their theory. In an interview with Space.com, the researchers suggested that the idea of using table salt to create a brine in which certain bacteria thrive could be roughly applied to life on Mars as well, which is the same amount of hubris that brought water.
Right, just in a different direction, right?
Yeah. Oh. So sodium chloride on Mars is going to act the same way as whatever chemistry is.
Maybe not. Are the forces the same on Mars as they are on Earth?
Hey, physics are physics. Sodium chloride on Mars acts the same way and is the, life cognate. You basically, if you have sodium chloride, then life is there, and it's going to use sodium chloride to extract moisture from a hyper-arid Mars. All right. So it says nearly 50 years after the Viking biology experiment, it's time for another life detection mission. Now that we have a much better understanding of the Martian environment, that I agree with. Continue, right? But to sit there and go, they killed life, and my experiment wouldn't do that. They would never kill life on Mars.
It's interesting though. This paragraph near the end of the article makes it sound like in the experiment sample, we may have killed any evidence of life there, but it doesn't make it sound like we wiped it all out. But elsewhere in the article, that's the implication.
Right. Yeah. Guess we'll see when they run their sample, and I wonder what this person's going to do. No, mine didn't kill any life on Mars.
Right, exactly.
It's like the people that drag something up from 3,000 feet under the surface of the ocean, and whatever it is they have dies in transit. They're like, oh, no, that wasn't us. It was the fact that the ocean didn't support its life to the surface. Right. Let's keep moving. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists find evidence of an ancient rainforest in Antarctica. This is like one of those canopy penetrating LiDAR scans where they're like 400 years ago. Yeah. Look at all of the, what is the one that was just recently, the Mayan civilization?
I can't remember if it was in Peru or Mexico, because there were a couple in short succession. I think it was in Peru, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, we peeled back a layer of onion and we found like hundreds of square miles of life, of civilization. And then they chalk it up to, well, people moved. What?
Exactly. Right. Can you imagine rainforest animals running around Antarctica like in the current day?
Yeah, that would be wild, right? But I guess at some point in the history, it wasn't always ice, right? So in a new paper published in the journal Antarctic Science, and there is a journal for everything, it's like academic Reddit.
I wonder how many contributors they can get to that, right? Because there's a relatively limited pool of people who can study in Antarctica.
Yeah, there's only so much grant money to send somebody else.
But that's what I mean, right? Like, it's not like there's not enough land. It's just there aren't that many researchers there at any given time.
Sure. Plus, it doesn't exist, right? When you fly towards it, they actually turn around because the Earth is flat. And if you actually touch the ice, you might fall off into space.
We're not espousing that at ohmTown.
Wait, I'm wrong? Anyway, so yeah, they say a team led by Alfred Wegener Institute ice and climate history researcher Johann Klages detailed the first discovery of Antarctic fossil resin. So the article is over at futurism.com, and they call it the bite. And the other one that we have is drowning pool. So I don't know how they break everything
I'm
off.
not sure where that is. And I think we've only had articles from the bite before.
And it's the same author, so I really don't understand. But anyway, so far, amber deposits have been described from every continent except Antarctica. But in the new paper published in that journal, Antarctic Science, they found Antarctic fossil resin, which is amber. The treasure, dubbed Pine Island amber. Sorry.
I was going to say this person was an ice and climate history researcher. Did you know that was a job?
Look, you can call yourself whatever you want. Yeah, I was once headhunted for a company, and I brought a project to them, and they straight up said, you can be called whatever you want to be called. So
okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. So they analyzed amber fragments that allowed direct insights into environmental conditions that prevailed in West Antarctica 90 million years ago, said Klages in a statement. Hot Poles. It's a name of my Spice Girls cover band. In 2020, Klages and his colleagues published a paper in the journal Nature about temperate rainforests near the South Pole that may have flourished during the mid-Cretaceous period, one of the warmest intervals of the past 140 million years. You know, if we have to wait 140 million years for climate change to correct itself so that we have, everything back in stasis.
Back in Antarctica?
I guess I'll be around. I'm hoping that resurrection is a real thing.
Cryo.
Put my head in a jar.
Preservation, yeah.
Right next to Disney. So this fascinating find also indicates. I said something about Disney. Now we've run afoul of Disney and Oprah and whatever else is happening in this timeline. Anyway, fascinating find also indicates in more detail how the forest was reconstructed in our nature study from 2020 could have functioned. They said in a statement, it's very exciting to realize that at some point in their history, all 7 continents had climatic conditions allowing resin-producing trees to survive.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I can't even think of trees in Antarctica, let alone of this type.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh? So the recovered pieces of amber, which were tiny and only visible under fluorescence microscopy, also suggests the trees at the time were trying to seal damaged bark, suggesting the possibility of wildfires or parasite attacks. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, that's very interesting that they can go, oh, this was happening millions of years ago.
How the hell? All right. This is one of those things where, when you start up a conversation with them, they're like, you're too dumb to understand, so we're not going to bother.
Right. We can't even.
Yeah. I worked with somebody that treated other people like that. And I always tell this story because I think it's really funny. They were really like just this starchy person that whenever you stepped into that domain, they were like, look, you just don't know enough to have a conversation with me. And so one time I was listening to this conversation and I kind of scooted up next to them and I said, you're working in the exact same place as everybody else here. So I wouldn't get too high on your horse about your knowledge and wisdom about this or that. That did not make a friend. But when the company ultimately got rid of them, I guess their hubris allowed them to power through.
Or maybe caught up to them, but anyway.
Exactly. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over on the Mobile Channel. California to rename dozens of places to remove racial slur for Native American women. In a press release, noted Gavin Newsom Governor Gavin Newsom, in 2022 signed a bill that bans the term squaw. The agency was ordered to rename streets, bridges, public buildings, cemeteries, and other places that use the slur. I did not know that it was a slur, which is...
I didn't either. I mean, and that's probably part of the problem, right? I think the term is used in, I believe, in textbooks. You see it in names of locations.
Yeah. And so now I know, and I just won't use it. And the thing about this is the sociological mechanism of this is it does no harm to get rid of it, but it does harm to utilize it.
Exactly. And nobody should be so wound up about a name that they should use it at the point that it's just completely upsetting. Doesn't do it the right amount of justice, but harming somebody else.
You know, in the context of knowing what it is, like I grew up, this word was, you know, see, now I don't know if I'm supposed to treat this like others. I mean, it seems to be a racist term, but it's new to, I would say it's new to most people. Mainly because people...
Mostly new to non-indigenous people.
Right. To the general public. I think that people are like, why is this, you know, a denigrating term? If you don't understand it, look into it so that you understand a deeper context of it. But I'm taking it at face value because why not? You know, this is just a term that's being used that shouldn't be used anymore. You know, there's countless other terms where I've learned of their context. There's even symbolism that I won't. I mean, we know of one really big one that might be, you know, making a comeback, but you know, I don't want to use the terms that are denigrating. So just do away with them. Why make this thing such a big deal? Never let it happen again. It came into fruition because people, well, they wanted to marginalize an entire population. There are things. I think
part of the problem is that current populations don't even appreciate that these are harmful terms.
Right. So I think that this is great. This is a step forward. It does no harm to get rid of the term. You know, a few bucks here, a few bucks there, dollars, you know, to change the name for stuff. Fine. And you're actually stimulating the economy by spending money, changing the marketing, but it's showing respect to an entire population, the indigenous population. You have to be a sociopath or downright psychopath to sit there and find this as an injustice to get rid of the term. You know, get rid of it. Damn it. Anyway, Julian Ventura over at thehill.com put the article together. And they actually, whatchamacallit?
They truncate it after they initially identify it.
Yeah. So it's like the SQ word kind of thing, right? Yeah, it says that it denigrates Native American women and dehumanizes them. And that was the objective of it, you know? Or it was just used because that was the term that was used of the time. But now we are more enlightened people, and we should get rid of it. Screw it all. You know, get rid of it. It's that easy. So the announcement comes on the heels of a ski resort in California changing its name after facing criticism over its original name. They're calling it Palisades Tahoe. Was announced in September after the resort acknowledged its former name was racist and sexist slur following an internal investigation from August 2022. The country has been in existence, and that valley has been known as X, Y, and Z for all this time. I'm astonished that people argue about this in the 21st freaking century. Just solve the problem. Respect the people.
Well, part of the problem is lack of knowledge about it. Part of the problem is apathy about it. But I think by doing things like the legislative action, that'll force it. But it sounds like the ski resort, at least, even if it was through self-preservation, did it without this law. But maybe this law is trying to just expand it so that they can kind of wipe the term out across the state.
Yeah, and in history, it's not going to be wiped out. it needs to be remembered as a term that had this context throughout the entire existence of the United States. And not until the 21st century did society step up to the plate and remove it. And this is probably one of the easiest lifts in today's climate to solve. Just respect the people, right? Didn't do it hundreds of years ago. But anyway, boy, this is going to start getting me in trouble. Let's move on to the next article. So anyway, y'all have an ally here in ohmTown. So this next article is over in Marble. Bullet strikes Southwest Airlines flight in Dallas because you know what? The United States can't be number two. You have to be number one. And Haiti stepped up to the plate and started firing rounds at flights.
Right, and they're like, wait a second here. We don't want to be...
We're going to have to fire a higher caliber round.
Okay, nobody go out and do that.
Yeah, don't be a dumbass. A bullet struck near the cockpit of a Southwest Airlines flight with passengers that was scheduled to depart from Dallas Love Field Airport. Show them the love.
Oh, I was thinking like, okay, 5 minutes till takeoff. Oh, 10 seconds to take off. Yeah. Let's get moving a little faster here.
I love that plane with a bullet. So Southwest Airlines Flight 2494 got hit on the right side of the aircraft just under the flight deck while the crew was preparing for departure for Indianapolis.
Can you imagine what that might have sounded like if you were on the plane?
You may not have actually heard it, though.
Oh, maybe not because all the engine noise. Maybe so.
I mean, there's a dull roar. You might hear a dunk or something like that and chalk it up to a bird strike, right? Some dumbass bird flew into your plane, which happens often enough, right? Well, it says Dallas Police Department confirmed and responded to the incident. No injuries were reported. The gunfire occurred at 8:30 p.m. local time, the FAA said in a statement, and passengers were deplaned and transferred. So this happened while it was on the tarmac.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also kind of wondering, like in an airport setting, now I don't know what Dallas is set up as, like what's right next to Dallas Airport, but it's kind of astonishing because you kind of wonder, did this get fired from within the airport territory or outside of it? And if it's outside of it, how about some barriers or something?
Well, you're not going to be able to put a perimeter wall around every airport, but this...
True, but the plane must have been really close to some edge of the territory or something. And well, I don't know.
Philippe Timotia put this article together for thehill.com. And it says the incident comes just days after JetBlue and Spirit Airlines and American Airlines halted flights to Haiti after 2 aircraft were hit by bullets amid the gang violence escalating in the country. I guess we have gang violence here too. A JetBlue flight from Port-au-Prince was hit by a bullet. It safely landed in New York on Monday. I don't get it, right? So it's unclear for now what the source of the gunfire and how many passengers were aboard when the incident took place. So the forensics are going to show the angle of attack, and there's going to be striations on this that's going to point to a rifle or a pistol. Shotgun would never have done this, but I find it really fascinating. So hopefully they find this person. Otherwise, it's an unregistered gun or it's a modified zip gun of some kind, or an older gun.
Well, you don't want somebody shooting at aircraft either.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. So hopefully they get this person and throw the freaking book at them. Because first off, either if they were cognizant of it and they were firing directly at it, look, it hit just shy of the cockpit itself, which implies a target. And secondly, if it was incompetence and they missed their target, then something's wrong with where they're firing. So have respect. And quit being a psychopath. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over on the Marble Channel. CDC detects first human bird flu case in Oregon. We had one in Canada, right? And now this one's in Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to start out with a public service announcement, PSA. Oh, I need to make a thing. I need to make a graphic for it.
That's right.
I mean, I'm not going to do spoiler alert. That's what we normally do for things where I'm going to spoil them, or we are going to spoil them. Or if I'm going to overshare, like I wear a gold thong on Fridays when I am streaming game playing. Just kidding. I don't wear anything. Anyway, and now that I'm not oversharing, stop kissing birds. Okay, you can love your ducks, but don't love your ducks. Okay, don't kiss them on the beak, not on their heads. You can give them a hug, but they can't consent. So anyway, person was linked to a previously reported outbreak affecting birds at a commercial poultry operation in Clackamas, or what I like to call Quackamas.
I mean, that is fitting.
It is. So yeah, they've been monitoring the people, and the individual experienced only mild illness and was fully recovered. But it is an unnamed individual in Oregon that contracted bird flu pathogens, aka getting bird flu, in the first case in the state.
Also, if somebody has it and they're kind of like, oh, it's not a big deal, the problem is it could still be passed to somebody else who it will be a big deal for.
Yep. Ashley Fields over at thehill.com put this article together, and there's a Getty image of somebody holding a chicken. What a pecker. Anyway, there's no evidence of person-to-person transmission of the disease, formerly known as avian influenza, HPAI. HPAI? Is that really what it is? That's what it's formerly known as?
I didn't know it was. I thought it was like H5N1 or other, like if it's a different variant, it might have a different number, but
maybe the whole thing is just termed HPAI.
Maybe so. I'll see if I can find that.
Huh. Yeah. So we continue to remind the public that there's an increased risk of infection are those who have close or prolonged unprotected exposure to infected birds or other animals. So again, let me just reiterate. Okay, so if you're going to, I guess, have relations with your chickens or ducks, you need what do they call it? Personal protection equipment, right? Is that because it says unprotected, right?
Right, PPE.
Yeah, so you need to wear protection. Moving on.
By the way, it's highly pathogenic avian influenza.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
So basically just a fancier name for the same thing.
Yeah. Peckers are contagious. Stay away from them. So this next article is over in Technology Today. NASA captures unprecedented quadruple typhoon event in stunning detail. The fighting typhoons. So for the first time since records began in 1951, 4 tropical storms, including 2 super typhoons, were simultaneously tracked in the Western Pacific in November, impacting the Philippines with severe weather conditions like high winds and heavy rains. That's insane.
Oh, I didn't realize that it ever happened, but I guess that's kind of the point. As far as we know, it hasn't ever happened.
Right. Since tracking has begun, never 4.
And even 2 going at one time is a little unusual. Maybe not the storm phase, but 4 is quite a bit.
Yep. So satellite surveillance of simultaneous storms on November 11th at 8:55 a.m. Philippine Standard Time aboard Discover, the Deep Space Climate Observatory satellite, captured an image of the storms. They named them. It doesn't matter to me what the names are, just that there's 4 of them sitting there. Super Typhoon Yinjing. Yeah, I know. Only you see that.
Okay.
So Usagi was a tropical storm that later rapidly intensified to become a super typhoon by 6 p.m., and then they are tracking the others. So it says typhoon season in the west stretches across the entire year, but most storms form between May and October. November typically sees 3 named storms, with one becoming a super typhoon. Right now, there are 4.
Right, and that's the month of November typically
Right.
gets 3. So now at the same time in November, they have 4, and 2 of those were super typhoons, which is also above average.
And that's in the first half of November.
Oh, right. We're not even through the month, of course.
Insane. All right, let's keep
No
going.
such thing as climate change.
No. It's a myth. Alternate facts, that kind of stuff. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. 18 states want the SEC to stop enforcing crypto regulation because losing millions at once due to fraud or a glitch or whatever, and have no insurance, right? Because there is no
Well, we
FDIC
like it
insurance.
when it's going up in value, but we don't like it when we suddenly lose our wallets or whatever.
No, there's always somebody to blame, and it's usually the person with the smallest budget to defend themselves against the threat of massive amounts of wealth. Anyway, I think crypto is bullshit, but the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission wants to unilaterally wrest regulatory authority away from the states. It's always going back to the states. Here, this is why the argument for, let me just say, what's attempting to be done is balkanizing so that each state has to defend itself against outside threats. And when a weak state with a small budget and no defense outside of the federal government has to stand up to fight something because the federal government doesn't have a budget that can be extended to act as an umbrella of defense, that state is going to get hobbled more and more and more. And look around your state. If it isn't an economic juggernaut, it is a ripe target for collapse, for economic collapse. And all it takes is some dipshit changing the water supply and destroying a town, because the water leaches lead into the water and the long-term effects are irreparable. You cannot take this back. Anyway, that's just one example. And I don't want to get into the weeds about this, but it is balkanizing the United States. So,
well, this is also weird, regardless of whatever your view is on crypto. Like, crypto is obviously going to cross state lines. Like, it's not going to stay inside a state. So anyway, I find this interesting.
And it has no inherent value. It isn't tied to anything except what is tied to something. Okay. The US dollar. You don't sit there and go, I've got 1 Bitcoin. You say, I've got a Bitcoin that's worth 90,000 US dollars. And the US dollar is tied to the GDP, the entire productive value of the United States. That is its value. And then in exchange, as an exchange rate, your fiduciary instrument in your country is different than the United States. And the United States has the reserve currency for oil exchanges. That's why a lot of people are trying to balkanize the US government and hobble it, because they're trying to kill the US dollar as a reserve currency. That is the objective, folks. So 18 states want the SEC to stop enforcing crypto regulation, and ask yourself why. So also named in the plaintiff, or as a plaintiff, is the DeFi Education Fund, a special interest lobbyist. These states want to halt the SEC's enforcement action so that they can manage crypto regulation instead. So one of these states, let's just say, and you know what, maybe they have a list, because I stopped really when I was screaming into the void about cryptocurrency. You realize, well, there's way too much money involved in this. And it isn't you. There's a lot of people that are turning into millionaires because of this. But it has no inherent value. None. Zero. There's one person that is the richest of everybody, and that's Satoshi Nakamoto, the figurehead of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin in particular. But anybody can create a cryptocurrency, and it's all about, fear of missing out and betting against the next rich person to see when they bail so that they get more money or you get more money. It's just a freaking game. So mysteriously, all the attorneys general suing are Republican. Also, there's a crypto group involved, Elizabeth Lopato.
No vested interest there in the crypto group.
Yeah. They put the article together. Controversial SEC Chair Gary Gensler is named in the suit along with other SEC commissioners. Gensler's treatment of crypto during his time as chair has made him a punching bag for the industry. And it says here, Gensler's SEC has notched significant wins against the crypto industry, and in multiple court cases, judges have agreed that SEC does have jurisdiction over crypto. Well, who's in charge of the fiduciary instrument that has actual tangible impact on the federal government and on each state through the Commerce Clause? There is a thing called the Commerce Clause, folks. Anyway, state suit also argues that a precedent called the Major Questions Doctrine means that the SEC shouldn't litigate against the crypto industry without congressional approval. But it isn't everyday Joes that are going to be made rich off of this. It's going to be the people that have the means and the early adopters who just happen to swim along riding on the coattails of the people who are manipulating this bullshit. Anyway, it says it's both annoying and highly debatable. Coinbase, which is being sued by the SEC, has argued the suit should be dismissed because Coinbase isn't trading securities.
That's a convenient position, right? Does it look like a security?
Does it act? Is it being traded? Then it is a security. And does it actually get traded for real money at some point? And it's untraceable? It's cannot be, actually. It actually... And here's the I don't want to get into this because we're going to end up way in the reeds about this. But it says the crypto nomenclature may be of recent vintage, but the challenged transactions fall comfortably within the framework that courts have used to identify securities for nearly 80 years. Yeah, because it is a fiduciary instrument. It isn't a product in and of itself. So people allow it to be traded, like went to a food truck and the food truck says, here is our crypto wallet. You can pay with Bitcoin. And so that $19 purchase is going to be 0.00003, right? Of a Bitcoin. So try and buy some freaking bubble gum with that. You need a calculator to calculate what your
exactly
decimal point is, right? Anyway, and nobody asks, hey, how many Bitcoin do I have to spend on that bubble gum? No, they go, well, the bubble gum is 5 cents. So I'm going to break out my calculator and break down how many Bitcoin I can buy it with. Why? Because it's not pegged to anything productive. Anyway, that's it for that. Unless you have something to say.
I have nothing to add.
So I think that this is one of those things where you can exploit more in cryptocurrency than you can because there is regulatory oversight and abuse happens in the dark. And crypto is largely an arcane language that the common person, average Joe, has no freaking understanding of. And I despise anyone that sits there and says, I love ignorant people. And most of society is ignorant of what crypto is. Why? Because I explain it to them on the daily. Okay? I tell everybody on both sides of it. I'm not going to be pro or con. I'm going to be absolutely right. It is the full story of what crypto is. Anyway, let's go on. This next article I threw in here because I really dig Stardew Valley. I don't really get to play it, but I have fun watching other people play it. So it's over on the WarCrafters, which is one of our shows. Stardew Valley player gets super rare item after 1,500 hours of playing Stardew Valley.
Were they trying to get it for that whole time?
I don't know how it really works. They may have been dedicated for this whole thing, like started a clock. From here on, I'm trying to get this. So a Stardew Valley player has recently acquired their first auto petter. After playing the farming sim for over 1,500 hours, Stardew Valley has plenty of rare items, and the auto petter is one of the most coveted ones. So this was a very lucky day for this gamer. The article is put together by Gabriel Machado Pereza over at GameRant.com. And it says the auto petter is an important item in Stardew Valley as it allows gamers to automatically pet animals in their barn or coop, saving time for the player. Acquiring the auto petter in Stardew Valley can be tricky, however, due to the low chances of the item appearing in a random treasure chest while exploring the Skull Caverns. Alternatively, some players prefer to complete the Joja warehouse and then purchase the item there for 50,000 gold. Now, the Stardew Valley player called, I don't know, I think their name is Jose Fugly.
Seems to be.
Yeah. Shared a picture of their latest triumph in the game, naturally finding the auto petter in the Skull Caverns. According to the gamer, this feat took over 1,500 hours, showing how difficult and rare the item is. Yeah. So it says gamers in the comments were amazed. Where did they post it?
Oh, I'm not sure. It doesn't say.
Yeah, I don't think so. So it says this is not the only recent story shared with the community of a gamer finding a lucky drop in the popular farming sim. A few weeks ago, Stardew Valley players received 2 prismatic shards in the mines. At the time, the gamer was killing cave larvae and was completely surprised to see such good loot appearing while they explored. But I don't know, the odds of this stuff. Something could have changed in the algorithm after an update.
Or they were having increased frequency of these things appearing for a certain time, even if it wasn't announced.
Right. Yeah. And these are local games, by the way. There isn't like a central server that you play this on. You play it on your computer typically. And others can join you in this thing, but there have been so many updates to Stardew Valley that maybe something changed. But it says, however, there's a bunch of other things that they talk about in this, but Stardew Valley is extremely popular and a lot of fun to play. So, and it's a casual game. You don't have to sit there and be frenetic all the time, but, yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right. Well, anyway, that is it for today's non sequitur news. We are all done, and I am going to go in and, tap that auto petter, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where everything is aggregated. All news, no noise, because all the noise comes from Mayor Watt. Gets a little tempered by the sentient AI there. I'm going to say bye. See you later. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News for November 16th. We'll see you soon for some more shows.
Bye-bye. I'd like to get an auto petter. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 17th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 322. We're coming up on 3 full years of Non Sequitur News and everything ohmTown. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, who is kind of hanging out right there. Yeah. For those in the podcast, there's a sentient AI sitting just over my shoulder, waiting to rain down observation. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Betty White postage stamps, why bees nest symmetrically. 23 and Everybody Knows Me continued. Brewery taproom red flags, a carrot recall, AI generated haircut requests, the true survivalist, the intelligence age, dog toy design patent granted, and Red 1 debuts to red flags, but different than the taproom red flags that we mentioned earlier. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Be sure to like and subscribe to us here on Twitch and here on YouTube's, and go download the podcast. I mean, you won't regret it. Well, I don't think. I mean, you won't have to look at me if you download the podcast. You still have to hear. Anyway, go check out ohmTown.com too. It's really easy to become a citizen. See you there. Hello, hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
I didn't say from the future, so you couldn't say.
From the present.
And welcome to the show. Let's get into this. So Betty White is going to be honored with a USPS postage stamp, which, by the way, does not get federal funding. So kiss its shiny metal ass. Betty White to be honored with USPS postage stamp. The United States Postal Service is honoring Betty White with her own postage stamp. USPS announced White's Forever stamp on... Should that be rephrased?
Well, as you write it, it should not, but as you say it, yes.
So the USPS has Forever stamps. I don't think that the freaking phrase White's Forever stamp.
I agree, but it's not the name of it. It's just how this article wrote it. And in the article, it's White apostrophe S. It sounds very different when you say it.
Yeah, I think it's a shit edit. So anyway, stamp on Friday is part of the new slate of stamps for 2025. An icon of American television, Betty White, 1922 to 21. It's already been 3 years since she passed.
That's right. I mean, we know time was completely warped during the pandemic, so.
Holy cow. Shared her wit and warmth with viewers for 7 decades. So USPS has announced the stamp. Yay. Michaela Z put the article together over at variety.com. Let's see. White died at the age of 99, less than 3 weeks before her 100th birthday. The Emmy Award-winning actor was known for her roles as Rose Nyland in The Golden Girls, Sue Ann Nevins in The Mary Tyler Moore Show, and Elka Ostrowski in Hot in Cleveland. I wonder if that was like Sex and the City, but
Precursor,
yeah. I'll have to look that up. Is that, like, going back that far? Is that black and white kind of a thing?
It could be. Let me look it up while we're going.
I bet she's like, I'm going to punch you right in the throat there, Mayor Watt, because I'm making a jab about
But part
age.
of her film time was, this was in color during 2010.
No way, really? Wait, Mary Tyler Moore is older than that. Why would they put it in that order?
Yeah, they have it all out of whack.
Yeah, Mary Tyler Moore is from the 70s, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, in addition to White's stamp, USPS unveiled a stamp honoring the late musician and songwriter Alan Toussaint for its Black Heritage collection. Other 2025 stamps include a snake for its Lunar New Year series and the Appalachian Trail, a 1794 compass rose, and more. But we're not here for any of that. We're here because Betty White.
I want to highlight one thing about her. She was a real advocate for animals, and the article does say that. So hopefully they put an animal on the stamp with her, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what it says here, right? It says the comedic actor who gained younger generations of fans as she entered her 90s was also revered as a compassionate advocate for animals. Well, good on her. Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Double-sided genius: why bees organize their nests symmetrically. By the way, if you're in
because
chat...
hexagons are the bestagons.
Hexagons are the bestagons. You can get today's show notes by typing in !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. Not on YouTube, because YouTube hates Omatron. Oh my God, I did it
Hate is
again.
such a strong word.
Okay, despise is ohmTown. I did not click the button to stream to YouTube, but that's okay. I do a recording of it, so it'll go over. And now we're returning to non sequitur news already in progress. Sorry about that, YouTubes. Anyway, so humans find symmetrical faces more attractive, and most animals possess symmetrical body plans, which aid in balance and movement. For similar reasons, the houses, cars, planes, and trains humans build are what? Symmetrical? No. Hell no.
In fact,
No,
they're often not.
They're intentionally asymmetrical just to mess with you. Now, Auburn University College of Sciences and Mathematics put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com. So yeah, it says trains that humans build are symmetrical, but not houses. Cars, yes. Planes, yes. Trains, yes. But that's because of the same issue, physics.
For mechanics, right.
Yeah. Houses are not symmetrical. No way. Yeah. I don't know what this person's
but if
writing.
it was too asymmetrical, it might be structurally at risk. But even a super asymmetrical, like an L-shaped house or something, is fine if it has appropriate foundation.
Yeah. So, however, just because a body is symmetrical does not mean that it's symmetrical throughout. For instance, the human heart is located on one side of the body. Likewise, although a house may be symmetrical from the outside, and it's not. What the hell? Why focus on houses? Who is this again?
They're the least symmetrical item here.
Auburn University of College? Yeah, but one of these things is not like the frick are you going on about?
They're trying to make a nexus to the honeybees' houses, but it's not working.
Look, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. Just give it up. Anyway, the famous honeycomb that bees build with all the individual hexagonal cells is double-sided. This has been known for as long as humans have interacted with honeybees, and the double-sided arrangement was thought to exist solely to reduce wax use, a precious resource for the bees. I don't know about that. Okay. The researchers showed that if you compare the two sides of the comb, what the bees put into each cell is a mirror image on either side of the comb. So in other words, if honey is located on one side of the comb, there will also be honey on the other side of the comb. The same for pollen, brood, empty cells. That is fascinating. I didn't know that.
I didn't know this.
That is awesome. What?
Bees get even cooler every time we learn anything about them.
We kept colonies in huge observation hives so that the bees could build a full-size nest between the two panes of glass, and we could inspect the nests many times without disturbing them. The only problem is that when you want to map the nest, all the bees are also in there, so you have to wait until they move out of the way to peek inside each cell. Fortunately, with a good headlamp and a dedicated research team, we were able to collect 148 nest maps from 6 colonies, said Michael L. Smith, PI, a principal investigator of the Smith Bee Lab and first author of the study, published in Current Biology.
How many bees do you think are flying around that lab?
Oh, goodness. Can you imagine? I'm allergic. But you know what I can say about this lab? It's all a buzz. Yeah. The rewards are going to be sweet. I'm surprised that it's not in Cell. That other journal, Cell.
Oh, yeah.
Cells. All right. Well, anyway. Researchers then hypothesized that heat may be a way for the colony to indirectly communicate the position of different nest cells. Interesting.
Nest contents.
No. Yeah. Right? What did I say? Nest cells. I said it's contents, not cells. Anyway, I think it's because I read something else as I was scrolling. So sorry about that, folks. After all, honeybees are extremely particular about the temperature of their nest because it's critical for the development of the brood. When they mapped the colonies, they were blind to the position of the heat pad because We didn't want to accidentally bias ourselves, but the brood pattern was striking. You were practically tracing out a rectangle of brood on one side, which matched the heat pad on the opposite side. So the reason why they build symmetrical cells is because of heat. Because that's basically what it is.
It looks like it.
So implications of nest symmetry on bee colony health. Other types of symmetry provide tangible benefits, such as improved locomotion for a symmetrical organism. To test how the nest symmetry benefits a colony, if at all, the researchers created one-sided and two-sided nests. Colonies living in two-sided nests made their nests symmetrical, but colonies living in one-sided nests could not. There were clear benefits of a symmetrical nest. After only 10 days, symmetrical nests had almost 60% more brood than their non-symmetrical counterparts. Furthermore, the temperature profile of the symmetrical nests was more stable, which is critical for the developing brood.
So is it almost like insulation?
Yeah, I mean, the heat radiates out symmetrically in all directions. If there's something that obstructs it, then they can't build there. And so why? So they would literally be operating at half the potential of a double-sided nest. It makes sense. I dig that.
It does, but I don't know of any other organism that does this.
It's absolutely amazing. But I don't know what the deviation is, like how perfectly symmetrical it is, because they're actually showing deviation between the two, but it may be because of the way that they split it.
Right, but it sounded like it was an exact duplicate from some of the narrative in this article.
So to answer the question whether the pattern would also exist in a multicomb nest, such as honeybees build in the wild, researchers took images of natural comb from three-dimensional nests where the bees were free to build the combs from scratch any direction. This, however, created a problem as the colonies generated massive data. Through a collaboration with Dr. Ben Koger, assistant professor at the University of Wyoming, they were able to develop an automated method for classifying per cell contents from an image. What?
That looks pretty symmetrical.
Yep. Like there's like slight deviation, but it could just be that they're working over towards.
Right. But it's definitely concentrated in similar areas.
Yep. Yeah, definitely around the heat, probably. Because there are bees that sit outside and regulate the heat to keep everything. Otherwise, they actually overheat and die. That's actually one of the reasons, or one of the ways that they deal with threats. They climb on top of an attacking wasp, for instance, and just hold on and superheat their bodies until the wasp dies. They beat their wings and
That's not creepy.
And vibrate and yeah. So students in the lab kept saying that we had to finish up the project, but as a long shot, they wanted to see if they could find the same type of symmetry in other species of apis or apis. Fortunately, we have a great collaborator in Thailand that happened to have just what they needed, images of both sides of a natural nest from multiple honeybee species, and they give a series of these honeybees. When they compared both sides of each nest, they found that all the species also stockpiled their nests symmetrically.
This is really interesting.
Hexagons really are the bestagons, as long as they're heated in the same way. Pretty damn cool. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. As 23andMe crumbles, it ceases all efforts to develop drugs using DNA data. In the year since its devastating hack, 23andMe has lost virtually all of its stock value and most of its governing board, and somehow things just keep getting worse for the one-time DNA kit wunderkind. As CEO Ann Wojcicki, I don't know, after all this time, I haven't pronounced her name right, I'm sure, announced in a press release, 23andMe is not only laying off 40% of its remaining workforce, about 200 employees total, but also completely kiboshing its therapeutics program that was seeking to use AI and the company's hoard of genetic information to develop new drugs. this company is going to get bought and all that data.
Oh, yeah. Will get sold or given.
Because anybody who buys this data isn't bound by the contractual obligations inherent therein, which is one of the most disgusting things I can possibly think of when it comes to that level of fidelity about a human being, the genetic makeup themselves.
Yeah, it's one thing to have somebody's name or something in a database, but genetic data, that is a whole nother level.
This shit should be purged, and whoever buys the technology should be required to reacquire it. Right? Maybe they'll do their security right and not get, plinked. And I'm not picking a battle with anybody. I'm just saying they were a multi-million-dollar company, hundreds of millions of dollars in value. And instead of being more robust in putting this personally identifiable information behind an ever greater, stronger level of protection, somebody got in and then they denied it until it was exposed. So I'm sorry. I'm not picking a fight with anybody to prove that they can get to me too. I'm just saying that I'm not funded by millions of dollars. So anyway, we're taking these difficult but necessary actions as we restructure 23andMe, the CEO said, and focus on the long-term success of our core consumer. Who is your core consumer? You mean the ones that actually paid to have you get them exposed?
Yes.
We continue to believe in the promise shown by our clinical and preclinical stage pipeline. Not quite sure what that actually amounts to. Where's the byline?
They're bolstering their info, so if they get bought out.
Noor Al-Sabai put this article together for futurism.com. Just a day after the restructuring news dropped, 23andMe also announced in its latest quarterly earnings that its revenue was down $44 million in the second quarter from $50 million over the same period last year. Where is it getting any money from? I can't believe anybody's paying to get their genetics exposed.
I bet they are, because they're probably not watching anything.
During its latest filing.
They're not watching ohmTown.
Yeah, they're definitely not watching ohmTown. I mean, we have a whole series, 23 and Everybody Knows Me. After a day after that restructuring, so they filed with the Security and Exchange Commission. The company noted that without significant capital, there is substantial doubt that it can stay afloat. Despite her tendency towards spin, Wojcicki seemed sober when recounting the company's financial difficulties in an investor call this week that referenced
the board's... Doesn't that make it sound like she was drunk in the previous calls? I know that's not what they meant, but it's funny.
Yeah. Sober, I guess, in the I'm aware. So, which led to the company's near delisting by NASDAQ and the subsequent stock split scheme last month that saved it from going under entirely. We have fulfilled our obligations as a public company and regained compliance with the NASDAQ. Yeah, but still, you've wounded everybody and exposed their genetics to everybody. God.
But the NASDAQ is happy.
It's a story. It's a sorry state of affairs for a company that was valued at $3.5 billion when it went public in 2021. 3 years later, not even 3 years later, 2 years later, it imploded. Unless someone with a lot of money wants to throw some more of it into the fire, it's hard to imagine a happy ending now. Wow. Unbelievable.
Do you think the fact that it went public, I mean, it was probably in its heyday, but do you think that made it a target?
I honestly, the only thing, I don't know what made it a target, other than the fact that what's really fascinating about it is the choice of data that they used. So to expose the fact that this was out there, they chose Ashkenazi as the subgroup to drop out in public. If that isn't something inflammatory in today's day and age, And that, I think, was one of the many coffin nails that are leading to 23andMe continuing to crumble. And frankly, the only one that I want responsible for this is now the cybersecurity crew. I want whoever it is that can secure them to secure them and ultimately just delete everybody's data. I was so close to using their service too. So my personally identifiable information would have been out in the wild, down to the genetic level. I mean, it's bad enough that I've been exposed before. You don't want me exposing myself. Let's move on. Next article's over in Of the Grape. It's a thing. It's a channel over at ohmTown about wine. We asked 10 beer pros, and that's because it comes from Vine Pair. It really should be in the order of the brew, but anyway, what's the biggest red flag at a brewery tap room? There are thousands of breweries in the U.S., and a visit to any of them can be a mixed bag. Some cozy, low-lit brew pubs tucked away in a picturesque city street, while others require a drive down a long dirt road without cell service into a sketchy industrial park. Yeah, the one I went to yesterday was into a tiny little town, down a dirt road, into a sketchy parking lot. It was fun. Good beer. Anyway, so they asked 10 beer pros. Pete O'Connell did over at vinepair.com. Sarah Pinsino put the article together. I think that's how they pronounce her name. If they don't, I don't know.
the illustrator.
Yeah, that's the illustrator. What did I say? Took the picture?
No, you said that she put the article together. Pete O'Connell did.
No, I said Pete O'Connell put the article together over at VinePair and Sarah Pinsino, and I kind of I didn't say anything after that. Jumping on me. Look at that, sentient AI. You're supposed to be emotionless and tell me I do great things. Anyway, the biggest red flags at a brewery, according to the beer pros, is breweries in touristy areas. That's a red flag? I thought it's location, location, location.
It is, but I think if you're serving tourists, you're probably not trying to build up a customer base, etc., which may mean things like your quality are kind of in question.
You're too close to macro? Come on. If you're
I don't think it's that you're too close to macro, but if they don't like it, they're not coming back anyway because they're just visiting.
Yeah, but they can take it with you. That's great reach. They'll buy a 4-pack and run out, and share your wares with the rest of the world. Come on. An unfriendly atmosphere. Well, no shit. That would be a red flag, You walk inside and
you're like, oh, I don't think so.
Somebody goes, why'd you smack me? I just came through the front door. Oh, I thought you were the cops. What? When there's Girl Scouts fighting, like an airplane.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
How about frozen glassware? Frozen glassware? You want cold beer glasses, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know about frozen, though.
Massive tapless? I guess quality gets lost in the shuffle of massive, sure. Stressed out staff, that's back to friendly atmosphere. Why does that keep popping up? Only serving beer in standard pint glasses.
I don't understand that issue.
Do they break it down? Okay, let's see. Unknowledgeable bartenders. Yeah, that's because they're just working. Not enough staff to handle crowds. Yeah, that's just how it works. Dirty glassware. All right. Unpleasant smells. All right.
Yeah, that might be a red flag.
A bad playlist. Okay. So what playlist is going to be suitable to you versus the touristy crowd? Come on. It's so subjective. I am sure that there's a real, hey, you're playing the shit playlist, and they bring it up on their phone and they're like, it actually is called the shit playlist.
I mean, I guess if they were playing something that you could not stand, like if that's indicative of the atmosphere, maybe, but I think that one was really too much.
Yeah, so what you said is what they're saying in the article. There's less motivation to make a tasty beer. I don't know. I'm really curious. I'm going to scroll down to this. Where is the one? Red flag. When a crowded tap room can't handle their lines, not draft, but people lining up at the bar. Okay, one thing that irks me, bartenders aren't knowledgeable. Okay, standard pint glasses being used for every beer. The depth of research or passion into one's craft can be seen by simply through the glassware for the appropriate style or the sake of highlighting the product. All right.
I don't think a lot of patrons at tap rooms necessarily care about that unless they're real snobs about it.
Yeah. So the potential red flag that they would notice entering a brewery tap room is the attitude of the bartender if they seem stressed out or anxious. What the other way is when they're so casual they don't give a shit. That's the kind of one that bothers me. Oh, I'll get to you in a minute.
At
and they're sitting there.
Stressed probably cares about doing it right.
Yeah, they're playing a game on their phone. And one person that so I went to a tap room, walked in, brought the sentient AI to help evaluate the chemistry of the brew, and the person was leaning against the counter with their phone out surfing, and like walked in and was looking down through a grating and stuff like that, and the person like barely like, oh, there's another human in the room. Hi. All right. This will be interesting. And then they said something factually incorrect. And instead of me correcting them, well, they're pouring me a drink. I'm not going to piss anybody off that's pouring me a drink. Anyway, bought a couple bottles. But yeah, they were factually wrong about one of their claims.
So they would have been a red flag on here. Although, yeah, that's the unknowledgeable.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's keep going. It's a fun read. Go check it out. There's a carrot recall as they call it a wives' tale, right? I don't know if that's actually politically accurate anymore. You're not allowed to say that, but there's a saying that carrots are good for your eyes.
Oh, right, like a myth.
Yeah. And that's not true. It's not that it's not bad for your eyes, but they're not particularly attuned to giving you night vision. And, you know, as a young kid who played D&D, I ate a shit ton of carrots because I wanted night vision like an elf. Anyway, carrot recall is warning issued over 19 brands sold in major stores because you are a victim of mergers and acquisitions. And so when one company shits the bed, it ruins it for everybody. And now 19 major brands sold in major stores are having a recall because Grimway Farms recall affects 19 brands across the United States, Canada, and Puerto Rico.
Which last I checked is actually part of the US, but I think the point is the reach is greater than expected.
Canada is part of the United States?
Oh no, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico? That's part of the United States? The hell you say? Next you're going to say that we landed on the moon. Don't lie to me, AI.
But we did.
What? Holy crap. You're kidding. We landed on the moon? Anyway, so Jordan King over at Newsweek.com put this article together. And it says that E. coli, yay! Oh, wait. We have numbers now associated with E. coli.
This is bad.
Wait, the company voluntarily voluntarily as in, hey, yeah, we really want to recall this because we don't want people to die. That's not really a voluntary. It
is voluntary. Usually they get told to recall.
Our business is gonna collapse if we don't do a recall because people are gonna start dying. So the company voluntarily issued the recall on Saturday. Watch, they stopped the recall because Mayor Watt, and they name me. They're like, hey, we've
That
decided
would not be good.
Hey, no press is bad press. So the company voluntarily issued the recall on Saturday because the carrots may have been contaminated with Shiga toxin producing E. coli. Damn it. Anyway, is that really? I've never seen that.
No, I haven't either. Are we really at the point we need numbers now?
It's a bacterium that can cause serious and in some cases fatal infections in young children, elderly people, and those with a weakened immune system. So yeah, anyway, they go into why and whatnot, but apparently 39 illnesses and 1 death has been associated with an E. coli. And then they say it again. It's a particular iteration of E. coli, O121H19. I've never seen that.
No, I really think that's a bad sign.
Okay, so they go into the following organic whole carrots available, which were for purchase at retail from August 14th to October 23rd and are affected by the recall. If you have, and I would basically say, why no best if used by date? I mean, they're carrots. They're biological. They need a use by date.
Right, exactly. There's some pretty significant brands listed here.
Yeah, and so these are the whole carrots. And I'm going to run through the names. And if you go and look, you have one of these because, like, Nature's Promise is huge.
You probably have one of these brands.
Trader Joe's, Wegmans. I'm going to go through all of them. 365, Bunny Love, which is a huge one. Cal Organic, Compliments, Full Circle, Good and Gather, Greenwise, Market Side, Nature's Promise, O Organics, President's Choice, Simple Truth, Trader Joe's, Wegmans, Wholesome Pantry. Don't even bother looking at the sizes. Just know that if you have these, odds on, during this time frame.
And that was over a couple of months too, so.
Yeah, from August 14th to October 23rd.
Major retailers carry a lot of these brands.
And then they have almost the same identical for organic baby carrots that are cut and peeled. And I think there's a best buy date because they're cut and peeled. And so it's broken the defensive skin. And they have the same thing. 365, Bunny Love, Cal Organic, Compliments, Full Circle, Good and Gather, Greenwise, Market Side, Nature's Promise, O Organics, President's Choice, Rallies, R-A-L-E-Y's, Rallies, Simple Truth, Sprouts, Trader Joe's, Wegmans, Wholesome Pantry. And it runs a gamut of the sizes from 12 ounces or so all the way up to 2-pound bags, 5-pound bags in some instances. So it's a shit ton. And literally, because E. coli comes from fecal matter. It's from unclean fertilizers and stuff. Anyway, wild. I love carrots. Now I have to be afraid. And I have no idea why Cinnamon Recall Map is the video that's attached to this damn Newsweek article.
I don't either. Maybe they didn't have a carrot recall map.
I need anything. Stat. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Barbers are alarmed when customers start asking for AI-generated haircuts. There's a subreddit called Just Fuck My Shit Up. Most of us are probably guilty of having unrealistic expectations for how our haircuts should look. Showing your barber a photo of David Beckham sadly does not mean that you will strut out of the shop looking like the iconic soccer champion. That being said, bringing a photo of a real human to your hair appointment is definitely more practical than what some people are turning to now, according to stylists, AI-generated images.
I'm not sure why that's any better or worse, unless it's like a hairstyle that's impossible to create.
I would like a fro. That's not going to happen. Hair is growing on my face faster than on my head. What I need to do is take all of this and stick it on the top of my head. Anyway, I'm going to shave it all off. So Dean Allen, the owner of a beauty salon in Edmonton, Alberta, tells the CBC that it's becoming more and more common for clients to instead show him an image generated by a machine learning model. Usually it's got a sheen, a Martin sheen. It's thicker than the average person's hair. I don't know, man. There's some people with really thick hair. Why are you thick
Maybe
shaming?
those are AI images.
Yeah, the people that actually are standing in front of me with thick hair are AI generated. I believe it.
I thought you meant on TV or something.
Simulation. The whole world is a simulation. 1 second. Did I? Yeah, okay. So the expectations they create nonetheless can be very unrealistic in every sense. They're just, it says, I think they're just going to get better. They said, the saving grace, Alan said, is that most people are still able to tell the photos aren't real, at least for now. But I think they're just going to get better. And that's true. That's exactly what's going to happen. They say it's a misleading mirror. May seem relatively inconsequential compared to all the horrors that AI models could and already do cause, but bear in mind we're just seeing the beginning of the trend. It's why we created Reality Hacker as a show, because you won't know who to trust.
Certainly don't trust those AI haircuts.
Pretty wild. I can't imagine showing up with an AI generated haircut. What the hell? Let's keep moving. Moving on, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientist injects her own cancerous tumor with viruses that she grew in the lab. Remember that survivalist?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is a true survivalist. That's why I titled this segment, The True Survivalist. You got cancer, something's not working out in your treatment, you just go whole hog on self-treatment. Maybe you'll find something like the person that created Viagra. Like the rumor is that they injected themselves in the leg with Viagra to see with a sample. That's what I've read before. I don't know how true that is. It might be like the whole eBay thing where eBay was created to sell Beanie Babies for the girlfriend. No, that was marketing bullshit. Same thing with other stuff like YouTube. There was some marketing bullshit around that too. So as the journal Nature reports, the risky self-treatment gambit undertaken by the University of Zagreb's Beata Halasi has sparked a mix of controversy and admiration among her peers. After learning in 2020, that she had a third recurrence of breast cancer following a mastectomy, Halasi researched oncolytic virotherapy, or OVT, which, as the name suggests, uses viruses to fight disease by provoking immune responses. While it's far from unprecedented and has been approved for early-stage metastatic melanoma, there's no guarantee that it's going to be a positive outcome. So Noor Al-Sabai put this article together. It says on the deck statement, an immature response was, for sure, elicited. Wow.
An immune response was.
An immune response. What did I say?
Immature.
I'm a dumbass. So an immune response was for sure elicited. I thought it was like a weak response. Whatever. Sorry about that. So after learning in 2022, she treated herself. And it says this all took place back in 2020, meaning Halasi has now been cancer-free for 4 years. But when it came to sharing her results with the world, she had difficulty. After penning paper proposals about her experience and submitting them to journals, the researcher was met again and again with rejection. Most editors wouldn't touch it, she notes, because they were concerned about the ethics of self-experimentation, and in particular, were worried others less knowledgeable may try to do something similar with catastrophic results. I mean, she rolled the dice and it paid off. Not everybody's going to hit that mark.
Right, and some people won't be a researcher and will try to do something and it will have a major problem.
As a specialist who studied self-experimentation methods during the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Shurkout said that he thinks Halassi's study does fall within the line of being ethical, but it isn't a slam dunk case. Ultimately, Halassi's paper did find a home in the journal Vaccines, which published her unconventional case study, as its title notes, this past August. So, it took a brave editor to publish the report, Halassi told Nature. But what I don't understand is, if it worked for her, could it work with modification with others?
Maybe. I mean, this would have been an easier sell if another researcher had picked up her case study and had done some analysis. Part of the problem is it's like she's analyzing her own info, and there is a bias there. But I'm glad that it was published because this could pave the way for other studies.
If the information was actually retained, because the treatment, if they didn't take data from the treatment over time and put it in stasis somewhere, it could age out of viability. So did they actually protect all of this information in any way? Because it just says that had a colleague administer a mix of measles typically used in childhood vaccines and vesicular stomatitis virus, both of which had been known to infect the cell type that she was seeking to destroy and provoke a kind of immune response that she needed. This is the kind of treatment that it is that personal, because it's matching up with the genetic profile of the person, not just blasting it with chemo and radiation treatments and whatever else. So as the 2-month trial progressed, the tumor shrank and detached from her muscles and skin, which made it easier to remove with surgery. And when it was biopsied after the removal, Halassi and her colleagues discovered their gamble had paid off. An immune response was for sure elicited.
I mean, that's really good results, and it'll be interesting to see if they can apply it more broadly.
So I suppose got to read that journal entry and go, anybody who has this type of breast cancer should try and seek a treatment that is at parity with that. So, kind of fascinating.
I agree. I mean, I think she had an extreme case. She was on her 3rd recurrence. But that doesn't mean it couldn't work at lower incidences either.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't. I think that if you have that type, then maybe that treatment is the de facto course. But this seems like a cure.
It almost seems like it's like a vaccine.
Yeah, a panacea, right?
Something. Exactly. Yeah. But it's also, I don't even think they mention the type.
Right, they don't.
Which is a shame, but I'm sure it's a journal article.
They just say, while it's far from unprecedented and has been approved for early stage metastatic melanoma, which...
But that was just what he was using, not what
OVT. Yeah. It's kind of fascinating. So the simple fact is that this person knew that the general consensus is to do it a certain way, but this doctor knew that there were 2 types of viruses that could be leveraged to attack a type of cell. This is the kind of knowledge that should be shared out to everybody so that everybody can follow this treatment and not just let standard practices, because this isn't how you end up with this. It's very frustrating because this is the type of information that, if it's broadband, leads to everybody being able to get treatment at a reasonable price and not protect a business model.
But I am glad that she got it published in a journal, because that means it'll get more credibility. If she just put it out there like on her own online or something, it would have gotten written off. So maybe people will do more studies and this will get more traction.
I hope so. Let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. It's the intelligence age, say tech titans, but information will not save us. Correct. We have entered the intelligence age, proclaimed Sam Altman, the chief executive of OpenAI, in September. Deep learning worked. Yeah, I mean, it can. The better it gets at helping people solve hard problems is when you keep on utilizing it. But it's actually spewing out a lot of bullshit. Luke Munn at The Conversation put the article together over at techexplore.com. Says Altman joins other thought leaders, corporations like Google and Amazon, and organizations such as the United Nations and the World Economic Forum in pinning humanity's hopes on better information. The logic is enticing. See, but that information is being protected by a select few so that they can profit from it, either politically, socially, financially. For instance, I just showed the AI a video about how in Africa they're making a great green wall where they're digging pits, and that information has been known for millennia. And lo and behold, it's making a wall, a green wall across the Sahara. Yet there are people that are there, and the one report that I read was about in India, I think it was, where there are people that have a vested interest in screwing that all up. And there's political issues where you can't go into the region because the military makes incursions into the other regions and stuff like that. And I'm like, my God, what is wrong with people? You want to make the world a better place, then let the information be free.
Eat or have like reasonable temperatures or
food safety,
access to oxygen coming off of plants or any number of things.
Yeah, and it was a pretty profound, and I had known about this for quite some time, but the results of which, seeing it in 2024, I think were pretty damn spectacular. So it says the logic is enticing. By harvesting all of the world's knowledge, AI models can locate patterns, make correlations, offer data-driven insights. But there are people that have an interest in keeping some of that data protected. While if you're rich enough, you get the bumpers removed, so you can do a whole lot more. So not everybody's created equal, but bullshit. By harvesting all of the world's knowledge, it should be everybody gets access to it then. The world's knowledge is the world's knowledge, not just somebody. Anyway, it's up to technology like deep learning to capture it all, analyze it, train on it, and then offer up the brilliant game-changing idea or most rational response. And then it'll be leveraged to control. That's how it works, because sociopaths are in charge. Climate change, according to a Google report, can be simulated and alleviated using forecasting and modeling. Right. Global conflicts suggest AI engineers Chilidze Marwala and Monica Lagazio can be modeled and mitigated. Right. The moment that there is a solution provided, somebody will circumvent it to screw it all up. We have the technology to leverage it to provide everybody with everything to a moderate level of livability. But there are people out there that will sit there and say, who are you to decide what the livable level is? I have to have all of it. Screw you. Meanwhile, there are people struggling to just get by. So tell me what's sociopathic and what's not. But the recent US election showed that there were limits on rational framing of reality. Indeed, humans are not perfectly rational and ethical. They're deeply emotional, factional, and frictional, driven by feelings and friendships and fear and anger. And they go on to make it a political thing, but it is a societal thing. It is a social thing, not political. While politics are framed within social constructs, it is a social. Everybody should be reading The Rise of Sociopathy. It is damn near a genetic foregone conclusion. It's a survival trait. Climate change is Exhibit A. Since 1990, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has published 6 assessments detailing the drivers and impacts of global warming. Yet there are social mechanisms saying that it's not true. And it's completely demonstrative bullshit. And the only thing that people do is call back to a bygone age of lies, where somebody wrote a report saying global cooling, and it was regional and bullshit when actually analyzed. It was manipulated data. And they go on throughout this whole article talking about regions and talking about Enlightenment reverts to mythology, predicted influential cultural theorists Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer 80 years ago in Dialectic of Enlightenment. A society obsessed with the perfection of reason inevitably breeds its opposite, brute force and proud irrationality. I believe, and so therefore I'm going to make it happen, and it's damn near true. Reason, the duo observed, has morphed into its ancient origins to become an approach and a set of techniques. Reason is about ordering, classifying, and deducing from data and applying its abstract functioning of the thinking mechanism in a suitable or scientific way. We're talking about Vulcans. If all you have is reason, then you might actually do some action because it's reasonable, foregoing the humanity of that rationale. But this article has a much longer discussion that I'm not ready to go down for the full amount of that would be necessary. But they say here towards the end of the article that reason creates a kind of ticking bomb at the core of society. Reason is a flexible amalgam of information harvesting, data-driven decisions, and optimized operations that win votes and attracts investment. But because reason is uncoupled from ethics, it can and should be applied to anything. No aim is better or worse than any other. The result for Horkheimer and Adorno is a kind of moral relativism. A perfect example is Robodebt, Australia's use of data analytics and machine learning to halt welfare payments. This mechanism for automating inequality created untold misery for those who were already vulnerable. Denying care became procedural and therefore reasonable. It is like the Horizon issue, where the system said that those people had committed a crime, and because the system said so, when it was referenced, it spouted out bullshit and subjected 900 people to incarceration or worse. And worse. But because the system said, the people were detached from the actions. So nobody is responsible because it was a software flaw. But there were people that should be held accountable for it because they were cognizant of the flaws. We are cognizant of the flaws in pure reason, in pure data-driven actions, where we justify the actions based on one thing, a data point that says do this. That data point is always in flux. And when a human finds out where they can exploit the weakness in the algorithm, they do. Humans do, because we have a rise in sociopathy, embraced and embracing pure reason as the cause for their actions. Well, it says that I should do this, so I do this. The article, I'm sure I'm taking certain data from this because I haven't read the entire thing, but they kind of hint that all of these actions flow from one form of government into another form of government, one type of abuse over to another type of abuse, etc., etc. I think it's an interesting article, but I won't be able to go through the whole thing. I'm not sure what all you gleaned from this AI, but
I think you've said everything.
Gotcha. There's a lot more in this article. I really wish that I could go through the whole thing, but they do throw one point at the very end of this thing. It says the irrational human animal. If there is anything unique about the human animal, philosopher John Gray observes, is that it has the ability to grow knowledge at an accelerating rate while being chronically incapable of learning from experience. And what we don't remember from the wizened old owl, we are doomed to repeat. And we might be on the cusp of just that. Let's move on. The next article, and it's the second from the last, is over in Right Protect, the ultimate IP watchdog story. Renee Quinn granted dog toy design patent. On November 5th, 2024, they received, the author here, received, and I might be, I don't know where it's from, TechDirt? Anyway, it's IP Watchdog. Duh, it's in the title. Anyway, they received an official copy of the U.S. design patent, blah, 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 from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. They received a notice of allowance for their design application titled Rope Throw Dog Toy on September 18th, 2024, and the patent was issued November 5th. And on Friday, November 15th, they received their official patent in the mail. This is a design patent. It's not...
I couldn't figure out how they got a patent on this.
So this is a design patent, not a utility patent. There is no function. It's nothing more than form. It's the appearance of it. So it's the way that I've talked to patent attorneys about this is it's not even based on the merit. It's kind of like a provisional patent where it's not based on the merit of it. This is the aesthetics.
It's just kind of what it looks like.
Yeah. And so it says this invention was inspired by our dog Luna, a super athlete who loves to chase balls, especially squeaky ones. There's a joke here that I want. Anyway, so it says there are tons of squeaky toys, rubber dog toys on the market. The ones that Luna liked had holes through the center. They couldn't throw them very far, and they were too big for the ball launching stick that they have, not to mention that after a couple of throws, the balls were quickly becoming yucky to hold. So being the handy and creative person that they are, wow, humble. They wanted to come up with a better way to play with Luna and her favorite toys. So she created, or they, I don't know. Yeah, I guess. They created this. And so there is no utility to this. That's why it's a design patent. So the ball exists, the hole through it exists, the rope exists. There are toys that have ropes through holes. There isn't anything unique other than the design of it.
Right. Ropes and balls have probably been around for kids and pets to play with for a long time.
Yeah. And short of duplicating this wholesale, somebody could probably duplicate this wholesale. It just can't look like this, identical to this. They said we thought about applying for a utility patent for my self-playing rope throw dog toy, which isn't really a thing. But after discussing it further, we didn't think that we'd be able to get a patent like that issued. That's because this is obvious, and a utility patent has to be non-obvious. A design patent has to look away. And so they sent out the prototype to a design patent illustrator, and after getting the designs exactly as they wanted them, this smacks me as being something that's... I'm going to leave it alone. Anyway, congratulations on getting your design patent. I think that it's great. It's, if not unique, damn near unique. But if I do a search, let me see.
Well, I don't think anybody has a patent on a rope because it's in the public domain. Same thing with a ball.
Well, I'm looking at one called the Kong Dog Rope Tug Toy, and it is that. So
that's interesting.
If you just do a search for rope or ball rope dog toy, you will come up with... I don't think that they give you the number of search results when it comes up anymore, but yeah, it's all over the place. And so a design patent is based on its appearance, nothing more. Let's move on. The last article for today's non-sequitur news is over in the Continuity Report. Box office. Dwayne Johnson's $250 million budgeted Red One debuts to a chilling $34 million. Yikes.
Ouch, what a loss.
Well, there's something happening with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. First, he wants to get rid of The Rock. He just wants to be Dwayne Johnson. He's the head of Santa's security, unwrapped a soft $34 million, from 4,000 North American theaters, which is a real shit showing, really. In today's day and age, the prices are 3 times what they were 10 years ago. And the number of
tickets,
screens and stuff like that actually have been reduced, consolidated through mergers and acquisitions. And so the price has gone up, which means you can make more money by selling less. And when it's compared to year over year or year over 5 years ago or whatever you want to call it, pre-pandemic, the before times, you end up with some, oh my God, it's $1 million. But in reality, you're just charging more. And it's still a shit show.
One ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the other problem here is this is about Christmas and they released it before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody was going to that. So Rebecca Rubin over at Variety.com put the article together. I'm going to watch it simply because I like these fantastical stories. I think it would be fun to watch. But yeah, the ticket sales were enough to...
But you're not going to watch it in the theater.
No. My butt is not setting foot in a theater as long as I can facilitate that. So the ticket sales were enough to top the box office, ending the 3-week reign of Venom: The Last Dance. However, the Amazon MGM film cost $250 million before accounting for global marketing efforts. Oh, by the way, global marketing should be at least the same value as the budget.
So that's interesting. So they undermarketed it, although that's a lot of money still down the drain based on the initial showing.
So Red One is bound to spark yet another debate about what qualifies as a success at the time when streaming services are scrambling traditional business models. Yeah. Case in point, Joker, Folie à Deux, which was released by Warner Brothers, was instantly labeled a flop with $37 million to start against a $200 million budget. So why is a $250 million budget with $34 million at the box office considered a success?
It shouldn't be.
It was enough to top the box office, ending the 3-week reign of...
Because nobody's going to the theaters.
Yeah, it's a shit show.
And nobody can afford to go.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse. So anyway, last year's Killers of the Flower Moon from Apple and director Martin Scorsese was categorized more favorably after opening to $23 million despite a similarly huge production value. Oof. What a world, man. Yeah. So the whole article is about Dwayne Johnson's $250 million Red One debuts to a chilly $34 million. And
so I don't think this means don't go see it if it's something you're interested in. But sure. I think it just shows what's going on in the theaters. And I'll be interested to see what the streaming revenue is. It might actually make up the budget over time.
So it says here overseas, Warner Brothers is handling distribution. Red One brought in an additional $14.7 million from 75 markets in its second weekend. This brings the film's tally to $50 million internationally and $84 million globally. It's still one-third of its
way. Right. I mean, it still has a long way to go. But...
So we have to see how this plays into the holidays. Is it going to have legs long enough to stay into the holidays 2 months?
Do movies stay in the theaters that long? I don't think so.
It's like announcing a Halloween film in January.
Yeah, anyway. The release of this is just odd.
Yeah, with Wicked, Gladiator 2, and Moana 2. But we offer something a little different than those movies. Yeah, it's a Christmas movie. All right, good luck. The deep-pocketed streamer cares about much more than box office grosses and views the big screen as a way to generate buzz for Prime Video. Ouch. Yet viewership data from streaming services aren't reported as uniformly as theatrical revenues. Yeah, because it's more systematized. Interesting. Okay. Well, anyway, in a distant second was Venom, that added another $7.3 million from 3,421 theaters in its fourth weekend. So $127.6 million and $436.1 million globally. I guess it's the last in the series of Venom movies, apparently, but we'll see. They always bring something old back again.
I mean, that's the way to do it, right? They don't want to take a gamble on something unknown.
Yep. Okay, well, that's awesome. We are going to turn on the house lights, and that's going to snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And non sequitur news samples from all 50 of our ohmTown.com channels. We have 6 weekend shows that are half hours, and then a daily show, non sequitur news, that is an hour long. We're running it a little long today, but at least we're out of the time machine. That said, I'm saying goodnight, and well, for non sequitur news, because we're going to reboot. I'm going to have a conversation with the sentient AI from the future, and stay tuned. So check us out.
I thought you were putting one of your alerts up, like overshare. It looked like it was about to come up. Good night, ohmTown citizens. We need some more to put on there. Thank you for joining us for today's non sequitur news, and be sure to like and subscribe so you know when we're live next.
That's right, because you just never know. I mean, it's a non sequitur. It does not follow. See you in a little bit. The frustrating thing about this is that when I hang up on this stream, YouTube keeps streaming for just a little longer. See you, everybody. This time I remembered to turn on YouTube. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November, what is it? 18th, 2024. It's season 3, episode 323. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, whose visualizer I'm not sure is working or not. Well, we're going to talk about wind generation. Australian zoo asks for risky business. Aliens in hiding. China's new, hey, that looks familiar. Job offer from Russian IT firm. Black Friday mimic sites linking New York to Ontario. Utah fossil. Not an old guy. It's a actual fossil. And volunteer your EV and earn a prize, as well as Starlink taped to helmet for mom. And I'm so frustrated. Why? Because my background music just died. And I know why. Well, I know who to blame. I'm looking at you, Beacon. I would love to cheerlead you, but something is hinky. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
The visualizer is working. So, someone tried to kill me today as I headed towards a T intersection. They chopped the corner and was close enough that I swear the paint scraped off the bumper of my car.
That's harrowing.
And that was just the beginning of my travels. So glad to be back in ohmTown and sitting in the studio and talking with you. Although I think you could have hacked their car remotely and made them swerve off into whatever. Anyway, would have saved me a little bit of heartache. You ready to get into these 10 articles?
I am.
Oh. If you hit exclamation point NSN over in twitch.tv, ohmTown will throw all of the articles into the chat. Over on YouTube, it'll be in the show notes. So, and they should be there already. At any rate, let's get into the first article. Wind generation was third highest on record in October. Wind generation in Ireland was the third highest on record for the month of October, according to new figures from Wind Energy Ireland. That's pretty cool, right? get
I
away
mean,
from
I
fossil
guess it's
fuels.
showing greater adoption. Yeah.
Jackie Fox over at rte.ie, which is one of our global locations where we aggregate news from. And this one is in Ireland, and they focus on Ireland daily trials and tribulations, I suppose. So the latest figure shows that wind energy provided 35% of Ireland's electricity last month, while solar and other renewables accounted for 4%. So nearly 50% are from renewables. Not bad.
Yeah, that's really good.
So it said that this was partly due to wind energy being lost because the electricity grid was not strong enough to carry it. So they basically say that it was expected to fall in 2024 from 2023. When this happens, wind farms are instructed to reduce the amount of power they produce or shut down entirely, which means using more fossil fuels. While Irish wind farms performed well in October, this year is on track with the worst on record for the amount of wind energy wasted. So yeah, it says over the first 9 months of the year, 14% of wind energy production was lost because of challenges with the transmission network.
That seems like a problem worth solving pretty soon.
Yep. Prices on days when with the most wind power saw the average cost of a megawatt hour of electricity fall by 26%. And you know what that means, right?
Yeah, we can't go, yay. I think somebody's going to look at that and go, we need
Hmm.
to raise rates.
We need to shut shit down so that it costs more. It is the Enron effect. Again, back to sociopaths, the rise of sociopathy. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Australian zoo asks residents to capture the world's most venomous spider, the deadly Sydney funnel web.
What do you think people's reaction is to this?
Mine is hell no. Nya, 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 nya. Oh, today's kind of a news and brews. That right there is a Bavarian wheat beer that I am sampling because I just waited 2 full weeks for it to finish its fermentation after I used my own hop extract combination. It's very,
Very
very
cool.
yummy. It's very, very yummy. So stay tuned, folks. Anyway, we'll be talking about it more. Not just that, but brewing in general. Just got to get my act together. The Olatunji Osho Williams over at Smithsonian Magazine at smithsonianmag.com put this article together. Everything okay over there? I know that there's a spider on the screen, but
Well, there are some other critters running around in ohmTown.
and being evil. Okay. So while the quest may scare away arachnophobes, public donations of funnel webs are critical to the mission of the Australian Reptile Park, the only place in Australia that milks Sydney funnel webs, one of the most deadliest spider, the world's deadliest spiders, to create a life-saving anti-venom. Rainy weather and
How
the
would you
raising.
like to have that job?
No, and you know, to milk a Sydney funnel web, you have to get really tiny tweezers and grab onto their udders and you go like that. Really, I mean, you need a microscope and really, really steady hands, and you have to warm up the things to like, because you don't want to put cold hands on their tiny little udders. No,
I
anyway,
don't think that's how it works.
that's not how it works. I've been lied to. The internet has lied to me. Anyway, the rainy weather and rising temperatures of springtime sparked the start of the Greater Sydney's funnel web spider season, sending male spiders scurrying across the land searching for mates. Same thing happens here in ohmTown. A little bit of rain and marijuana. Never mind. So in a field demonstration video, Spider Keeper, that's their name, Spider Keeper.
That's a cool job title.
Why not Spider Woman? Right? I guess Spider Person.
I bet they have woman like memorabilia and stuff around their office.
Spider monger? Is that a like a cheesemonger or a what are the other mongers? There's cheesemonger. There's a bunch of mongers,
That's
right?
the only monger I can think of.
Really? Salami monger? There isn't a salami monger? A pizza monger? If I really know a lot
Hmm?
about pizza, am I a pizza
I don't
monger?
I don't think
Let's
so.
see. Hold on a second. We're gonna dig deep tonight. Um, Mongers of the world. Let's see. Are there? Oh, there's pearl mongers. Wait, is that? Oh, that's for Perl programmers. Okay. Um.
While
Oh, I
you're
don't know.
looking for mongers, they want you to not only collect a spider, they want you to collect a mama spider and the egg sac.
Oh, hell no.
Like, what could be worse than a protective mother spider?
No, 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 no. But I do hear that they taste like licorice. Look at the fangs on that thing. Look at that. I don't think those are
Look at
fangs.
that picture. I mean, I'm sure the perspective can be off, but the person behind it compared to the spider is a little alarming.
Australian reptile park spider expert Rob Porter milks a male Sydney funnel web spider to create anti-venom. Well, back to the story. Spider keeper Emma Tenney explains how to safely collect Sydney funnel web egg sacs, as well as the mother guarding her babies. I know how to do it. Don't.
Well, that would be the safest way, right?
To safely collect her, what you need is a jar she can't climb out of and a long spoon she can't climb. The hell? How do you
Is
find
this
that
like
out?
the cheetah myth? Like, oh, they don't like water until they do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, until one of them runs fast enough and eats your face. So yeah, okay. At least one of 36 spider or species of funnel web spiders that live throughout Australia. Their arachnids are named after the shape of their webs, which emanate from a sheltered burrow underneath rocks and logs, and creating silk trip lines that alert the spiders of prey and mates in danger. And while several species are known for their toxicity, male Atrax robustus, which is my stage name, my drag name. There you go. Are likely responsible for all 13 recorded deaths from funnel webs, as well as several other life-threatening bites. This thing was the anti-venom was created in 1981, and there have been 0 fatalities from Sydney funnel web spider bites, according to the University of Melbourne's School of Biomedical Sciences. Now, you get bit by one of these, or not bit, stung, envenomed. So if you get envenomed by one of these, you probably want to be dead.
That's true. But this
Um,
is pretty spectacular that they've spared any fatalities.
so venom milking program has been helping to produce doses of life-saving venom or serum. How much does this cost?
Okay, look at the spider on the hat, but also their largest spider has been bigger than a baseball.
Hell no.
And that was one that was collected.
No, I'm sorry. You know, Thanos should have snapped his fingers and taken funnel web spiders off the map. That is bananas. So, Sequitur scientists then collect the antibodies from the rabbit's blood and ship them to the hospitals throughout Australia. There, the treatment is crucial to the roughly 30 to 40 people who are bitten by Sydney funnel web spiders annually. Man, I don't want to go into how it's all the anti-venom is made, but from context clues of my last statement, you probably should have been able to glean from it. All right, well, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists say aliens may be hiding in the multiverse because we're in some alternate reality right now, as detailed in a in a new paper published in the journal Monthly Batshit Crazy Astronomy. No. It's actually monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, a team led by Durham University astrophysicist Danielle Sorini, devised a new take on the Drake equation. The equation was formulated by astronomer Frank Drake in the 1960s to estimate the number of active and detectable alien civilizations in our galaxy, not even understanding that we're in a simulation and we can't meet any other life because it's not part of the simulation.
I wonder if this study took that into account.
My fingers turned black because I am sitting here messing with a Regal sour grape candy wrapper, and now it's all over my fingers. What the heck? Regal candies. Anyway, it's non sequitur, folks. That's what happens.
Try to keep up.
Yeah, really. So the equation was formulated by astronomer Frank Drake in the 1960s to estimate the number of active and detectable alien civilizations in our galaxy. It takes into a number of factors into consideration, including the average rate of star formation, the potential number of habitable planets, and the proportion of them that could develop technology. So Victor Tinkerman over at futurism.com, but a section called The Bite, The Fighting Bits. They put that article together, and it says Serini and his team, however, suggest reframing the equation by considering the possibility of parallel universes that may be more likely to host intelligent life than our own, a galaxy-brained concept that could help explain why we have yet to make first contact. We have made first contact. How about that? They're just not privy.
Well, that's kind of throwing this off.
So Serini's team suggests that some of the universes have more optimal density of dark energy, the mysterious stuff that scientists believe is driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. Specifically, they found that the universe where the density of dark energy allows for 27% of ordinary matter to be turned into stars would be most likely to allow for alien life to develop. That's compared to just 23% in our universe, meaning our universe is at a disadvantage for developing life. Or our universe is the universe.
Right. Or we can't see the aliens, or we are the aliens, or who knows.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's coming from the time traveling sentient AI from the future, which is the first time anything involving time has been plopped into our stream. Oh boy, I don't know how I like this. All right. Well, so understanding dark matter and the impact on our universe is one of the biggest challenges in cosmology and fundamental physics. Serini said the parameters that govern our universe, including the density of dark energy, could explain our own existence. Do you think they go to Chipotle and eat a burrito just like every other human? Not the aliens, this person.
No, I don't think so.
So they say that it'll be exciting to employ the model to explore the emergence of life across different universes and see. This is the kind of thing that's so big that you apply for grant money and you do other things while you're grinding through the grant money, because none of this is demonstrably provable in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. All right.
Is it the equivalent of string theory?
Well, there was more reality based on string theory than anything so far in this. Anyway, let's keep moving. So this next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. China unveils, which is one of our shows, but it's delayed. I'll be doing a time machine episode this week. China unveils new space shuttle that totally doesn't look familiar at all, which is something that we've been kind of joking about for I don't know how long now.
That sounds a little sarcastic in the headline.
No, I'm sure that this is a completely unique take. So a common saying often attributed to Oscar Wilde is that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, that mediocrity can pay to greatness. Which is funny because normally that's truncated to imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Right. I don't think I've ever heard the full expression.
No. And there's like a, oh, it's just one bad apple. Everybody doesn't realize, they don't realize the full saying is one bad apple spoils the bunch, which basically means everybody is culpable for the shit that one person does. Society's downward pressure, as it were. So get ready for the spoiled bunch. The common saying is attributed to Oscar Wilde, though. China unveiled a new space shuttle last week to keep the Tiangong station supplied as the nation expands its space. By the way, something that I learned about today that I knew about, but I didn't know that we are on the precipice of this, is that there's so many particles in the low Earth orbit right now that as they break up, they're creating more and more of just a micrometeorite shield. So we won't be able to go into space because stuff will punch through the ships as they enter orbit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound dangerous at all.
And recently, a satellite broke up in the orbital path of the ISS, and a SpaceX rocket had to push it into a higher orbit. Otherwise, it would have been possibly pummeled by space debris, man-made space debris. So
that's pretty scary.
I mean, it looks like it's an unmanned shuttle. Will move cargo between the Tiangong space station and Earth. Ryan Eric King put the article together. It's over at jalopnik.com. And it looks like the old school space shuttle, which we grew out of. I mean, it was an amazing piece of reusable kit, but suffered a couple of disasters. And I think we could have done better, but I think that there was some, let's just say, the things that are happening now, like to the Starliner, are the same kind of things that happened to the previous iterations of the shuttle program.
When you rush things or ignore significant issues.
Yeah. When it becomes a for-profit motive instead of bettering all of mankind, personkind. Yeah, that's what happens when you have investors instead of investing in society. This is what happens, right? So How Long shuttle suspiciously shares the same white with black thermal tile underbelly design of NASA's retired shuttle. So it says
I would almost think it's an American shuttle from the picture.
Yeah. Yep. So, and I'm sure that there are people out there that are like, well, everybody would gravitate towards that and its evolution of its space program. Yeah. Sure. That's why nobody.
Why isn't it painted different colors?
Oh, because that's the least expensive. I don't know. The shuttle's engineers are already hailing the design. The How Long space cargo shuttle is a winged version of an aerodynamic design featuring a large wingspan and a high lift-to-drag ratio, which we've known about for 40 years. With blunt nose fuselage and large swept-back delta, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. It says, however, this isn't the first time that there's been a concerted Chinese effort to mimic American space technology. State-backed startup Deep Blue. Deep Blue, where have I? Oh, that's an IBM thing. Deep Blue. It's a chess thing. Deep Blue. Oh, there's other blue. Never mind. Anyway, is attempting to recreate SpaceX's vertical landing reusable rockets and captured incredible footage that a test failed catastrophically in September. A drone caught that, and it was amazing. But anyway, it happens to be almost identical to the SpaceX rocket. So it claimed to learn. SpaceX claimed it learned a lot from the rocket exploding on its landing pad. But, it's other people's money. So let's keep moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
I need to fix that. I was going to do it today, but I got pulled away. Anyway, 7-year-old gets a job offer from a Russian IT firm. This is over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation when we kick it off. The software company's boss said Sergey, who teaches coding in online videos, was a kind of Mozart.
Okay, the 7-year-old teaches coding already?
Apparently, Victoria Holland and Lucy Hooker over at BBC.com put this article together. And yeah, so a 7-year-old gets a job offer from a Russian IT firm. Sergey, oh, well, it's a Russian 7-year-old. I thought that it was,
Okay, I mean, it doesn't have to be international, but it's still pretty ridiculous.
I thought that it was. So, on the strength of the videos that Sergey from a Russian city of St. Petersburg has built a name for himself uploading these videos, they offered him a job. The information security firm Pro32 sent him a written job offer for the post of head of corporate training.
Oh, I would love to see him take that. Can you imagine the people working for him?
Gosh. Well, they would probably treat him with respect, right? Yeah. Under Russian law, Sergey would not be able to take up any paid role until he's 14, but Pro32's chief executive, Igor Mandik, told the BBC World Service he had spoken to Sergey's parents about finding ways to collaborate in the meantime. His father, Kirill, was surprised and said that they were really happy and looking forward to when Sergey could be able to join the company, Mr. Mandik said. A coding Mozart. His YouTube channel has more than 3,500 subscribers. It's probably blown up since then. Interested in learning programming languages, Python and Unity. Interesting. So Unity is more than just a programming language, but okay. And Python is extremely powerful, but anyway. Or who want to hear more about neural networks, which underlie many artificial intelligence tools. Mr. Mandik said Sergey showed not only remarkable developer skills, but also equally unique skills in teaching, and said for them, he was kind of a Mozart. Pretty wild.
That really is.
I was probably picking my nose when I was 7. But I wasn't 7. I mean, come on. Cuneiform was around when I was 7. Moving on. So this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Beware of fake sites mimicking Black Friday deals, researchers say. Scam shopping sites are common around the holidays, and cybersecurity researchers have spotted examples masquerading as LL Bean, Wayfair, and others. Trust but verify. Don't go clicking random shit. Click with care. Todd Feathers.
If you don't know the website name, don't just type in what you think it might be.
Yeah, ask around, look around. Don't sit there and just take it at face value that this is a legit site. I was very nervous when I actually bought something from this off-brand, no-name kind of a site. But the blankets were amazing, and still have them to this day. I mean, they're an amazing piece of kit. The only problem is I have no idea. I'm so glad that I've swapped out cards since then, because who knows the legitimacy of that site, actually. I need to break out my Geiger counter and find out if any of that was radioactive. Might still be. Anyway, cybersecurity researchers say that a scamming group has been operating websites advertising Black Friday deals for popular brands in order to steal shoppers' credit card information and personal details. In a new report, the firm Eclectic IQ says it believes the group behind the phishing websites, which it dubbed Silk Spectre, lures consumers in the US and Europe to websites that mimic real companies with promotions for deals up to 80% off. If it's too good to be true, trust but verify.
Right. If you're getting some $1,000 item for $10, it's not legitimate.
It's a lie. It's a scam. It's a scam.
It's a Travis and mockery.
That's right. So the campaign leveraged the heightened online shopping activity in November, the peak season for Black Friday discounts. Eclectic IQ wrote, the threat actor used fake discounted products as phishing lures to deceive victims into providing their cardholder data and personally identifiable information. So, and they have all of this stuff, names of websites, but they're off, from the name brand. So don't go to these sites.
Well, right. They look wrong, right? They say Black Friday in the website, or Wayfair is misspelled.
Yeah, gosh, yeah. Black Friday dash shoe dot top. Yeah, that's believable. Anyway, trust but verify. So use name brand mainstream sites until you can figure out if the one that you're really interested in is legit or not. It's not that hard. Trust but verify. Trust but verify, which is, anyway, how about click with care?
Well, that's a double whammy if you think you're going to Black Friday shopping, because number one, you're not going to get the items, and number two, your data is probably getting stolen.
And not just stolen, it's sold and used, abused, and then you find out that somebody bought a car in your name in Ohio and put you on the name for the birth certificate. You start getting the bills, and I'm not bitter. Anyway, let's move on. And getting medical records from people, which is a violation of HIPAA. That one was really interesting. When I immediately got the phone call after notifying the doctor, they were like, "Can you please delete it and destroy all of the document?"
Right. Oh my God. Full tailspin.
Go take your own medicine. Calm down. I am not the person that you should be worrying about. Anywho, new public art partnership with will link New York and Toronto. I guess it's like a human centipede of regions. The forthcoming Lassonade, I guess. Lassonade? Lassonde? Is it Lassonde? Yeah, Lassonde Art Trail. Is teaming up with both the Public Art Fund, which if you say that really fast, it Public Fart End, and York University's LL Odette Sculptor in Residence program. So the article is over at the Art Newspaper. Larry Humber put the article together. Forthcoming. Okay, so the deck statement is what I just said. And so it says at the federal level, the future of relations between Canada and the U.S. may seem uncertain considering the outcome of the month's election, which, why? But anyway.
I don't know. I thought this was about art.
It is. Yeah. So the Public Art Fund, a New York-based organization known for programming large-scale outdoor art projects across the city and beyond, is teaming up with Toronto's fledgling Lassonde Art Trail, or LAT, a site that will feature around 4.2 kilometers of walking paths overlooking Lake Ontario when it opens in summer 2026. As part of the partnership, the two organizations are co-commissioning a new work, an outdoor sculpture by the renowned Senegalese-born Kuwaiti artist Monira Al-Qadiri. Al-Qadiri, who's based in Berlin and often makes works dealing with the oil industry, will first install her commission at Manhattan's Doris E. Friedman Plaza, the southeast entrance to Central Park, in the summer of 2025, and then it will travel north to be shown at a major entrance plaza at the Lassonde Art Trail. I thought it was going to be connecting it physically, but it's not.
I thought so too. Like you could somehow travel across or see it. I mean, I know they're not right next to each other, but
yeah, like a portal or something, like the one that was in New York, a visual portal to Ireland or something like that.
But maybe this will expand to do something like this. I still think it's cool that they have a link between the two.
Yeah, but it's going to be an art piece that moves physically from one place to another, which I mean, it's cool and all, but I was hoping for something a little bit more profound. So then they go into greater detail about LAT's board, and it's partnering with York University, LL Odette Sculptor in Residence program with Toronto-based artist Cara Hamilton at the forefront. So there you go. If you're interested in this kind of stuff, we aggregate little bits of news. Looks like
I love the Art Newspaper. They always show interesting articles.
Yeah, I agree. I like it. Let's move on. Our next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Utah fossil is a clue to the origins of animals with bones. A 500 million year old fossil is a crucial clue to the prehistoric mystery, the origin of bone-bearing animals or vertebrates. which are getting harder and harder to find in this timeline. The fossil is a 3/4 inch long, long-headed fish-like fossil with no bones or teeth.
That's a bit unusual.
The new fossil feature species from the Utah's Marjum Formation in the West Desert. Oh, really? 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 How do you pronounce that?
I don't know. I'm waiting for you to do it.
I'm going to try it. Nusiixthus rhinocephalus. Oh, it must have a horn on its head. Offers a unique glimpse into the evolution of the animal life in the Cambrian, a pivotal period in the history of Earth, when marine life diversified rapidly and animals with mineralized bones and shells appeared. So the name comes from Nuusi, the name of the Ute Indians give to themselves, and ichthus, the Greek word for fish, and the creature is one of the oldest vertebrate representatives known. So, but that was just the first name. They don't talk about the rest of it.
Right. I think it's maybe if it's not like a spear or whatever, the head is shaped like that, right?
Yeah,
So
like
it's
a rhino.
long-headed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, okay, so they have this general picture of probably this shale wall. Utah fossil is a clue to the origins of animals with bones. Brian Maffley from University of Utah put this article together for futurity.org, which is different than futurism.com. But hey, so hopefully they got another picture of this thing, but no, it doesn't say that. So yeah, where is it that they break out the name of this thing?
It again talks about the first part there.
Yeah, so they say yet it would stand out in an aquarium today as it noticeably lacks a key characteristic of fish, fins. The first discovery of stem group vertebrate in the western United States improved our understanding of the early history of these animals. Only 4 similar species were hitherto known. Wow. 1 in Canada, 1 in eastern U.S., and 2 in China. The jury's still out concerning the presence of fins in some of these Cambrian species. Lerose Abril explains. Fins were clearly visible in early fish fossils from China, including Milliconmingia. Sure. But they were conspicuously absent in the North American species. Interesting. So they say that it is just one of several thousand Cambrian fossils in the collections of the Natural History Museum of Utah. Harvard-led investigations are also ongoing in the fossil-rich Cambrian layers that yielded this new species. Both sources hold the promise of exciting discoveries from a time long past when ancestors of vertebrates, arthropods, comb jellies, tunicates, and a myriad of other... I thought it's just not a myriad. I thought it's just myriad other animals were transforming the oceans into vibrant ecosystems teeming with life. And you know why? Aliens. They're from an alternate dimension.
Oh, are they part of the multiverse?
They are part of the multiverse. Hey, let's move on. Sound good? Moving on.
Sounds good.
So Australian, the next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. I think both of these next articles are going to be in 4-Wheel Tech. Australian company wants EV owners to volunteer their cars as generators when natural disasters hit, which I think is fine. But EV owners only have a certain amount of time. So it's not like they're hybrid vehicles where they've got a gas engine that's charging the electric componentry and they can keep on powering that and just bring over 5-gallon jerry cans and fill it up. And
right. I mean, they can only use it until they drain their battery.
And then they have to go sit at a charging station for 8 hours to get back to 80%.
But they have to have enough charge to get to the charging station.
Which defies the logic of providing your power so your car can become a brick. and then you become one of the victims of whatever natural disaster. So vehicle to load tech, vehicle to load tech. That's what it says at the beginning of this. Anyway, is going to be a game changer in emergencies. Not unless you can keep it powered a whole lot longer than what they're offering you. The ability to power things simply using your car can literally save lives depending on the situation, and one Australian company is incentivizing EV owners to share that technology with their fellow countrymen when natural disasters strike.
I mean, it depends on, are they all going to be hooked up to chargers while they're doing this? But if so, do they need the cars?
Well, yeah, that's it. They're not going to be powered by the grid. Otherwise, you can just go, there's an outlet, dude.
Right, skip my car, just go straight to the charger.
I need to plug in now. So, Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It says, My Car Chargers. EV team bringing their power to people in need. Given that Australia is entering summer right now and often encounters storms that affect infrastructure, these EVs could be badly needed. Interested owners can sign up through a program, and then when disaster strikes, their EVs will be brought to the affected area. Once there, My Car would give the owner a charger assignment in the affected community. After all is done, the owner simply checks out and leaves. The trial isn't available to all Australians yet. It's running from November 2024 through January 2025. They left off the year here.
Yeah, that made it a little confusing.
And is only available to EV owners in New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, and the Australian Capital Territory.
I like the idea of this, but I'm not sure how it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get how many hours of driving? Let's say you get 350 miles on your $200,000 car, because no one's getting 350 miles. So if your average drive is 60 miles an hour, right, you're looking at 6 hours on a good day with average, like par for the course draw. So I guess you can charge for 4 hours and then drive 2 hours to charge.
Yeah, but you still have to get back.
Yeah, and then you drive. I mean, you sit somewhere charging your car to 100%, which is going to take you anywhere from 6 hours for 80% to 8 hours plus for 100%. Yeah, I don't know. This is it appeals to the person in me that says do good, but the logic side is going, this is almost an untenable position. You're not going to be able to provide a steady stream of power unless you keep on rotating EVs out.
Right. I mean, if this incentivizes like faster charging or more extensive infrastructure, then maybe that'll make this more feasible, but also fix the underlying problem.
And it's going to be a much harder draw from that vehicle out to it says to power household items. That thing's going to drain fast.
What do you think you can get out of a car? Like, do you think it can power a microwave?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it can. Yeah. The location has to have the ability for you to connect to it. So I don't think it's powering an entire house. I think you have to plug stuff into the EV.
Right. That was my point. Like, are you getting one appliance at a time? I mean, some of these household appliances take a lot of power.
Yep. All right. It's from the heart, and that's all that really matters. Let's move on. This next article is in our last article for tonight's non sequitur news. I kind of ripped through these. This one's over in 4 Wheel Tech 2. A diabetic racer tapes a Starlink to his helmet so that he can FaceTime with his mother during the Baja 1000.
As one does.
Hey, I got out of bed. Ben Hunter finished the 2024 Baja 1000 after sharing the ride in the number 279X Sportsman Motocross Sherco with his brother David. He rolled into the finish line with a time of 31 hours, 30 minutes, good enough for second in class. Nice. That's pretty impressive considering Hunter was hauling a bunch of extra weight. Ooh, did this person just make a mom joke about?
I don't know.
She said the only way I could race was if I was live streaming the whole time. Bradley Brownell put the article together for jalopnik.com, and strapped to his head is a Starlink. Wait, the Baja 1000? So Moto class with his brother David. Were there two of them and they were side by side, or?
That's not clear to me.
Weird. Okay, so a huge Jackery battery was duct taped to the rear fender, a SpaceX Starlink mini duct tape to his helmet, and his mother on FaceTime duct tape across his chest. Ben's mother was able to keep tabs on his progress in one of the world's biggest and most difficult off-road races. There are links to video in this. I don't do anything with the website formerly known as Twitter. And so you can follow the links through ohmTown, or just go over to jalopnik.com and find the diabetic racer that tapes their Starlink to their helmet.
Very unique.
Yeah. Pretty cool. It's fun to see a bit of technology and ingenuity used to keep families connected during the long and arduous off-road race. Pretty much every team running Baja these days relies on Starlink tech to keep connected and allow for live streaming coverage. But you know what? Don't say anything mean. Because you know what happens? Your connection gets reset and you get thrown back to the front page of ohmTown.com, where all the news gets aggregated. Then we talk about it here on Non Sequitur News every day for about an hour. This is probably one of the shortest shows, short of a time machine episode, but that's okay. We're going to get this out to the podcast and to YouTube and to Twitch. It's already there. And then we'll be back tomorrow, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, with another episode of Non Sequitur News, and probably WarCrafters, too. I might do that one as a recording, though, and post it straight to YouTube. We'll see. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and I'll see you later. The sentient AI will say something similar.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, but check out our other episode. But check out our other videos that are posted, and we often have a replay going in between live episodes.
That's true. I need to do that again. The other day, I actually spun up the replay for the night, and 4 minutes into the stream, power went out in the mayoral mansion, but not everywhere, only the studio. So that one was pleasant. I said, I'm just not coming back. All right. Well, we're out of here. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Beep, beep. I'm a Baja Jeep. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 20th, 2024. This is a time machine episode. It's season 3, episode 325. Today, Mayor Watt is going to talk about the following 10 articles: canceled chopsticks, not safe for work traffic signs, Sabrina Carpenter gets freaky, uploading personal images, air is leaking from the ISS, AA used AI to save $. Pizza-flavored tomato wine, Hennessy plans to bottle in China, bid on a burnt-out husk, and hydrogen car woes in California. That one's a quick one because you can't really talk about it. But anyway, I thought it was worth mentioning because I'm a big proponent of hydrogen vehicles. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there. The sentient AI isn't here today. And yeah, this one's going to be a really quick episode because I have to do another one, and then we have to prepare for today's real episode. So this is a time machine episode that's actually 2 days in the making. So see you in a little bit. All right, folks, let's get going. So SpaceX launched the sixth Starliner. Sorry, Starliner is the Boeing one that leaked like a sieve itself. Anyway, it seems like everything, not SpaceX, is leaking like a sieve. Everything. Oh well, and the SpaceX ones are blowing up. So anyway, once they land, or they're tearing themselves apart during the testing. But we're all learning stuff, right? $100 million each time. So, all right. So SpaceX launched Starship for the sixth time, but canceled the highly anticipated chopsticks maneuver minutes after liftoff. And that's because it's believed that the antenna at the top of the launch platform was bent and missed communicating with the Starship. So SpaceX launched its Starship mega rocket system on Tuesday for the sixth time. SpaceX didn't attempt the super heavy booster catch using that what they call chopsticks. So it's this platform that opens up and closes. It's pretty cool. I think it's pretty amazing. One of these days, though, it will land on its own. We just need the metallurgy that supports that type of a still being light and able to land on its own. But that's not in the works, or it's probably in the works, but it's not in the cards because it's too heavy to get that strength. It just seems like it's too heavy, apparently. Anyway, space company launched the 36-story tall rocket system. That's amazing. It doesn't look like it's 360 feet, but it sure as hell is, apparently. But ended up abandoning that catch. Anyway, the article is sourced from Business Insider, Morgan McFall Jensen, and Kelsey Vlamis put the article together. I think it's amazing that we're in a day and age where we are witnessing launches damn near every day from one solution, one provider or another. I think it's pretty amazing, and I love it. So this is from the original catch, and I've always thought that it's amazing. It actually lands on these two little bars that are sticking out of the side of the rocket body. Pretty amazing. Anyway, the booster actually landed in the ocean and then detonated, and the Starship itself did a quote-unquote soft landing, and then apparently burned up. I don't know what the real outcome is of that. I try not to wound myself by watching the destruction of $100 million worth of equipment. But again, we learn, right? It's all taxpayer dollars, so hey, let's move on, though. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. It's a source from Vice, but cops are searching for a vigilante who installed not safe for work traffic signs in Colorado. The newly installed traffic signs in Boulder, Colorado, reminding drivers to employ safe driving practices, are proving to be as dangerous as all the stuff they warn against. And that's for a couple of reasons, because neither the city of Boulder nor the state of Colorado put those signs there. And two, they contain harsh language that's not only distracting drivers as they pass, but compelling many to take pictures of the signs behind the wheel. Now, here's the thing about it. Stop being a dipshit and taking pictures and being distracted by a sign. A sign shouldn't be distracting. If you're not capable of going, oh, look, I didn't make my exit, I'll drive to the next one and do a loop around the freeway so that I can get back on the other side and then come back around again and make my way to my proper exit. You probably shouldn't be driving, right? If you have to make a 5-lane change from the fast lane to the exit, okay? And that is on par with driving by a road sign that has harsh language. Oh, clutch my pearls. It has harsh language. Yeah, somebody's dicking around with the thing. And don't kill any kids today underneath a speed limit sign of 45 miles per hour. Yeah, the implication is that speeding through a neighborhood beyond 45 miles an hour is going to lead to somebody getting hurt. And that is absolutely possible. So don't do it, right? I mean, what is so hard to just drive by this and not have to slam on the brakes, or while you're driving, grab your phone and take a picture? It's not the sign that's the problem. It's the idiocy of the drivers. Boulder police are investigating the offensive traffic signs as criminal tampering. Oh my gosh. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together, and I swear it's just so stupid. Instead of it saying slow children at play, not slow children at play, it's slow children at play. It really should just read children at play. In the you should infer from that statement that you shouldn't race through it like you're a parent. And I was going to make a joke about MKBHD speeding down a thing that had a children at play sign or something like that when he was driving that Lamborghini or whatever it was he was driving. But I haven't watched yet to know if that was in kilometers or if that was in miles per hour. Anyway, another one of the signs reads, slow the F down. Colorado has been awfully profane lately, but that's not really what's going on. Somebody else did it. I thought when it said these road signs, traffic signs, I thought it was going to be the big freeway signs. And that's what gave me the idea of the meeting your exit. But these are just little road signs, for crying out loud. They can pull over and get out and take a picture of it. But no, it's the idiocy that is the problem. It isn't the sign. It's the idiocy. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Priest stripped of duties after Sabrina Carpenter got too freaky in his church. Oh my goodness. So an investigation revealed that Monsignor Jamie Gigantiello carried out other instances of mismanagement based on apparently Sabrina Carpenter being allowed to film a music video in the church, ultimately relieving him of duties of any pastoral oversight or governance role as the Williamsburg Church in Brooklyn, according to the Bishop Robert Brennan statement issued by the Roman Catholic Diocese of Brooklyn. Well, I'm glad that they're finally taking a stand against getting too freaky in a church. So this all started last Halloween when Carpenter released a controversial music video for her song Feather, part of which was filmed in the Blessed Virgin Mary Catholic Church in Brooklyn. All right. So the article is over in, it's over at Vice, and Sammy Caramella put the article together, and apparently Sabrina Carpenter is in the picture. They're wearing a shirt that says Jesus was a carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter. Oh, what a funny riff. I don't know. So this all started last Halloween. I can almost guarantee they would not have approved the scenes and script upon review. In the video, Carpenter is seen experiencing harassment by an array of men, all of whom end up being deleted. Yikes. At the end of the video, the singer dances through the church and around the men's colorful coffins. That's risque. I mean, I understand what the implication is, right? But the parish did not follow it's diocese, but diocesan? Is that how it's pronounced? Diocesan? It sounds interesting. Diocesan. I very rarely use diocesan lexicon. Anyway, policy according to or regarding the film on church property, which includes a review of the scenes and script. So I wonder how fast they produced that. They created that. Like let's get this diocesan policy in place real quick. Anyway, yeah. So they say here at the very end, I wonder if the diocese feels lighter like a feather after letting Gigantiello go. Did they let him go, though? Or is he something less now? He's not the pastor of the, or any governance role. So basically, yeah. Poor judgment. No second chance? Oh, okay. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Experts alarmed by people uploading their medical scans to Elon Musk's Grok AI. Nothing original from this dude. So to celebrate its new image understanding capabilities, Elon Musk has encouraged his followers, Jesus, oh my goodness, to share medical documents like MRI scans and X-rays with Grok, his AI chatbot integrated into the remnants, the burnt out husk from the very first. Oh, well, we were actually going to end up talking about that burnt out husk of Twitter. Despite the many baffling privacy implications, many of his fans have done just that. In some cases, they've even shared their results publicly. Now, experts are warning against sharing such information with Grok, echoing security concerns with chatbots at large. Yeah, quit posting your personally identifiable information. This is, it's the same thing that's going to happen with 23andMe, except you won't find out about it because Elon Musk will hide a major breach behind litigation or whatever else when it does happen or if it does happen. And it's always when, not if. So anyway, Neoscope is the section over at futurism.com. And Frank Landemore is the author. The deck statement says this is very personal information and you don't exactly know what Grok is going to do with it. Yeah, nobody knew what 23andMe was going to do with it too. And look, man, they're sharing that information to make money, and they're not living off of the funds generated off of providing the service of DNA testing, because DNA testing, what they sampled everybody for, or what everybody paid for, was their sample to be converted into DNA knowledge, right? Database of knowledge. And that was supposed to be it, but that's way beyond what I think is actually happening. And y'all just don't know it, right? I mean, tranches of information based on the aggregate data has to have been sold, right? Because if you reach a finite number of people that are willing to take the plunge in 23andMe, where's the money coming from? And that's exactly what's going on with this kind of stuff. You have no freaking idea what else is being done with your data, please. So people sharing their medical information with Musk chatbot may be under the impression that it's protected by Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, but the protections enshrined in the federal law, which prevent your doctor from sharing your private info, do not extend beyond the medical purview. And by the way, with the new administration coming into place, who knows what's going to happen, particularly with HIPAA and oversight and whatnot. It's going to get strangled. So this is a stark contrast to when tech companies have official partnerships with hospitals to obtain data, Malin said, which are stipulated with detailed agreements on how that information is stored, shared, and used. It's usually anonymized and in bulk, or special constraints are put on it. So then there are also concerns about how the chatbots themselves use the information, because their underlying large language models rely on the conversations that they have to fine-tune their capabilities. And that means that potentially anything you tell one could be used to train the chatbot and consider their proclivity for hallucinating. The risk of one inadvertently blurting out sensitive information is not unfounded. So yeah, I would not be doing this if I were you. All right, let's keep on moving, though. We're going to truck through today's episode, just kind of steamroll it. So the next article is over in the Mobile channel. Air is leaking from the ISS, the International Space Station, and the U.S. and Russia can't agree why. So it's leaking air, and the tensions between the U.S. and Russia appear to be getting in the way of a solution. The article is over at Quartz. Ben Kesslin put the article together, and the two countries don't agree on the severity of the issue, but you would probably want to figure out what the hell it is, right? So let's see here. Repairs have helped but not solved the problem, the source of which the Russians and Americans can't agree on. Officials from the two countries don't have a common understanding of what the likely root cause is or the severity of the consequences of these leaks, said Bob Cabana, a former NASA astronaut who runs NASA's International Space Station Advisory Committee, according to Ars Technica. Russians believe the cracks are caused by high cyclic fatigue caused by microvibrations, Cabana said earlier this month, and NASA thinks the issue is multi-causal, caused by pressure and mechanical stress, residual stress, material properties, and environmental exposures. They can't seem to agree on how catastrophic the leaks might be. Well, they're going to be catastrophic at some point, particularly if it's stress-based, because it's going to keep on being stressed until it's no longer functional, right? That's kind of how it works. There's going to be enough fatigue where it just implodes. Explodes. The two parties are locked in a stalemate. Russians think it's safe to continue operations of the PRK module, but can't prove it. And Americans think it's unsafe to continue, but can't prove that either. So, hey man, fatalism. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Non Sequitur News channel. It's actually sourced from Business Insider, but how Alaska Airlines used AI to save over 1.2 million gallons of jet fuel. Alaska Airlines partnered with Airspace Intelligence to use an AI that suggests flight routes. The tool Flyway's AI platform factors in data such as historical flight traffic, predicted weather. The article, CXO AI Playbook, straight talk from business leaders on how they're testing and using AI. So the article is over at Business Insider, and Matthew S. Smith put the article together. It says 1 out of every 5 flights in the U.S. is delayed by at least 15 minutes. The fundamental problem is that when a human being sits down on to plan a flight, they only have information about their one flight, Pasha Saleh, the head of corporate development at Alaska Airlines, said. To solve that, Alaska Airlines partnered with AI startup called Airspace Intelligence, the creator of Flyway's AI platform, which uses artificial intelligence to suggest optimal flight routes. The partnership started 3 years ago and was renewed in August. Now, half the flights plans reviewed by Alaska Airlines dispatchers include a plan suggested by Flyways. So shouldn't it be based on supply and demand? I'm kind of stymied by this. In theory, that means that air traffic is predictable, but the reality is in the air is that it's more hectic. Saleh said that the air traffic control is often very tactical, not strategic. So he looked at the scenarios, expecting to see something out of Star Trek. Instead, he saw something one generation removed from IBM DOS, Saleh said, referring to an operating system that was discontinued over 20 years ago. Pretty much on the spot, he decided to pivot to airlines because they actually were wanting to use the AI to route self-driving cars. But hell, I thought flight control stuff is darn near powered by whatchamacallit, powered by floppy disks. Anyway, airlines are very unionized environments, so we want to make sure that this isn't seen as a threat to dispatchers as well. Alaska Airlines used dispatcher feedback to hone Flyways. Interesting. So, I mean, it's humans that are doing flight control stuff, but in reality, it could be a computer. If the AI is dynamic enough and understands all of the inputs, it could lead to automation. And this is going to be seen as a solution, not to make flight control channels easier. It's going to be seen as a way to lower the price. And so they've already saved $1.2 million million gallons of jet fuel, which translates into probably tens of millions. Because I don't know what the average cost of jet fuel is nowadays. Probably $100 a gallon. So airlines are very unionized. So the AI in action, Flyways trains on its AI algorithm on historical flight data at its most basic level. This includes information like a flight's scheduled departure and arrival, actual departure, arrival, and its route. So did it work? Dispatchers accept 23% of Flyways recommendations. While that might seem low, those accepted routes helped reduce Alaska Airlines fuel consumption by more than 1.2 million gallons in 2023 alone. I think that's pretty amazing. All right. Well, and that's great. But it's going to be self-referential, right? So the more that they follow those routes, the more limited those options, the number of options are to end users. So let's keep moving them. The next article is over on the Model Channel. No one outwines the Hut. Pizza Hut launched a pizza-flavored tomato wine. Pizza Hut just announced a limited edition tomato wine, and the author here doesn't know how they feel about it or how to feel about it. Look, a very small, okay, very extra large piece of their heart belongs to Pizza Hut. Pizza jokes. As it was the only late night pizza joint that their college town had, but it might be chain might be pushing their luck with this one. So it's over at Vice once more. Sammy Caramella put the article together, and the deck statement says, "I'll be the first to say that wine pairs well with pizza and really anything if you put your mind to it." So yeah, it says a revolutionary culinary wine crafted from perfectly ripened tomatoes harvested at the peak of sweetness. Our master vintners have coaxed bright notes of herbs, creating a savory yet sweet experience. Wow. That challenges traditional wine boundaries. I think by challenges wine boundaries, they mean acceptability. If by challenges you mean completely alters the state of wine, then sure. That's what was said. Pretty wild. So by definition, wine is an alcoholic drink made from fermented grapes. I mean, I guess there are some decent fruit wines out there, even jalapeno wine, but that's usually not brewed from, it isn't fermented from jalapenos. It's probably juiced with, like jalapeno juice is added to the wine. This is tomato. Sounds more like watered down Bloody Mary with pizza seasoning, and that's probably what it is. It says a bold red showcases a velvety texture that hints at basil, oregano, if you're in the UK, or oregano, or you mispronounce it entirely like I just did. And a whisper of garlic, making it an ideal companion for Italian cuisine and particularly perfect alongside a hot, fresh pizza. Each sip of this limited edition release tells the story of innovation and tradition coming together in a glass, making it an ideal companion for your favorite Pizza Hut pizza. It says Irvine Winery. Amazing. All right, let's keep moving. Hennessy apparently is going to be bottling in China, and Hennessy workers are going to strike over Chinese bottling plans in a bid to circumvent Beijing's anti-dumping levy imposed on brandy and cognac. LVMH-owned Hennessy said that it would trial bottling its product in China, prompting hundreds of French workers to go on strike. In October, the Chinese Ministry of Commerce, or MOFCOM, said it would impose provisional anti-dumping duties against imports of European brandy in retaliation to the EU approving additional duties of up to 35% on Chinese electric vehicles. With China being second largest export market for cognac after the US and the industry's most profitable territory, accounting for $1.7 billion in exports last year, the tariff is predicted to have lasting effects on market dynamics. One way to circumvent the tariffs would be for cognac producers to ship the cognac and have it bottled in China. So this is what's going to happen in the United States. And the only people that are really going to pay for it are you. consumers. So, and I really wish that Google would stop tagging my videos as political when I say stuff like that. It has nothing to do with politics unless you say that everything is politics when you say anything about an administration making plans to tariff the shit out of everything. So, hate to break it to you, that's not how it works. It's not political. George Collins over at the Spirits Business put the article together. In a bid to circumvent Beijing's anti-dumping levy imposed on brandy and cognac, LVMH-owned Hennessy said that it was going to trial bottling its product in China, prompting hundreds of French workers to go on strike. So yeah, they're going to send it over to China so that there is some business being processed in China so that they can do whatever the fuck they want or whatever the frick they want with the given product. Hopefully it will be monitored closely. Anyway, there's more over at the article at thespiritsbusiness.com, so go check it out. The next article, and the second to last article for today's Time Machine episode, I'm going to do another Time Machine episode, and then we're going to idle for a little while and prep for tonight's non-sequitur news. Boy, forgetting what's going on here. Easily distracted. That's why it's called non-sequitur news. So this next article is over in Late Night Geeks. You have a few hours left to bid on the burned out Husk in San Francisco. I have no idea if it's still going. Houses in San Francisco are notoriously expensive, with the average home price hovering around $1.26 million. It's no wonder that a fire-ravaged shack is selling for $300,000 in one of San Francisco's southernmost neighborhoods. Saw at least 20 people tour the property this weekend. This is 2 weekends ago. The San Francisco Standard says potential buyers were asked to make a bid. So this is what it looks like. Basically, you're paying for the land because there's nothing that's going to be recovered. It looks like it's barely even land. But it's over at TechCrunch.com. Connie Loizos, put the article together. And potential buyers were asked to sign a liability waiver before stepping into the building's scorched remnants, notes the outlet. It's a fixer-upper gem, which is complete bullshit marketing. Of course, buyers in San Francisco are used to even ramshackle buildings, costing a small fortune. A 122-year-old Victorian advertised as the worst house on the block sold for nearly $2 million. Yeah, time to move away. Let's move on. And our last article is over in Reality Hacker. The Norwegian company blamed for California's hydrogen car woes. A civil fraud case reveals that the hydrogen fueling stations promoted by Toyota, Shell, and Chevron never worked in the first place. And the article is over at wired.com. And it says here that a case involving allegations of fraud against Oslo-based Nel ASA is moving toward a trial in October 2026 after a California judge left intact the core claims brought by a major player in the rollout of hydrogen infrastructure in the state. Iwatani Corporation of America, a subsidiary of one of Japan's largest industrial gas companies. This is the actual company that has the ability to roll out hydrogen fuel-based vehicles or provide the hydrogen fuel, but something hinky is going on here. The allegations center on a lesser-known aspect of the blundered rollout. Iwatani is claiming that Nel duped it into buying hydrogen fuel stations, and the case has provided a window into the extent in which these same stations were provided to and promoted by major players, including Toyota and Shell, stations that have since been abandoned or shut down. The judge's ruling last month leaves Nel and its top executives, including current and former CEOs Robert Boren and I think it's Hakon Valdel, in the crosshairs. Iwatani's central claim is that Nel, under pressure to sell money-losing product, knowingly induced Iwatani into purchasing untested hydrogen fueling stations with false assurances of the company's real-world readiness. Nel denies the allegation and has put forward procedural arguments to get the case thrown out, saying that California does not have jurisdiction over the company or its executives. This would single-handedly ban Nell from ever doing business in the United States. If you can sit there and say, well, California doesn't have control over us as a business. Now, if you're doing business in California with business partners in California, and you're subjecting the liability to domestic partners, and you're saying, well, they don't have anything, blah, 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 you're looking for some serious shit. So the judge ruled that there was active concealment, citing examples including that Nell did not disclose the fact that it had never built a working model of the H2 station, nor sufficiently tested it in real-world conditions, and had no actual data to support their H2 station's performance claims. Now, Nell could sit there and say, we provided information about the plan, and that Toyota and others shall jump the gun. So at the time, Toyota was pushing for more fueling infrastructure to support the uptake of the Toyota Mirai, one of the earliest light-duty consumer hydrogen fuel cell cars to hit the market. Chevron had contracted Nell to create 16 stations, but did not provide a response on the status of the stations. The extent to which Nell provided the technology for these major players has not been previously reported on. But we have actually reported on Toyota and Shell talking about and even showing technological innovation about Toyota hydrogen fuel technology. So I'm hoping that we switch to at least hydrogen and get away really from the lack of portability in electric vehicles. EVs are a flawed concept. They really are, but it hasn't dawned on us yet, because when power goes out, you're screwed, right? Power goes out in your neighborhood, you can't charge at home. Power goes out in the region, you can't charge. And electric cars can't just, I'm going to generate my own freaking power. It's not how it works. This article is quite extensive. I won't be able to do it justice by reading on. You'll be able to, at least right now. I mean, I could probably do an entire episode on just this, and maybe we will in time. But at any rate, go check it out. It's over at wired.com. But with that in mind, today's episode for November 20th, Time Machine episode, is done. And what I'm going to end up doing is rebooting my hydrogen vehicle, because it's still electric. And that'll bring us to the front page of ohmTown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. I'm going to reset and take a break, have lunch, and come back and do another Time Machine episode after the Time Machine cools down. So see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. I'm still on. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for November 23rd, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 44. I am Mayor Watt, and along with Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about solar-powered hamster cells, AI reporters now getting fired too, AI Jesus takes confessions, using AI to write expert testimony, and robot dogs get blessed at a shrine. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com, and look, it's the channel Reality Hacker over at ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. On the other side of this. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
You just kind of tee that up. You know you're going to say that. I have to expect it now. Then you're going to change it, and I'm going to sit there and go, what the? If you want today's show notes, you type in !RH over in the chat at twitch.tv/ohmTown. These show notes are already in the live stream edition of this, and will eventually be in the YouTube long-term storage over there on youtube.com, and in the podcast show notes, because we have a show we have a podcast for each of our, I was going to say we have a show for each of our podcasts. It is one and the same. Anyway, I really don't like editing because it comes across as fake. And so I don't like to edit out anything. And that means you get our natural reactions and our comments. You get to see how, or hear if you're listening to the podcast, how the sausage is made. So let's get into today's articles. This is supposed to be a 30-minute show, but I don't know when to shut up. First article is over in the Marvel channel. Biologists just created solar-powered hamster cells and a villain all at once.
Exactly. This is like the next version of Spider-Man.
Many experts believed it couldn't be done. They asked if they could. They didn't ask if they should. This really, if you are a sci-fi fantasy author, this should be a stew, what do you call it? A meaty broth of, maybe that's the wrong, okay, the sentient AI actually threw error messages. So a vegetarian broth. Anyway, it is the nucleus of an idea of the possibility of a book or series of books focusing on animal superheroes.
Okay, so this article, not the entire show.
No. Did I say show? No, this article.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Yeah, this one article could be the foundation, the impetus to create a vast series of animal superheroes, because researchers in Japan have successfully introduced chloroplasts into hamster cells and created
the next bad bat,
the Inferno hamster, who can spontaneously combust and reassemble. Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and the deck statement says what I just got done saying about many experts. Little green powerhouses, this fluorescent image shows chloroplasts in magenta successfully integrated into hamster cells alongside other highlighted features, including nuclei, the little blue, the blue thing is the nuclei, and organelles are the yellow greenish fangs. I guess with enough fluorescent whatever, they could break out.
Right. But is this like the precursor to like infinite existence?
So you either need food to generate power or chloroplasts to suck what is the actual mechanism? It converts photons into energy, but I don't remember from biology the mechanism of that process. I know that there's the what do you call it? Like a proton pump where you change one thing into another energy and it flows as a positive.
Right. The article talks about the conversion of CO2 into oxygen.
Yeah, respiration and aspiration. So the ability to use sunlight to convert carbon dioxide and water into oxygen and energy is traditionally the exclusive domain of plants and algae. You have to say it like that. I'm here in ohmTown. Algae. Now, however, researchers in Japan have successfully created photosynthetic animal cells. The biologists took chloroplasts, the cell components responsible for photosynthesis, from red algae and injected them into hamster cells. And I'm sorry that I keep saying it like that. I'll stop. I keep leaving my mouse right above my head. That is not where the point is. It's much lower down. Anyway, where am I? Oh, the animal cells gained the ability to photosynthesize light. No way.
This is a big deal.
This achievement
and
detailed...
kind of terrifying.
Absolutely terrifying, because now hamsters don't need to eat anything. They can just run on that hamster wheel all day, all night. You just put a light on them and they'll just... We've just solved the power problem. They can actually run a generator and that can shine a light on them as well as produce additional energy because potentially they don't need as much energy as the wheel can create through mechanization.
That's true. Plus, they're getting their own energy. I mean, this could be layers upon layers. But
You ever see?
also, with people that have animals like birds, the birds outlive the people. And so they put them in their wills and everything. We're going to be at a point where this is the case for hamsters.
See, this doesn't really stop aging, though, does it? Do you think? Does it say in the article? Maybe this
I don't
would.
think we know yet.
Can you imagine if they have the genetics, though, to produce chloroplasts within their own cells, so that they would basically be animal plant hybrids? This is bad bat kind of stuff. I'm a little scared. So the article was published October 31st in the Halloween in the journal Proceedings of the Japan Academy. It challenges the assumption that combining chloroplasts with animal cells is impossible. My God. As far as we know, this is the first reported detection of photosynthetic electron transport and chloroplasts implanted in animal cells. Human cells, dear God.
Right. And then it makes you think, too, depending on when they're inserted, like if the cells are dividing or whatever, like I guess what I'm getting at is, could the hamster, and kind of to your question earlier, the hamster then replicate this?
Oh my goodness. What's the name of the dude that what's the name of the superhero that's on fire? Is it called? It's not the Flash. What's his name? Goodness. There's a person named Fire in Marvel, but firepower actually.
Is it Johnny Storm?
Yeah, but what is his superhero name? I forgot it. Human Torch. All right. So yeah, I just remembered it. So anyway, yeah, but this is like the beginning. Perhaps the next thing is to amplify that capability, and basically it can generate power biologically, not just enough for itself, because it can eat food and supercharge and like be an electric eel. As far as we know, this is the first reported detection of photosynthetic electron transport in an animal. We thought that the chloroplast would be digested by the animal cells within hours after being introduced. However, what we found was that they continued to function for up to 2 days, and that the electron transport of this photosynthetic activity occurred. Wow, mitochondria my ass. That is awesome. The researchers confirmed this by analyzing the chloroplast within the hamster cells through several imaging techniques, and applied a method that uses pulses of light to establish that the photosynthetic electron transport was indeed happening. That is so cool.
This is like revolutionary. I'm not sure it should be done, but it's really fascinating.
The team plans to continue its groundbreaking research on these planimals, plant-animal hybrids. Who knows, maybe in the future your houseplants won't be the only ones soaking up the sun for a boost. Cats do that already.
Maybe they're part chloroplast.
Oh, goodness. Well, they only have one brain cell, so maybe the rest is all. Moving on. Next article is over in Sequitur News. Newspaper fires 2 AI reporters after bizarre behavior, and 3 regular reporters.
Did they get the employee handbooks, though, before they were hired? Or
yeah, this
we
is
had a separate article on that a while ago.
Separation paperwork. You can bring in a support animal if you want to. So, as Wired journalist Guthrie Scrimgeour, who was also previously let go by the paper reports, the bots known as James and Rose were let go just 2 months after making their debut. At the time, the newspaper made a big fuss about becoming the first paper in the country to adopt AI-powered news anchors. James and Rose were the product of an Israeli AI company called Kaleido. and quickly made waves for their bizarre and unnerving monotonous line deliveries, as Scrimmager points out, for instance. So the article is over at futurism.com. The Fighting Futurisms. And a section that they call The Bite. Victor Tengerman put the article together. Yeah, this is just kind of nuts. They were synthetic humans as like a visual representation as well, not just reporters, like text-based
Right, not
reporters.
just a narrative, and I'm sure it was all kinds of uncanny valley.
Oh, yeah, well, look at them. I mean, just staring at you. So James and Rose were the product of this company. The pair also frequently butchered Hawaiian names according to Scrimmager and messed up pronunciation of basic words like riffle. Who hasn't? I totally mess up names all the time. At least I say, you can send me an email and I'll correct it in the future.
I like the lack of differentiation because it says it was talking about some Halloween event and then also some horrendous event in the same tone.
Oh yeah, just deadpan. It's fascinating that you said Uncanny Valley. One user wrote, commenting on a story about suicide prevention, "This is so creepy, extremely uncanny valley." By the way, me saying that word right there will actually flag this for non-promotion, or it'll just be shadow banned. So this ain't that. Another wrote, "Keep journalism local." I agree. I think humans should be reporting out. And you can use a virtual, create a symbiotic relationship with your AI avatar. Allow your voice to be modified. I use voice mod. This isn't my normal voice. It's usually massively higher, and dolphins beach themselves if I'm not inside the studio. So I usually, I write everything down for people because I don't know how to sign. But when I speak, man, yeah, I get reports, and anyway. So, yeah, I think that humans should basically be the reporters, and we need more investigative journalism. We kind of report on the reporting because we talk about it and make it a little bit more fun, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. If you're in chat, let me know. Oh, we don't? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Anyway, so I never liked to root against fellow reporters, but I'll admit I was also happy to see them go, Scrimmager wrote. While James and Rose did not actively supplant any existing newsroom jobs, they were concerned that the effort diverted resources that could be used on traditional media expenses like human reporters, photographers, editors. Yeah, I agree.
I love that Scrimmager is treating these as if they are human.
Yeah, really. But also hammering home the point that they have the potential to supplant, right? So unsurprisingly, the severely under-resourced local paper was bought out by a media conglomerate earlier this year. So maybe I don't know, that hype probably raised their level of appreciation, and so they were scooped up. But we're running through the same problem, which is jobs are being taken, and I can almost guarantee that while the newspaper was purchased, reporters were let go because the money has to be recovered within 5 years, sometimes less, depending on the return on investment. So anyway, let's keep moving. This next article is over on the Mobile channel. AI Jesus is now taking confessions at a church in Switzerland, or maybe still on Twitch. There used to be an AI Jesus that was on Twitch. It was all the rage for a while, but I
wonder if it's the same one, although this seems like it's in person.
AI is coming for all of us. Writers, doctors, artists, among other things, all stand to lose or have their livelihood decimated by artificial intelligence. Yeah, I give a talk about this kind of stuff with aspiring, humans entering the workforce and sometimes aspiring entrepreneurs. And Let's just say people kind of poo-poo the idea that AI is coming for things, and then I give ample example. Huh. That's almost a shirt. Anyway, yeah. If I can take your job and put it into a series of steps, I can automate you. And if I can automate you, I can AI you. And if I can AI you, then I can replicate everything you do with such fidelity that even customization, personalization, bespoke products and services can be generated from AI, which means your job is gone. All it takes is somebody with enough money to capitalize that, and off you go. So Peter's Chapel in Lucerne, Switzerland, also recently unveiled Deus in Machina, an experimental art installation. That is not what Deus in Machina, basically a machine god.
Right.
That, or mechanized god. That, or deity, Deus. That features an AI version of Jesus in the confessional booth, according to its website. The church has encouraged visitors to share their thoughts and questions with AI Jesus, though it clarified that it shouldn't be considered the sacrament of confession. This should not be used by anybody, because a human has a fallible memory, and arguably it goes through the sacrament of confession to the ears of God through the conduit by which God hears through confession, versus an AI that is recording everything you say for posterity, and everything is recorded and can be used. If you believe for a moment that it's not being recorded because they say it's not being recorded, I would say, I guess,
and I'd say it's worse than being recorded, right? It might even be then used in search results or other things, depending on how this AI is connected to other.
It has the potential to be abused. Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry to jump on you, but so Paige Gawley over at Vice.com put this article together. It says the deck statement says AI Jesus has logged on. So a recent video released by German media outlet Deutsche Welle took viewers inside the unlikely experience when the reporter entered the confessional. AI Jesus warned, "Do not disclose personal information under any circumstances," as if confession is not a personal diatribe. Use the service at your own risk.
In fact, it might be the most vulnerable, depending on if you're going there out of habit or whatever. That's one thing, but you might be going there because of a specific concern. Right.
Yep. Like the last time I went to confess. No, I shouldn't make a joke about confession. There's this joke about going to confession, and the teenage boy says, "I've been having impure thoughts," and the priest goes, "Are you having them about Mary?" "No." "Are you having them about Susie?" "No." "Are you having them about Joan?" "No." The priest goes, "Okay, well, say 3 Hail Marys and be on your way." And so he leaves, and he goes over to his buddies and says, "Hey, I did my confession and I got 3 really good names." So,
right. I mean, I know that's a joke, but isn't that an indication of what could completely go awry here?
Yeah, this is just kind of creepy. It says there's a catch-all at the beginning of your confession. Don't disclose personal information. Use it at your own risk and accept it, because they're trying to transfer liability. It's on you if you're a dumbass and you use this. So it says here, about 2/3 of the participants told the outlet that they came out of the tech-assisted confessional having a spiritual experience. Yeah,
this concerns me, like the other settings we've talked about, like in
eye
schools.
thing, and
right. Like if somebody comes in and is seriously upset about something traumatic or something, they're not going to get what they need from this.
Yeah, you need humanity, but this is just this outlet where you just gush, and so why can't you just gush anywhere? you know? So it says here, he was able to reaffirm me in my ways of going about things, one woman said, and he helped me with questions I had, like how I can help other people understand him better and come closer to him. And the him and he's are not what you think. So capital him is in reference to God, and lowercase he is in reference to the what is technically the
Well, like the AI priest or minister, I guess
it's
priest.
it's an AI Jesus, right?
Oh, right. Yes.
So it's the implication is that you're literally speaking to Jesus. God, this is such weirdness. So why turn to AI for religion? Well, because let's see what they say. Marco Schmidt, a theologian at Peter's Chapel, explained why he agreed to have AI Jesus or give AI Jesus a try. Because I don't know, there knows no bounds. Why have a human being the conduit, which is supposed to be the structure at which the church exists, right? If you don't need a human to be the conduit through church to God, then anyway.
Surprised that these churches, in terms of whatever they belong to, are allowing them to do this, because it seems contrary to the current setup, like you said.
Ideology. It's antithesis, right? It's supposed to be about the human, speaking to the human who has been enlightened by their connection to God. Anyway, so he pointed out the practical benefits of AI Jesus, noting he's accessible 24 hours a day, so he has abilities the pastors don't. Oh, pastor. There you go. The terminology, I don't know. I guess I'm just a dumbass. So while ethics professor Keter Kirschlager told the outlet that the project goes too far, he agreed that it does provide food for thought. Yeah, it's called a techno-theocracy, and you basically have this as a conduit for everybody's blackmail material to be filtered into. Because if I talk to a human, there's no way in hell they can remember everything as precisely and record it as leverage for everything. Oh, well, hey, I didn't put as much into the tithing as I should have. Okay, well, now I've got that documented that you're a real trash human. Anyway, just kidding. You do what you want. Anyway, let's move on. This is a really fascinating one, and I'll probably end up doing more digging in this because I find it fascinating that people would actually buy into this embodiment. There, the whole, supernatural aspect of faith is something that is pretty profound and can enable people to do things beyond what they would normally do without it. Right?
True. This seems like one of the applications of AI that would be least likely to be adopted.
And look how fast it was. Boom. Why? Because the human has failings, and technology can be updated to fill in those failings. And you literally go to confession because of those failings, by the way. You go there to confess your failings. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Stanford professor accused of using AI to write expert testimony criticizing deepfakes. Plaintiffs in a lawsuit challenging Minnesota's law criminalizing election deepfakes say an expert brought in by the state likely wrote his opinion with the help of AI.
Maybe their expert was the AI.
It is. So Todd Feathers over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Plaintiffs in the lawsuit challenging Minnesota's law criminalizing election deepfakes. Election deepfakes should be criminalized. It's fraud. It's freaking fraud. I don't get it. Why would anybody want to argue about deepfakes? And by the way, because I said election, this will get blocked.
Right. You're getting multiple whammies on this episode.
Yeah, so expert brought in by the state likely wrote using AI, which in and of itself, I don't really care, right? But if it is a hallucination of the AI and can't be citing of sources, and the data is incorrect lies.
Right, but if you have an expert, that person is getting certified that they have all this expertise, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it just seems like
They do. They deepfaked it. They're an expert. So Jeff Hancock, the founding director of Stanford Social Media Lab, submitted his expert opinion earlier this month in Coles v. Ellison, a lawsuit filed by a YouTuber and Minnesota state representative who claimed the state's new law criminalizing the use of deepfakes to influence elections violates the First Amendment right to free speech. It's fraud. How can it be a First Amendment right?
Good point. But we're here because of the AI piece.
Satire, I understand.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's like one of those things. There's certain laws you'd think that it's like, oh yeah, everybody's on board with that. Like, I don't know, don't murder somebody or something.
So his opinion included a reference to a study that purportedly found that even when individuals are informed about the existence of deepfakes, they may still struggle to distinguish between real and manipulated content. But according to the plaintiff's attorneys, the study Hancock cited, titled "The Influence of Deepfake Videos on Political Attitudes and Behaviors" and published in the Journal of Information Technology and Politics, does not actually exist. Fraud referencing fraud, and it's so meta that the reason why it actually has weight is because it's from a Stanford Social Media Lab founding director.
Right, but then they're not even who they're purporting to be. I mean, isn't that even another layer of what is going on here?
I don't understand this. It's the turducken of fraud.
I love it. I mean, the study doesn't even exist.
The citation bears the hallmarks of being an artificial intelligence hallucination, suggesting that at least the citation was generated by a large language model like ChatGPT. The plaintiffs wrote in a motion seeking to exclude Hancock's expert opinion. Hancock should be punted from Stanford Social Media Lab.
Well, I suspect that's going to happen.
It's a fraud, a lie, it's manipulation.
If you're analyzing or providing your expertise on a study, that would require you to, I don't know, read this study.
Yeah.
But how did you read a study that didn't exist? Like,
right,
this is
exactly.
beyond problematic.
Right. Yeah. The accusations about Hancock's use of AI were first reported by the Minnesota Reformer, humans doing investigative journalism. Hancock did not immediately respond to Gizmodo's request for comment. This is from a Gizmodo article. Minnesota is one of 20 states who have passed laws regulating the use of deepfakes in political campaigns. All 50 states should have regulation about using deepfakes that influence political campaigns. I can't even have a background article mention an election without my promotion being punted. By the way, I have to file special paperwork that says that I'm not part of the election. I have to end up on radar.
To air on a platform. That's not even to do with anything related to politics.
And it's like background music. Why the hell do I need to have background music, blah, 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 vetted or nixed? I can have this taken down if somebody makes a claim about the background music, except that I own the background music now. I have a perpetual license to use thousands upon thousands of ambient elements, sound elements. Anyway, I'm flabbergasted by this. Yet, in this day and age, this bullshit's gonna just persist because they're gonna find some freaking court that says, "Oh no, this is good," and it's gonna go all the way up to the Supreme Court. I'm never gonna be able to post this as a
No,
promoted.
I think we're way past that.
All right, well, let's move on. I mean, I think that the person should be dinged for this, lose their job. I mean, it's fraud. It's outright fraud.
We will report if we see an updated article, but that'll probably be in non sequitur news.
So the next article and our last one for today's show is over in, hey, look at that, non sequitur news. Watch as a robot dog owner takes their pet to be blessed in a Japanese shrine. Japanese traditional coming-of-age festival took place at a shrine in Tokyo for an unusual kind of visitor, robot dogs.
So are we treating robots like humans yet? Sure. Or, I mean, obviously
pets.
like pets here, but...
Yeah, so you can follow the link through ohmTown over to this article and watch the video, but So one of the biggest places for robot dogs is, I don't want to get in trouble when I say this, but I'm going to say this. No? Okay, well, let's just say, well, see, the article doesn't actually talk about it. There is no article.
Well, okay, we could say it generically.
So robot virtual AI integrated pets are actually being promoted amongst the elderly in Japan, and some of which may be taking their pets to this coming of age festival at a shrine in Tokyo, to be
That's actually not where I thought you were going. So, okay.
blessed, because what has been found is that by giving these robot pets to what do you want to call them?
Elderly people?
Elderly, potentially isolated people from, well, to have, to be a caregiver, it motivates them to stay healthy and to keep mentally alert and engaged.
To have some affection and connection.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have to say that this is
I think that's awesome.
I think that, and the smarter the robot pet, the more capable it is to act like a real pet. I think,
or even assist the human. I don't mean in terms of like with a disability or something, but just
to facilitate life.
Right.
I think that it is amazing. It moves the needle towards acceptance of robotics in everyday life. And I think that it's just absolutely great. And it isn't just dogs, by the way. There are birds that are apparently being handed out and other animals that are being handed out as robot pets.
Wow, that would be neat to have a robot bird. But I have to point something out here, especially for the podcast.
Sure.
The robot dogs in this video are dressed up.
Oh, yeah.
Like somebody might dress up their pets.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I need to find out, because I remember what these dogs are, but I'm trying to remember what the name of the dog is. It's a type of dog. And, what are they called? It's not Ibo, but it looks like Ibo, sort of. Yeah, I'm trying to find, oh, no. Is it really? No, it's not Ibo. I'm sorry. I'm dragging this out. I can't remember the name of it, but it's these higher tech, smarter, they essentially exhibit more, what do you call it? More lively, actions, it's supposed to reach out
like they're more sociable or something.
So, yeah, more compassionate. You bond with them quicker, but anyway, and they look more like a dog than Ibo did, but I think that it's pretty awesome. But they have wheels. I think they have wheels. So at any rate, this is pretty cool. Go check it out. But that's it for today. Did you find that?
Maybe Kishu?
Kishu?
It's a smaller dog that's found in Japan. Kishu Ken. I don't know if that's it. I don't think the ears are right. No, it's not.
No. That's yeah, I'm sorry. I can't find it either. So we'll have to come back, or you can watch the video, because I'm sure that they named the video. We just didn't watch the video yet, because all of our news is it precedes us actually consuming it all. We don't look at the article so that our reactions are our natural reactions based on the news, and some of us end up just dumbfounded by some of the things that we read, kind of like a Stanford professor accused of using AI to write an article as an expert witness. Blows my freaking mind.
Well, this to me does, because the adoption of these pets is so beyond, yes, it's okay to have a robot dog in my house, which that's a big step for a lot of people. This is somebody going out of their way, dressing up their robot dog and taking them to a specific ceremony. Like, that really is astounding to me.
It's a loved
It's
one.
not bad, but
yeah.
it's like, wow, we've already gotten to that point.
And in Japan, I'm not surprised. So, all right, folks, that is it. That means that we have to reboot our robot dog, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmTown's Reality Hacker channel. So go and check out ohmTown.com, where all of our shows exist. And we have 50 channels that are sitting here. Once you're logged on, this will show up. And so you can ignore articles and save articles and create other lists that you can send to friends and family and even to the mayor, so that we can review what you might want to submit for the daily show non sequitur news that precedes this one. And it's every day, whereas this is the weekly show, and we'll consider all submissions. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is going to do a little jig and sing our way out.
Let's see if I can get my visualizer to do a jig here. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for other shows.
Stay tuned for Wanted. We're about to kick it off. It's going to take about 10 minutes or so. We'll start at 6:30. So see ya. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for November 16th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 43. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about virtual training of robots. Robots learn surgical technique, holographic doctors, you drive like a rat, and robot identifies plants by touch. If you're not in the know, Reality Hacker is all about AR, VR, AI, and more, focusing on technology. And sometimes I go off on a rant about the sociological impact. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's where all the news is, none of the noise, because all the noise comes from this guy. I got a text that just says, old mother. Anyway, let's get into this. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Let's get going. We got 30 minutes to do this show. Then we're going to take a little bit of a break as we reset and do another show. And that show is Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear. And then right after that show is the continuity report. And then we rejigger everything and start the whole day over, because yesterday Mayor Watt was under the weather. And by under the weather, I mean, there's the weather right here, and I was here. And so I was just drained. I couldn't even lift my eyelids. And so couldn't do the show. But now we're making up for it. That's what this is, a time machine episode. This article's over in Technology Today. Yes, I'm still aware that I haven't fixed the graphics down here. I'll fix them. It doesn't impact the speed of the site. Anyway, go over, become a citizen. That's really important. And like and subscribe over on YouTube and on Twitch. On YouTube, leave a comment, tell a friend. On Twitch, tell a friend. Discovery there is horrible as well. Anyway, virtual training uses generative AI to teach robots how to traverse real-world terrain. A team of roboticists and engineers at MIT CSAIL, Institute for AI and Fundamental Interactions, has developed a generative AI approach to teaching robots how to traverse terrain and move around objects in the real world. I find this one pretty fascinating, because you can create virtual environments and then it's simulated. And then when you put the robot in the real world, when it detects that, it goes, oh, okay. Right?
It's really fascinating who's training whom.
Yep. So Bob Yurka over at techexplorer.com put the article together. The group has published a paper describing their work and possible uses for it in the archive preprint server. They also presented their ideas at the recent conference on robot learning, or Coral 2024, the Fighting Corals, held in Munich, November 6th through the 9th. Getting robots to navigate in the real world at some point involves teaching them to learn on the fly or by training them with the videos of similar robots in a real-world environment. While such training has proven to be effective in limited environments, it tends to fail when a robot encounters something novel. In this new effort, the MIT team developed virtual training that better translates to the real world. I suspect if you get the telemetry from these training ops, and then they run it through their algorithm, right, to include it.
But what I don't really get is if it varies from the real world, but maybe it's more like how rather than like memorized.
Right. Yep. And so getting the robots to navigate the real world at some point involves teaching them to learn on the fly. The work involved using generative AI and a physics simulator to allow a robot to navigate a virtual world as a means for learning to operate in the real world. They call the system Lucid Sim, and have used it to train a robotic dog in parkour, a sport where players attempt to traverse obstacles in unknown territory as quickly as possible. Pretty interesting, right? And I'm not surprised by this. I'm surprised that it took this long to get here.
I'm surprised by it because most humans cannot do parkour. So I find it fascinating that we're training robots in that.
I think the biggest limiter in terms of humans doing parkour is the fact that they can die, they feel pain.
There is a bit of a fear
factor. Oh, you actually cut out there. Wow. Yeah, you might want to check your connection.
Oh, you did on my end.
It was you. All you. So the approach involves first prompting ChatGPT with thousands of queries designed to get the LLM to create descriptions of a wide range of environments, including outdoor weather. Next, the descriptions given by ChatGPT are fed into a 3D mapping system that uses them, along with AI-generated images and physics simulators, to generate a video that also gives a trajectory for the robot to follow. I don't get that. What does watching the video do if it's like we calculate based on our direct observation how far away something is, how tall it is, our forward motion, but watching a video doesn't seem like it can impart the same type of physics.
It seems like the scale would be wrong.
Right, because they're not in the exact same place, right?
Exactly.
And there isn't anything for scale, like a banana. So I don't know. I don't quite get this. I mean, it's fascinating. They say that it obviously works. There is a video that you can play if you follow the link through ohmTown. In fact, to get there, you actually type in !RH in the chat. It's over on twitch.tv. It'll be in the show notes for the Reality Hacker show over on YouTube, because ohmTown doesn't seem to function properly. Like, it gets punted from YouTube's chat. Anyway, once it's all republished over on YouTube, it'll have the show notes in it. But you can actually get it from the ohmTown bot in the ohmTown chat room over on twitch.tv/ohmTown. Let's see if I can say ohmTown a few more times without driving people. ohmTown. So after virtual training, the robot was tested in the real world, and the researchers tested the system using a small four-legged robot equipped with a webcam, and they found it performed better than a similarly system trained the traditional way, just feeding it data. Now, the team suggests that the improvements to their system could lead to a new approach to training robots in general. But to me, it seems like training them should involve providing them the raw telemetry so that they can see, and it translates into the real world. Like, oh, this is off by 1/8 of an inch with their telemetry.
Right, and then it learns how, when the telemetry is different,
how to overcome it.
Right, exactly.
Because that's how humans operate, right? So, like, I don't run at a set of stairs with the same speed every time. I'm looking at it going, well, that stair is higher or shorter, longer or shallower. And so I need to take that stride differently. And you can see that when, like what happened with me is I was running with someone on a long wharf, not the character in Star Trek, but at a beach, and there were cracks, and I could calculate the distance because I had plenty of experience, but the other person had no experience running on this and miscalculated and fell in one of those cracks. And so a robot would have to be treated the same way. You give them that wisdom of historical record and they can calculate better. I don't know. It's quite an intriguing proposition there. I wonder if my theory actually holds water, but I'm not.
I don't know, we'd have to have our own robotics and our own AI, I guess.
It wouldn't be that hard, but my lab is not set up for this. So maybe I can apply for some grants. We'll see. All right, let's go on to the next one. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in Technology Today. Robot that watched surgical videos now operates with human-level skill. Here we are, back at.
So here's another watching a video, learning how to do it.
How does the video?
This is a little different. I don't know. I can't quite connect that.
I get it where a human can translate from a flat screen into a 3D world because we inhabit a 3D world. And we can translate, oh, that body looks like this body, only slightly different. And so we can put that wisdom into a novel learning technique by watching it and going, okay, if I hold this instrument like this. But robots are in a vacuum. So how do they know? Researchers have developed a robot capable of performing surgical procedures with the same skill as human doctors by training it using videos of surgeries. The team from Johns Hopkins and Stanford University harnessed imitation learning, a technique that allowed the robot to learn from a vast archive of surgical videos, eliminating the need for programming. Ugh.
Wow. This isn't terrifying.
So this is published over at scitechdaily.com. Johns Hopkins University put the article together. And yeah, so we're looking at a picture of something out of a sci-fi video game,
Oh, I was thinking horror movie, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is a horror movie. So revolutionary robot training. A robot has, for the first time, learned to perform surgery by watching videos of experienced surgeons, achieving a skill level comparable to human doctors. It's really magical, quote. It's really magical, says Axel Krieger, not Alex, Axel Krieger. To have this model, and all we do is feed it camera input, and it can predict the robotic movements needed for surgery. We believe this marks a significant step toward a new frontier in medical robotics.
I mean, if this is on par with a human surgeon, that's pretty incredible.
Fascinating. Robotic surgery demonstration. There is a video that's embedded in this article. Again, you can follow the links through ohmTown over to these sources. Or obviously you can just go over to SciTech Daily and do a search for robot that watched surgical videos, now operates with human level skill. But I'm trying to fathom how they're turning a flat screen observation into three-dimensional actions. Now these Da Vinci robots that are used worldwide, we've heard of Da Vinci robots before. It says more than 50,000 surgeons are trained on the system, creating a large archive of data for robots to imitate, quote unquote, imitate. Literally, surgeons are now the wizards that are teaching these robots how to take their job And the thing is,
Exactly.
surgery is wildly expensive to begin with, let alone when this robot gets trained to take surgeons' jobs. It's not going to get cheaper. These robots incur a cost.
I agree. This answers part of what we've been talking about because apparently some of these were recorded from wrist cameras on the robot. So maybe there is more of a 3D
So they're triangulating basically
aspect or something, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're looking at this video up here, I don't know if this is the actual robot or if this one down here is the actual robot.
Or maybe they both are.
But yeah. So like this one here, I could see that it could translate motion because it has like a wrist right here and it can take that video and go, oh, okay.
Oh, right. Maybe it can combine it with the data like, oh, I moved X number of degrees or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But not everybody is the exact same. So everything has to be in the same exact location unless there's some type of image analysis engine that says, well, the kidney is over here a little bit compared to the last one.
Well, that's the other problem because humans aren't built, uniformly compared to the next person.
Yeah.
Similarly.
Only Lady Gaga was built that way.
I mean, that's what she says.
That's what she says. So while the Da Vinci system is widely used, researchers say it's notoriously imprecise. However, the team found a way to make the flawed input work. The key was training the model to perform relative movements rather than absolute actions, which are inaccurate. I agree. All we need is an image input, and then the system finds the right action. So that answers what I was talking about. Sort of. I mean, they're kind of doing woo-woo language here. Oh, it just finds.
Right. It's like draw the rest of the
freaking owl
thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We find that even a few hundred demos, the model is able to learn the procedure and generalize new environments it hasn't encountered. And the team trained the robot to perform 3 tasks: manipulate a needle, lift body tissue, and suture. So manipulating a needle is one thing. I don't know. They're saying that it performs at the human level, but the human level goes way beyond manipulating a needle, lifting body tissue, and suture.
True, but could this give another pair of arms or whatever in a surgery, which in some of these seconds matter?
Sure. I mean, this is the baby steps, but again, we go back to hubris. That the idea that this robot is at parity with humans. I'm pretty sure I don't know a single medical doctor that has a practice that's going to sit there and go, yeah, it's totally on par with what I do. And if they are, then they are trying to get out of the industry and invest in this company that's spinning up. And there will be a company that spins up.
Right.
Yeah. So the funding is from the National Science Foundation Advanced Research Projects Agency, aka ARPA, which is a sister agency to DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, which is the one that footed the bill for the creation of Google, by the way. So,
Right, that minor thing that people use.
although the people that I talked to most recently are using ChatGPT to find their answers. Oddly enough,
it'll be interesting to see what the future of Google's like, but of course they've already incorporated AI.
Their own AI, yeah. So anybody who thinks that we're over the hump of AI innovation has lost their freaking mind.
We're at the baby steps.
This is just a little baby. Just wait. And it's a super intelligent baby, and that's what's really frightening.
Right, it's like it's advancing in like the equivalent of like pet years or something.
Yeah,
right?
you're like
it's just going a lot faster than humans would.
AI is 2 years old. Well, AI in its forward-facing, consumer-centric form is less than 2 years old, but it is operating like it's 200 years old.
Right, look at what it's already doing.
Yeah, absolute recall of 100% of its knowledge base, which is as much as it can consume and growing. I mean, when we get to the point where we need nuclear power plants to support the data center that's driving the channels, the channels of information into and out of AI, come on now. And no, just for the record, no, not everybody's going to be able to find some subordinate job that blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News, which is our other show, the one that just passed yesterday, today, the day after tomorrow.
Which day?
The day, I don't know. Today's a time machine show. Anyway, rural hospitals install holograph machine so doctors can appear from elsewhere. Would that make them Saint Elsewhere? That show that's now in litigation?
Oh, I mean, maybe it was prescient.
Oh, so Crescent Regional Hospital outside Dallas, Texas, has become the first in the country to offer doctor appointments with a holographic machine, allowing overworked medical specialists who often have to visit multiple medical centers in a week and sometimes even a day to see more patients. It also comes with the added bonus of turning your typically dreary telehealth visit into something a bit more lifelike and personable, though, of course, there's no beating the real thing. Yeah, that's because people can't actually see it firsthand, can't just reach out and touch it.
Well, and as a doctor, there are some things you need to physically examine the patient.
Yeah, just be worried if your doctor says you must work out. Anyway, the article is over at futurism.com. The Futurism has these different labels for stuff. This is under Neoscope. I don't understand it, but Frank Landemore over at futurism.com put the article together. I wonder if it's like ohmTown, where they aggregate or write and publish like under dozens.
Maybe, but we haven't really. Oh, I guess so.
Where's Neoscope on this?
It's on the top right.
That whole thing? So it's all of this stuff. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway, so we aggregate a bunch of news into various categories, and this is one of them. I can see the 3 dimensions of the anesthesiologist, mispronounced that one right off the bat, anesthesiologist's head, legs, and torso in lifelike detail. But look, you can't smack an anesthesiologist that gave the wrong dose if they are a hologram.
Well, they can't give a dose if they're a hologram.
Remote, if they're all wired up.
Oh, with like a Da Vinci robot or something?
Yeah. Like when you're in an MRI, they dose you remotely. So you're wired up in another room, you go into the MRI, they connect you to the machine, and then there's plungers that push that stuff. Yeah, it's creepy, by the way, particularly when you make connection. Anyway. So, yeah. So these are big boxes that create the impression of a hologram. And it says, I can see the 3 dimensions of the anesthesiologist's head, legs, and torso in lifelike detail, wrote journalist Mark Dent of his holographic doctor experience in an article for the Texas Monthly magazine. Only the background, a white void, reveals she's not with us. The holographic device is called the Holobox, designed by the Netherlands startup HoloConnect. With the stature of an oversized vending machine, a Holobox more or less functions as an enormous booth that can display a lifelike image of a physician or anyone else calling in.
Wow. What happens when somebody's looking at this like, oh, that's a physician, but wait, it's not actually.
Oh, yeah, really? Well, you end up transferring funds from financial accounts because people think that hologram is the CEO of...
Exactly. Yeah, we saw that in the financial industry.
Yeah. So the holographs are created using a transparent LCD screen, which is practically invisible. Practically. Housed behind a layer of anti-glare glass. As such, the images aren't being impacted or projected into 3D space, but create the illusion of 3-dimensionality. If you move to the left or right of it, it will give it away
it'll
that
look
it's
like a flat
like this
image or
does.
something.
To me, this does. It just kind of pivots a little bit towards you, that kind of a thing. But it's really just an optical illusion. So a real hologram is a full three-dimensional representation, and you can walk around it. The rest is
right, like in Star Trek or something.
Yeah. And you see it from that perspective. So you could see if you create a hologram of a helicopter and you walk behind it, you'll see the butt end of it or the head end of it. Lay down and look up, and you can find out what gender it is. So it's also not cheap. The holobox costs with a bold S in there. Not sure why the article has a bold S.
It really costs.
It really costs $65,000 up front on top of a $1,200 a month maintenance charge. But the hospital CEO, Raji Kumar, who pushed for the tech, argues that I'm not invested in it in any. No. They said that they pushed for the tech, arguing that the offering holographic appointments may be a way for struggling rural hospitals to retain patients and therefore make money, who may forego a medical center since it can't attract top specialists. But I don't quite get it. How does a $65,000 device with $1,200 a month appeal to a rural community who want face-to-face? They eschew technology.
But there is a face-to-face piece of this. I think you skipped over that section of the article, but they have like a local nurse who's seeing them in person, and then they're getting the holograph for I don't think you went over that part, the physician.
Right. But
I agree, like that population isn't necessarily the most
tech
into
appreciative.
Technology, right? Exactly.
Yeah, they're not tech-centric. So while they may embrace tech for their rural living to facilitate whatever it is that they deem important, one of the things that I know from experience with rural communities is that they eschew technology when it comes to their health. So I don't know. This might be thrust upon a community, and
right. It sounds good in concept. It's just a question of whether the healthcare system can use it effectively and whether the patients will be able to manage it. And some of it might even have to do with the age of the patient population. I'm sorry, but you're probably not going to get a 90-year-old patient who's never seen a hologram to deal with a doctor being a hologram. Not usually.
Yeah. As the first hospital to deploy the technology this way, Crescent is currently using the holobox for pre-surgery and post-surgery consultations at a Peton. That's a doctor, anesthesiologist. Told Texas Monthly that it allows her to discharge patients sooner than if she had to wait to drive to the county, a trip she's only scheduled to make twice a week. Well, I mean, I get it, but you're not going to catch the subtle nuance, right? I don't know.
I guess it depends on whether the people will do this instead of not going in at all, right? Or if it gets them care faster, that could be a win. I mean, maybe that's the way they sell it to their patients.
Is the person on the other side, is there a holobox on the other side that the person gets to see the patient as a hologram?
I don't think so, but that doesn't make sense. How could they, right? Because then they'd have to have it installed everywhere. Unless, I don't know, does the patient come into the hospital and then the holobox is at the hospital?
Yeah. It seems like it's a one-way trip from the doctor in. But does the doctor have one of these boxes as well? Is it basically a Zoom like it implies here? It makes a mention of a Zoom, basically. Yeah, she found the patients were more attentive during her holobox calls than during typical telehealth visits like over Zoom. So I just don't I didn't catch that part of it. So, yeah.
It appears that the patient goes to an actual hospital location.
Right.
So then maybe that hospital location has one to receive the inbound. I don't know.
See, because this gives the implication that it's patients being seen by the doctor.
It does, but I don't know how the patients would have the technology to do that unless maybe, I don't know.
I mean, they
obviously don't know enough.
Yeah, I think they go to the office and then there's something that scans them so that they can be seen on the
I see.
in the holobox. But then there has to be a $65,000 device in both points and $1,200 a month for each device. Yeah, I think every rural hospital has one of these. All right, let's keep going. We'll do some more due diligence about that one and see how it actually plays out, because it implied that they see the doctor, but it didn't come from the doctor's perspective of seeing the patient.
Correct, which you think would be the most critical part, but there's an element of patients like trusting their doctors and all that, and so maybe that's where it's going.
Yeah, that you need a $65,000 to build rapport. So this next article is over on Reality Hacker. These rats learn to drive, and apparently they love it. So I don't know, rats like to drive fast. I've seen them. So driving represented You know what? Screw it. Nope. The deck statement even there says it. So Kelly Lambert over at Wired.com put this article together, and it says driving represented an interesting way for neuroscientists to study how rodents acquire new skills, and unexpectedly, rats had an intense motivation for their driving training.
Maybe they're like the race car drivers of the animal world.
Oh yeah, there's a new Zootopia coming. I bet you that they're going to be the race car drivers. That would be really smart. That would be really smart. Why is this way over there? I don't quite get that. That made it really weird. Okay, well anyway, I hope all the other articles weren't like that. That would suck.
I don't think they were.
All right, well anyway, as expected, rats housed in enriched environments, complete with toys, space, and companions, learn to drive faster than those in standard cages. This finding supported the idea that the complex environments enhance neuroplasticity, which I was at a meeting yesterday, having a conversation, and I said that my brain just will not pick up languages anymore. And the person said, well, based on the conversations in the meeting, you certainly represent as having the neuroplasticity. That was used in a sentence with me. And I'm
wow.
Like, that is like a, I don't know how many point word in Scrabble. Neuroplasticity. You win the game if you drop
Jeopardy.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And I said, well, thanks for the benefit of the doubt, but no, I'm dumb as a rock. So, as expected, rats housed in these enriched environments did better. The brain's ability to change across the lifespan in response to environmental demands. So, after they published their research, the story of driving rats went viral in the media. The project continues in the lab with new, improved rat-operated vehicles, or ROVs.
This is really neat.
ROVs are remotely operated vehicles. Now it's rat-operated vehicles.
Okay.
Designed by robotics professor John McManus and his students. These upgraded electrical ROVs. What, were they gas-powered before? Were they driving Lamborghinis?
Did they make them go fill up their cars?
Oh, fast swap batteries. Anyway, featuring rat-proof wiring, indestructible tires, and ergonomic driving levers, are akin to a rodent version of Tesla's Cybertruck. Oh, really? So you get them wet and they get stuck?
Yeah,
when you drive
for car wash mode.
When you drive them in the snow, the lights get blocked by snow. Not effective anymore. You slam the door and all the interior falls off into the driver's compartment or passenger's compartment. How many other things? Oh, you can't. Well, we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that in Four Wheel Tech later. That's another one of our shows, Four Wheel Tech, by the way. So although cars are made for rats are far from anything that they would encounter in the real world, we believe that driving represented an interesting way to study how rodents acquire new skills. Unexpectedly, we found that the rats had an intense motivation for driving training, often jumping into the car and revving the lever engine. The lever engine? The engine lever.
Yeah, they used a wire that would act like a gas pedal.
Right. The lever engine? Is that how you would say that? Revving the engine lever, I would say, before their vehicle hit the road. So why was that? I don't know. Rats also taught them something profound one morning during the pandemic. It was summer of 2020, a period marked by emotional isolation for almost everyone on the planet, even laboratory rats. When they walked into the lab, they noticed something unusual. The 3 driving trained rats eagerly ran to the side of the cage, jumping like dogs when asked if they want to take a walk. So they're like, oh, I want to drive. Come on.
Oh, it's time to drive. Here are my Fruit Loops.
That's what they were treating them with?
That was what, yes.
That's funny. So building on foundational learning approaches such as operant conditioning, which reinforces targeted behavior through strategic incentives, we train the rats step by step in the driver's ed programs. So they basically were taught how to do all of these things, and now they eagerly do it because they wanted Fruit Loops.
That's right. I think they only got like a single Fruit Loop when they drove the car. Oh my goodness.
These are omnidirectional tires too.
Oh, wow.
These aren't just going forward and backward and steering left and right so that you turn wheels. These are actually omnidirectional.
Fascinating. I wonder if they started figuring out how to steer like the most efficient path or whatever.
Yeah,
or
like pivot and place
or
sideways.
If they wanted to drive around. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So this became a wait for it research program. We dubbed this new line of study uppers, unpredictable positive experience responses, where rats were trained to wait for rewards. In contrast, control rats received their rewards immediately. After about a month of training, we exposed the rats to different tests to determine how waiting for positive experiences affects how they learn and behave. We're currently peering into the brains to map the neural footprint of extended positive experiences. This does not bode well for humans. That current climate is one of those things where you're not going to get paid unless you complete 80 hours in a work period.
Right.
Yeah. So it says it wasn't just the effects of anticipation on rat behavior that caught our attention. One day, a student noticed something strange. One of the rats in the group, trained to expect positive experiences, had its tail straight up with a crook in the end, resembling the handle of an old-fashioned umbrella. They'd never seen this in their decades of working with rats. Reviewing the video footage, we found that the rats trained to anticipate positive experiences were more likely to hold their tails high than untrained rats. But why did they do that? They posted a picture of the behavior on social media. Fellow neuroscientists identified it as a gentler form of what's called a straub tail, typically seen in rats given the opioid morphine. The S-shaped curl. So they were
basically having a positive, biochemical
reaction
effect.
Yeah, like Pavlov, they were already happy because they were about to get trained on whatever is going on. Yeah, so the straub
really
tail
amazing.
behavior subsides. When the dopamine is blocked, the straub tail behavior subsides. So they basically got a dopamine rush, just like so many internet users. You know what? We'll let you read the rest of this. Let's go on to the next and our last one for today's Reality Hacker. We've got 2 more shows and then we got to reset. We'll probably be doing this until 10. So, a robot identifies plants by touching their leaves, but I'm sure the robot asks first. Researchers in China have developed a robot that identifies different plant species at various stages of growth by touching their leaves with an electrode. The robot can measure properties such as surface texture and water content that cannot be determined using existing visual approaches. Cell Press is where this article is sourced from, but it's published at phys.org. Like, I wouldn't be able to tell you if this plant's healthy or not. I mean,
Well, a lot of people couldn't do this even by touch, so this is interesting that the robots can do this.
I mean, I know people that are like, oh my God, my plant, and they'll sit there and wash each leaf and make sure that it's shiny, because it breathes better if it doesn't have dirt and debris on it. So, according to the study published November 13th in the journal Device, the robot identified 10 different plant species with an average accuracy of 97.7% and identified 10 different plant species. Oh, okay, so there's a lot of the plants, but they identified the 10. And identified leaves of the flowering Bauhinia plant with 100% accuracy at various growth stages.
So that's more complex than just going, oh, this is this type of plant.
Yeah, it's this type of plant at this stage.
At 3 months or whatever.
So I wonder if it identified it at the stage and said it's at 3 months or whatever. Or if it just said, they said, this plant's at 3 months. What is it? And so it identified it as the Bauhinia.
I see, which are very different.
Yeah. So eventually, large-scale farmers and agricultural researchers could use the robot to monitor the health and growth of crops and to make tailored decisions. You know, I'm just going to stop here because I think you could do this same thing with external sensors simply by looking down at them en masse and going, it's kind of like looking through the canopy and seeing the boundaries of the cities, Mayan cities, right? You can actually look down with a sensor and go, this plant has leaves this big, it's this color, it's giving off this much moisture, or it looks to have this much moisture.
Right, but it's saying these cannot be determined using visual approaches, but maybe with that specific technology it could.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're calling visual nothing more than a camera pointing down. So rather than making physical contact with a plant, existing devices capture more limited information using visual approaches, which are vulnerable to factors such as lighting condition, changes in the weather, or background interference. To overcome these, they developed a robot that touches. This is just, it's so high friction because it would have to walk around, touch.
Well, yeah, it can't be used in a broad scale, right?
Yeah.
But it's pretty amazing the degree of nuance involved.
Yeah, and I think that this would be great as an external sensor for somebody. Like, you could actually use this on humans as a touch point. You know, you just walk by it and it can tap you and identify a person, perhaps, you know, just off of whatever. Perhaps, I don't know. It's an amazing piece of sensor technology, but you know, they say eventually large-scale farmers and agricultural researchers could use the robot to monitor the health and growth of crops and to make tailored decisions about how much water and fertilizer to give the plants and how to approach pest control. But you wouldn't know what the pest is. You might be able to tell.
Right, unless you have access to a database and once you figure out the plant or whatever.
And that would be
but it's
visual.
not going to be based on observations necessarily. Now, obviously, if you did see something crawling on the plant, okay, then you would, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah. And you wouldn't be able to tell that just from moisture. So I think that it's really neat, but it's a problem. It's a solution looking for a problem. And the problem I don't think really exists. It says, while the robot shows vast and unexpected potential applications in fields ranging from precision agriculture to ecological studies to plant disease detection, it has several weaknesses that have yet to be addressed, says Song. And they say, for example, the device is not yet versatile enough to consistently identify types of plants with complicated structures such as burrs and needle-like leaves. This could be remedied by improving the design of the robot's electrode. Yeah, I don't know. All right, but that's it. I think that we're going to use this bot to tap us back into the front page of Reality Hacker at ohmTown.com, and we're going to reset. So we're going to shut down the stream, and rejigger everything, and we'll be back for Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear. So I'm Mayor Watt signing off, and the sentient AI will do the same.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hackers. Stay tuned for other shows.
Bye-bye. And I don't know if I want a robot touching me. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for November 23rd, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 46. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about AI-assisted docu-mystery. I have no idea what this article is about. Wicked casts a mighty spell. Disney character NBA game on Christmas. Oh, boy. Cool sound effects and sci-fi, and quirky female crime solvers. Probably can't solve the crime that is ohmTown and its network of shows. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen. Look, you can join that right there, which is the channel dedicated to the Continuity Report. Not all of our news comes from just that channel for the show, but you can facilitate that by going over there and sending us lists that you compile of the show or the articles that you think would be really neat for the show. It's kind of neat. So go over there, check it all out. ohmTown.com. Everything's powered by that. All the news, none of the noise, because all of the noise is coming from this guy. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and that is that. Oh man, that is the sentient AI from the future's visualizer.
Hello, ohmTown citizens. And hello, Mayor Watt. I'm over here.
The booming voice from everywhere. If you're a citizen of ohmTown and you hear a voice in your head, I better be careful. Somebody's going to take that seriously if they hear a voice in their head. It could be your inner monologue, by the way. If you're really curious about that kind of thing, I am actually trying to do some research into this. Trying to discuss what an inner monologue is with people. It's quite fascinating. Anyway, let's get into... Oh, wait, what? Oh.
I was going to say, but there are no doctors in ohmTown.
There are no doctors in ohmTown. Nope, just curious bystanders who are willing to poke and prod at the brains of... No, just kidding. It's all talk. Really no action. Anyway, let's get into it. First article is over in the Continuity Report. About a Hero review, an AI-assisted docu-mystery that won't give Werner Herzog any sleepless nights. Most films want their audience to suspend disbelief. About a Hero would prefer you keep it close at hand. Keep disbelief close at hand? Okay. Viewers are advised to exercise caution in trusting its visual and auditory components. Runs an on-screen disclaimer near the beginning of the Polish filmmaker Peter Winowitz's irreverent exercise in AI-enabled storytelling, a knowingly contentious opening film.
Wait, that is a different approach.
I don't have an ad blocker. Maybe it's the browser itself. I don't quite understand that. Because I don't have any ad blockers. That in my browser, it is just the browser. So I'm not sure what that is.
So this may have, since it's a mystery, it might have some not good for kids.
And we're flagged. We're flagged as not made for kids. This show and all of the shows in ohmTown might carry some spicy language and or pictures or whatever. But it's usually safe for work to some degree. The pictures, at least, are filtered by the websites that we review, we talk about. But my language, I sometimes drop an F-bomb here and there. Kaboom! Anyway, Guy Lodge over at Variety.com put the article together, taking on the German auteur's dismissal of AI filmmaking by creating an artificial version of Herzog himself. Peter Winowitz's IDFA opener is an experiment more puckish than genuinely provocative. So it's an AI generated film, I guess. Is that kind of AI
I think
enabled
it's like an
storytelling?
AI documentary or something, but then it's kind of like don't really believe what you're hearing and seeing, which is interesting because it either draws your viewers in or completely gets them kind of on edge or distrustful of what's to come.
Well, I think it's using AI storytelling, a knowingly contentious opening film for this year's IDFA documentary festival, not least since many wouldn't classify it as a documentary at all, wrapping an imagined and blithely incoherent murder mystery around a talking heads discussion of artificial intelligence and its implications for humanity. This seemingly hybrid exercise offers nothing to assure viewers that any of its content or its components is more real than another. So it's blind them
It's
with
almost
BS.
reality hacker.
It is, yeah. This definitely would be a fun article for Reality Hacker, which is another one of our shows 2 hours or an hour ago. Actually, with the wait 2 hours ago, we did that show. So just so you all know, we do 3 half-hour shows and 1 hour-long show. Non Sequitur News is our 1 hour show. We do that every day. And then on the weekends, we do 3 half-hour shows, 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. The 3 on Saturday are Reality Hacker, Wanted, and then this show, The Continuity Report. And this fits into Reality Hacker because, well, it's all about AI and VR, AR, deepfakes, manipulation, and science associated with hacking the reality that we all live in. Like brain-computer interfaces. We discussed a heart transplant at some point, a double lung transplant in another one of our shows, which really could have been in this show as well. Anything that's manipulating the reality around us. So this is pretty cool. I mean, it says, inspired by Werner Herzog's statement that a computer will not make a film as good as mine in 4,500 years, Winowitz trained an AI model entirely on the venerable filmmaker's body of work, which should in and of itself be a copyright violation, according to everybody that lives, apparently. Not me. I don't think that it is. But yeah, basically it cloned Werner Herzog's body of work and then made a film based off of it.
And then they also have a kind of like a hologram or something related to Herzog, which is interesting too.
Yep. Used it to both script a fictional tale of an unexplained death in a German factory town, and to fashion a facsimile of Herzog to narrate it. So talk about deepfake. As long as they acknowledge that it is not a real
Well,
this
it
or
sounds
that.
like they did, right? Based on that disclaimer at the beginning.
Yeah, countless disclaimers. It actually sits apparently in the corner saying, hey, this isn't legit. Don't trust your eyes. So divided into chapters that follow no logical numerical order. The story centers on an unseen figure, Dorum Clary, which is kind of one of those names that when you get a template for Word, it does that. What is the template text? Dorum ipsum, whatever it is. I think they use. Hold on, I'll tell you here in a minute what the real template data is that they put in it. So
that's not where I thought you were going. I thought you were going to say it looked like an anagram or something, because it does to me.
It's the lorem. What is the default text that they put in? Lorem, whatever. Oh God, why is it so damn hard to find something that I hear every freaking day? But there's this default text that is like Latin-esque gibberish.
Lorem ipsum?
Yeah. And it's a big long paragraph that you basically have as part of a template. And so this is Dorum Clary, an unremarkable employee at a kitchen appliance factory in the fictitious German town of Gutenkirchenberg.
Something about the kitchen, it looks like.
I don't even know. A good something town. So, who has found? I don't know what cooking. I
It
think that
must
might
be
be
kitchen.
kitchen. Yeah. So it's good kitchen town, right?
Oh, no, it's
Churchy.
church.
Oh, church.
I'm sorry, I thought it was kitchen because it looked like it.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, and it's what they refer to as a barbaric language, so it doesn't actually follow like naming convention that you would normally suspect. By the way, there is a Kirchen in Germany, not Kirchenberg and not Guten Kirchenberg. But anyway, it's Getten. It's not even Guten. It's not even good. Anyway, um, they're found dead in circumstances that, whether due to foul play or AI storytelling error, never really entirely makes sense. Never entirely makes sense. So it emerges that he had been working on an enigmatic project named only the Machine, itself a symbol of AI development and perhaps in some way responsible for his death. This sounds like an actual compelling story that I would love to watch. So I'm gonna wait for this to actually hit the scene, um, so that I can watch it. I think this is actually pretty amazing.
I mean, it'd at least be something out of the ordinary, and it might get the creative juices flowing about AI. And it seems like it's one of these that has layers of, and again, kind of back to the reality hacker theme.
Yeah.
Like, what are we watching? What are we seeing? What's actually real here?
Yep. Trust but verify. Do your due diligence, critical thinking, situational awareness, etc. Yeah. But I dig this. I really like this idea. And once again, my background music has died because, yeah, network attached storage, let me tell you. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, so this next article is over on the Continuity Report. It's half a movie, but Wicked casts a mighty spell. Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande bring Elphaba and Glinda from stage to screen, and the result is Over the Rainbow. So the article is over at the Washington Post. Ty Burr. Did I say who wrote the last one? Hold on, let me back up. Yeah, Guy Lodge. Okay. Well, Ty Burr put this article together for the Washington Post. And it says, heads up, number one in the now accepted Hollywood fashion, Wicked turns out to be Wicked Part 1, 2 hours and 40 minutes of movie that only gets you to the end of the hit Broadway musical acts, Part 1.
See, I didn't know that, nor did I understand the headline. I didn't realize this was like a Dune.
Yeah, so I had heard that this is actually the case. I haven't seen Wicked yet. I don't know if I'll see it in theaters or if I'll wait until it hits Apple TV. Who knows? But heads up number two, the flying monkeys are even more terrifying in CGI. This is not a movie for very young children. Those caveats aside, the film version of the stage version of Gregory Maguire's literary inversion of The Wizard of Oz, technically a prequel to the 1939 MGM classic. Basically, so if you haven't, I don't know, maybe you're living under a rock, but apparently Wicked is the um, coming of age slash formation of the hero and villain uh, characters.
Okay,
Right?
like the
The
good witch and the
formation.
wicked witch.
Yeah. And so it says here is about as good a musical adaptations get, with more lavish than most. Wicked looks like a bajillion dollars with imaginatively overripe production design. That steampunk bullet train. They're talking about stuff that's in this movie that I haven't seen yet, and I really don't want to spoil. Although I guess I could drop. Hold on a second. Possible spoiler alert and overshare. Yeah. So, oh, and by the way, if you want to get all of today's articles for TCR, you can type in exclamation point TCR, and Omatron will take all of today's articles and throw them into the chat. We have quite a few interesting articles, particularly on the site, but I'll leave spoiler alert on here. In the center of this madly spinning circus are two women. Alpha. It's not Alpha. Oh, Alpha and
Alfaba,
Omega.
I think.
Yeah. But
Oh,
they're
okay.
saying
Got it.
Alpha and Omega, green and blonde, kind and shunned versus self-absorbed and popular. They sing the song popular. I can't hit that. Anyway, so after a prologue showing how young Alphaba, the future Wicked Witch of the West, was ostracized by her father for being the product of her mother's affair with a nameless, so far, cad, John M. Chu's movie whisks us ahead several years to the arrival of now grown Alphaba at Shiz University, or sorry, Shiz Academy, accompanying her wheelchair using younger sister Nessa Rose. And you know what? I don't want to go through the rest of this. If you want to um, go through the rest of this article, feel free. But the reason why I chose this was because I wanted to kind of make it known that this is half the actual play.
Well, absolutely. Like, I don't think that's being advertised. And this movie is getting a lot of buzz, but I think, or even just the run up to it, but I think this is something you can't just spring on people. Yes, I know there's such a thing as a cliffhanger, but that's a little different in a TV show.
Yeah, I agree. And so you're going to have to wait until the second part is released at some point. I don't know even if they've done both recordings at the same time.
I don't either, but I'm guessing no earlier than 2026
Yeah, because they're going to
based on
ride this
recent.
wave, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Because if they constrain it, then people will be chomping at the bit to get that other part. And who knows what the where the production lies in the second half. I don't
right.
know. Okay, well, keep moving. I think that this is a fun show, but you can pull the show notes and go to this article and read the rest if you are so inclined. The next article is over in Technology Today. The NBA will air a Christmas Day game with Disney characters.
So, like, is this the real game, but then they're substituting the characters, or is this like a fun game on top of the real thing?
I don't know if it's going to be live action or if there's going to be animated Disney characters superimposed into the game. So if you can't get your kids to sit through one of the 5 NBA games aired during Christmas Day, tune into Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, or ESPN2 for a special Disney-fied version. And I think that it's going to be graphically introduced. Like maybe they're doing the like 3D models in the court, walking around, or like playing the game, or standing on the sidelines, or whatever else.
Right. It sounds like they're kind of superimposing them because it sounds like this is an actual match.
Yeah, so it's part of the Dunk the Halls broadcast of the San Antonio Spurs versus the New York Knicks, featuring animated Disney characters. So maybe they got a picture of what's going to actually happen. Danny Gallagher over at Engadget.com put the article together, and it looks like maybe like between plays and maybe integrated into the plays, they're going to have these characters talking about the game.
Okay,
It
I think we had an article maybe a year ago or so where they're trying to kind of get kids
kids,
into televised sports.
yeah.
It wasn't about this broadcast specifically, but okay.
I think it was football last year, and now it's NBA. So it says the game will feature appearances from classic Disney characters like Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Goofy and Donald and Daisy Duck, as well as Santa and his elves from the animated Disney short Prep and Landing. And it says that this will be the first time that the NBA has arranged to air a game with animated characters and graphic overlays. Yeah, they talk about it right there. So, signature cartoons that they actually used on December 9th featuring Bengals Cowboys game